Chapter 301. Shinkei's room is very simple. He used to live in the royal court most of the time, so this is just a place to stay. Before Wuyu just moved into the dormitory, she hadn't seen Shinkei for nearly half a month. If it weren't for the chickens at the door of the room, the two would have never met in front of the dungeon. Since Shinkei got out of the royal court, his dormitory finally has some living atmosphere. There are newly blooming frangipani flowers on the bedside, not bright, but very warm. Shinkei picked them after visiting his parents in the morning. He wanted to take Wuyu to see his parents, but he could only ask in front of the grave, "Mom, does she not care about me?" When she was dragged into the door, Wuyu was attracted by the frangipani flowers. Before she could react, Shinkei had already pressed her against the door. Wuyu looked at Shinkei. "Are those flowers I planted?" Shinkei buried his head in her neck. "Yeah." "Wuyu, I went to pay tribute to your parents when I left early yesterday morning." When Shinkei went there, he saw the flowers placed in front of the tombstone. Those flowers were different from those of others. They were only in Wuyu's own small garden. Shinkei felt wronged. "Well, I wanted to take you to see them as soon as I came back. But I couldn't find you. I was so angry. I didn't want to send you a message. I also have dignity. I was so angry." Wuyu took the initiative to reach out and hug Shinkei. Shinkei looked sad. "Are you being a hooligan again? Don't play with me anymore. I can't guess what you want to do." Wuyu shook her head. "I didn't. I was comforting you. I was wrong. Don't be angry with me, okay?" Shinkei lowered his head and said nothing. Wuyu held his face with her hands, leaned forward and kissed him. "I really wanted to come back quickly yesterday, but I think if we are going to be together, I should know what kind of person you are. It's not just what you want me to see, but also what I don't know. Only by truly understanding each other can we transition our relationship to a new stage." Later, I went to Zuei to thank Sister Shioli for her help this time. I didn't order a male model, and I didn't even drink for fear of delaying the return trip. Shinkei, then you ordered it last time. Wuyu, I didn't order it last time either. Really, you said it yourself that I'm so good looking, and it's obviously me who suffered, and the most outrageous thing is that those male models are very expensive. Shinkei was a little happy, but thinking that Wuyu had completely known what kind of person he was, Shinkei's heart was lifted again. "Shinkei, now that you know that I was pretending before, are you afraid of me?" "Wuyu, actually, I knew it before." Shinkei looked at Wuyu in surprise. "When?" "Wuyu, when we were in the polar regions, the way you looked at me was not right. Then I used Shinjin to test you, and you really showed your true colors when you got angry. I was not idle even when I was hiding in the lounge. I found your battle videos from previous years on the Alliance forum. After watching them, I thought, wow, this person is indeed a cruel and ruthless pervert. It's really hard for you to pretend to be a little sheep with me for so long." "Shinkei, then you said you watched the video of the Jiang family?" Wuyu nodded. "Yes, their video is more comprehensive, and it also includes your previous life experience in the royal court. In fact, they didn't stop me. As long as I am happy, it's fine. Otherwise, they won't help this time." When mentioning Wang Ting, Shinkei's spirit began to tense up. He lowered his eyes and looked at Wuyu. "You can ask me directly. As long as you want to know, I will tell you everything." Wuyu shook her head and hugged Shinkei tightly. "Don't say it. Don't think about the unpleasant things." Shinkei picked up Wuyu and sat on the sofa. Shinkei looked at her. "In fact, I also secretly asked Suiyu. Wuyu, my business?" Shinkei nodded. "Jiechin said that he met you before, when you were very young." Wuyu leaned her head towards Shinkei. "Yeah?" Shinkei looked at her cautiously, and Wuyu suddenly smiled. "Let's not talk about this, okay? This really seems like a competition of misery. In fact, it's just that, who is more miserable." Shinkei nodded. Wuyu secretly glanced at him, and she breathed a sigh of relief. "So now it's coaxed, right? The atmosphere is so quiet and beautiful now. The lie detection thing is over, right? Wuyu, I still have training later. Shinkei, you can train here." "Wuyu." "Huh?" She began to feel something was wrong. Shinkei looked at Wuyu, his eyes darkened, and he suddenly raised his lips and began to zip up his combat uniform. Looking at Shinkei's fair neck and collarbone, Wuyu turned around and wanted to run. Shinkei grabbed Wuyu with one hand and took off his clothes with one hand. Wuyu was horrified. "Shinkei, you said it yourself. Let me say something soft to coax you, and you won't be angry anymore." Shinkei nodded. "Yes, I'm not angry now." Not angry, but it didn't stop him from taking off his clothes. Shinkei sneered. "Don't be a coward. Weren't you very capable just now?" Wuyu wanted to summon a weapon, but Shinkei opened the signal blocker and took off the communicator faster. She wanted to turn around and jump out the window, But Shinkei directly controlled the AI to automatically close the window, and the whole room immediately entered the highest defense state during wartime. Shinkei walked towards Wu Yu and forced Wu Yu to the door. Shinkei, Wu Yu, you can train here. If you have the ability to beat me and escape, I will let you go today. Otherwise, Shinkei raised his mouth. Wu Yu, I have tolerated you for a long time. You are trying to hook him, right? Are you playing with him? Since you are so capable, don't be cowardly at the critical moment. Wu Yu looked at Shinkei, his eyes went from his mermaid line, 8-pack abs, pectoral muscles, deltoid muscles to his face that was so handsome that it made people hate him. Wu Yu swallowed nervously and prepared herself mentally. Wu Yu, hold on, don't let your mind slip. Shinkei's eyes suddenly darkened as if there was a whirlpool, and it was unfathomable. He attacked like lightning, and Wu Yu was directly dragged to his front. Wu Yu kicked Shinkei with all her strength, but he easily caught her ankle. Wu Yu gritted her teeth. How could she fight him? There was no way to fight him. She couldn't even beat Jietchen with her bare hands, so how could she beat Shinkei? She wasn't a violent person. She used her brain. Yes, she had to use her brain. Wu Yu stretched out her hand to push Shinkei back. When she touched him, she jumped back as if she had been electrocuted, but Shinkei held her down with unquestionable strength. Wu Yu, you asked Jian Suiyu to bring Jinjin to you. Shinkei tilted his head and sneered, no need. I don't have anything to know. He already knew everything he wanted to know. Wu Yu, I tell you whether I like you or not. Shinkei leaned closer to Wu Yu with a curled mouth. You like me? We are destined to be together, and our intimacy value has already reached the maximum. Moreover, Wu Yu, if you didn't like me, you wouldn't be dealing with me like this. You would have been serious a long time ago. He never wavered in Wu Yu's feelings for him. He would be sad just because he didn't like this state of uncertainty. Wu Yu couldn't believe it. How could this person's IQ suddenly go online? Wu Yu decided to use her trump card. Then I tell you who I've dated before. Shinkei stared at Wu Yu and suddenly laughed. Wu Yu, you've never been in a relationship. You don't think that the Jiang family will investigate people thoroughly, right? I'm the captain of the first team in the alliance, and I'm from Shadow Shinqingxi. It's not too much for me to do a background check on the team members? Walking on the edge of a knife, licking blood on the blade. No one should think that anyone is really a fool. Wu Yu, She still underestimated Shin Quebec. It turned out that the boy's cautious appearance just now was all acting to her. No wonder he didn't ask all the time. It's not that he didn't ask, he knew everything. Chapter 302. Wu Yu frowned. You are checking me secretly, right? Shinkei felt a little uneasy. I am just doing a background check. When an employee changes jobs, the new company also needs a background check. Wu Yu, whose background check also checks whether someone has ever been in a relationship? Isn't he afraid that Shinqingxi's ecstasy in Wu Yu will be a spy for him? Shinkei said stubbornly, doesn't the new company also ask about marital status? Interesting, Wu Yu laughed, then ask me about my current marital status. Shinkei looked expectant. What is your current marital status? Wu Yu's face darkened. I'm a widower. Shinkei, Shinkei looked pitiful. Wu Yu, are you angry again? Did he mess up again? He really didn't want to have a cold war with Wu Yu anymore. Wu Yu's back straightened up, and she pushed Shinkei to the sofa aggressively. Shinkei took a step back, and finally sat on the sofa. He supported himself on the sofa with both hands, looked up at Wu Yu, and felt a little uneasy. Shinkei was about to speak, when Wu Yu suddenly stretched out her arms, and wrapped her arms around his neck, burying her head in his ears. The light bulb in Shinkei's head suddenly lit up, and he hugged Wu Yu and leaned directly on the sofa. Wu Yu's voice was very soft. Shinkei, let's not quarrel anymore. I just want to stay with you quietly for a while. She was not angry. It was normal to investigate, and the team would investigate when recruiting new members. She even wondered for a while why Qi Yan didn't investigate her. Shinkei hugged Wu Yu tightly. Yeah? Shinkei had been investigating with suspicion, but the more he investigated, the more he found that Wu Yu was a pitiful little girl. Like him, she had been miserable since childhood, bullied in the orphanage, and was still a bullied little cannon fodder in Shadow. He didn't tell anyone about this, and no one in the team knew about it. Later, he accidentally heard Jietchen talking about it, and then he knew that he had seen Wu Yu when she was a child. It was exactly the same as what he investigated. Wu Yu suddenly asked him, Shinkei, when did you start to like me? Shinkei thought for a moment. It was when the world boss battle just started. Wu Yu, did you think I was pretty and attracted to me? Shinkei, no. To be honest, it's hard to say who is better looking between the two of them. Wu Yu reached out to pinch Shinkei's face. Why is that? You thought my death in the battle was just a catalyst. There must be a reason, right? Pinch, this kid has really good skin. Shinkei, because you are brave, hardworking, passionate, sincere, and full of vitality, which makes me yearn for you. His life was always surrounded by gloom and coldness, and he could only keep falling awake. Compared with the appearance that would eventually age, the emotional value that you gave him deeply fascinated him. She kept praising him for being great, praising him for speaking coolly. No one would say these things to him before. They would only make him obedient and obey. Even if he had heard it before, he didn't like the kind of approach with a purpose. Whether it was because of admiration for him, curiosity about him, or even the desire to conquer him with charm, it made him feel bored. It's not that he didn't understand. On the contrary, he felt the coercion and malice of love too early because of his background, so he became more alert and cautious about it. Do you like anyone who works hard, is passionate and sincere? Shinkei thought seriously. After a while, he shook his head. No, everyone is different. There are no two people in the world who are exactly the same. Even if two people do the same thing, the chain reaction that is triggered in the end will not be the same. I came to the beach, picked up a piece of my favorite shell, and I would never consider other shells again, no matter what they look like. It has nothing to do with me. I would leave directly, never go to the beach again, and never look at any shells again. You couldn't help laughing. Shinkei moved closer to her face. Then when did you like me? You asked him back. Shinkei, do you know that you always show me the kind of eyes that make people want to bully you? It's the kind of expression of expectation that you can bully me. I won't cry, I will endure it, and I even like it. That time when you suddenly came to me, I thought I had misunderstood. Why did you look at me like that? What did he mean? Shinkei, later, when I knew you were injured, I felt very complicated. It was a very strange feeling for me. So I want to confirm whether this is the suspension bridge effect, or I am really moved. So you kept lying to me in the world of the Earth Monument, pretending to be weak in front of me, and finally deliberately pulled the wrong rope so that so many people could see me bringing you down. Do you know that until now, Uncle Zhou, Aunt Fu, and my brothers and sisters all thought that I was the first to have bad intentions towards you when they were doing archaeological work? The most outrageous thing is that when I explained to them that I was not, they said that they could understand it, that it was normal for me to be attracted by beauty, and that it was all my fault. They said that my mother also fell in love with my father in this way, and that my father still has the charm now. If a man doesn't have a good appearance, don't even think about getting into our family's eyes. If it wasn't for the consideration that he couldn't be too definitive and make them think that Shinkei was a dead green tea, dark and crazy, and if they didn't agree, we would definitely expose all of Shinkei's past. Shinkei puff, laughed, and Wu struggled to run away in anger. He hugged Wu tightly. Don't leave. No one is allowed to leave until we finish talking today. Wu opened her mouth and bit Shinkei's shoulder, and Shinkei's eyes changed immediately. He said hoarsely, Wu, don't do this, I can't stand it. Wu held Shinkei's face with her hands, and she looked at Shinkei seriously. You have been working hard, trying to be hypocritical with Wang Ting, trying to fight wits and courage, to protect Qi Yin, and to break free from the shackles and survive. But you chose to protect me, keep the secret of my life experience, and resolutely die. Shinkei, you must have known something from Long Qi's mouth at that time, so you must kill him at all costs, even if it costs you your life. Dragon Breath must rely on the antidote, which is his bargaining chip, but I can open the antidote. After I told you the news of getting the antidote, I never got a reply from you. So what did you know? Is it related to me? Shinkei nodded slowly. Yes, but I don't want to tell you. He didn't want to say it. As long as he didn't say it, he could pretend that nothing existed. Wu, it was at this time that I confirmed, very seriously, that I like you very much. Shinkei, I am not playing with you, nor am I trying to hook you. I also need to repeatedly confirm your feelings and my own feelings. Because I am also very serious about feelings. Shin looked at her firmly, and said him softly. He instantly lifted the defense state of the entire room. You can go to the training class. Wu took a deep breath. She suddenly grabbed Shinkei's hand, put her wrist into Shinkei's hand, and looked at him in Shinkei's puzzled eyes. Shinkei, sometimes I reject you, but I don't really reject you. Sometimes I reject you because I want you to pull me over and kiss me hard. In fact, I like your crazy look, which looks very sexy with your face. Shinkei blinked quickly, and his exposed skin was all red. What did you say? Wu stood up and walked to the door. She opened the door and looked at Shinkei suddenly. She raised her eyebrows and said provocatively, So, who is the one who just yelled at me to stop being a coward? If you don't stop me, I really leave. Shinkei flew directly to Wu Yu, leaned sideways to block the door. Wu Yu, do you know what you are saying? Have you really thought it through? No matter where you go, I won't let you go. Wu Yu, This guy is so annoying. Wu Yu ignored him and turned around to leave. Shinkei's eyes darkened, and he grabbed Wu Yu and dragged her into the house without thinking, click, and locked the door from the inside without hesitation. Shinkei pushed Wu Yu against the door, hugged her waist, and held her face, kissing her without hesitation. Kisses fell one after another, and the love that had been suppressed for a long time was completely released. Wu Yu shyly grabbed the corner of Shinkei's clothes, tilted her head, and was kissed until her whole body was weak and her face flushed. Realizing that Shinkei's hand around her waist kept moving up to her back, Wu Yu moved and whispered, "Don't mess around, or I leave." Shin Chung immediately withdrew his hand, very honest. Shinkei kissed and kissed, his head moved lower and lower, leaving kiss marks on Wu Yu's neck. Wu Yu covered her neck in embarrassment, turned around and pushed the door to leave. Shinli immediately hugged her, leaned close to her ear and begged her, "Yu, don't leave." "Wu Yu, then you can't bully me like this anymore." Shinli immediately agreed, "Okay." Shinkei took Wu Yu to sit on the sofa and stared at her so hard that she couldn't even lift her head. Wu Yu blushed and glared at him. "You are not allowed to look at me." Shinkei didn't want to. "I will look." Why can't he look at his wife? Not only can he look at her, he also wants to kiss her. Shinkei held Wu Yu's waist to prevent her from running away, and held Wu Yu's head, and kissed her again. Feeling Shinkei's hand starting to get naughty again, Wu Yu pushed him away. Shinkei was so strong that she couldn't push him away, no matter how hard she pushed. Wu Yu was angry and said, "Shinkei." Shinkei blinked. "What's wrong?" Wu Yu stood up suddenly. "I'm really leaving." Wu Yu walked quickly to the door, but Shinkei blocked the door, and didn't let her go. Shinkei looked at her pitifully. "Yu, you said you didn't really want to reject me, you were willing." Wu Yu's face flushed. "But you always want to take advantage of me." "It's okay to kiss, but Shinkei's hands always want to mess around." Shin Chung immediately admitted his mistake. "I won't do this again, don't leave." Shinkei carefully looked at Wu Yu's face, and found that she had no intention of leaving. Shinkei held her waist hesitantly. Shinkei approached her. "I just kiss you, okay?" Wu Yu didn't look at him. Shinkei saw that Wu Yu's attitude was loosening, and immediately kissed her. Wu Yu hooked her neck, and was taken to the sofa by Shinkei. Shinkei held her, and let her sit on him. Wu Yu was shy and wanted to run away. Shinkei suddenly said in a hoarse voice, "Don't move anymore, my wife." Wu Yu's face froze instantly, and even her ears and neck were all red. She glanced at Shinkei with a flickering look and looked away. Shinkei came over and begged her in her ear, "Wife, I just kiss you, okay?" Wu Yu gently pushed him away. "You can't kiss me randomly." Shinkei buried his head in Wu Yu's neck. "Don't kiss me randomly, I just kiss you once." Wu Yu's breathing became faster and faster. She noticed that her face was flushed and her eyes were gradually dazed. Shinkei curled his lips, and began to push forward. Wu Yu didn't know how long Shinkei had hugged her and kissed her. By the time she realized what was happening, it was already dark. She lowered her head and kept saying, "Shinkei, let me go. I want to go back to the dormitory." Shinkei didn't let go. "Can you sleep here with me tonight? I will definitely not do anything." Wu Yu stared at him with a red face. "I don't believe it." Shinkei confirmed, "I really didn't do anything. I was always very obedient when we lived together before." Wu Yu gritted her teeth. How can it be the same? They were not together at that time, and now Shinkei looked at her as if he wanted to eat her. When Shinkei saw that Wu Yu was determined to leave, he thought of a solution in a hurry. "Besides, there is the Fox Fairy here, my wife. I beg you, we will be in the game tomorrow, and we can't be alone for several days." Wu Yu was embarrassed. "Don't call me wife." Shinkei hesitated. Yeah. Wu Yu took a deep breath. "It's agreed that you are not allowed to do anything. Just sleep normally." Shinkei nodded immediately. "Yes." Before going to bed, the two of them took a bath in the bathroom. The originally normal atmosphere became completely subtle and charming after the bath. Wu Yu looked at the look in Shinkei's eyes on her, and her whole body was trembling with fear. She warned him, "If you dare to mess around, I will leave immediately." Shinkei nodded calmly. His eyes seemed to fall on Wu Yu, and his tone became contemptuous. "Yes, I won't mess around." Shinkei walked up to Wu Yu, picked her up and put her on the bed, then climbed onto the bed. Wu Yu raised her hand to push him. "Shinkei, what did you just say?" Shinkei's voice was vague. "I won't do anything, I just kiss you." "Wife, you don't let me mess around. You can't control me just by kissing me." Shinkei held her waist. Wu Yu's breathing became more and more rapid, and she realized that the more Shinkei kissed her waist, the more wrong it was, and Wu Yu gritted her teeth in anger. This man is simply taking advantage of me. There is not a single truth. He must be punished. This time, even if Shinkei's hand began to stray, Wu Yu remained calm. Just when Shinkei was distracted and gradually got carried away, the scene in front of him suddenly began to change, and the beautiful scene suddenly became terrifying. The woman in red clothes with a strange fox face had her flesh and hair burning violently, revealing her white bones, and making a sharp and sinister laugh. Shinkei was in a state of excitement, and was frightened and stepped back instantly. Poochie. He calmed down and looked at Wu Yu bending over and laughing. He couldn't help but curl his lips. Going forward and holding Wu Yu in his arms, Shinkei said unhappily, "You did it on purpose, didn't you?" Wu Yu smiled brightly. "Who told you to lie all the time?" Shinkei kissed her. "I really like you so much that I can't control myself." Wu Yu turned away embarrassedly. Shinkei hugged her and closed his eyes. "Go to sleep, my dear. I really won't do anything this time." He was so scared by this damn thing. Chapter 303. The natural disaster ends and the map opens. Wu Yu, the dungeon was once a mountain village in China. The entire village was built on a cliff and isolated from the world. Wu Yu holographically projected the Jiang family's current exploration of the dungeon. Wu Yu, this present dungeon has a plot. As long as we enter, we will start a sacrifice to the deceased from the perspective of outsiders. At the same time, 8 old friends, who have returned from outside the village will start this memorial service with us. Moreover, starting from the day of the memorial service, people will die every day for the next 7 days. This memorial service will not end until the secret of the entire Linya village is completely solved. The Jiang family has entered 2 groups before, and none of them came out alive, so the evaluation level of this dungeon is SSS level. After speaking, Wu Yu looked at Qi Yan and the others. "Please sign up now." Wu Chong raised his hand. I want to go." Fu Yinchi, count me in. Jietchen and Richard, 1. Jian Suiyu, how many people can enter the dungeon at most? Wu Yu, 8, including brother Huaiji and brother Qian from the Jiang family. Jian Suiyu was surprised. Jiang Yuhua is not going. It's really strange that this crazy woman didn't follow Wu Yu. Wu Yu. Well, she said that the risk factor is particularly high this time, so she has to be ready to blow up the dungeon outside at any time. No one in the Jiang family has her courage to let all mankind play ball together, and she doesn't trust anyone to do it. Jian Suiyu, It turns out that Crazy Pa is not getting better, but even more crazy. Jian Suiyu thought for a moment, then I won't go either. I'd be supporting you from outside. Qi Yan has so many people in, he doesn't feel comfortable leaving them all in Crazy Pa's hands. Wu Yu, including me, Qi Yan has signed up 5 people now. She looked at Shinkei and suddenly laughed, and Shinkei's face suddenly turned as black as the bottom of a pot. Wu Chong, hey Captain, aren't you going? Shinkei gritted his teeth. Of course I go. Jian Suiyu, then why have you been looking like you're going to explode since this morning? Shinkei's eyes were full of black air. Let's go immediately. After finishing this book, we go and blow up the Fox Fairy dungeon. Everyone looked at each other in confusion. Only Wu Yu tried hard to suppress her mouth to prevent herself from laughing. Shinkei walked to her side and said in a gloomy voice, "Try to laugh again." Wu Yu looked up with an innocent face. Huh? I didn't laugh. I didn't laugh at all. She pinched Shinkei's face. Get ready, let's go. Start the shuttle. The destination is the dungeon Linyashan village. When Qi Yan and his men arrived at the destination, the Jiang family had already made preparations outside. Jiang Yuhua was wearing the combat uniform of the special forces. This time I will be in charge of the dungeon's overall work. This is the live camera. Please wear it. We will follow up in time according to your situation after entering the dungeon to help you open the 1-minute unlocking state. Wu Yu nodded. Sister Yuhua, this time our deputy captain will cooperate with you. Jiang Yuhua glanced at Jian Suiyu. No problem, Deputy Captain Jian, please take care of me. After wearing the portable live broadcast equipment, everyone set off to enter the dungeon in the present world. Jiang Huaiji, the dungeon is on the mountain. If you want to go up the mountain, you need to go through layers of thick fog. When the fog clears, there will be more people around us. They are all villagers who came back from outside to attend the condolences, and we are hikers who come here for hiking. Wu Yu, how did the people who went in before die? Jiang Huaiji, I don't know. From our perspective, they all committed suicide. It is very likely that they fell into some kind of mental pollution unknown to outsiders. Speaking of mental pollution, everyone looked at Wu Yu. Wu Yu's last round of mental pollution was so serious. Wu Yu was puzzled. Why are you looking at me? Didn't I tell you that my mental power has been upgraded again? Wu Chong was surprised, upgraded again. When? Wu Yu, just when I went to the polar region last time, now I am S+. Wu Chong, wow, Yu Yu is really amazing. Jiang Qian, Yu Yu is really amazing, her mental strength has improved so fast in such a short time. Brother Qian is really happy. Shinkei was speechless. Didn't you know that Wu Yu entered the world city last time? What are you pretending for, you crazy man? Jiang Qian rolled his eyes, and threatened in a low voice, Shinkei, sooner or later, I will dig up your dirt, and let Meibao know your true face. Shinkei's expression changed instantly, and Jiang Qian immediately shouted, Sister, look at him, I told you he's crazy. Will you warn them? We're in a dungeon. Be serious, are you going to die? Shinkei and Jiang Qian exchanged glances, and both turned away with a gloomy look on their faces. As they continued to climb, the white fog on the mountain became thicker and thicker, and the originally relaxed atmosphere gradually became much more gloomy. The mountain was filled with the strange whistling sound of the mountain wind. It was impossible to see where the wind was coming from, but there was always the sound of sparse dead branches being stepped on by the ears. As if invisible, as they continued to climb up, many other people appeared around them. Everyone's eyes began to be alert. They had obviously entered the dungeon. Wu Yu looked around and carefully observed the white fog. The white fog reduced the visibility around to a very low level, and the range visible to the naked eye was less than 3 meters. They all wore special clothes, with a way to secretly identify their companions and reflective strips, which could avoid being replaced by ghosts to the greatest extent. Everyone kept a very tight formation, trying not to fall behind. Wu Yu didn't stand in the middle. Absolute protection was meaningless. What she needed was more discoveries before entering the official map. Wu Yu looked around. The road up the mountain was very monotonous, mostly with unchanging trees and dead branches. Sometimes a crisp sound would be heard when you stepped on it. Crack. It was just like this. Wu Yu turned her head suddenly. There was a person standing where the sound came from. She slowed down her breathing and watched that person. A cloud of fog slowly gathered, and the body became solid from a shadow until it completely turned into a person. Judging from the body shape, it was a little girl. For a moment, Wu Yu couldn't see what her facial features looked like. It was hazy and blurry. Wu Yu immediately realized that this was a wrong state. She felt that this person was very far away. The distance where the little girl stood was far beyond the normal visibility range of the white fog. Wu Yu looked at this blurry face from the corner of her eye. It moved from 5 meters away to 3 meters away, 1 meter away, and then to the little girl who was only as tall as her waist. Suddenly, she was face to face with her, just a few feet away. Wu Yu didn't even blink, and threw a punch at the approaching face. Everyone looked away when they saw Wu Yu suddenly raise her hand and punch Shinkei hard. Puff, everyone laughed. Shinkei was stunned for a moment and looked at Wu Yu, not caring about being beaten at all. What are you laughing at? Don't you understand why you hit him? You hit him only if you like him. Shinkei realized that Wu Yu saw an illusion and hurriedly called her, Wu Yu. Wu Yu blinked and came back to her senses. Seeing that Shinkei's cheekbone was blue and red, she was surprised. Did I hit you? Shinkei nodded agreeably. Yeah. Everyone, Brother, you didn't react like this just now. You are really good at pretending. Wu Yu looked around at everyone, and found that none of them looked like they saw an illusion. With her S+ mental power now, she is no longer at the bottom, so it doesn't make sense for her to be the first target of mental attack. Her luck is not bad. But the ghost thing, just now, was obviously coming straight at her. Wu Yu began to suspect that the ghost thing in this dungeon also absorbed the power of the door. The power of the door is exactly the same as the source of her power, so out of the attraction of power, the boss in the dungeon will choose to attack her first without hesitation. Chapter 304. Jiang Huaiji, yeah, what happened just now? Wu Yu, a little girl whose face I couldn't see clearly, appeared in the fog, getting closer and closer to me. She was looking at me. Jiang Qian was surprised. Little girl, could it be? Jiang Huaiji's face sank. Don't jump to conclusions, it may be just an ordinary illusion. Wu Yu looked at everyone. Did you see it? Everyone shook their heads. Continue to go up to the thickest part of the white fog. The visibility has dropped to 1 meter, and the surroundings are filled with gloomy white fog. The exposed skin feels sticky and weird under the invasion of the white fog. After passing through the thickest area of white fog, the fog gradually dissipated. Qi Yin and others suddenly found a dilapidated stone door in the distance. On the stone door was written, Linyashan Village. 2 farmers came from a distance carrying hoes. What a pity, how could Xiao and I die at such a young age? Yes, I heard that she accidentally fell down and died while picking mushrooms in the mountains. It was very tragic. Her head was broken. Alas, it's a pity for Xiaomi's mother. She worked so hard to raise her child, but she died just like that. The farmer looked up and saw Wu Yu and others, and was very surprised. You are? Jiang Huaiji was about to speak, but was suddenly stopped by Wu Yu. Wu Yu suddenly covered her face with sadness. Uncles, don't you remember me? I am Xiao Chui. I came back to attend Xiaomi's funeral. Everyone present, including the farmer, looked at each other. Huh? Farmer, there is no girl named Xiao Chui in our village. Wu Yu, then what is the girl called? Farmer, she is called Xiao Hua. Wu Yu nodded and immediately changed her words. Yes, I am Xiao Hua. I was so sad that I slipped my tongue just now. Farmer, but Xiao Hua doesn't look like you. Wu Yu was embarrassed. I've made some money by moving bricks outside recently, and I want to get a nose job with a rich man to give myself a facelift. Uncle, don't call me Xiao Hua. People don't call me that outside. It's not fashionable. I'm called Flavor now. Farmer. Flavor? Wu Yu responded, hey, that's me. Don't you see that this doesn't make sense? Right. This is right? What kind of right? The CPU was burned by the farmers. The people of Qian looked at each other silently, and the corners of their mouths were really harder to suppress than AK. Wu Yu turned to look at Jiang Huaiji, who was stunned for a moment, and suddenly opened his eyes wide in surprise. He realized that there were 8 people who came back to attend the funeral, and the number of people who entered the dungeon was also 8, so the people who entered the dungeon had to play the role of the 8 people who attended the funeral. They had to replace the NPCs in the dungeon to investigate the truth of the funeral, otherwise it would trigger the death condition and people would die every day. Wu Yu looked at him now. Could it be that Jiang Huaiji lowered his voice? The NPCs who are coming to the funeral will appear in about 5 minutes. Wu Yu was very enthusiastic. Uncles, I miss you so much after not seeing you for so long. I want to have a good chat with you 2 uncles here. The implication was that she was forcibly controlling the 2 guide NPCs for 5 minutes to get information, and let Qi Yan and Heir Jiang kill all the NPCs that were about to appear. Qi Yan's people, and Wu Yu had played dungeons several times, and gradually followed Wu Yu's strange train of thought. Wu Yu grabbed Shinkei's hand, and quickly wrote on his palm, identity information. This meant that they should try to find more identity-related information about the NPC after killing them, which would help explore the subsequent plot. Everyone looked at each other, and quietly dispersed into the mist, looking for NPCs that matched their identities to hunt. This set of smooth operations made Jiang Yuhua and Jiang Mubai outside the camera stunned. Jiang Mubai couldn't believe it. Oh my god, they actually started to actively hunt NPCs as soon as they entered the dungeon under the guidance of Wu Yu. Jiang Yuhua, before, our people's first reaction when they entered was to avoid NPCs for fear of triggering the death condition, but they lost the initiative. Jian Suiyu has gotten used to it, nothing to be surprised about. It's all Wu Yu's routine operation, and the words of the NPC who led the way in the 8-man version are all hints. It seems that these people in the Jiang family have never seen the world. Jiang Yuhua happily held her heart. Maybao is really amazing. Sister likes it so much. Jiang Mubai took pictures crazily. It has to be my Maybao. It really makes people feel too safe. Jian Suiyu walked a few steps to the side. I'm really afraid of being infected by the crazy man and woman. In the fog. Shinkei moved quickly. He had to find the female NPC and kill her as soon as possible to avoid the danger of Wu Yu, who was holding the 2 guides alone, being exposed. Seeing a female NPC with a backpack, Shinkei narrowed his eyes dangerously, and stepped forward without hesitation, and directly raised his knife. The female NPC didn't even react before Shinkei cut off her head. When the female NPC died, she left her belongings behind, and turned into white mist, and dissipated in the air. Shinkei picked up everything, and turned to the next target without hesitation. As soon as the backpack man appeared, he heard, "Hi." As soon as he turned his head, Richard's mental power directly shattered his brain. As soon as the NPC died, it turned into white mist, and Richard did not find it in his brain. Picking up the backpack, Richard found the man's wallet, and quickly digested his identity information. As soon as the glasses man appeared, he heard, "Hey, I don't like wearing glasses." As soon as he turned his head, Wu Chong had finished reading the bar, and a black snake appeared on the ground and bit him in half. A cloud of white mist dissipated, the black snake bit nothing. Wu Chong picked up his glasses and put them on his face. "The degree is too high, I feel dizzy, and I want to vomit." When the burly bodybuilder appeared, he heard, no, he didn't hear anything. Jiechin punched him to death. Picking up the bodybuilder's sports backpack, Jiechin quickly moved towards Wu Yu. Fu Yinchi and Shinkei looked at the couple who appeared in front of them at the same time, and the two looked at each other instantly. Fu Yinchi was very knowledgeable and tactful. How about I give this to you? Shinkei, I have killed a female NPC. Oh, Fu Yinchi raised his eyebrows instantly. So this dungeon should have 2 female players. Chapter 305. Because the Jiang family didn't understand the dungeon gameplay before, and wanted to stack more heavy firepower output, Jiang Yuhua gave up entering the dungeon. Now, Qi Yan and Heir Jiang have both obtained their identities, and are quickly going to support Wu Yu. Only the 2 of them have not finalized their identities. In short, kill first. Fu Yinchi and Shinkei looked at each other in surprise. Shinkei gave Fu Yinchi the identity of the female player before. You come to pretend to be a woman. Fu Yinchi raised his eyebrows. Are you sure? Shinkei nodded, of course. He didn't want to pretend to be a woman, he just pretended to be a couple with Wu Yu happy. No, they were already a couple, there was no need to pretend. Fu Yinchi opened the ID information, he raised his eyebrows and looked at Shinkei. These 2 are not a couple, they are siblings. Are you sure you want me to pretend to be a woman? Then it is very likely that Wu Yu and I will be assigned to the same room. Seeing Shinkei's face darken instantly, Fu Yinchi was dancing in the minefield. As long as you have no problem, I have no problem. When I came here, my uncle master told me to take good care of Wu Yu, and I will definitely live up to my uncle master's trust. Shinkei gritted his teeth. Give it to me. Fu Yinchi deliberately gave him the identity information of the male NPC, but Shinkei pushed him away and snatched the identity information of 2 female players. Jiang Yuhua was already furious behind the live camera. Give the female player's identity card to Jiang Huaiji. Did you hear me? Jiang Huaiji is a woman from now on. Jian Suiyu was speechless. Deputy Captain Jiang, it's useless to shout louder, they can't hear you at all. Stop yelling, sister, he has tinnitus. Jiang Yuhua looked at Jian Suiyu fiercely. Shinkei is basically plotting something bad. Jian Suiyu, If Jiang Yuhua knew that Wu Yu and Shinkei came out of the house together this morning, it would probably directly detonate Blue Star. Facing Jian Suiyu's silence, Jiang Yuhua's eyes became more dangerous. Why don't you speak? Do you know something? Jian Suiyu smiled. Miss Jiang is now taking out her anger on an innocent person like me? Jian Yuhua suddenly lost his momentum, blushed and looked away, and after a long time, he managed to say, sorry, I was too excited. While waiting for everyone to come back with their identities, Wu Yu took out a handful of melon seeds and chatted with 2 NPCs. Wu Yu, uncle, how is the village these days? Farmer, the village is still the same. You know we can't grow any crops in this rocky mountain. All the elderly people in the village have gone out to find jobs. If it weren't for Xiaoni's trip, you wouldn't have all come back to mourn. Wu Yu, then the children who stayed in the village must have a hard life, right? Farmer sighed. How can we have children here? In this poor place, we will soon be extinct. There used to be a school in the village, the one you studied in before. Now, let alone teachers, even the school has been turned into a warehouse, and no one has been in it for a long time. Wu Yu's eyes flickered. There are no children in the village now. So what about the children she saw in the white fog? If these NPCs are all generated from the white fog, it means that the existence of NPCs is not groundless, but such people exist. Perhaps some keywords were triggered, and the 2 farmers chatted with each other. If so, all the children who came to mourn this time are the last class of children before the village primary school was closed. Yes, since then, our Linya village has become increasingly destitute. Alas, Xiaohua and the others are promising, and have all left the mountains, but Xioni never left in her life, and died so early in the end. Don't talk about these things, it makes people feel uncomfortable. Xiaohua, did you come here alone this time? Didn't you make an appointment with everyone to go up the mountain together? Wu Yu saw from the corner of her eye that Qi Yan and his group had finished hunting NPCs, and were returning one after another. She looked at the farmer. How could it be? Didn't we just come together? Didn't you 2 see it? The farmer saw people from a distance and greeted them immediately. Huzi Gongzi. Hey! It's true that the moment you mention the devil appears. Wu Yu noticed that something was wrong with the farmer's words, and she looked at him thoughtfully. Suddenly, Wu Yu realized that the first sentence the 2 farmers said when they saw her was, you are. That is to say, although everyone was standing here with her just now, they could not be seen at all, because they had no identity information. It is similar to the state of the soul leaving the body in metaphysics. It cannot be seen at all, so naturally there is no possibility of passing the level from the beginning. The player thought that he entered the village under the guidance of the guide farmer, but in fact, that had triggered the condition of death. It is not that one person dies every day, but that everyone who steps into the stone gate of Linya village dies. It is just a matter of time before they realize it. When the soul realizes that it has left the body and died, the entity will naturally commit suicide. When the soul leaves the body, the entity may have been occupied and controlled by the white fog. But she can be seen. That can only mean that she already had an identity when Bai Wu came here. So now can it be understood that she has two vests? Wu Yu was about to think, and suddenly saw Shinkei coming from the crowd. She blinked frantically, and looked at Fu Yanqi on the side. This is... What's going on? Fu Yanqi, my sister and I? Wu Yu immediately reacted. So this dungeon has two female characters. Her eyes fell on Shin Quebec. This was the second time she saw Shinkei dressed as a woman. The last time, the white dancers look left a deep impression on her. However, this is a mountain, and it is inconvenient to travel. The clothes of men and women are not much different, except that their hair is much longer than before. When everyone gathered, the farmer enthusiastically arranged, "You haven't been back to the village for a long time. The humidity is heavy in the mountains, and the places you lived before are not suitable for you. We have arranged accommodation for you in advance. It happens that there are 4 rooms for the 8 of you. Xiaohua, you and Xiaofeng can share a room. You girls haven't seen each other for a long time. You can chat more if you have something to say." After the rooms were allocated, the farmer asked them to rest early. "We have a lot of rules for burials here. You will have to work hard tomorrow, and you will know then." After saying this mysteriously, the farmer left. "Wu Yu, brother Huaiji, did you participate in the burial before?" Jiang Huaiji shook his head. "We didn't know the rules before, and we have never heard of what the farmer said. Wu Chong, no matter how many rules there are for burials, they are nothing more than various sacrificial rituals. Yanqi and I are sure." Before he finished speaking, he was covered by Jiechen and Richard at the same time. "You will die if you don't set a few flags, right?" Seeing Wu Yu and the others enter the main plot so quickly, Jian Suiyu, Jiang Yuhua, and Jiang Mu Bai were mixed with joy and worry. Jiang Yuhua kept looking up information nervously. Because the end of the world is coming, many local customs and documents have been lost. Linya village was originally a very remote mountain village. Even if the Jiang family wanted to check, it would be difficult to find useful clues. Jian Suiyu, don't be nervous, trust them. If it doesn't work, there is still a way to back it up. Jiang Yuhua nodded, yes. They entered the room in pairs, and Shinkei looked at Wu Yu hesitantly and blinked. Wu Yu pointed at his live camera, and Shinkei instantly wilted. Wu Yu walked behind him. "Shall I help you comb your hair?" Shincheng immediately sat down obediently, and followed Wu Yu's actions. But they didn't know that when Wu Yu took the comb and slowly combed Shinkei's hair, her expression changed. She showed a very strange and sinister smile on her face, with a sinister aura, and focused on Shinkei's beautiful white hair. In her hand, the wooden comb turned into a sharp pair of scissors. The sharp tip of the knife was facing Shinkei's defenseless back of the neck. Without hesitation, she cut it hard. Chapter 306. When Wu Yu came to her senses, the scissors had tightened. She immediately stepped back, but Shinkei turned around faster. The scissors narrowly grazed Shinkei's neck, and blood flowed out instantly. Wu Yu opened her eyes wide in surprise, covered Shinkei's neck with one hand, and used the other hand to get a bandage. Quickly calming down and bandaging Shinkei, Wu Yu was angry. "Raise your head and don't move, Shinkei. What are you doing?" Shinkei looked up at Wu Yu intently. "I feel that your breath is not right." "Wu Yu, then your first reaction should be to beat me up." Shinkei blinked and answered obediently yes. He couldn't bear to do that, not to mention that Wu Yu would feel sorry for him if he was injured. Wu Yu frowned and told Shinkei, "If this happens again next time, you must deal with it according to your normal reaction. Otherwise, don't play dungeons with me in the future. You are so unprofessional that I can't cooperate with you." "Shinkei, but my normal reaction is to just beat the person." From the moment the scissors appeared, the person holding them was already dead. "Wu Yu, then you cut me." Jian Suiyu looked at Jiang Yuhua cautiously, but Jiang Yuhua saw that Shinkei said, "Then I might as well cut myself." Jiang Yuhua nodded with a look of deep agreement. Shinkei still said something sensible. "Jian Suiyu, let's raise a toast together to celebrate. Today several licking dogs gathered here and successfully joined forces." Wu Yu's face darkened. "Shinkei, from now on, you must keep an eye on me. Once you feel something is wrong with me, you must act immediately without any hesitation." He looked at Wu Yu, asking Wu Yu if she had found anything. Wu Yu took out a pen. Seeing Wu Yu take out a pen, Jiang Yuhua and Jian Suiyu's reactions were like the top students seeing the god of learning start to solve a problem. They all stretched their necks and leaned out, their eyes bright and warm in an instant. Jian Suiyu, no way. We are just getting started, and there are only 2 NPCs leading the way, and you have an idea already? Isn't it too fast? Can you leave a way out for me? It's too exaggerated. Jiang Yuhua's eyes were full of stars. You are worthy of being my sister. As long as I can get the inheritance rights of my sister, I am willing to live in a villa and drive a luxury car for the rest of my life. Jiang Mubai. Sister, you really don't want to suffer any loss. But why does Shinkei seem so calm? Doesn't he realize that what my sister has to do now is a very explosive dungeon logic deduction? Jian Suiyu, because for a poor student, there is no essential difference between 100 points and 98 points. Fortunately, Wu still left a way out for the geniuses present. She just drew a little girl, the little girl she saw in the white fog, wearing a patched coarse linen dress, and her hair was cut short with scissors. Finally, Wu left a blank space on the blurred face. Wu handed the paper to Shinkei and looked around the room to confirm that there was nothing strange. She told Shinkei, "This little girl is the one I saw in the white fog. I now suspect that she is the boss in the dungeon. Maybe it's because of my identity that the little girl appeared. This is both a clue and an extra death line for us." Shinkei, extra death line? Wu nodded. I suspect that this little girl is now possessed by me. Once a certain unknown condition is triggered, she will suddenly appear and start killing people. Just like just now, I combed your hair, and the action of combing your hair was the triggering condition. Hearing that the dungeon boss was now possessed by Wu Yu, Shinkei's expression was very gloomy. His cold eyes traced Wu Yu's outline, as if he wanted to use his mental power to strangle the ghost who dared to target Wu Yu. Wu Yu shook his head. No, it's not time yet. Shinkei, every action or event that can trigger the killing condition must be inextricably linked to the final mainline deduction. We should not be afraid of triggering the killing condition now. In order to quickly obtain more clues in a short time, we should even take the initiative to try to guide the trigger. So you have to watch me throughout this process. As she spoke, Wu Yu pointed to the messy hair of the little girl in the painting, which looked like it had been bitten by a dog. For example, when combing her hair, you see the girl's messy hair. Why would she want to kill someone when combing her hair? Could it be because someone deliberately teased her when combing her hair, or even cut her hair into a mess to make fun of her? It was this experience that planted a seed of hatred in her heart, making her never forget it. Shinkei, then shall we try to trigger more killing conditions now? Wu Yu nodded. Let's go find them. Wu Yu and Shinkei called out the people in the room one by one. Considering the possibility that there was a third person who would not show up when the little girl appeared, they just took advantage of the sight bug at the corner. According to the different ID cards that each person got, Wu Yu found Jietchen first. Try to grab my collar. Jietchen was surprised. Why do you grab your collar? It's like grabbing a chicken. Wu Yu did not hesitate, you bald ass. Jietchen was furious. Wu Yu, I think I haven't hit you for too long, so I give you courage. As he spoke, he pulled up Wu Yu's collar, and Jietchen immediately felt that something was wrong with Wu Yu. Jietchen watched Wu Yu's face reveal a weird and creepy smile, and the corners of her mouth were cracked to a terrible degree, and the corners of her mouth were bleeding. Wu Yu suddenly stretched out her hand to pry Jietchen's hand, and her strength was so great that she kept making a crackling sound, which forced Jietchen to let go of his hand. Jietchen realized that there was something dirty on Wu Yu, and he punched Wu Yu without hesitation. Before he could make a move, he was punched by Shinkei, who suddenly jumped up from the side. Jietchen covered his face with an incredible look. You hit me? She was possessed, and you hit me. Where is justice? Because of Shinkei's appearance, Wu Yu's eyes gradually regained clarity. She looked at Shinkei, and Shinkei nodded. You are right. You provoked Jietchen just now, and you changed your face when he started to move. It is impossible to detect the mental power of that thing. If you want to strip it, you may need to use your and Yen Chi's metaphysics. Jietchen, you were just experimenting? Wu Yu was possessed? Wu Yu nodded, yes. Jietchen frowned. Will that thing hurt you? Wu Yu, I don't know, collect more clues as soon as possible. Chapter 307. After Wu Yu's experiment, it was found that almost all behaviors that could trigger the killing conditions were insulting or hurtful to the little girl. Throwing water, kicking, pulling the collar. The direction of these behaviors was too obvious, and Wu Yu didn't need to speculate at all. Everyone present realized that this group had behaved badly towards the little girl. Jiang Qian, isn't this unsolvable? We are now playing the role of a group. Everyone has bullied the boss. We can't move the boss with emotion and reason, and confess to make her forgive us, right? Wu Yu shook her head. Don't be impatient. It's too early to draw a conclusion now. The faster and more intuitive the clues in the dungeon are, the more likely they are confusing information that deliberately guides us to look at the whole problem with a subconscious subjective bias. Information is information. Don't give active assumptions to information without a strong logical chain to support it. And Wu Yu was surprised. If the subsequent appearances were all caused by passivity, then why did the little girl appear when she took the initiative to comb Shinkei's hair? And why did she return to normal without external interference? Jiang Huaiji, it's getting late today, go to bed early, and stay alert at night. Everyone nodded and returned to the room. Entering the room, Shinkei looked at the only narrow bed in the room and secretly glanced at Wu Yu. Wu Yu, go to bed, you have to get up early tomorrow morning. Shinkei looked around, then where should I sleep? Wu Yu turned to look at Shinkei. Shinkei's eyes sparkled. Wu Yu, what do you think? Shinkei hesitated. How about I sleep on the floor? I make a bed on the floor. Wu Yu nodded. Okay, I'm sorry to bother you, Captain. Shinkei, He didn't want to sleep on the floor. He still remembered clearly how pitiful it was to be kicked out of the room in Haikuang Town before. Shinkei was unwilling, but there is no extra quilt, and the floor is cold at night. I was just injured, my neck is bleeding, and I'm a little weak. Wu Yu looked at him, and Shinkei blinked. Wu Yu was really fed up with this dead green tea. How could he spend all his time on dating every day? How did he survive in such a situation? Jian Suiyu closed his eyes in annoyance when he saw Shinkei's worthless appearance. He had always been on high alert. It had become muscle memory to wake up instantly at the slightest disturbance. Therefore, Shinkei had long been accustomed to this dangerous state. I am happy again, brother. You are so reckless. You dared to focus on love in such a dangerous dungeon. Wu Yu's eyes fell on Shinkei's neck. Come and sleep on the bed. Shinkei achieved his goal and went to bed. Turning sideways to look at Wu Yu, Shinkei smiled. Good night. Wu Yu faced him. Good night. Jian Suiyu could feel the dark energy gathering around Jiang Yuhua through Jiang Mubai. Before she started to yell again, Jian Suiyu spoke quickly. Wu Yu's current state is very unstable. I don't know what the little girl who possessed her will do at night. Shinkei had been following death in various dungeons for many years. Shinkei could immediately realize that something was wrong with Wu Yu. And look at Wu Yu's eyes. Isn't it a little strange? Every time Wu Yu starts to have a fancy, her eyes are always like this. Jiang Mubai, what's wrong? Jian Suiyu, I thought about it carefully and found that only Shinkei was actively triggered, and the others were passive. So, Wu Yu called Shinkei to her side. Maybe she wanted to actively let the little girl show up and kill him. How cruel, sister. Only Shinkei can stand such a play. If it were someone else, they would be killed by the boss in minutes. Jiang Yuhua looked expectant. Really? I hope this boss can prove himself with his strength. Jian Suiyu, How is it possible? Has Shinkei been messing around for nothing for so many years? Shinkei felt a little cold in the second half of the night. He was about to reach out and hug Wu Yu, but suddenly felt something was wrong and opened his eyes. Wu Yu was looking at him. No, this was not Wu Yu. It was that ghost again. She was looking at him with a very strange look. Shinkei felt something was wrong. This was definitely not the look of a person who had been bullied for years. It was more like a superior selecting a sacrifice for himself. Shinkei narrowed his eyes dangerously. Wu Yu suddenly blinked, and the little girl left again. Wu Yu, she came to see you, right? Shinkei, well, she doesn't look right. She doesn't look like a victim. She looks more like a ruler. In the silent night, the bed was small, and the voices of the two were very soft, but they could be heard clearly. Wu Yu, I was thinking, if the boss is a little girl, then who is the little Ni that the villagers talk about growing up together? Has there really been such a little Ni who has grown up? If the little Ni always stays as a little girl, then whose funeral are we attending on behalf of the NPC? Will it be our own? Will the entire funeral ceremony that follows be prepared for us, the last class of students in the school, the sealed school? Have they really walked out of the mountains? Did someone really walk out of the mountain? If they did, why would they keep reappearing from the white fog? In the silent night, Jiang Yuhua and Jian Suiyu were the only ones watching because they were taking a break from their shifts. Hearing Wu Yu's calm speculation, the two of them felt a little horrified and creepy for no reason. Jian Suiyu felt the cold sweat dripping down his forehead. She's too fast. The entire network of information spread out like a net, with dense, logical chains, constantly deduced and negated, until it was infinitely close to the truth. Jiang Yuhua's face was solemn. Meibao's thinking ability is getting faster and faster. It was only 3 days since she last broke through her mental power, but we found that her mental power showed signs of soaring to SS level during the deduction. If this continues, I'm really afraid that her body will not be able to withstand the rapid surge in mental power. It can't be suppressed anymore. The seal in her mind will soon be unable to suppress her. When Jiang Yuhua and Jian Suiyu were thinking, they didn't notice that Wu Yu and Shinkei's camera was quickly blocked. Wu Yu watched Shinkei blocking the camera. He came close to her and kissed her first. Then, he buried his head in her neck without hesitation. This guy bit her. He realized that she had tricked him and got angry. Wu Yu couldn't help but laugh. Shinkei was upset. You are not allowed to laugh. Wu Yu reached out and touched Shinkei's white hair. Go to sleep. She won't come again tonight. Shinkei, yeah. The next morning, just after dawn, the farmer was waiting for them at the door. Qi Yin and his men found out after they went out. In the half-bright white fog of the early morning, many people appeared, entangled with the white fog, blurry and not very clear. As the sky became brighter and brighter, these people came from the darkness like 100 ghosts parading at night, and moved to them, without hearing a single footstep. Waving his hand, smiling and greeting, "You're back." Hundreds of people in mourning clothes looked at them closely. Walking along the way, they held up a gloomy white banner without a single breeze. The sun was getting higher and higher, and the sun shone on their bodies, but there was no warmth at all. With a warm smile on his face, his eyes were extremely cold and greedy. Qi Yin looked at each other, and his heart slowly sank. This scene was indeed quite creepy. Chapter 308. The village chief who took the lead called Qi Yin and others. Xiao and I is your good friend. You will see her off for the last time. Wu Yu found that the villagers standing next to the coffin were strange. After the villagers left, a circle of empty spaces was left next to the coffin car, and everyone looked at them. 8 people happened to stand at the 8 positions of the coffin. When everyone was about to move, Wu Yu suddenly said, "Wait." Everyone looked sideways. What's wrong? Wu Yu suddenly thought of yesterday's test. She felt that the standing positions of these 8 positions might be particular. Wu Yu asked Shinkei to stand at the front and Jietchen to stand at the position closest to the neck. Under her ranking, everyone immediately realized that this was the same position as the one that triggered the killing condition tested yesterday. Moreover, it was exactly the same as the position where the villagers stood just now. Everyone exchanged glances and stood according to the position. Then, they found that the last position left for Wu Yu was the end of the coffin. As soon as everyone stood, the sound of the funeral swana sounded immediately, and the entire funeral procession moved towards the burial location. The villagers on the side suddenly rushed up to surround them, and Wu Yu's position separated her from everyone else. Shinkei couldn't see Wu Yu standing at the end, and frowned. "Richard, don't be nervous," Shinkei said coldly. "It's better to be a coincidence." This ghost place really made him feel wrong everywhere. Wu Yu stood at the coffin, surrounded by the villagers, and felt her body getting colder and colder. At the same time, she had the illusion that appeared in the white fog before. She saw someone approaching. It was the little girl. She came to find her again. No, Wu Yu suddenly realized that if the person who appeared now was a little girl, then who was possessed by her and suddenly transformed to kill people? She suddenly looked at everyone, and suddenly found that there was no Qi Yan's figure around. There was only endless white cloth and villagers, whose faces could not be seen. They pushed the coffin cart silently. Obviously, her feet did not move at all, but the scenery from the village into the forest kept changing. If she did not move, then what was moving? It's a coffin car, she's on it. No, Wu Yu shook her head. She looked sideways at the wooden board with a smell of earth beside her, and looked at the coffin lid that suddenly turned black above her head. She was in the coffin. Wu Yu realized that she had triggered an unknown event. Calm down, Wu Yu. As long as she didn't act immediately, there was still room for maneuver. Think, take all the existing clues, and start thinking again. Jiang Yuhua stood up suddenly. Something's wrong. Wu Yu's perspective has not moved since the beginning, which doesn't match her observation habits after entering the dungeon. Jian Suiyu and Jiang Mubai came over immediately. After observing the perspectives of others, they frowned deeply. It's a bit troublesome. Everyone is looking ahead. They can't see Wu Yu behind them. Jiang Mubai was looking for various perspectives when she suddenly raised her voice. Sister, a strong mental power fluctuation is detected in the dungeon. The mental power wave is rising rapidly. SS, SS plus, SSS. Jiang Mubai looked at Jiang Yuhua with an unpleasant expression. It's Wu Yu's. Shinkei and Huaishiga are obviously in a stable state. Jiang Yuhua quickly operated Wu Yu's channel and released a 1-minute signal to release the locked view. But Wu Yu's view did not change at all. Jiang Yuhua's face was extremely ugly. It's over. Something is going to happen. The people said by the Jiang family were in this state before the accident. Jian Suiyu, how could it be? Wu Yu's reasoning was very good, and everything was going smoothly. Why did Wu Yu suddenly trigger the death condition? What condition did she trigger? Damn, there is too little information. Jiang Mubai looked at the mental power that had soared to SSS+, and took deep breaths continuously. Sister, something is going to happen. Sister, you should contact Brother Huaiji quickly. Wu Yu's mental power is going to explode. Jiang Yuhua's hands were shaking. She slapped herself hard and took a deep breath to calm herself down, then quickly used the operation interface to use the pre-agreed code to issue a warning to Jiang Huaiji by releasing a 1-minute shielding signal wave. Jian Suiyu began to notice something was wrong. Shouldn't Wu Yue use mental power to kill and escape at this time? Jiang Mubai looked at Jian Suiyu in disbelief, his doubtful eyes wandering over Jian Suiyu's face. After a while, he was sure Mei Bao didn't tell you. Jian Suiyu kept blinking. What? What didn't you tell us? At the same time, Jiang Huaiji's face suddenly changed when he received the signal. He didn't care about the funeral procession at all, and turned around to find that Wu Yu, who was standing at the end of the team, looked very strange. Jian Huaiji's heart sank. It's bad. Xin Cheng turned his head immediately. What's going on? He looked at Wu Yu, and found that Wu Yu was not right. Without thinking, he ran towards Wu Yu. However, just when he caught Wu Yu, bang, Wu Yu turned her head towards him and smiled strangely, then exploded into a ball of white mist and dissipated in the air. Instantly, Shinkei's whole brain exploded. Suddenly, Shinkei exuded a terrifying aura, and his mental power was so domineering and powerful that it spread out like a net. Jiang Huaiji immediately stopped him. No. Shinkei looked at Jiang Huaiji grimly. What do you mean? Jiang Huaiji, no, Wu Yu's spiritual power is fluctuating. If you release such strong spiritual power again, something will happen. Shinkei, what will happen? Jiang Huaiji looked at Shinkei uncertainly, and then looked at the Qian people who didn't know what was going on. Jiang Qian whispered, no way. Didn't Mei Bao tell you? Shinkei looked at Jiang Qian fiercely, and the spiritual power he fully emitted made Jiang Qian have to avoid his edge. Tell what? Everyone in Qian looked at each other, and Richard hurried forward to stop Shinkei. Calm down. In and out of the camera, Jiang Yuhua and Jiang Huaiji spoke at the same time. You should all know that Mei Bao is the last bloodline of the Lu family's spirit-contracting people. When her mother Lu Ling was still alive, she was the strongest spirit-contracting person in the world, looking down on the entire Xianshu world. The spirit-contracting people obtain evil spirits by forming a pact with ghosts and monsters, and are also controlled by consciousness. Evil spirits can also be directly regarded as a manifestation of mental power. The existence of Lu Ling's power has completely exceeded the scope of common sense. She is invincible. The source of her evil spirit is the evil spirit of the whole world. As long as there is evil spirit in the world, her power will continue to grow. This is also the key to her turning the tide in the peak battle. At the same time, Mei Bao's father, Jiang Cheng, is the strongest fighter in the world. His body can store evil spirit that is completely beyond the scope of cognition, and use it for his own benefit. As the daughter of these two people, Wu Yu, she has obtained the abilities of both people at the same time. But too strong a power will inevitably be accompanied by strong side effects. Chapter 309. Each of us has already established our spiritual power when we awaken as adults, but Wu Yu is different. She can use her body as a carrier to raise the upper limit of her spiritual power infinitely, but at the same time, it will put a huge burden on her body. If Lu Ling's original total value of world resentment was 1, then now after the terrifying apocalypse, a huge amount of resentment has been poured in, and the total value of world resentment is 10 or even 20. The high concentration of resentment will continue to pour in when she tries to break through the seal of her spiritual power, and hedge against the seal. You should have seen several times that Wu Yu's body had stress reactions after forcibly breaking through her mental power. Continuously breaking through her mental power can indeed make Wu Yu stronger quickly, but at the same time, if her body's tolerance threshold cannot keep up. Jian Suiyu took a deep breath. When the hostility is poured in, her body will explode when it exceeds the tolerance threshold. It's like a balloon. If you inflate it slowly, it can be inflated to a large size. But if you inflate it quickly, the balloon will burst quickly due to the rapid and violent pulling. Jiang Yuhua, when she came back from the polar regions this time, we found out that her mental power had reached S+, and we told her about it right away. We clearly told her that she must not risk calling on mental power to reach a higher level in a short period of time. She actually rushed from A-level mental power to SS level in just half a month. I felt more and more that something was wrong since she entered the dungeon. She kept thinking as if she was afraid that her mental power could not keep up. The constant impact of mental pulses made her mental power reach new heights again and again. Jian Suiyu let out a sigh, because she was anxious. She was too anxious. So she lied to both sides. She lied to you and said that she had already agreed with us, but in fact she kept everything from us. The Tycoon Jiang family spent countless manpower and resources for 15 years, and could not do something that could not be verified, but she wanted to complete it immediately. She was anxious to become stronger, and wanted to go to the Order Realm to confirm whether her mother was still alive. She simply couldn't stand it. She was alive and well, but her mother might still be suffering somewhere she didn't know, even though the ruby her mother gave her clearly didn't want her to break the seal. Because this dungeon was all Qi Yan and her family, she was extremely nervous. She was afraid that Qi Yan's friends and family would die to help her in the dungeon. So she was extremely nervous from the moment she entered the dungeon. She was too nervous and anxious. The boss's early appearance made the whole plot more difficult. The boss intentionally misled her and attacked her, putting her in danger. And she never thought about waiting for someone to save her. She was like this from the beginning and never placed her hopes on anyone. Even if she had told her that they were all close friends, and even if she had confirmed her feelings with Shinkei, she had never thought of waiting for others to save her. She really had this up and down sense of morality, and once again occupied the high ground. Everyone in Qi Yan and the Jiang family understood what Jian Suiyu said. Shinkei panted several times in a hurry, and he looked at Jiang Huaiji. So this time Wu Yu went to World City, you went to her to talk about this matter. It was not like what Wu Yu said, that the Jiang family got some video clip of him killing people. Jiang Huaiji nodded, yes. Shinkei raised his mouth in a surly manner and said That's why Wu Yu took so long to return to the base. That's why she was so enthusiastic about him all of a sudden. This bad woman, she wanted to play with him, and then go to die. Shinkei was so angry that he was about to explode. He didn't need to wait for Wu Yu to explode. He was going to explode. Kicking the villagers, who were surrounding him away, Shinkei directly overturned the coffin they were surrounding. Fuck the dungeon plot. Did he come to the dungeon just to get the reward after clearing the dungeon? He obviously came here to play with his wife and make her happy. Looking at the empty coffin, Shinkei felt like his head was about to fly off. The most outrageous thing is that he can't even find his wife now. Shinkei looked at the people in Qi Yan and drew his weapon directly. Let's go. Let them see how the #1 team in the Alliance usually plays dungeons. Wu Chong was excited. Oh yeah, Captain, you finally gave the order for us to start. God knows how much pain I endured in order to let Yaya have fun. Kill, kill, kill. Jiechen clenched his fists and said, Wu Yu, this kid was so honest when he was young. But how come he is so troublesome when he grows up? Why can't he be as heartless as Wu Chong every day? How can he be so thoughtful? Richard took out the cross that Wu Yu had found for him. Wu Yu really underestimated us. He was so arrogant to protect us. It seems that he really thinks that I, the son of the church, am a waste. Fu Yinchi nodded. Yes, I, the head of the Taoist sect, and the youngest genius of the Xin sect, have been completely underestimated. So you can't be too low-key, you still have to brag when you need to. Jiang Huaiji frowned, but the plot exploration hasn't started yet. Shinkei sneered. Jiang Huaiji, can you stop being a coward? Whatever the plot is, isn't it just about killing people in the end? As long as it's a dungeon, just kill them through. Jiang Huaiji, Shinkei, didn't you say before that you wanted Wu Yu to become stronger? Shinkei, yes, I want her to become stronger, but now she wants to turn into a balloon and fly into the sky. Jiang Qian couldn't believe it. Shinkei, aren't you afraid that Mei Bao will get into trouble because of you forcing it open? Shinkei sneered. That's great. You can just kill me and use me to arrange a ghost marriage for her. She'd better not die so easily, otherwise, I won't let her go even if I become a ghost. Jiang Qian pointed at Shinkei with trembling fingers. Brother, he is really crazy. No, who is Mei Bao looking for? He is crazy. Jiang Huaiji quickly calmed down. Shinkei is right. As long as Mei Bao's mental power fluctuations are still there, it's fine. There is no time to explore the plot. Just force it open. Jiang Yuhua watched Shinkei open the dungeon with overwhelming force, and hundreds of villagers were cleared out in the blink of an eye. She looked at Jian Suiyu in disbelief. This was all a mess. Jian Suiyu was actually recording the screen. Jiang Yuhua, what are you doing? Jian Suiyu smiled. If Wu Yu can live, let her see it. See what Shinkei looks like when he goes crazy. Jiang Yuhua was very determined. I will not agree to let Mei Bao and Shinkei have a ghost marriage. He should not dream of such a good thing. In the future, I want to be buried with Mei Bao. No. Jiang Yuhua's bizarre train of thought made Jian Suiyu's CPU confused. He sighed sincerely. Miss Jiang, you are not an ordinary person. I really look forward to the time when your Jiang family and Shinkei will confront each other head-on to snatch people. Jiang Mubai was suddenly surprised. No, sister, come and see. Why is the mental power of Qian and others different from the data we investigated before? Jiang Yuhua came to the screen, except for Shinkei's SSS level mental power, looking at the SS plus mental power of others, and looked at Jian Suiyu in disbelief. What's going on? Why did the mental power of all the senior executives of Qian suddenly increase so much? Jian Suiyu smiled. The Jiang family doesn't think that you are the only ones who are constantly doing research and scientific research, right? Qian can do it too. Not only can they do it, they can also bug. Chapter 310. Jiang Yuhua carefully observed the mental power of each member of Qian's senior management, and then repeatedly watched their current fighting intensity, which was indeed a step up from before. It can even be said that Jiang Qian's fighting power among these 7 people was second only to Shinkei and Jiang Huaiji. But now that the fight has started, from the perspective of damage and output, he is actually at the bottom. Jiang Yuhua and Jiang Mubai looked at each other, and the two quickly brainstormed. How could these people have such a surge in mental power in a short period of time? These people are not in the same physique as Mei Bao. No. No. It should be said that no one has ever increased their mental power after adulthood. No. Jiang Yuhua suddenly remembered. Yes. Isn't this a living example right in front of him? Shinkei, because his mental power rating was S level for many years before Grand Duke Vlad stole his power, his rating after he got back his own strength was SS+. But his mental power is SSS now. Yes, the antidote for DX001. Could it be that these people from Qian deliberately infected themselves with the DX001 virus, and then used the antidote card bug to improve their mental strength? Jiang Yuhua looked at Jian Suiyu in disbelief. You Qian are simply playing with fire. Do you know how dangerous the DX001 virus is? If you don't know how to control the scale of infection and the amount of virus, it will kill people. Jian Suiyu smiled. We Qian are best at playing with fire. Qian, the name has 4 fires in it. Fire. And they have professional scientific researchers. Ms. Chen O, who personally participated in the DX001 research and development plan, strictly regulates the amount of virus according to each person's personal situation. Coming from the Hua Family MLM organization, the main source of DX001, a team of professional therapists headed by Shang Bai, who loves scientific research. Jiang Yuhua was really mad. Does Mei Bao know about this? Jian Suiyu shook his head. She doesn't know. TSK, who doesn't have a little secret. I wanted to tell Wu Yu as a surprise. But Wu Yu gave them a surprise first. Jian Suiyu told Jiang Yuhua, it's not just the Jiang family that has been working silently. Qi Yan has never stopped moving forward over the years. Qi Yan's progress is to allow each member to have an independent and free soul. Each of us gathered here for the same purpose, and to this day, our original intention has never changed. This is a journey and redemption that belongs to everyone, and the redemption is never for a specific person. Saving others is saving yourself. Jiang Yuhua looked at Jian Suiyu in surprise. What you said is what your captain meant. Is it because Shinkei likes Wu Yu that he said that? Jian Suiyu was puzzled and shook his head. Of course not. It comes from my mouth. Of course it is what I mean. What does it have to do with Shinkei, the dog-licking love brain? Don't you know that I have always been in charge of Qian's affairs? Before, Shinkei was entangled by Wang Ting and had no time to spare. After the dormitory building was renovated, he couldn't even figure out where his dormitory was. I have no way to resist this kind of person, who only knows how to fall in love, and is bewitched by a little sweet and charming pillow talk. There is nothing to say about the idiot, who didn't even notice that Wu Yu was so obviously wrong. It's an insult to my IQ. Jiang Yuhua blinked, and suddenly changed his color. Please tell me more about the sweet and charming pillow talk. Jian Suiyu. Let's see what's going on now. The focus of the crazy woman is always different. Jiang Mubai, the mental power fluctuation of Mei Bao is stable at SS+. She just pulled a very exaggerated arc, and the mental power finally dropped. She seems to be controlling it not to let the mental power continue to soar. At present, it is still safe. The eldest brother, the second brother and Qian are advancing rapidly, and have killed 20 waves of S-level monsters and above. Now they have pushed the front line to the burial site. Jiang Yuhua nodded seriously, and then she turned her head to look at Jian Suiyu. You continue. Jian Suiyu, ah? Jian Yuhua, the soul-stirring soup is like wind in the ears. Jian Suiyu, Or I said too much. Jiang Yuhua didn't give up, and didn't seem to be ready to turn the page. Jiang Yuhua looked at the screen, full of murderous intent. We can't let Maybao stay in Qian anymore. I heard that her dormitory is on the same floor as Shinkei's, and there are only 2 of them on the same floor. And they are destined to be together. If they continue like this, something bad will happen sooner or later. Jian Suiyu, Miss Jiang, I hope you can accept heterosexuality. They were paired as number 0001 in the Fox Ferry dungeon before. It was the Fox Ferry who pulled the steel bar iron lock, which means they were double arrows at that time. If Shinkei knew that he had let the cat out of the bag, the Jiang family would forcibly take Wu Yu away, and coupled with the anger that Wu Yu had been deceived, he would be able to twist his head off directly. Jiang Yuhua, then we were paired at that time, but it didn't make any sense at all. It was a random pairing in the first place. Jian Suiyu turned around and looked at Jiang Yuhua, smiling. Let's put it this way, the love potion can't be made on the spot, but I can show you how to whisper. As he said that, Jian Suiyu put his face close to Jiang Yuhua's ear and blew it. Huh, he smiled, that's it. Jiang Yuhua looked at Jian Suiyu in disbelief, and suddenly stretched out his hands to cover his ears. Just when Jian Suiyu thought he would be hit hard, and the topic would end here, Jiang Yuhua suddenly turned red and ran away. Jiang Mubai, who had witnessed everything, blinked frantically. He sighed. Wow, what kind of hooligans and perverts are you, Qian? You can make my sister, a woman like an eagle, blush and feel shy. Without waiting for Jian Suiyu to speak, Jiang Yuhua returned calmly. She was originally sitting between Jiang Mubai and Jian Suiyu. Now she directly changed seats with Jiang Mubai, and watched the live broadcast camera seriously, very professionally, without any personal feelings at all. Jian Suiyu glanced at Jiang Yuhua, and turned his head. Suddenly it dawned on me that this crazy woman was actually a softie with a strong sense of responsibility. Except for Jiang Huaiji, Jiang Qian and Jiang Mubai, all the Jiang family members were idiots. In this family, Wu was the real big devil. As they were talking, everyone saw that the entire battle line had been pushed to the burial site. It had been prepared in advance, and a coffin was placed in the dug pit. Because the plot line had been completely destroyed, the clues that were sufficient to complete the plot inference disappeared. The main plot chain collapsed, and the dungeon was directly upgraded to the highest level. Hell difficulty. The pit was packed with people, protecting the coffin tightly. Those who bared their teeth and roared wildly at Qian and Erjiang were all SS-level 1,000-year-old corpses. It was estimated by naked eyes that there were no less than 100 of them. Richard raised his eyebrows. Oh, finally it's serious. Jiachin excitedly sharpened his knife. Brothers, grab your weapons and start fighting. Chapter 311. It was very quiet inside the coffin. Wu Yu could not hear any sound from the outside world while lying inside. This was an independent space completely isolated from the world. Wu Yu started to think again. Assuming that Xiao and I was Xiao and I, and everyone came back to mourn Xiao and I, then this small team would have 9 people. The little girl she saw appeared twice, once when Bai Wu carried the coffin, and once when Bai Wu carried the coffin. Then she triggered a mysterious incident, and was locked up here alone. This means that the little girl is indeed most likely the final boss. Bai Wu and the others had not yet completely entered the dungeon at that time. Only the final big boss has the authority to appear, and only the big boss will capture people and enter the unknown map. That means the problem still lies in carrying the coffin. She overlooked some details. There must be something she overlooked. Position, it's the position. Wu Yu suddenly realized that she was standing in the wrong position. She combed her hair to trigger the killing, not necessarily passively. Under this specific condition, she was the leader. The villager's position was a hint, but also implied misleading. The correct position should be for her to stand at the front with Shinkei. She stood at the end, the coffin tail was suppressing the soul, and now she had to use her life to suppress the soul. The moment she figured it out, Wu Yu could feel a sharp stinging pain in her forehead. Continuous rebuttal and deduction made her mental power soar. She could already feel her body function reaching the critical value, and the extreme feeling of her whole body beginning to collapse. Even though she had extraordinary physical recovery ability, the pain of her muscle cells being constantly expanded and torn made her physical strength reach the extreme before her mind. This couldn't go on any longer, she would explode. Moreover, based on the currently known clues, she could no longer support her to continue to infer. If we go on to infer, we are just making up a story based on keywords. Wu Yu forced herself to calm down. She tried to use her awakening ability to heal herself, but in her current state, she could not feel the flow of any elements. All her props, summoned beasts and even weapons were sealed tightly. She tried to struggle to leave the coffin, cut her own blood and draw various complex runes on the coffin. But it was all useless. This seemed to be a completely isolated space. It turned out to be a vacuum coffin. It's true. It's been a long time since I felt this kind of situation where I had no way out and was pushed to the extreme. Either I had to fight hard with my mental strength, or I had to wait quietly for my companions to save me. Living to this age, doing nothing but waiting quietly for others to save her was actually a very novel experience for Wu Yu. At this point, it was estimated that people outside had already known that she had lied to both sides. Wu Yu didn't dare to think about how Shinkei would react if he knew that she had deliberately lied to him yesterday to coax him like that. Live faces flashed before my eyes, and my friend's angry roar seemed to echo in my ears. Yeah. That's too much. You don't seem to know how strong I am. You little bitch, wait and see how I beat you. Wu Yu seems to think I'm weak. Have I not always been strong enough? Do I have to do something to satisfy you? Although I'm not bragging, I'm really a genius. Wu Yu, you're really great. Your flickering morality has taken over the high ground again. Meibao, why did you lie to me? I'm so sad, but I won't blame you. Meibao, you can rely on us. We train hard every day to protect you. Yeah, we are a family, don't keep everything to yourself. Yeah, we are good partners, we have to fight side by side. Yeah. Wu Yu, you are very good, just wait for me. Shinkei's face flashed through her mind, and Wu Yu suddenly smiled. Yes, everyone is so strong. She should stop trying to be strong. It's time to take a break. In a team battle, she can't always be the only one to take the limelight. After returning from the sea castle, she felt that she was about to reach her limit both physically and mentally. Really, she was too strong. However, Wu Yu soon found that the situation was not so optimistic. A vacuum coffin means that as she breathes, the oxygen in the coffin will gradually be consumed. Until it is completely consumed, she suffocates to death due to lack of oxygen. Wu Yu slowed down her breathing and kept herself in a stable state. She was completely empty, and everything was empty. After working for so long, she was really tired and a little sleepy. Wu Yu simply fell asleep. When Wu Yu's strong mental power fluctuations disappeared, Shinkei's heart was in his throat. He kicked away the SS-level 1,000-year-old corpse that pounced on him, looked at the camera, and asked Jian Suiyu outside the camera, I can't feel Wu Yu's mental power. Then, Jiang Huaiji received the signal sent by Jiang Yuhua. Jiang Huaiji, Wu Yu's mental power fluctuations have stabilized. She may be trapped somewhere, and unable to save herself. She just calmed down and waited for us to save her. Wu Chong was excited. You finally realized how strong I am. God knows the first time I went to the dungeon with you, she had no mental power but still fought hard. It really scared me to death. I get scared every time I think about it. Jie-chun, when she had no mental power, she fought me one-on-one and wanted to teach me a lesson, so that I would not be arrogant and impatient. But she was very capable. Richard, when I almost made a contract with the devil, it was Ye who brought you here in time, but she never mentioned it outside. Fu Yanqi, she seems to be the one from ancient China. What's her name? Lei Feng. Shinkei turned around and smiled dangerously. Who dares to talk about another one? If anything happens to his wife, everyone will die. Under the huge restrictions of the current dungeon, it is impossible to use various props, summon beasts and skills. The battle has become a bloody fistfight, a silent and violent aesthetic. Every punch, every kick, powerful monsters, huge amount of fighting, but fighting has long become their instinct, and has become their muscle memory for surviving in the apocalypse. Because forcibly opening the dungeon destroys the storyline, even SS-level corpses will not drop any props or packages. But no one cares, they didn't come here for props and packages. It's for the people who must be protected, and the distant places that must be reached. Finally, Shinkei used the trident to directly pierce the head of the last corpse. With the smell of foul and turbid liquid gushing out, Shinkei kicked the corpse away with an expressionless face, and ran towards the black coffin that was placed there alone without hesitation. Just as Shinkei was about to push the coffin open, Fu Yanqi kicked him away directly. Go away, don't do anything stupid. Holding the demon-breaking Sanchuan sword in one hand, he silently recited the formula, drew a formation in the void, and the demon-breaking formation started. The entire coffin began to burn violently, accompanied by a thick and suffocating stench. It seemed that something was moving under the coffin, and was about to break out of the ground. Everyone looked at each other, disperse, it's the final boss. Chapter 312. Everyone retreated quickly, and the entire battle area collapsed, and the defeated corpses fell into the ground. They all became part of the boss, watching the corpse grow bigger and bigger until it was more than 10 meters tall. Wu Chong, wow! He's so big, you all be careful, this corpse is poisonous. Richard, this thing has a big guy in its brain. It's not simple. It deserves to be the SSS level final dungeon boss of Hell mode. Jietchen was excited. This place is nice, more interesting than outside. I haven't seen such a powerful boss in a long time. Fu Yinchi began to take out the talisman. Brothers, calm down. Be timid, and don't fight hard. This thing is full of poison. We don't have a healer. Let's throw talismans remotely to consume it. Jiang Qian pointed at himself. Didn't you guess my ability from my name? Shi Yin and the others looked at him. You are a healer. Jiang Qian nodded. Yes, my sister and I are both. Jian Suiyu looked at Jiang Yuhua in surprise. You are also a healer? Aren't you the charming, crazy and awesome fighting sister? Jiang Yuhua ignored him, and even put up a sign. No communication unless it's official business. Chai stinky hooligan. She will kill him after the dungeon is over. Jiang Mubai watched the fun and didn't mind making trouble, and even tipped off Jian Suiyu. I know my sister's expression. You wait. She will find someone to deal with you. Jian Suiyu smiled. I wait. Jiang Qian's awakening ability is healing. He is good at single person and group healing. With high mental strength, he can also keep up with the healing amount. Shinkei, since the healer is here, just start. After saying that, he rushed up first without looking back, his eyes fixed on the black coffin on the top of the corpse. The one in front of him is called a dungeon boss, but the difficulty is almost as difficult as the boss in the world map outside. They now have 2 SSS, for SS+, and 1 SS level. All the damage is thrown at him airtightly, and the blood loss rate is not very ideal. Jian Suiyu, why is the boss so thick-skinned? Jiang Yuhua, it's those rotten corpses, they keep coming back to the boss. We can't beat them all. Jiang Mubai, if this drags on, their output won't be able to keep up. It's really frustrating. I can only watch here. Jiang Huaiji looked at Shinkei. You deal more damage. I go up and see if I can blow up the coffin. Maybe the coffin is the source of the boss's power. Shinkei frowned. No. Jiang Huaiji, what? Shinkei, I think Wu Yu is in that coffin. If you blow it up, she will die. Jiang Huaiji, do you have a theoretical basis? Shinkei shook his head. No, it's just a hunch. Anyway, you are not allowed to touch the coffin, or I will kill you too. Jiang Huaiji, can you talk about reason? Shinkei sneered bloodthirstily. Let your sister come to me and talk. I will listen to her. Jiang Huaiji glanced at Shinkei, thinking, and then suddenly said, Shinkei, in fact, this time we went to find Wu Yu. In addition to the health problem, the main reason is to ask her if she wants to go home with us. Even if the Jiang family made mistakes in the past, they have been developing over the years. Her uncles both advocated that she should go home and enjoy the treatment that a daughter of the Jiang family should have. Her biological father is still alive, and it is not a good idea for her to stay in Qian all the time. No matter what, the Jiang family is a top chaebol. We should not be afraid of those rats in the gutter. When the people in Qian heard Jiang Huaiji's words, they all looked at each other in surprise. Jian Suiyu wanted to send a row of rockets to Jiang Huaiji in the live broadcast room. What a great brother-in-law. He is worthy of being the future heir of the Jiang family. His strategy is definitely good. At this time, he used his ultimate skill to face Shinkei. He got his advantage back in no time. With the adrenaline of everyone's excitement and gossip, the boss's blood loss rate was 2 points faster than before. Shinkei was so angry that dragon scales appeared in the corners of his eyes, and the damage was critical hit after critical hit. His voice was dangerous. So what did you say? Jiang Huaiji, she said she would communicate when she got back. Shinkei nodded and said softly, yes, we communicated, we did communicate. The communication was not in this direction. Jiang Huaiji, what was the result of your communication? Shinkei sneered. He didn't say anything, but just now, he didn't let Jiang Huaiji touch the black coffin. Now he actually ignored the poison gas on the boss, and jumped directly onto the corpse. He looked at the black coffin with dark eyes, resisting the damage of the boss. Regardless of the damage, he stretched out the trident without hesitation and smashed it hard. As the lid of the black coffin broke, he looked at Wu Yu who was sleeping peacefully inside, without any tension or fear at all. Shinkei pulled her out with one hand, his tone grim. Yes, I also want to know what the result of the communication is. This woman, what on earth does she mean? Feeling that the restrictions on her body were lifted, Wu Yu opened her eyes, a little dazed from sleep, looking at Shinkei, and stretched out her hand. You are here to save me. The body is more honest than the heart. Even if he was angry, seeing Wu Yu's face blue due to lack of oxygen, Shinkei still obediently lowered his head and let her hold his neck. He gritted his teeth and put his arms hard. Hold me tight. Wu Yu obediently went up to hug him tightly. Taking Wu Yu out of boss's range and handing Wu Yu to Jiang Qianan, Shinkei turned around and went to meet boss. Wu Yu looked at Shinkei's resolute back and asked Jiang Qianan, "Does he know?" Jiang Qianan, "Yes, and Big Brother just said that you should go home to deliberately provoke him." Wu Yu, "Big Brother is awesome. Have you ever considered your sister's life or death, and directly increased the difficulty of her hair smoothing work by 3 times? Jiang Qianan, Mei Bao, are you okay? Wu Yu shook her head, "No, I'm trapped and can't do anything." "Did you force the dungeon open?" Jiang Qianan nodded, "Yes. As soon as you disappeared, that madman Shinkei forced his way here." "Wu Yu, are all the clues to the dungeon gone?" Jiang Qianan, "Yes, the dungeon has been upgraded to the hell level, but we started to have difficulty in output after defeating the final boss. Dungeon has too many restrictions, and you can't use anything. Even if Qian has Taoist priests and wizards, there are still too few long-range and large-scale group output." Long-range and large-scale group output. Taoist priest, Wu Yu suddenly pointed at herself, "Sorry, although I have never used it publicly, I seem to be a long-range and large-scale group output." Jiang Qian looked at Wu Yu in surprise, and then, in the surprised eyes of everyone, Wu Yu took out her stack of soul-summoning talismans. Chapter 313. Richard was the first to react. He was the first person to truly see the power of Wu Yu's summoning talisman. Although it was still a semi-finished product at that time, the effect of its use was enough to impress him, so much so that Richard felt for a long time that Wu Yu could create a terrifying dungeon if she wanted to. Fu Yanqi raised his eyebrows. "Really? How could you forget this?" Wu Yu had never used the ghost spirit since she got it. She spent most of her time studying the Heavenly Master secret, and coupled with her various ways of passing the book, she actually forgot her original profession. Wu Chong jumped back and forth. "Right. At that time, wasn't the Fox Fairy dungeon open because Ye went to summon the soul?" Jietchen sneered. "Haha. So Wu Yu, you have a way to do it, but you have to use your brain to fight hard, right? The output behind can take time to do nothing, but Shinkei, as the main damage resistance and the highest output, can't stop it all." Just now, when he went up to force the coffin to open, the boss's hatred was almost unstable and almost got into trouble. After listening to everyone's discussion, Shinkei became even angrier. The phantom of the Star Dragon appeared behind him, and his damage was rapidly soaring. Jiang Mubai looked at Shinkei's mental power data bar that began to fluctuate. "Wow, Shinkei's mental power value is soaring rapidly. It's going to break through SSS and go to SSS." Jian Suiyu clapped his hands. "Wu Yu is really great. She can make Shinkei angry and use his ultimate move in such a high-restriction dungeon." Jiang Huaiji immediately followed up with the output, and Qian's people also increased their output firepower. Jiang Qian had decided that it was really comfortable to go into the dungeon with so many high-level combat forces of Qian. They might never bring healers in dungeons normally. So when they finally have a healer, they will give priority to accommodating his position, and when they are low on health, they will jump into his healing circle to receive the healing, and use the healing he gives to the maximum extent. Even Shinkei, as the main tank, will accurately move in to receive the healing and then run away when he uses a large-scale group healing skill. Whether it is control, secondary resistance, or secondary output, the positioning is all very tricky, firmly blocking the boss's output point while ensuring that the boss's damage will not affect the output maximization. This combat awareness and combat quality cannot be formed without several years of cooperation and training. The reason why Sirius is unwilling to show up is that apart from the 4 heirs, no pillars have been cultivated to carry the flag. In addition, Jiang Yuhua and his awakening ability are all healing, and Sirius output will not keep up in the dungeon with high restrictions. To be honest, if there are high-level combatants with single-soldier combat capabilities, like Shinkei, most of them will choose to make a name for themselves. It is rare for all high-level combatants to gather in one team. Qian can always hold the throne of the first team in the alliance, because his team alone has 6 high-level fighters, and the combat professions are very complementary. Wait. Jiang Qi settled down. From the beginning, his head has been buzzing, as if there are 100 screaming chickens in a meeting. What is going on? He turned his head and saw Master. I really miss you. Master hasn't seen me for a long time. Master has never played with me since he summoned me. I am really lonely staying alone. Sister Ba, you have been seriously injured since the last time you went to the Order Realm. I want you to rest more. Master, you care about me so much. I am so happy. Master, I am completely healed now. Master. Master. Jiang Qianan glanced at the densely packed S-level ghosts that Wu Yu had summoned at some unknown time. There were beast-faced monsters, Nba in scarlet wedding dresses, curse ghosts, and demons. Countless ghosts instantly found the long-range output point and took their positions. As the ghosts in the ancient mystical arts, they had no entity, and just happened to not block the output position of any combatant, and completed the output of the long-range spell system. Even the S-level ghosts, under the Ghost C tactics, increased their damage by 30%, greatly reducing the pressure on everyone present to resist monsters and output treatment. At the same time, the boss's health bar, which had been stagnant for a long time, finally began to steadily decrease. He opened his mouth in disbelief. I haven't seen this scene for many years. The last time I saw it was during the peak battle. One person, he hit with the momentum of a group of people. Jiang Qian instantly realized that Qian now not only has 6 high-level fighters, but also a god, who has come down to Earth to experience the catastrophe. Wu Chong took the time to look back, and saw a circle of ghosts around Wu Yu. He was very excited. Wow! Yu? Is this your family's ancestral ability? Shinkei turned to look at Fu Yanqi. Will the talisman she used use her mental power? Fu Yanqi shook his head. Probably not. Don't forget that when she couldn't even test her mental power, she used her fraudulent talismans to summon 9 thunderbolts in the plot dungeon. Richard, yes, she even dared to use bombs in the plot dungeon. Shinkei sneered. You dare to do it now, and even use real bombs to commit suicide attacks. The output kept up, and the boss's health was getting lower and lower. Wu Yu was not idle. She held a stack of summoning talismans. Anyway, she had abundant resources now, so she didn't feel sorry at all. She used one after another. Until suddenly, a stunning beauty appeared in front of her. As countless Luotian flowers dispersed, a ghost fairy with amazing beauty appeared. Wu Yu was completely stunned. Wow! Heavenly fairy! Jiang Qianan also followed. Wow! After he finished, he immediately thought, no, that's not right. This is the 1,000-year-old ghost fairy Luotian. He had seen her portrait in his great-grandfather's room. Jiang Qianan quickly told Wu Yu, Mei Bao, this is Luotian, it's Luotian. Wu Yu immediately reacted. She had to quickly take out the doll with the contract. The doll with the contract. Wu Yu suddenly remembered that among all the ghost dolls collected by Fu Yixue, there was no Luotian. All the dolls could match the ghosts, but only Luotian could not. The only Luotian doll she had was the one made by Yuan, but there was no contract left by the spirit-contracting person on it. Wu Yu could not draw the talismans left by the spirit-contracting person on the ghost doll, and the entire Lu clan spirit-contracting person branch did not leave any ancient books related to abilities. The abilities she was learning now were all those of Taoist priests and Tian Shiju. No matter how she studied the ghost dolls her mother left her, she could not understand the complex restrictions on her own. Luotian looked at Wu Yue in disbelief, and couldn't come back to her senses for a long time. She quickly checked the surrounding environment, and found that they were in a real dungeon. Being able to summon her out of the dungeon shows that the little master's ability is getting stronger and stronger. Luotian happily waited for Wu Yue to subdue her, but found that there was no fluctuation of mysterious power on the ghost doll that Wu Yue took out. Luotian came to Wu Yue in confusion, and suddenly, she checked Wu Yue up and down to confirm her condition. Her expression changed completely. Baby, what have you done since you left the Order Realm last time? Why is there such a big problem with your body? Chapter 314. Shinkei had been holding back from the chattering of these ghosts, and had been concentrating on attacking until Luotian appeared and called Wu Yu baby, and he finally couldn't stand it anymore. No, even if you are a woman, you can't just call him wife and baby. He hasn't called him that yet. Just as Shinkei's big move was over, he simply switched sides with Jiang Huaiji, and let Jiang Huaiji go to resist for a while. Shinkei stayed close to the boss, attacking and eavesdropping. Shinkei saw that the ghost fairy called Luotian summoned by Wu Yu was the SSS-level ghost they encountered in the Fox Fairy dungeon before. It was the female ghost who kissed and hugged his wife in the elevator. No, how could she be a ghost and have no sense of boundaries with other people's wives, like the people of the Jiang family? Luotian frowned and turned Wu Yu over and over. You can't do this. If it weren't for your bloodline, you don't know how many times you would have died. Your body is very weak now. Wu Yu waved her hand indifferently. The most important thing now is to figure out how to add the restrictions of the soul-contracting people to this ghost doll. Otherwise you will return to the Order world once the soul-conquering talisman expires. Since the peak battle, Luotian has been trapped in the Order world, and she is not clear about the specific situation of the peak battle. Luotian was puzzled. Baby, don't you know the restrictions of the soul-contracting people? What's the matter? Lu Ling, that lazy woman, didn't even teach you this. What does she do every day? It's fine that she didn't come to pick me up, but she didn't even teach you well. No matter how rich the Jiang family is, they can't lose the skills of the spirit master. Wu Yu looked at Luo Shen, opened her mouth, but didn't say anything. Shinkei turned around and called Jietchen directly. Come and support me, I be back soon. Jietchen, no problem. Shinkei quickly came to Wu Yu and looked at Luo Shen. In the peak battle that year, her mother had an accident, and the family's teachings were lost. She was left outside as an orphan for 15 years because of an accident. She was just found by the Jiang family recently. Don't question her like that. She is not in good health and mind now. She is not feeling well either. Luo Shen listened to Shinkei's words and stood there for a long time. Suddenly she lowered her head and said softly, Yes, I remember. Because I wanted to protect Lu Ling, the doll I possessed broke. I was pierced in the head by a top-level ghost god. Since then, my memory has not been so good. Wu Yu seemed to be hit hard, and her pupils became cloudy in an instant. Jiang Yuhua looked at Wu Yu's data, which began to soar, and his heart was in his throat. It's over. The data finally stabilized. Meibo's spiritual power began to soar again. The ghost fairy that had been unable to be summoned appeared at this time. Such a dangerous dungeon happened to be hit at the most critical moment. Jian Suiyu, send a message to Shinkei immediately and ask him to knock Wu Yu out. Jiang Mubai, can he bear to attack Meibao? Jian Suiyu was anxious. Can Shinkei really want to have a ghost marriage with Wu Yu? You have a brain disease, but you can't live well, and you have to die. If Wu Yu really collapses because of Luo Shen's mental power surge, he dares to kill Luo Shen and Jiang Huaiji Jiang Qian, believe it or not. Without Jiang Yuhua giving a signal, Shinkei found that Wu Yu's mental power began to rise continuously, and immediately raised his knife and fell on her back to knock her out. Jiang Qian was shocked. Shinkei, what are you doing? Shinkei embraced Wu Yu. His eyes were cold. Do you Jiang family still want this daughter? If you don't want me to take Qian's people away immediately, you will never find her again in this life. Jiang Qianan, what do you mean? Of course we have to. Shinkei, then don't you realize that she is about to collapse because of her mother's matter? Since she knew about the peak battle and her life experience, she has changed completely. She always has no idea what she is thinking. She trains every day and dares not rest for a moment. She was injured in the castle and the polar regions, but she kept it a secret from everyone and continued to set off. She felt like she owed all of you. She felt that everyone was nice to her, because she was the daughter of Lu Ling and Jiang Cheng. She was extremely terrified. Think about it, Jiang family. When did she ever ask you to help her with anything in her own name? Secretariat, Dao sect, did she ever ask for so much money from the Jiang family? The only time she asked you for help was to help me steal my parents' ashes. Then, she had done this, but she still hesitated for so long and didn't dare to accept my confession. Why? Because her parents died from her death, and because of her strong sense of guilt, she dared not enjoy her life. She had always been determined to follow her own path, but now she is almost driving herself to death. But do you know how she has been through all these years? How much hardship has she endured? Hasn't she also struggled alone in the past 15 years? She finally convinced herself to slowly open her heart and accept everyone's help, but she was completely back to square one. Shinkei looked at Luo Shen sinisterly. If you weren't her ghost, I would kill you right now. Luo Shen looked at Shinkei in surprise. She remembered, you are the boy who appeared in the Order Realm with Bao Bao at that time. No wonder humans can enter the Order Realm. It turns out that you came with Bao Bao to participate in the final level of the Breeder Dungeon. So you are Bao Bao's husband? That's good, boy, you are not bad looking, and you know how to protect your wife. My Bao Bao has good taste. Back then, Luo Shen was the love wingman of Lu Ling and Jiang Cheng, and the leader of their CP fans. After many years, she is still as powerful as before. Shinkei, who was still arguing about destroying the earth a second ago, had a blank expression for a moment because of Luo Shen's words. Shinkei blinked. I take back what I said just now. Sister, you are the most sensible here. You can talk more. I won't kill you. Luo Shen, you go and fight the boss first, and give me the baby. Seeing Shinkei's nervous face, she rolled her eyes speechlessly. Boy, I am more nervous than you. Do you think you can feel sorry for others? If Lu Ling knew that her daughter was suffering because of her, she would be heartbroken. Luo Shen didn't say anything more, and the topic ended here. She began to treat Wu Yu. As a 1,000-year-old Luo Shen with SSS-level healing ability, she used all her strength to treat Wu Yu. As soon as she started, everyone present immediately felt the amazing amount of treatment. But the amount of treatment that came from treating Wu Yu was enough to cover the amount of treatment consumed in the battle. Jiang Qian simply ended the treatment, picked up his weapon, and rushed to attack the monster to supplement the combat output. Finally, as the boss's health was exhausted and he fell to the ground, Luotian disappeared, and Wu Yu slowly opened his eyes. Chapter 315. Yeah. Mom. Baby, you have to learn to love yourself first. Mom, I miss you so much. I miss you too, but I hope that when we meet, you will come with love. Don't come to me with wounds all over your body, lonely and desolate. That would make me more painful than separation. Wu Yu suddenly opened her eyes. She looked around in surprise, seeing everyone in Qian and her two brothers. She looked around for Luotian, and Jiang Qian told her, Yeah, Luotian's summoning time is up, and she has left. Wu Yu's eyes were red, and confusion flashed in her eyes. Jiang Huaiji walked up to her. Yu, I'm sorry, we should have discovered your emotional problems earlier. Now, I have something to tell you. Wu Yu raised her head. What? Jiang Huaiji took out a crystal stone from the pocket on the chest of his combat uniform. Sirius was actually founded by your father Jiang Cheng. He spent a full 10 years combining the contract restrictions of your mother's spirit contract with astrological phenomena to create the Sirius astrological array. The entire formation represents your father's silent and unswerving love for your mother. Although he never said it, he never forgot your mother nor you. He just didn't want to put more pressure on the survivors who suffered the pain of the end of the world, which also went against your mother's original intention of standing up to end everything. Their love has never faded. Even if they are separated by mountains and seas, their hearts have never been separated. Whenever the astrological formation lights up, even if they are thousands of miles away, your mother will definitely see your father's silent love. After 15 years of settling down, the Jiang family has calmed down from the radicalism of the past. We knew that your mother would never die so easily with her ability. When your father woke up, my parents wanted to go to the Order Realm to rescue her more than once. But they were all stopped by your father. He said, When you can kill me, I will let you go. Otherwise, instead of letting you die, I would rather kill you all first. In fact, your father had woken up a long time ago. The reason why he deliberately did not mediate and let Quan avoid it was that he did not want your mother's people to have the same intention. In such a state of disrepair, if we go to the Order Realm again, humanity may really have reached the end. Withdrawing from the Alliance, breaking off relations with the Taoist sect and the Secretariat, and even actively provoking conflicts with the Secretariat, are all to prevent them from being involved in this rescue. To this day, going to the Order Realm has become the motivation and vision for all the Jiang family members to keep moving forward. We always believe that the day of reunion will eventually come. But this matter should never be a shackle for anyone, especially you, understand? Yeah, you can try to accept us. You are the child of Lu Ling and Jiang Cheng, and you are the fruit of their love. At the same time, you are you, Wu Yu, you are yourself. This is not a conflict in itself. Because, compared to us, they are the ones who love you the most in this world. They hope more than anyone else that you can be happy, healthy and happy. Jiang Huaiji took out an old photo from the inner pocket of his combat uniform. It was a photo taken when Wu Yu was 100 days old, when Lu Ling and Jiang Cheng held her at the same time. Her parents held her in their arms, smiling at her tenderly. Jiang Huaiji rubbed Wu Yu's head and laughed. What are you thinking? Brother doesn't need your protection. Brother should protect his sister. Wu Yu put the photo in her arms, lowered her head, and trembled slightly. She couldn't control her hands and covered her face, but the broken sobs still flowed out from her fingers. Shinkei took Wu Yu into his arms, frowning. Jiang Huaiji, you said it was enough. Didn't you see that she was crying? Jiang Huaiji, Shinkei, please be nicer when you talk to me. Shinkei sneered. Who do you think you are? Jiang Huaiji, I am your brother-in-law. Shinkei blinked, and everyone's eyes drifted over. Jiang Huaiji said in a low voice, Don't think that Wu Yu has expressed to us that she wants to be with you, so this matter is really set in stone. My sister is obedient and sensible, and she was deceived by you, but I know very well how cruel you are. If the Jiang family really makes trouble for you, you will never see my sister again in this life. Do you think you are the only one who is crazy? There is a biggest lunatic in the Jiang family who has not shown up yet. Wonderful, absolutely wonderful. Brother-in-law is not an ordinary person. Jian Suiyu was so excited when he recorded the screen. Jiang Mubai's sister, did you hear what my brother said? Can you not be as heavy on your moral shackles as Mei Bao? Jian Suiyu turned his head in confusion and looked at the Jiang family. Jiang Yuhua looked at the screen intently. I am different from Mei Bao. I have enjoyed the best resources and the best air training of the Jiang family since I was a child. While Ye was suffering in the orphanage, I was lying on a luxurious bed, living in the most luxurious villa, enjoying the most exquisite care. Even during normal training, third uncle would not hit me hard. As a vested interest in this battle as the eldest sister, I should contribute to the needs of the family. Jian Suiyu's heart beat faster. What do you mean? Jiang Mubai was really angry. The Jiang family has been surrounded by several other chaebols recently because of the second phase of DX001. The 2 mines they took were useless diamonds and gold, and the capital flow was cut off. A new land for meteorite ore is about to be put up for bidding. Meteorite ore is the most important mineral source for the development of shuttles and high-precision weapons. The Jiang family wants to take it, but the Li family is pressing them. The condition for their concession is that the 2 families marry. What era is this? It's the end of the world, brother. How can someone still make such a disgusting request? Jiang Yuhua frowned. Jiang Mubai, can you speak in a proper manner? Why are you saying this in front of outsiders? She looked at Jian Suiyu with a warning. Don't talk nonsense to my sister, or I kill you. So the first thing Jiang Yuhua said to him in the dungeon was, Vice Captain Jian, I am just here for the sake of formality. As the heir of the Jiang family, Jiang Yuhua had long been prepared to sacrifice his marriage. Jian Suiyu turned his head, and continued to look at the screen as if unintentionally. Wu Yu's mood had eased. She looked up at Shinkei, who looked at her red eyes, which were swollen. In addition to what Jiang Huaiji said just now, Wu Yu had already expressed her position to the Jiang family, and even concealed his true situation, so she was no longer angry. Shinkei coaxed her softly, don't cry. Wu Yu nodded, yeah. Wu Chong, now that Yu Yu's problem has been solved and the dungeon is over, can we leave? Richard, the plot dungeon was forced to open, and there was nothing after all the fighting. Jiechen, who cares? It doesn't matter. Isn't it better for the little girl to be able to open her heart? Jiang Qian, don't mention it. Yu Qian people are really good. No wonder Mei Bao is willing to stay with you. I heard that Yu Qian has a team of therapists doing scientific research. My sister and I will go to see it when we have time and learn from each other. Wu Chong, okay. How about I call my sister here too? My sister is a great poison doctor. She's amazing. Just as everyone was about to leave, Wu Yu suddenly spoke up, wait. Everyone turned to look at her. What's the matter? In the surprised eyes of everyone, Wu Yu suddenly stretched out her hand and put it in front of her face, and her hand seemed to have grabbed something in the void. Suddenly she began to exert force. Although I don't know the restrictions of the Qi-Ling people, there are still some records about Qi-Ling people in the information given by Aunt Fu. Logically speaking, if I inherited my mother's ability, or even evolved it more than hers, then I should be able to do it. Everyone, what? Wu Yu suddenly raised a strange smile. Pull this ghost thing that has been attached to me since I entered the dungeon out of my body. Chapter 316. There was an invisible tearing sound in the air, like the sound of the soul, and the body being torn apart. Just by listening to it, one could imagine how painful it would be to be skinned alive. Wu Yu's face turned pale, and cold sweat appeared on her forehead. In the void, everyone seemed to see a transparent soul in her hand. Shinkei looked at Fu Yanqi fiercely. What is she doing? Fu Yanqi was not sure. I don't know either, and I haven't seen this scene either. Jiang Qian swallowed his saliva and looked at Jiang Huaiji in horror. Brother, nothing will happen, right? Shinkei was about to knock Wu Yu unconscious again, but Jiang Huaiji stopped him. Shinkei looked at him gloomily, and Jiang Huaiji told him, that is the ability of the Lu family's spirit-binding people. Their ability has been lost. So she just used a simple and rough method. Her mother used to catch ghosts from those who raise ghosts in this way. She just pulled them off their bodies and crushed them to death. Fu Yanqi couldn't believe it. That would cause great damage to the original soul. After being skinned alive, the soul would be damaged, and it would kill people. Shinkei kicked Jiang Huaiji away, and Jiang Huaiji stood in front of him again. Shinkei, she had been avoiding it before, but now she finally began to face her own abilities. She is very powerful. When she began to face her own abilities, she would definitely stand in the center of the stage, and the others would only be the audience. If you go now, you will disturb her. When her mother was catching ghosts before, her father could only stand guard at the door, at best to prevent someone from discovering her mother's atrocities, and persuade her to be gentle and kill fewer people. Fu Yanqi looked at Wu Yu's actions in disbelief. He couldn't help but walk forward a few steps to see how Wu Yu did it. In the SSS-level plot dungeon, there was a ghost that was suppressed by absolute order. Now she was holding it in her hand, and pulling it out of her body inch by inch. No matter how the ghost screamed, the result was doomed from the moment Wu Yu made a move. In the astonished eyes of the crowd, the whole ghost was held in Wu Yu's hand, and pulled out alive. And no matter how she struggled, she couldn't escape. Fu Yanqi felt that his heart was about to break, and his defense was broken. No. Wu Yu, if you can do this, What have you been doing before? You are so awesome. Why do you learn those healing physical skills, mysterious arts, formations, runes, and risk your life for mental power every day? Wu Yu blinked. It's better to have more skills, and I can only catch these incorporeal ones. Jiang Huaiji certified. That's right. The spirit contracting people can only deal with spirits in this way, limited to ghosts, and these monsters with entities in the dungeon are useless. In other words, in a dungeon with only spirits, Wu Yu is the king. Everyone was shocked. So now, the spirit of the dungeon boss they had worked so hard to kill was captured alive by Wu Yu because of possession. Wu Yu pressed the spirit of the boss and threatened, hand over all the dungeon rewards. An SSS level dungeon doesn't give you anything. Don't you feel ashamed of such a big boss? Everyone thought Wu Yu was going to ask about the dungeon plot. Very good. Wu Yu, who has opened up her heart, has completely lowered her moral sense. She can even pinch the boss's neck and snatch the dungeon reward openly. Wu Yu smiled horrifyingly. You swallowed the power of that door, so you came to me just after entering the dungeon. You want to sacrifice me. You looked at Shinkei's initiative to attack, but you were afraid that his ability would hinder you from taking action. You want to go to the Order Realm, but it's not that easy. If you want a ticket, you have to pay a price. Otherwise, I will turn you into ashes. The little girl struggled violently, tears and blood flowing from her eyes. She opened her mouth silently, wanting to say something, but nothing came out, and she cried even more sadly. Wu Yu approached coldly. I am not interested in your story. No matter how sad you are, there are so many rotten corpses here, and you have killed many people over the years. The grudges have long been unclear. Since it is unclear, let's put aside the merits and demerits, and just talk about strength and weakness, and winners and losers. Wu Yu tightened her grip, and everyone could clearly see that the little girl's face was getting greener and greener, and her entire spirit was showing signs of being strangely twisted and gray. There was no doubt that if Wu Yu tried harder, Boss would be strangled to death in an instant and disappear into thin air. Boss looked at Wu Yu in horror. She was serious. Suddenly, a black coffin appeared in front of everyone, which was the one that Wu Yu had been waiting for and was broken by Shinkei. At this moment, it had been restored to its original state. Boss pointed at the black coffin, and Wu Yu grabbed her and came to the black coffin. The person lying in the black coffin was a girl in her 20s, who was the person they were worshipping this time, Xiao and I. Xiao Ni's soul pointed at her body, asking Wu Yu to put her back into her body. Jian Suiyu thought, could it be that Xiao and I lost her soul when she was a child? Although her body has grown up, her spirit still looks like a child. Jiang Yuhua, but who was the spirit that looked at Shinkei at that time? She looked very powerful. Fu Yinchi suddenly remembered, according to records, in some remote areas of ancient China, there was such a funeral custom. They would first bury the body, then dig out the coffin, and cremate it the next year. Could it be that Xiao and I was not completely dead at the time, but only lost her soul, but her soul could not return to her body, and her body could only suffocate to death in the dusty black coffin? Wu Yu, she waited for a year, and her soul stayed by her side throughout the whole process. She might have lost her soul because she was frightened by her classmates at school, so she was full of resentment. When the coffin was opened for cremation, the soul merged with the body, turned into a rotten corpse, and started hunting, and the roles were changed from the victim to the hunter. It is very likely that the 8 people next to the coffin were the targets of the first round of hunting. After the 8 people died, Xiao and I returned to the coffin. At the same time, the villagers were surprised to find that Xiao Ni's body showed signs of growth even though she was dead after being hunted. Since then, this Linya village has started to hold funeral ceremonies every year to offer sacrifices and feed Xiao and I. The little girl who was once buried by them, by mistake, was worshipped as the patron saint of Linya village. Since then, although she looks like a child, Xiao and I has become more and more powerful, showing cruelty and bloodthirstiness beyond her appearance. Shinkei glanced at Wu Yu, who immediately smiled attentively. This is relatively simple. I don't have a brainstorm. Shinkei looked away and ignored her. Wu Yu blinked. Shinkei was angry again for pulling the soul with bare hands just now. Wu Yu put Xiao Ni's spirit back into her body, and Xiao and I slowly sat up and looked at Wu Yu. Congratulations to your team for clearing the SSS level Present World Dungeon Linyashan Village. The dungeon rewards are being calculated. Chapter 317. Gain the Awakening Ability Vacuum Black Coffin. Used on powerful ghosts, it can trap them in a small vacuum black coffin, drain all the air, and compress them to death. LV.1. Team leaders can assign Awakening Ability owners. Gain the Awakening Ability Corpse Siege. Summon hundreds of corpses to fight. The corpses will not die until their mental power is exhausted. LV.1. Team leaders can assign awakening ability owners. Wu Chong was excited. Wow, 2 awakening abilities exploded right away, and it must be an SSS level boss. Richard smiled. It's better to say that Wu Yu's threat is more effective. The team leader of this group is Jiang Huaiji. Everyone in Qian looked at Jiang Huaiji and said first, we don't need this ability. They all have their own awakening abilities that they are good at, and this is just for show. Wu Yu shook her head. I don't need it either. I haven't fully mastered the awakening ability I just got. Jiang Huaiji thought about it, and decided to assign the ability of the vacuum black coffin to Wu Yu. Jiang Huaiji, yeah, the strong control single target ultimate skill can make you have stronger self-protection ability. The corpse siege was assigned to Jiang Qianan. Jiang Qianan was surprised. Give it to me? Jiang Huaiji, well, this can be used as a group attack skill, and you just don't have it. Jiang Qianan was very happy. Sure, with this and my treatment, I can single-handedly kill the boss in the future and successfully become a hexagonal warrior. As the corpse just killed fell to the ground, high-level crystals burst out of his brain. Congratulations to the team for obtaining 300,000 SS-level diamond crystals. Congratulations to the team for obtaining 300,000 SS-level diamond crystal cores even. The boss's brain burst out. Congratulations to the team for obtaining 80,000 SSS iridium amethysts. Wu Chong kept circling around the bag. Wow, this is the first time I've seen SSS iridium amethysts. It's amazing. How many 10-star S-level items can these crystals feed at once? Richard, just now I felt that this boss's brain was not right, and the things he dropped were indeed extraordinary. Jiechun, it has to be an SSS level plot dungeon. This kind of dungeon that is fattened up and killed is rich in resources. Jiang Qianan was excited. Brother, if there are so many high-level crystals, can we use them to exchange for resources, so that my sister doesn't have to marry? After being glared at by Jiang Huaiji, Jiang Qianan realized that he let the cat out of the bag because he was too excited. He immediately shut up and lowered his head to look at the crystal. Crystal, why are you so purple? Jiang Huaiji looked at Shinkei. This time you have 6 people, the Jiang family has 2, and since Qian has the awakening ability, we will take 1 more. The Jiang family will take 1/7, and the rest will be divided among you Qian. Shinkei sneered. Who do you think of us Qian? Let's go! With that, he turned around and left. Wu Chong, hey, we are here to accompany Yaya. We are relieved that Yaya is happy now. We can fight so many dungeons by ourselves if we want resources, and you are helping our captain. Richard, if it weren't for the Jiang family's help, Shinkei's parents wouldn't be able to go home. We must repay this great favor. Jiechun, this place is great. Call me next time if you have such a cool fight. Fu Yinchi, I can actually see how the Qi-Ling people really use their abilities. They are so powerful. No wonder my uncle said that Wu Yu has a more important inheritance. It's really worth the trip. Jiang Huaiji watched the people from Qian walk past him one by one, and he looked at Wu Yu, who was the last one. Jiang Huaiji, are you really not going home with us? Shinkei, who was walking in the front, glanced at Wu Chong. Captain, why are you suddenly not leaving? Shinkei said in a gloomy tone, shut up. Didn't you see that there are still people who haven't left? Wu Chong looked back pretentiously. Who is it? Bang! Ah! After being punched in the face, he finally behaved. The people from Qian stopped to wait for Wu Yu. Wu Yu shook her head. I stay in Qian. Shinkei pressed his lips and turned away. Richard followed him. Aren't you afraid that she will change her mind? Shinkei gritted his teeth. Why did you come here? The 3 of them are unreliable. Go and watch her. If she really leaves with the Jiang family, you will be beheaded. Richard shrugged and turned back. Wu Yu asked Jiang Huaiji, what did the second brother just say? What resource exchange? Who is sister Yuhua going to marry? Jiang Huaiji glanced at the live broadcast screen, and Jiang Yuhua behind the screen was heartbroken. She took out her gun and loaded the bullet with a click. Jian Suiyu looked at her in surprise. Was she really going to kill him right after the dungeon was over? Unexpectedly, Jiang Yuhua didn't even look at him, and turned to walk towards the dungeon. Jiang Mubai said in a gloomy tone, You're overthinking it, aren't you? My sister is obviously going to kill Jiang Qian, the chatterbox. Jian Suiyu turned to look at Jiang Mubai. As expected, anyone who has anything to do with Bai has a bit of black. Jiang Mubai smiled, thank you. After packing up his things and copying the screen recording, he left the main monitoring room, and went to meet up with Shinkei and others who came out earlier. Jian Suiyu raised his eyebrows. You won't wait for her. She has untied her knot now. Don't regret it later. Shinkei saw that Wu Yu had not come out yet, and even Jiang Yuhua passed by him in a hurry to find Wu Yu, so he let out a long sigh. You go. Jian Suiyu, what about you? Shinkei was about to bite his teeth. I also have dignity. Being deceived, he wants to wait for Wu Yu to coax him. Puff. Before Shinkei made his move, Jian Suiyu followed Jiang Yuhua to find Wu Yu. Just as Jian Suiyu met up with Wu Chong, Jiechen, Richard, and Fu Yanqi, he saw their eyes excitedly wandering back and forth among the Jiang family. Jian Suiyu, what are they talking about? Richard, Jiang Yuhua wants to marry the eldest son of the Li family in exchange for the largest meteorite or source in the past 10 years. Wu Yu asked her if she liked him, and Jiang Yuhua said it was not important. The other three brothers were trying to persuade them, but Jiang Yuhua told them to stop bothering him, or they would all be shot. Fu Yanqi, this family seems to have the stubbornness in their genes. While talking, Wu Yu walked towards them. Jian Suiyu, are you done talking? Wu Yu nodded, and she glanced at him. Jian Suiyu, Shinkei has already left on his own. Wu Yu was dejected. Oh, I pissed him off. Jian Suiyu showed her the screen recording of Shinkei in the dungeon when Wu Yu was not around. He's waiting for you to coax him. Wu Yu looked around as she walked. She couldn't help but smile when she saw Shinkei said he wanted to marry her in the afterlife. Her eyes became warm again when she saw Shinkei talking about her worries. Jian Suiyu, he didn't confess to you right away because he was afraid that you would have too much psychological burden. In fact, he said he liked you a few days after returning from the north. Wu Yu said softly, well, let's go. Z welcome SSS level Corpse King Xiao and I to return to the Order Realm. Before leaving, Wu Yu checked the black coffin again and found the vortex of the door under the black coffin. Just like the last dungeon, the door was completely drained of energy and lost its function. Boarded the blazing flame shuttle and started the return journey. Wu Yu walked to Shinkei's door and stood there for a while without saying a word or knocking on the door. He lowered his head and wondered what he was thinking. He turned around and was about to leave when the door opened from the inside. Wu Yu curled the corners of his mouth and turned his head. Chapter 318. Shinkei had just finished a shower, wearing a loose white home short t-shirt and gray sweatpants. Wu Yu looked up at him. I'm here to see you. Shinkei hugged his chest and leaned against the door, blocking it. What's the matter? Wu Yu poked his head out. I want to go in and talk. Shinkei stretched out his hand to block the door, sneering, just stand at the door and talk. Finally he got his revenge. Last time he went to apologize, Wu Yu blocked him like this. Wu Yu's face fell. Well, I'm leaving now. Seeing her turn around and leave, Shinkei was so angry that he was about to reach out and grab her, but she turned her head and crouched down to get into the house through the crack of the door. Shinkei was angry and wanted to laugh. He turned around and stood at the door. He pursed his lips and said with a stern face, come in, tell me. Wu Yu came forward. You have taken a shower. Shinkei turned his eyes away and didn't look at her. Yeah, I smell all over my body from killing monsters. Wu Yu, yes, now that you mention it, I have to take a shower too, my clothes are all dirty. Shinkei, yeah. Wu Yu, then can I use your bathroom? It's troublesome to run around. It's a bit far. Shinkei was a little confused. Huh? Wu Yu's lounge was right next to him, and the distance between the two doors was no more than 3 meters. Shinkei's heartbeat gradually became faster. Wu Yu looked up at him. No, then I go. Wu Yu lowered his head and was about to leave, and even said to Shinkei who was standing by the door, please make way, Captain. Shinkei gritted his teeth. Okay. Wu Yu turned around and went into the bathroom. I have some clean clothes. You don't have to worry about me. Shinkei had just finished washing, and the bathroom was still filled with steam, and even the same shampoo smell as Shinkei. The lounge was not big, only about 10 square meters in total. Listening to the sound of water coming from inside, Shinkei felt a little uneasy. He told himself not to forgive her so easily. He couldn't control his eyes, and kept drifting towards the bathroom. The sound of water gradually became smaller, and Shinkei changed his sitting position, feeling a little uneasy and dry-mouthed. Shinkei. Wu Yu's voice came from the bathroom, and Shinkei was stunned for a moment, and subconsciously said, yeah. Come in and help me. Shinkei pursed his lips, hesitated for a second, and stood up suddenly. Pushing the bathroom door gently, Shinkei said, what can I help you with? Then he saw Wu Yu standing in front of the sink, combing her hair and turning sideways to Shinkei, and said, help me button up. Shinkei blinked frantically. Wu Yu was wearing the short skirt she had worn in the north before. In addition, the design of the back had been modified. Shinkei did not move. Wu Yu turned her head to look at him. I can't button it. As she said that, Wu Yu turned her head and looked at him in the mirror of the sink. Shinkei's soul was already floating. The bathroom was small. When he opened the door, he was less than 1 meter away from Wu Yu. Even if he told himself 100 times not to be fooled by her, he took 2 steps forward and reached out his hand to help Wu Yu button her clothes. Wu Yu waited for a while. Not done yet? Shinkei's fingers were burning, a row of buttons, all small buttons. His hand was trembling slightly, and he kept touching Wu Yu. He said, "It's not easy to button." Wu Yu turned her head to look at him, and Shinkei watched her reach behind her back with one hand and buttoned her clothes with the other hand. Shinkei, She obviously knows how to do it herself. She did it on purpose, calling him in on purpose. She even dried up all the water on the sink. Shinkei was so dizzy that he was completely fascinated. Wu Yu turned around and leaned against the sink. Shinkei stood in front of her. "I asked Chunya to help me change it. Do you like it? When I wore it before, you kept looking at me." So Wu Yu had already guessed that she would most likely be exposed. She was even ready to coax him. Shinkei's eyes turned cold. He stretched out his arms and leaned on the sink. He approached Wu Yu with anger. "Wu Yu, I'm not as lustful as you think. I don't like to fool around with this method either." Wu Yu nodded. "I know, you just like me and you're not lustful. Wang Ting has been stuffing women into your house for so many years. If you were really lustful, you would have had many children and grandchildren." Shinkei lowered his eyes and looked at her without saying anything. Wu Yu said pitifully, "Are you ignoring me?" "Shinkei, what do you mean now?" "Wu Yu, I'm trying to coax you." "Shinkei, then what? After coaxing you, will you go back to the Jiang family?" Wu Yu shook her head. "I refused. I will stay in Qian." "Shinkei, you lied to me before you came." Wu Yu raised her head and stretched out her arms to wrap around his neck and get close to him. Shinkei looked down at her. The two were very close, and their breaths were just a few feet away. "Wu Yu, I didn't lie to you. What I said that day was serious. I told my brother and sister that I wanted to be with you. I just concealed the burden on my body. Once you know, you won't be willing to let me take risks again." "Shinkei, is it useful if I don't want to?" "Wu Yu, it is useful. In the short term, I will not use logical deduction and mental deduction to pass dungeons again." Shinkei pressed his mouth, tightened his arms, and hugged Wu Yu directly to sit next to the sink. Wu Yu was half a head taller than him, lowered her head and looked at him. "Sister Luotian gave me a thorough and deep treatment. I am in good condition now. Moreover, I tore boss out today, and Yan Qi showed me that there is no problem with my soul. I am here to apologize to you. I am very sincere." Shinkei looked at Wu Yu, his eyes getting darker and darker. Indeed, he was very sincere. Shinkei took a step forward, leaned against the sink, tightened his arms without hesitation, and kissed her. "Wu Yu, don't you like to solve the problem this way?" "Shinkei, I like it." "Wu Yu, you ruined my clothes." "Shinkei, there are too many buttons, and I can't unbutton them." "Wu Yu, what were you thinking when you looked at me like that?" "Shinkei, I just wanted to do it this way." "Wu Yu, Sui, you told me that those people would deliberately dress you up as a girl. You must hate it. You even wore women's clothes at that time." "Shinkei, I was not dressed up as a girl. I killed those people. Also, don't mention other men's names at this time." "Wu Yu, are you still angry with me?" Shinkei didn't answer. He was busy. He didn't want to give in easily, so that his wife would keep coaxing him. Shinkei walked out of the bathroom, while hugging Wu Yu and kissing her. Wu Yu kept pushing him. "Let me go." Shinkei put Wu Yu on the bed, leaned close to her, his eyes dark and deep. "You said it yourself, you are coaxing me." Wu Yu gritted her teeth. "But you don't mean to be good at all." Shinkei lowered his head. "Then can you coax me again?" "Wife." Wu Yu was embarrassed. "You are not allowed to call me wife all the time." "Shinkei, then what should I call you?" "Can I call you baby?" Wu Yu glared at Shinkei with a flickering look, which made him dry his mouth and burn with anger. Shinkei panted and kissed her. "Baby, if you coax me again, I won't be angry anymore." Wu Yu bit her lower lip with a red face, and slowly reached out to hook Shinkei's neck. Without her making any moves, Shinkei, who had received her tacit signal, lowered his head and left kisses on her neck one after another. Shinkei hugged her and sat up, leaning forward to kiss Wu Yu, who kept leaning back. His hot palms rested on her smooth back, making her lean against him tightly. Wu Yu's breathing became faster and faster, until she was confused and weak, letting Shinkei do whatever he wanted. Chapter 319. The shuttle landed and arrived at the base. All the lounge doors opened, and Wu Yu walked out of her own lounge without changing her expression. She was wearing a new combat uniform, with the buttons buttoned up to the highest point, covering her entire neck. Shinkei walked out from the side, and chuckled behind her. Wu Yu turned her head and glared at him. In Shinkei's opinion, It was not only harmless, but also made him feel more itchy. When leaving the shuttle and meeting up with everyone, Wu Chong stretched his waist. My delicate body is really too hard. Wu Yu was touched. Thank you for all your hard work this time. Jiechen sneered. What's the hard work? This kid just needs practice. If there is any more in the future, just call us all. Richard, yeah. Don't be polite to call me next time. Fu Yanqi, add one. Wu Yu smiled mysteriously. Don't worry, I will definitely call you next time. I won't let you guys with big firepower go. Go back and rest early. There will be a surprise for you tomorrow. Everyone looked at Wu Yu with confusion. Jian Suiyu said, it's late today, let's go to bed early. When everyone dispersed, Wu Yu walked towards the dormitory, and Shinkei followed her slowly. When they arrived at the first floor, to wait for the elevator, ding. The elevator arrived. Shinkei slowed down and followed Wu Yu into the elevator. The elevator door closed, and the two stood side by side. Shinkei looked at her in the elevator mirror. If you move in with me, your deception will be over. Wu Yu's forehead was throbbing. Shinkei, don't push it. It took 2 hours to fly from the dungeon to the base. What else do you want? How can he look angry now? Shinkei turned his head to look at her and blinked. Wife. Before he could continue, Wu Yu's face instantly turned red. She raised her head suddenly and gritted her teeth. Shut up. Shinkei looked down at Wu Yu's face, which was red all the way to her ears. From then on, her combat uniform blocked her view. Shinkei bent down and was about to get closer, but the elevator door opened, and Wu Yu rushed out like a gust of wind and ran to her dormitory without thinking. Shinkei sneered and walked out of the elevator slowly. Wu Yu felt like an agent on a mission. She swiped the door card at the fastest speed in her life to open the door. Once the door opened, she quickly slipped in and closed the door. At the moment of closing the door, she didn't hear the click sound, but saw Shinkei's long and slender fingers pinching the door panel. Shinkei opened the door and said, if you don't move to my place, I can move here. Wu Yu looked fierce but was timid. Shinkei, I'm calling for help. Shinkei smiled. Okay, let's see who dares to come. Wu Yu suddenly smiled, and Shinkei felt something was wrong. Then, a huge long worm came out of Wu Yu's room, opened its mouth to bite him, showing no mercy. As soon as Shinkei withdrew his hand, Wu Yu closed the door from the inside. Damn, doesn't this worm usually stay in the planting area? Thinking of Wu Yu's 3 SS level peak summoned beasts, Shinkei was so angry that his teeth itched. How can anyone have 3 SS level summoned beasts at once? And they are all combat type SS level summoned beasts at their peak. Since returning from the castle, all of them have been fed to their peak by Wu Yu with countless rations. One of them is comparable to a small boss on the world map. Even if he wants to fight 3 of them alone without using his ultimate or summoning a dragon, it will be difficult. Ah, I'm so angry. With these 3 door gods, when can he live with Wu Yu? Shinkei was completely depressed, and his beautiful hair was dull and haggard as he left. Wu Yu listened to this living father finally leaving in the house, and breathed a sigh of relief. She turned on the communicator and contacted Wu Xioli immediately. Wu Yu, Sister Xioli, do you have any personal information about Li Ren, the eldest son of the Li family Chable? The more the better, I need it urgently. Thank you, Sister Xioli. Wu Xioli, no problem, wait for my news. Wu Yu thought of the brothers, who mentioned Sister Yu Hua's family marriage before leaving today. The Jiang family took the initiative to intervene in the DX001 incident in the north, which caused resentment among the families. They secretly joined forces to snipe the Jiang family's trade many times. In addition, because Wang Ting was bombarded and chased by the Jiang family this time, he took the initiative to extend an olive branch to the Li family, which is now second only to the Jiang family. While the main force of the Jiang family was busy with the dungeon in the present world, the two families had similar tastes and joined forces. The first thing they did was to use the uncertainty of the mineral resources in the natural disaster map to make the Jiang family fall and cut off the capital chain. Then, they took the opportunity to take out the meteorite or mine that the Jiang family really wanted, and when the Jiang family was in a dilemma, they entered the house and proposed such a disgusting request as marriage. Wang Ting and his gang only have this kind of despicable tricks in their heads. They did this to Shinkei before, and now they do this to her sister. The Jiang family got a lot of crystal resources in this dungeon, but the crystal resources are mainly used to feed props. In addition, with the cooperation of many Chable families, there are almost no third parties who can consume so many crystal resources and exchange them. No. Wu Yu suddenly remembered that she had put it on hold again and again because of various urgent matters before, so she didn't even think of it in the dungeon today. Shinkei has a piece of alien meteorite ore in his hand that can be mined to produce more advanced alien meteorite ore than meteorite ore. The reward for killing Long Shi is S-level meteorite fire seed elemental invasion disaster map, and that disaster map is particularly large. At that time, she spent a lot of effort and scrapped an entire cutting-edge shuttle to escape from that area with Shinkei. This map, once it enters the mining stage, will definitely produce dozens or hundreds of times more ore than the currently family's meteorite ore map that is used as a threat. Does her sister still need a marriage? No need at all. What an international joke. Her sister is a fairy. How can the grandsons of the Lee family think about her? Not to mention thinking about her. Even thinking about her is not allowed. However, Wu Yu's expression suddenly froze. She just drove away the father who owned the mine. But it's okay, Wu Yu is serious. Resource exchange. Just let his brother come forward to talk to Shinkei. Wu Yu immediately edited the message and told Jiang Huaiji all the information he knew. Although Jiang Huaiji didn't know why Wu Yu was so sure that the meteorite fire map could produce important energy, he communicated with Shinkei as soon as possible considering Yu Hua. Then he got the reply, Shinkei, let your sister come to talk to me. I don't need crystals. The mine can be given directly to your Jiang family. But if she doesn't come, everything is off the table. Even though Jiang Huaiji had received elite education since childhood, he couldn't help but want to curse when he met a rogue like Shinkei. Jiang Huaiji, what kind of hooligans are you, Qian? Can't you just say it nicely? You and your vice-captain, don't go too far. Shinkei raised his eyebrows. Shinkei, what did Jian Suiyu do? Jiang Huaiji, when we were in the dungeon, he and Yu Hua talked about you and Wu Yu. When Yu Hua asked, he wanted to change the subject and blew Yu Hua's ear. Shinkei, the Jiang family's patience is limited. You Qian don't go too far. Shinkei blinked and immediately distanced himself from the matter. Shinkei, brother-in-law, I am a serious person. Before Wu Yu and I confirmed our relationship, I didn't dare to touch her even a finger. Jian Suiyu, this is completely his personal behavior. Don't bring it up to the team. I will definitely criticize and educate him. However, let your sister come to the mine, otherwise it's out of the question. The meteorite fire mine has different meanings for him, and Wu Yu. He and Wu Yu survived here together. It was also the first time he cooked for her, and the first time they were alone together. Shinkei even suspected that he had been tempted when Wu Yu operated the shuttle to take him out of the natural disaster map. Chapter 320. Not to mention that he almost died later. Before he died, he wanted to give this piece of land to Wu Yu as a memorial of his existence. If there was no relationship with Wu Yu, he would never give this piece of land to anyone even if he kept it in his hands for a lifetime. Wu Yu's sister, Shinkei, couldn't help. But he wanted Wu Yu to come to him herself, and he also needed Wu Yu to take the initiative to confirm their close relationship, rather than just tolerating and chasing. He also needed more sense of security in this relationship. Wu Yu is too strong, and the forces behind her are too strong. Even Shinkei feels a lot of pressure. Wu Xioli, you can see what you want. Wu Xioli is transferring files to you, receiving files. Wu Yu opened the attachment, and the more she looked at it, the more she frowned. Li Ran, the eldest son of the Chabal Li family, the future heir of the Li family. He looks decent, but his love history is so rich that I can't praise him. There are so many gossips about him that it's outrageous. Because of his status as a Chabal heir, he has always been well protected. He is under special protection. Currently, there is no data on his combat power. Wu Yu gritted her teeth. How dare such a rotten cucumber covet my sister? At the same time, she received a message from Jiang Huaiji. Jiang Huaiji, Shinkei is unwilling to talk to me. Don't worry, we will find another way. Wu Yu was furious when she saw the message. Unwilling to talk? What do you mean unwilling to talk? She opened the door directly, and there were footsteps in the empty corridor. Bang bang. Before she could get to Shinkei's door, Shinkei opened it himself. Wu Yu was angry. Why didn't you talk to my brother? Shinkei blinked, and seeing Wu Yu so angry, he immediately acted cute. I didn't refuse to talk to my brother-in-law. I just told him to come talk to me. Wu Yu glared at him. What do you want me to talk about? Are you trying to be a hooligan again? Shinkei looked eager. I didn't. I just felt that this piece of mining land had a different meaning for us, so I didn't want to give it away in this way of trading. You know, I was about to die, and you saved me. And we were both trapped in this natural disaster map at the same time. I think I might have been attracted to you at that time. Wu Yu was not so angry anymore. She looked at Shinkei. You are just pretending. Shinkei stretched out his hand and pulled her hesitantly. I didn't. He unlocked the communicator directly to Wu Yu. You can turn it yourself if you want something. We have been together, and I have always wanted to give you something, but I found that you have everything. The war team and the Secretariat provide you with food, clothing, shelter and transportation. The Taoist sect has been sending you metaphysical materials, and now even the Jiang family has equipped you with advanced weapons and equipment. I really can't think of what I can give you. And you never speak to me. I really don't feel safe. Shinkei came up with an expectant look. How about you check my communication records? Chat records. Will you push Shinkei away? Go away. Who wants to see those? Dating depends on conscience. If you don't have a conscience, it's nonsense to check anything. Wu looked at Shinkei's account and quickly checked it, but found that she couldn't find the end. She didn't expect that this guy was much richer than she thought. She always thought that Shinkei was so pitiful that he was bullied in the royal court and exploited in the team. Everything he had was taken away by others. He had to work to support the team and do all the hard work by himself. He was so poor that he couldn't take out a penny. Maybe he didn't have as much money as she did when she played dungeons by herself before. Wu even secretly thought about whether to help him. But then she thought, if she spent money on a man, she would be struck by lightning and unlucky for the rest of her life, and if she really gave it to Shinkei, he would be so angry that he would turn against her. Unexpectedly, he was rich, very rich, super rich. Wu couldn't believe it, and when she looked at Shinkei, her eyes seemed to be looking at the god of wealth. Why are you so rich? Shinkei was puzzled. Have you forgotten? When my parents' ashes came back, my prince's account was restored. Secretary General and Chairman Jiang helped me recover the wealth that Wang Ting stole from my parents' achievements over the years, plus the part that originally belonged to me, and the part that was embezzled by the entire Squire family. To be honest, I didn't expect to recover so much money. Of course, they did it very cleverly, and some other victims also received compensation. Don't tell me, old man Vlad has worked hard over the years, but he actually made so much money. Woman you, No one told her that there was so much money in this account. Unexpectedly, the highlight was the replacement of ashes. The smoke bombs on the front line actually made so much money. A lean camel is bigger than a horse. No wonder that old guy Vlad was so angry that he worked hard for 15 years and returned to the pre-liberation era overnight. All the hard work was in vain, and all went into Shinkei's pocket. How could he not be angry? The coffin fund and pension were bought at the bottom. Wu, why didn't you say it earlier if you are so rich? She always worried that Shinkei would not have food to eat. Shinkei. In the past, you were so distressed when a missile was fired that you even wanted to pick up the ashes of the bandits and resell them. Now you have become rich, and you are spreading your wealth everywhere from the dungeon. For the team, cash flow is not that important. Weapons and resources are more practical. Many things in the team cannot be bought with money. I don't know how much the Jiang family gave you. At that time, they wanted to give you so many shares. If you don't think highly of me, I would feel ashamed. Cash flow. For the current Jiang family, huge cash flow is needed. Wu took a deep breath and started to look through Shinkei's account again. This point. This is not this point. Uncle Zhou and her uncle simply stripped the royal court of 3 layers of skin. Basically, most of the royal court's money is probably here. So many zeros. How many points does this get? Tens, hundreds, millions? Wu raised her head and smiled at Shinkei flatteringly. Shinkei, Don't mention it. He hasn't seen Wu treat him like this for a long time. It's really like a spring breeze, and I feel my back is stiff. Wu smiled and kissed Shinkei. My lord prince, I want you to get some gold coins. Shinkei directly recorded Wu's fingerprint and iris into his system. You authorize it yourself. Take as much as you want. The Jiang family was targeted in part because you helped me. Shinkei's eyes turned, watching Wu seriously contacting Jiang Huaiji to calculate the flow of funds. He naturally pulled her into his room and let her sit on the sofa. Take your time to look. Don't be anxious. The night is still long. Chapter 321. Qian Team High-Level Meeting Room. Wu Chong was incredulous. How amazing. This is the first time the captain has held a meeting. Jiechen, this guy was nowhere to be seen before. After returning from the north, he has been circling around Wu. I don't know why he is making it so formal this time. Richard, come to think of it, I received a communication from the church just after I woke up this morning. Fu Yanqi, why did those old men in the church come to you? Richard's shrewd face was rarely blank. They said that the Pope died suddenly, and the church cannot be without a pillar, so they want me to go back and succeed the Pope. Wu Chong jumped up. Don't believe it, don't believe it, don't believe it. They must be lying to you. Just after he finished speaking, everyone received the obituary of the Pope issued by the Alliance at the same time. Jian Suiyu frowned. I remember you said last night that there would be a surprise waiting for us today. Could it be this? Fu Yanqi, now that you mention it, I suddenly remembered the joint combat group that helped Shinkei get the ashes. Because his parents' ashes were protected by the church's many restrictions under the arrangement of the royal court, all three families contributed to breaking the restrictions. The Taoist ancestor who was infected with DX001 and recovered and upgraded, the 5 great immortals who looked down on the entire north, and the 4 top heirs of the Jiang family who were taught by Jiang Cheng, the first in the alliance, with a combination of spirit contract and astrology. At the same time, the two sides fought against each other, and the ban backfired, which really could cause the Pope and his core church members to be seriously injured. Richard couldn't believe it, so they just stole the ashes and killed the church at the same time? Doesn't this make him look like a complete loser for not being able to defeat the church before? Fu Yanqi corrected, you don't have to be so surprised. After all, they are all the top fighters in the world. With that lineup, it would only take a few minutes to attack Jian Suiyu, so in fact, it is impossible to steal the ashes without leaking a single drop of water. Vlad should have reacted. But the matter is done. He has ceded land and paid compensation. He has run out of ammunition and food and is at the end of his rope. Vlad's first reaction was to guess why these 3 families would help Shinkei. The Tao sect is the simplest, because it is Yanqi. The Secretariat may have been involved in the earlier interests, plus the subsequent DX001 removal work. Before Sirius visited, there were rumors within Qian that Shinkei had feelings for a female member of Sirius. Vlad subconsciously thought that it was Shinkei and Jiang Yuhua who were in love and mediated, so the Jiang family joined the other 3 families to help. He took this speculation to find the Li family and other Chaebol families, and on the grounds that the Jiang family once again joined forces with the others, fearing that it would harm the interests of everyone, he took the initiative to snipe the Jiang family and propose the condition of marriage. In this way, the Chaebol family can get the Jiang family they want, and Vlad, who has been sniped twice in a row, can take advantage of the power of each family to get rid of Qi Yan in one fell swoop and fight a comeback. Richard raised his eyebrows. Okay, Suiyu, your thinking rhythm is scary now. Jian Suiyu smiled. The title of genius can't be boasted in vain. There is another possibility. The door of the conference room opened. Wu Yu and Shinkei walked in, the conference room closed, and entered the highest combat readiness state. Shinkei sat in the captain's seat, and Wu Yu walked directly to the opposite side of everyone. Everyone looked at her in surprise. Since it's all speculation, let's speculate to the extreme. We started to reverse the reasoning from Vlad's perspective. The first time he discovered that something was wrong was probably when Shinkei was completely out of control. He began to wonder how Shinkei did it, and what was the opportunity to restore the dragon bone and the holy angel's blood, but at that time, given his personal physical condition, and the fact that the royal court had just experienced the DX001 mutiny and suffered heavy casualties, he had no time to investigate the matter. Then, just as he was getting better, he was attacked head-on by the Secretariat and the Jiang family. He dropped his guns and armor, and was caught off guard. At the same time, the restrictions of the Shrine of Heroes were breached, and the restrictions of the church that he was proud of were all destroyed. He realized that there were forces in the dark who were targeting him. And it must be a metaphysical force that is more powerful than the restrictions of the church. If Western metaphysics has been tightly held in Vlad's hands in recent years, then the only ones that can conflict with it are Eastern metaphysics, Taoism, the Secretariat and the Jiang family. Next, he began to think about why these 3 families, who have always had conflicts, want to help Shinkei at the same time. According to Suiyu's speculation, it can also be established. However, my original question is still unsolved. How did Shinkei recover the dragon bone and the holy angel blood? He began to focus on the north, thinking about the place where the incident occurred, the reverse-scale dragon breath, DX001, the antidote, the Hua family, Yaina, his most beloved daughter Cynthia is also infected, and even from Shinkei's mouth. He knows that the identities of Aunt Chin and Sui Yu are strange. Countless pieces of information ultimately point to the future creatures behind the friendly orphanage. Why was Shinkei attacked maliciously? And why could the DX001 antidote remove the black air in his body? Could it be that Vlad had known the mastermind behind this for a long time, and even that he had been taking away Shinkei's dragon bones and holy angel blood for these years? How did he transplant these into his own body and the bodies of others? Could it be that he was genetically modifying the human body by subtly giving Shinkei the DX001 virus? Could it be that he was one of the future biological investors behind the friendly orphanage? That's why he was so anxious to let Shinkei have a child to continue the bloodline. Although the blood of the holy angels has a high resistance to DX001, it is not completely indestructible. Once Shinkei's bloodline is completely infected, it will lose its effectiveness. If this is the case, then he will get the answer. Shinkei was able to recover because he found the key to unlock the regeneration reagent. And the key is her. If we go back further, the Jiang family can find her through clues, so even if others are a few steps slower, it may not be impossible. Then it is obvious that her identity is on the verge of collapse. To be able to reach the position of Vlad and the Li family, no one should think of anyone as a fool. Wu Chong blinked, and then blinked again. I don't think I understand. Jie-chun, I'm a little confused too. Richard held his forehead. You just need to work hard. It's not suitable for you to use your brain. Jian Suiyu frowned. So what you mean is that these people deliberately attacked Jiang Yuhua just to find out the truth? Wu Yu nodded. Yes, these people are blocking the Jiang family this time for two reasons: huge capital flow and mineral resources. In the current range of cognition, the only one who is both, and will use them to help the Jiang family overcome difficulties, is Shinkei. But as luck would have it, both of these things flowed from Vlad to Shinkei. So this information is shared. If the Jiang family successfully overcomes the difficulties, all of Vlad's speculations will be confirmed. Richard, if you don't show it, your identity can continue to be kept secret. Jian Suiyu, what about Jiang Yuhua? Shinkei, Wu came to me last night, and got the news before she finished talking to Jiang Huaiji. Jiang Yuhua agreed to the marriage conditions of the Li family without telling anyone, and has tied the red line with Li Yiran. Jiang Yuhua is very smart, and she may have guessed what we can guess. Wu Yu's face suddenly raised a terrifying smile, and everyone realized that Wang Ting and the Li family had stepped on her bottom line by using Jiang Yuhua's marriage to test Wu Yu's identity. She was going crazy. Chapter 322. They want my sister to marry, that's fine. They use my identity to threaten her, use her sense of responsibility to coerce her and kidnap her morality, and want her to sacrifice her lifelong happiness. Then I will kill all the people in the Li family, leaving no one alive, and then all the wealth of the Li family will belong to my sister alone. I want my sister to sit on the throne of the richest man in the alliance by stepping on the corpses of all the people in the Li family, so that she no longer has to consider sacrificing herself for the Jiang family all the time. And Vlad, he came up with the idea. This old guy is probably not a human, since the incident in the north. No matter if it was the DX001 virus, or the contract with some devil. Since he is not a human, there is no need to abide by the alliance regulations. Killing him is a bargain for him. Doesn't he like to do research? Then I will send him to the Scientific Research Institute of the Secretariat, and cut him up piece by piece for research. Cut, heal, cut again, chop off his hands and feet, dig out his eyes, and he will never leave the laboratory in this life. And all the people involved in this matter, don't they want to know my identity? The engagement will be held in the Alliance, and I will tell them behind closed doors. However, the Alliance Secretariat mutinied, and seized the highest control of the Alliance. Whether they can walk out alive in the future depends on whether they are strong enough. There is nothing to be afraid of, just the coward who stole the child back then. I'm standing here, come if you have the ability. If you don't have the ability, I will kill all those who might do this and eliminate the trouble forever. In the horrified eyes of the crowd, Wu Yu laughed softly. Ha 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 ha. Wu Chong hugged his arms in fear. Yu Yu is so scary now. She was just joking, right? Shinkei. No, she had already made a detailed plan last night. Her father, 2 uncles, 3 brothers, Fu Daochong, the chief elder, and the secretariat were all there. She was serious. As he spoke, Fu Yanqi found himself being pulled into the S4 New Season group by Fu Yixue. Fu Yixue, we are all acquaintances, no need to be restrained. Fu Yanqi, yes, she is indeed serious, and I am also in place. Richard was surprised. Did the Jiang family and the secretariat reconcile like this? Shinkei, I heard that Master Fu almost died before, and left 4 letters to each family. Because of the fake death, the letters accidentally reached the hands of the intended recipients. However, the Jiang family already knew Wu Yu's identity at that time, and Yanqi also knew the truth about DX001. In addition to Master Fu's other old friend, it was this letter that reached Secretary Zhou. As a person from the Xianmen sect, Master Fu naturally knew that Wu Yu's mother would not die so easily, but she had the inheritance of the Taoist sect, and Wu Yu's mother also forced her to swear that she would never help her revenge in this life. But knowing is one thing, the child was lost, and the Jiang family did not go to rescue her, and she was resentful. The letter said that the Jiang family deliberately alienated Secretary Zhou, and they were also afraid that if the Jiang family was completely wiped out in the Order world, it might affect the Secretariat. The Jiang family has been secretly helping the Secretariat. The Secretariat can rise so quickly and advance all the way, but it is still Wu Yu's father who refused to come forward and let Quan push. At the moment of death, it was a sincere statement from the heart, and Master Fu would not bother to lie. At that time, when DX001 meteorite ore was in short supply, the Jiang family did not express their position on the surface, but they had actually been secretly collecting ore, but they did not send it out in the end. Wu Yu took the various flow information of the Jiang family's emergency allocation of ore to Zhou Qianfeng, which was also completely removed from his heart. Jian Suiyu, what if the situation is not as bad as we guessed? Wu Yu sneered, it doesn't matter, no matter what they guess, even if they really didn't guess anything just for profit. Since they dare to target my sister, they must all die. Rather than just defending and waiting for the moment of crisis, it is better to take the initiative and counterattack directly. Jian Suiyu, so what do you want to do by coming to us now? Wu Yu suddenly raised her head and looked at everyone. Her mental power was so strong that she had a strong suppression on everyone. She smiled and leaned on the table in the conference room. Hello, all the senior executives of Qiyan, I came here today, as Wu Yu, to issue you a task commission. From the beginning of the engagement, all the procedures will be completed by the other 4 families. Your only task is to protect my sister and take her away from the engagement scene safely and unharmed. As for the reward for this mission, the royal court, the church, 8,888 golden Buddha statues, the ancient witch clan seal place, and the peak battle Taoist sword tomb. Jian Suiyu smiled, it seems that there is no option for me. Wu Yu looked at Jian Suiyu, you worked in vain this time. If it weren't for you pushing, my sister might not have thought it through so quickly. Jian Suiyu frowned. What do you mean? Wu Yu suddenly became discouraged. Forget it, it has nothing to do with you. Sorry Suiyu, I was a little emotional, I shouldn't have taken my anger out on you, sorry. Jian Suiyu turned to look at Shinkei. Did Jiang Yuhua complain to Wu Yu? Shinkei sneered, Jian Suiyu, you are really promising. If Aunt Shin knew about it, I would definitely beat you to death. Jiang Yuhua didn't say that she would not make it difficult for Wu Yu. Jiang Mubai told Jiang Huaiji, and Jiang Huaiji told me. Jiang Yuhua later found out that Jiang Mubai was too talkative, and even came to Wu Yu to tell her to forget it, since she was going to get married anyway, so just consider it a bargain for you kid. Jian Suiyu was subtly unhappy. What do you mean you're going to get married anyway, so why not just take it as a bargain? Wu Yu told him. Did you and my sister match up in the Fox Fairy dungeon before? I checked later, and after the Fox Fairy dungeon ended, the matching success rate was 65%. The steel bars and iron locks of the Fox Fairy are not pulled hard. I heard from my third brother that my sister was going to leave after entering the dungeon because she was very busy, but she stayed for 2 more days. Of course, you can completely think that my sister wants to get more information about me from you. Jian Suiyu's heartbeat began to speed up. Jiang Yuhua and Shinkei were completely different. Shinkei didn't care about the royal court or the squire family, so he repeatedly resisted and refused to accept the coercion of marriage. Therefore, the more Shinkei suppressed himself, the more he couldn't help but fall. But Jiang Yuhua's heart and eyes were full of the Jiang family. The interests of the family were above everything else. She didn't just accept it. She could even say that she took the initiative to sacrifice just to help the Jiang family. When she found that she had a little sign, she strangled him to death without hesitation, leaving no room for him. She can't pull others, she needs others to pull her. But there are many ways to pull. Jiang Yuhua's parents, brothers, sisters, and a lot of relatives are all there. She grew up in love, so she is brave and dedicated. After saying this, Wu Yu suddenly reacted. Suiyu, you just coordinate and dispatch in the rear, just like you usually do, and play your strengths. Seeing Jian Suiyu, her sister's determination is more determined. Jian Suiyu opened his mouth, and didn't know what to say for a while. Shinkei saw Jian Suiyu being defeated, and he immediately added insult to injury. Yes, fighting on the front line is not your strong point anyway. After saying that, he felt really refreshed. Shinkei looked at Qi Yin and the others. Jiechen took the lead. First, thank the donor Wu Yu for his generosity on behalf of the Bodhisattva. Wu Cheng, I participate. If I can get the ancient forbidden land of the Wu clan, my mother and sister will definitely praise me. Fu Yinchi, I'm already there. Richard, I have no problem at all, and now I owe you a huge favor. Jian Suiyu waited reservedly for Shinkei to ask for his opinion, and he went. Shinkei looked directly at Wu Yu. His heart and eyes were full of her, and he smiled at her. Ms. Wu Yu, Qi Yin accepts your commission. Wu Yu looked back, happy cooperation. Jian Suiyu, Damn, I got back the face for this kid Shin-Kei. Chapter 323. Jian Suiyu suddenly realized, Wu Yu, did you deliberately want to leak the news when you asked the three families to steal the ashes? Otherwise, with Wu Yu's character, she would never rashly make such a move that might involve Jiang Yuhua. Wu Yu nodded. At that time, we were in a hurry to go to the Order Realm. If everyone from Qi Yan went there, the base would definitely be empty. When Vlad reacted, even if the royal court was weak, the United Church would still be more than enough to deal with Qi Yan. At that time, the Jiang family was still unsure of my identity, but they were already surrounded by the alliance because of the work of the second phase of DX001. The Jiang family took the initiative to attack the royal court, just to divert the trouble, to check and balance those forces that were ready to move. But I think? When Wu Yu said the three words, I think, with such an unfathomable expression, everyone present instantly realized that the next words would definitely be shocking and jaw-dropping. Wu Yu, there is no end to being beaten passively. Instead of worrying about the enemy coming at any time, it is better to take the initiative to attack. Stealing the ashes can not only directly hit the royal court and take back the power in Vlad's hands, but also severely damage the Western mysterious power of the church. The unexpected surprise is that a huge sum of money was made. Of course, the most important thing is to send a signal to Vlad that he is being targeted. This is a signal flare, telling him that if he doesn't fight back, he will die at the end of his rope. Although there is an old saying in ancient China, don't chase the desperate enemy. But there is another old saying in ancient China, cut the grass and uproot it, and kill it until there is no armor left. I just want Vlad to be desperate, and take the initiative to provoke a decisive battle. After all, you know, even the kings of ancient China, who came to power with iron fists, would appropriately polish the tyrannical behavior of taking the initiative to provoke war in the historical records left to future generations. So no matter who thinks, if the S4 season really starts, it is the royal court and the Li family who provoked it, right? Wu Yu shrugged. The officials forced the people to rebel, and the people had to rebel. We are all victims. There is nothing wrong with the weak sides sticking together, right? Yes, the first team in the alliance, the first family in the alliance, the first chaebol in the alliance, the highest administrative unit in the alliance. It is really a very weak underdog. For a few seconds, the entire Qian high-level conference room was silent. Although Wu Chong and Jietchen did not fully understand the twists and turns in it, the alarm bells in their heads that kept ringing from the beginning made them realize that what they were hearing now was the very, very terrifying truth of the world coup. Jian Suiyu, so you deliberately went to the polar region by yourself, just to drag Vlad out. You deliberately found Wu Xioli and asked her to find Mok, and specifically talked about this matter in a place like the night where there are all kinds of people. The twists and turns were just to let the wind out. Shin-Kei turned his head suddenly to look at Jian Suiyu. What did you say? Wu Yu saw Shin-Kei's face darken instantly, and felt guilty for a second. Yes, but everyone is very tight-lipped. I seem to be a cunning conspiracy theorist, and Vlad doesn't seem to be as smart as I thought. At that time, the Jiang family hit a total of 50 top-notch battleships outside the polar region, and the combat power reserve could directly bomb the entire Qian base, but they didn't even see the shadow of Vlad. The polar region is so far away from the world city, and the mountains are high and the emperor is far away. When you go to the polar region, it is completely a lawless place. I thought that Vlad was really tough at his age, so I wanted to lure him out and capture him alive for research. But it's a pity that his brain is not good enough, and he didn't even find the hook. The tone of Wu Yu's words was almost the same as when he captured the alien jellyfish alive for research. The conference room fell silent again. It was obvious that no one could keep up with Wu Yu's pace. This was completely beyond the scope of normal people's logic. They looked at Wu Yu as if she were a god. Wu Chong looked confused, so when I was delivering food to the children in the refugee camp, Yu was planning to murder the Grand Duke of Wangting, destroy the entire Wangting, and capture them all for research? Fu Yanqi, yes, we took the school bus to the kindergarten together. Jietchen, yes, I was fighting monsters in an A-level dungeon mecha baka. Richard, I was stimulating the spirit power of the children in the survivor base. Lucky spirit power A. So there is no such thing as a peaceful life. It is completely because the tyrant is helping them to bear the burden. No, she is not bearing the burden at all. She is very relaxed and at ease. She is the big devil who really masters the rules of the game. Qi Yan's eyes fell on Shin Quebec. In the past, this brother was pressed to the ground and rubbed against Wang Ting. It was so miserable. Now the situation has changed. Wu Yu, in order to help him vent his anger, pressed Wang Ting to the ground, drove him into a poor alley, and killed him. No. Jian Suiyu was simply unbelievable. If Wu Yu had done this, and she had invested so much sunk cost, would she really be willing to let Shinkei go? Jian Suiyu, Wu Yu, the number of people who are destined to be with you and Shinkei should be full, right? When did it become full? Wu Yu, shut up. Jian Suiyu looked at Shinkei, and saw that Shinkei's face was dark again, because Wu Yu put him in danger. Jian Suiyu advised him, if you are angry, you can deal with it by yourselves after closing the door. Tell me first, when will you find the destined person? Shinkei glared at Wu Yu angrily. It was full when I came back from the north. Jian Suiyu, okay, it's really hard for you two to pretend that you have a bad relationship in your busy schedule. I will bring the whole Qi Yin to accompany you to build a team for love. No wonder Shinkei couldn't figure it out at that time. Wu Yu actually knew that Qi Yin would definitely stand by her. She was indeed playing a game with her conscience at the beginning, but later she was just training a dog. Don't listen to her sweet talk. They are all excuses. She is just training a dog. Think carefully, from Shinkei being forced to confess, to the green tea madman showing his true colors in front of Wu Yu. In fact, all of this was guided by Wu Yu. What a capable person. She has to deal with so much training every day. To hook up with Shinkei for love, to bear the pressure of her family. Background, to be the leader of the rebels and replace the ashes to provoke S4, and to play the SSS level high-risk hell difficulty plot dungeon. Don't say it's an Iron Man. Even a god like Wu Yu can't bear it. Even the shuttle propeller can't turn Wu Yu's brain. Wu Yu glanced at Shinkei, and seeing his face as black as the bottom of a pot, she felt a little guilty. No, she did so much quietly and without asking for anything in return. So what's wrong with fishing? She just likes to irritate Shinkei, to see Shinkei get angry and mad because of her. What's wrong? But it didn't stop her from venting her anger on Jian Suiyu. It was all because of him, and if she didn't tell him, Shinkei's brain would never guess it. Wu Yu smiled. Jian Suiyu, what do you mean now? My sister is probably interested in you, but she won't tell you. You are not a person with high moral sense. My sister is looking for anyone with these conditions. If you are not interested, don't go this time. It's that simple. After this, everyone will pretend that they don't know. Anyway, the two teams will not have many opportunities to meet in the future, said Wu Yu and looked at everyone. Wu Chong nodded first. Well, I don't know. Sister Xiaoli told him to listen to Wu Yu's words, otherwise he would die without knowing how. Fu Yanqi, Jiachen and Richard, we are all monks, don't mess with us. Without waiting for Jian Suiyu to answer, Wu Yu thought for a while, you better not go. Wu Yu had long seen that Jiang Yuhua was a soft girl, not just a soft girl. Jiang Yuhua actually looks very cute, not like what she shows, she is a completely cute girl. The three brothers of the Jiang family all spoiled her, and gave in to her. Jiang Mubai deliberately said those things in front of Jian Suiyu to see his reaction. Now there is an additional Wu Yu who spoils her in everything, so that she can directly provoke S4. Her lovely sister still needs to find someone who likes her more than she likes. While she was thinking, Wu Yu's communicator rang, and she subconsciously clicked it. It happened that her communicator was connected to the holographic projection in the conference room because of the plan just now. The photo that popped up was Jiang Yuhua's wedding dress makeup photo. She was smiling at the camera, as if telling Wu Yu, everything is fine with her, don't worry. Jian Suiyu's expression changed instantly. Chapter 324. Jian Suiyu's eyes swept across Jiang Yuhua's face and the wedding dress she was wearing, and suddenly sighed, Wu Yu, I'm busy too. Shinkei was chased around by Wang Ting every day, and I had to take care of all the big and small things in the team. I didn't have that much time to play the Yu Yuanren dungeon. It was Jiang Yuhua who proposed to quit the dungeon. If she hadn't said she wanted to leave, our points would have been enough to enter the final map. Everyone present blinked frantically. What did they hear? Jian Suiyu looked at Wu Yu. Besides, if I didn't want to continue, I would have left when she was beating you up, and the whole league was broadcasting. Wu Yu and Shinkei looked at each other, and put the quarrel behind them. Opportunities that can make Jian Suiyu lose face are rare. Wu Yu, then you never contacted my sister later? Jian Suiyu, are you okay? What reason do I have to contact her? When your identity was exposed, I asked you if you wanted to contact Sirius, and you said no. What else can I say? Wu Yu's brain suddenly started to work like crazy. When her sister came to the team, Aunt Chen said Jian Sui, you would not let her go no matter what. She didn't think anything was wrong at the time, but now she thought, when my sister came to the team, you didn't let Aunt Chen go. Were you afraid that Aunt Chen would notice something wrong? This is my biological mother, and if Aunt Chen knew, everyone in Qi Yin would know. Jian Suiyu, Damn, what's wrong with Wu Yu's brain? It's too fast. Jian Suiyu gritted his teeth. Wu Yu, you're almost there. He has to reveal everything about something that has not even been decided yet? Wu Yu shrugged. Let's get back to the point. If Vlad hadn't guessed my identity, he would have been stuck on how Shinkei would recover. The marriage was to invade the Jiang family and test Shinkei. If he had guessed it, he would not have accepted my suggestion, so the Li family's proposal of marriage at this time was most likely well prepared. No matter which possibility it was, they would have to die. Everyone, this meeting is over. What happened in the meeting will be ignored once you leave this room. The engagement party will be held in a week. To avoid accidents, everyone should take good rest this week. Thank you for being at the base ready for the combat meeting at any time. Everyone, no problem. Wu Yu canceled the holographic projection of the communicator. The moment the wedding photo was exited, Jian Suiyu saw the personal communication Jiang Yuhua sent to her. Sister, don't listen to what Jiang Mubai said. I was not nice to Vice Captain Chi Yin at that time. Sister, anyway, I'm getting married, so I just give him a good deal. Sister, I'm fine. Sister, I tried to get along with Li Yiran. At least I look good. Wu Yu put away the communicator, glanced at Shinkei, and ran away. When the crowd had left and only Jian Suiyu and Shinkei were left, Jian Suiyu felt strange. The sun rose from the west. And you didn't follow Wu Yu? Shinkei said proudly. She lied to me because she was worried about me. And this is the interest between us, you don't understand. Wu Yu will coax him when he returns. Jian Suiyu, damn it. Shinkei, Jian Suiyu, you are upset, right? Jian Suiyu smiled. You kid probably forgot what it was like to be jealous before. Shinkei, you are just like this now. Jian Suiyu looked at Shinkei, and the two exchanged glances for 2 rounds. Shinkei, look at how cowardly you are. Jian Suiyu, she is the eldest daughter of the Jiang family. Shinkei glared. Is it embarrassing to be the deputy captain Chi Yin? And Wu Yu is also the eldest daughter of the Jiang family. Jian Suiyu, when you met Wu Yu, you didn't know her identity. But when I met Jiang Yuhua, she was already the eldest daughter of the Jiang family. Shinkei sneered. Jian Suiyu, look at you. When you were being a hooligan to others, you didn't remember that she was the eldest daughter of the Jiang family? Jian Suiyu. She said at the time that the Fox Fairy dungeon was nothing. I just felt a little unhappy. Shinkei, then ask her again. Jian Suiyu, what? Shinkei, ask her whether the Fox Fairy dungeon really counts. Jian Suiyu glanced at Shinkei, who patted his shoulder and ran away. Jian Suiyu, He must have been really crazy to think that this love-brain person was actually giving him advice. He was obviously trying to get Wu Yu to tell him something. While Shinkei was saying these words, Wu Yu had already disappeared. He ran to where Wu Yu was taking classes, but didn't see anyone. Suddenly, a light bulb lit up in his mind. He was instantly hesitant. Wu Yu must be waiting for him in the dormitory. He flew back to the dormitory at the fastest speed in his life, and opened his door. There was no one there. Shinkei started to get angry. What was going on? I hadn't explained clearly that he was going to the polar regions before. Why did she disappear again? Across the street, Wu Yu's dormitory door opened, and Shinkei raised his head and scurried to her door. Wife. No. Shinkei frowned. What happened to you going to the polar regions before? I won't calm down until you explain it to me clearly. Wu Yu looked at him like a fool, turned around and went into the room. Come in. This was the first time Shinkei entered Wu Yu's room, and he was shy. From the time he liked Wu Yu to now, after 4 months of trying to survive a near-death experience, he finally succeeded in getting into her room. As soon as he entered the room, he saw that Wu Yu's room was like a zoo, with everything flying in the sky, running on the ground, and swimming in the water. A whole wall was set aside for him, and it was full of all kinds of dolls. These dolls seemed to have life, and they had been looking at him vaguely since he came in. The beams were all hung with wind chimes, and there were all kinds of strange and bizarre Xianmen ornaments that he couldn't even recognize. Not to mention the wardrobe that was completely full of clothes, bags, and shoes. Shinkei's eyes swept over several beautiful skirts that Wu Yu had never worn. He lived alone in a dormitory that was so large that it could echo even in the empty space, but Wu Yu had filled it up with everything he could think of. The windowsills were full of green plants and flowers, and there were some snacks scattered on the sofa and coffee table. Wu Yu really regarded Chi Yin as her own home, and she was carefully decorating her own home. Shinkei smelled a pleasant smell when he came in. It was hard to describe. It was like the smell of the sun, the fragrance of grass, and the pleasant and comfortable smell that Wu Yu always had. It was the smell of home, his and Wu Yu's home. Shinkei felt that his heart was melted, and his eyes were soft and floating when he looked at Wu Yu. The long worm suddenly jumped out. Huh, boy. You broke my wreath last time, and I haven't settled the score with you yet. Shinkei complained to Wu Yu. Your summoned bees threatened me. Wu Yu turned to look at him. He blinked, looking obedient. The long worm got even angrier. Whose concubine would look like a bitch like you? Shinkei took the opportunity to say, can I move in here? He liked this place. It was the place with the atmosphere of home. Here, he just looked at Wu Yu, and felt extremely peaceful and calm in his heart. Shinkei thought that if Wu Yu didn't agree, he would sell Jin Sui Yu out. If that didn't work, there was still the matter of the polar region. If that didn't work, he could still pester her and sell her body. But, Wu Yu, well, move over here. She didn't want to bully this poor little thing anymore. Shinkei looked at Wu Yu in surprise and blinked. Suddenly, his whole body from face to ears and neck turned red. Chapter 325. Shinkei returned to his room as if he had stepped on a hot wheel. He didn't have much stuff, so he simply packed it up and put it into the system, then went to Wu Yu's room holding the photo of his parents. Wu Yu stood at the door and looked at the gentle appearance of Shinkei's parents. Suddenly she felt guilty and couldn't bear it. She blocked the door and didn't let Shinkei in. Shinkei said pitifully, wife, you promised me? Wu Yu looked up at him. Shinkei, now it's my turn to ask you, have you really thought it through? You can see that I am actually a very scary person. I am full of calculations, scheming, vindictive, and cruel. As my spiritual power continues to rise, I may become more and more scary. I am not as innocent and sincere as you first knew me. That is just a false image I release to the outside world and my protective color. Shinkei, if you run now, I will pretend that nothing happened and let you go. Shinkei lowered his head and approached Wu Yu. If you really only have the originality and innocence, you can't guess my identity at all, then I would have died alone in the north. My heavy shackles make it impossible for me to fall in love with a girl who is only sincere and passionate. I can't even get myself out of it, and can't make any promises. Only you, Wu Yu, because of your fear and strength, we had the opportunity to be together. And I happen to be a very terrible person. Aren't we a perfect match? Wu Yu, no matter which you are, it's you, and it's all your different sides. No matter which side of you, I love you, I love you. When this matter is over, I will go to the Fox Fairy Dungeon with you, and you will marry me. I will propose to you in front of the whole world, and give you the grandest wedding. Don't ever think of getting rid of me in your life. Wu Yu looked at Shinkei, smiled and stepped aside. Shinkei leaned over to kiss her, and walked into the house. Shinkei found that Wu Yu had actually cleared out an area in the closet for him to put his clothes. He curled his lips. After getting to know each other better, he found that Wu Yu was actually a very hard-mouthed but soft-hearted person. Shinkei put away his few things, and placed the photo of his parents next to the TV cabinet. Wu Yu took the freshly arranged flower vase, and placed it next to the group photo, and said softly, Uncle and Aunt, hello. Shinkei picked Wu Yu up, sat on the sofa, and frowned. Now you explain the matter of the polar region. Wu Yu put both hands on his shoulders, and looked down at him. Actually, there is nothing to say. The fish didn't even see the bait, and it was a waste of time. Shinkei, then did you know from the beginning that I was Thor? Wu Yu shook her head. No, to avoid harming the Aurora Guild, the Jiang family shuttle was hidden far away, and they were mainly targeting people from World City. But the route you took might have been discovered by you in order to avoid Wang Ting, and there were only 2 of you with the shuttle Zhang Zhe drove. To avoid alerting the enemy, the Jiang family put you in and waited and watched, but I was indeed always wary of you and observed you quietly. Shinkei, so you would shoot me without hesitation later. Wu Yu nodded, that's right. Shinkei buried his head in Wu Yu's neck. It's too dangerous. I'm afraid of the danger you would face if Vlad really went there. Wu Yu hugged Shinkei back. In fact, I had guessed before I went there that Vlad's reaction was not that fast. If Vlad had such a reaction speed and thinking ability, he would never let himself fall into this situation. I have stood in Vlad's perspective more than once, and used the known cards to deduce. If it were me, I would control the royal court, the church, and be on good terms with many chaebol, and look down on the secretariat. You are just one person. I won't even give you the opportunity to form Chien. You find a teammate, and I will kill one. If you want dragon bones, just tie the person up and dig them out. Do you need to be present when giving birth? With today's science and technology, you can just do test tubes, and children would have been produced in batches long ago. This old thing still has no courage. He always wants to do bad things secretly, without being discovered. People really start to save face when they reach a certain age. Shinkei gritted his teeth in anger. I'm not as weak as you think. You think they haven't tried to force me. I killed a lot of people. The nobles in the royal court cherished their lives very much. Gradually, they dare not confront me head-on. In addition, the Alliance convention is there, and I have to attend Alliance activities every year. Even Vlad can't be without any scruples. Wu suddenly realized, oh, you are so powerful. Shinkei looked up at her, aggrieved, are you bullying me again? Wu blinked, I'm not. Shinkei lowered his head and didn't look at her, you lied to me and didn't coax me, and you bullied me. Wu pinched his face, you are starting to act pitiful again. Shinkei, when you were in the polar region, you asked me to end my relationship with you. I was so angry at that time. Wu, I was talking so hard, but you didn't confess. I was angry. Shinkei, I was going to confess. I went to the polar region to confess to you after everything was over. I was ready. Wu, but I was angry when I saw the video you took. I was already nervous because of the conspiracy. I had decided that I would not want you if you didn't confess. Shinkei hugged Wu tightly, you can't leave me. You've done that to me. You have to be responsible for me. Wu glared, what did I do to you? Don't talk nonsense. We haven't passed the Fox Fairy dungeon yet, so we can't do anything. Shinkei's eyes turned, then I try again. He really didn't believe it. Even if it was the big boss of the SSS level dungeon, he really made a breeder system to control so many people outside the dungeon. What a joke, they just killed a hell level SSS level dungeon boss. Wu was too lazy to pay attention to him. Try again, try so many times, and finally all were discouraged by the Fox Fairy's terrifying warning. Wu couldn't help but want to persuade Shinkei, break up. Why haven't you given up yet? Don't scare me again. Shinkei's eyes darkened, and he said in a hoarse voice, Wu, please speak properly. Wu challenged him. Don't forget that if it weren't for the Fox Fairy dungeon, you wouldn't have had a chance to breathe from the royal court. You should be grateful to the Fox Fairy instead of gritting your teeth every time you are warned. Before he finished speaking, Wu's expression changed instantly. Shinkei looked up suddenly, and the two looked at each other. Wu jumped up with a swish after being electrocuted, and Shinkei grabbed her without thinking. He pulled her back and held her down. Wu couldn't believe it. What happened? Why did the Fox Fairy suddenly go offline? Shinkei's eyes changed instantly. He directly pulled open his collar, sneered and raised the corners of his mouth. Wu, you said I can't do it, right? You are provoking me and making fun of me, right? Wu stretched out her hand to push him, but she couldn't push him at all. God knows that she and Shinkei are not at the same level of strength. Wu said in a gentle voice, Shinkei, calm down. Fox Fairy suddenly lost the connection. Something must have gone wrong. Shinkei lowered his head. I don't care what the problem is. Wu coaxed him. I was wrong. I was just teasing you just now. Shinkei sneered. You don't have to coax me. I can do it myself. Shinkei is going to get serious. Wu was scared. Wu hugged Shinkei, put her head close to his ear and called him, husband. Shinkei's bones were softened by being called, and his brain was completely blank. After a while, he slowly let go of Wu and said him softly. Chapter 326. Wu looked at Shinkei cautiously. Just kidding, if she knew that the Fox Fairy suddenly went offline, she would never let Shinkei move in with her so quickly. No, this Fox Fairy has been reliable for so long, how could it fail at the critical moment? Wu secretly glanced at Shinkei and slowly stood up. But Shinkei pulled her forward, and Shinkei looked at her with bright eyes. You shout again. Wu glared at him, and Shinkei looked expectant. Shout again. Wu looked away, and called him softly again, hubby. Shinkei was so happy that he was about to bloom, and kissed her face. Yeah. Wu's face was a little red, and she looked at Shinkei, and both of them couldn't help laughing. Shinkei was in a very good mood, pretending to be very happy, and sighed. Why did Fox Fairy suddenly go offline? What a pity. Wu calm down, you move back first. Shinkei didn't want to. I don't want to. I've already moved in. Wu, the situation before is different from now, you move back first. Shinkei said seriously, Wu, I think you seem to have some misunderstandings about me. I am a gentleman. And with my appearance and figure, I am actually a little worried. Wu gritted her teeth, then you should move out. Shinkei said pitifully, I was injured by the boss's poison gas in the dungeon yesterday. It still hurts a little, and I can't move. Wu was speechless. She stood up. The Fox Fairy dungeon went offline, and she began to study what was wrong. If it was because she had torn souls apart in the dungeon before, the Fox Fairy warning on the return shuttle was still effective. Last night, and the time before, she stayed in Shinkei's room, and the Fox Fairy warning was still effective. However, after entering her room, the Fox Fairy dungeon was ineffective. In other words, the mysterious door arrangement in her room contains props, that can isolate the Fox Fairy warning. So indeed, although the Fox Fairy is an SSS level big boss, it can only give a negative status at most after leaving the dungeon. If you use a prop similar to the Forbidden Barrier in Xiamen, it is indeed possible to isolate this state. Just like the dungeon in the sea mining town before, the independent interface and the Fox Fairy dungeon are also ineffective. Wu Yu suddenly thought of the gossip about Li Ran that Wu Xioli had given her before. During this period of time, the gossip was interrupted for about 2 months due to the implementation of the Fox Fairy dungeon. But 2 months later, the gossip was rampant again. Although this information was drowned in the massive information impact of DX001, Wu Yu guessed that this time node was very likely. Li Ran had already found a way to get Fox Fairy warning offline through the strong financial background of the Li family. Wu Yu asked Shen Kai, "I remember that when Aunt Fu was infected with DX001, Uncle Zhou personally went to take you out of the royal court." Shen Kai nodded, "Yes, at that time Vlad trapped me and threatened me with blazing flame, and would not let me leave no matter what, and asked me to attend the cocktail party for celebrities and noble ladies he organized. Wu Yu, I think the Li family may have known how to break the Fox Fairy's warning before that. Li Ran is a playboy, and he was suddenly abstinent, and he would never sign a contract with a destined person casually. He couldn't stand it, so he might secretly ask someone to find a way to break it. The Li family and Wang Ting are in collusion. He told Vlad this method, and Vlad used it to prepare the Hongmen banquet for you." The two looked at each other. Their eyes were full of relief. If Shen Kai had gone that time, the trajectory of things would have changed dramatically. Shen Kai was about to hug Wu Yu tightly, but Wu Yu jumped up. "I will tell my sister right away. My sister said she wants to try to get along with Li Ran. If my sister believes that the Fox Fairy can't do anything in the Li family, then the Li family will most likely take advantage of this loophole and use despicable means." As she said this, Wu Yu immediately sent a message to Jiang Yuhua, but Jiang Yuhua didn't respond. Wu Yu's face changed, and she sent a message directly to her 3 brothers, 2 uncles, and even her father. "Jiang Huaiji, Yuhua went to try on wedding dresses today. Qian and Mubai are both there. Jiang Qian, I'm here. Jiang Mubai, but my sister has been in the fitting room for a while. Jiang Li, go in and take a look immediately. Jiang Qian, damn, as soon as we entered, we saw 1 SSS level and 4 SS level psychics from the Li family trying to control my sister and take her away by force. Luckily we arrived in time, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. Jiang Cheng, where are you now? Jiang Mubai, Victoria Bridal Shop in Central City. Wu Yu at Jiang Cheng dad, go and beat them to death. Jiang Mubai, Jiang Qian and Jiang Huaiji at Jiang Cheng uncle, come and beat them to death. Jiang Li and Jiang Ling at Jiang Cheng little Cheng, go and beat them to death. Everyone, you are sick. No one dares to stop you from beating people. Jiang Cheng, okay. After sending the message, Wu Yu pulled Shen Kai, come on, call someone and let's go watch the fun. Shen Kai blinked in confusion, and turned around to see Wu Yu sending the chat record to the 7-member team group. Wu Yu, the shuttle to the central city will take off in 2 minutes. Please hurry up, all the front row passengers. No one will be waited for. Wu Cheng, wow. I want to go. Is it the legendary Yu Yu's father, the top boss with the strongest strength in the alliance, who is going to fight SSS and 4 SS top-level fighters alone? Jiechen, the legendary boss is finally going to show up. I'm already here. Fu Yanqi, +1 for being here. Richard, life is so exciting, it's so beautiful to be alive, I'm here. Wu Yu just arrived at the airport, and the shuttle was already in place. She glanced at Jian Suiyu in the main cockpit, and when everyone was in place, she directly pulled up the shuttle at the highest horsepower and flew to the world city. Manual operation throughout the process. The shuttle cuts through the sky like a flash of lightning. It is close to the speed of light, making all the fighters present feel dizzy and nauseous. Wu Cheng Yu yeah, can you slow down? I'm going to vomit. Wu Yu, if you go too late, you won't be able to see the excitement, and those 5 fighters should be the highest fighters of the Li family, and they are the ones you will fight when the time comes. I have looked for Sister Xioli, but she doesn't have much information about these people. If she can see my father beating them up in person, she might know their fighting methods in advance. Wu Cheng was curious, then when we fight these fighters, who will your father fight? Wu Yu turned around and smiled, who else can we fight? We can fight 1 against 100 and go straight to the Supreme Commander of the Alliance, the leader of the Alliance. Wu Yu was operating the shuttle at the limit while sending a message to Jiang Mubai. Wu Yu, 3rd brother, you should find a way to hold them back. This matter cannot be let go. If my father doesn't beat them to pieces, they will think that there is no one left in our Jiang family. Jiang Mubai, don't worry. Chapter 327. World City Center City Victoria Bridal Shop. Li Ran looked at Jiang Yuhua, who was bowing his head with a frivolous look, and then looked at Jiang Qian and Jiang Mubai, my two brothers-in-law. I just miss Yuhua and want to talk to her in advance. You don't have to be so hostile, right? Jiang Qian and Jiang Mubai protected Jiang Yuhua behind them. Jiang Qian was furious. What disgusting things are you saying? You found so many people to block the fitting room and take my sister away. Do you think others don't know what you are thinking? Li Ran pretended to be surprised. What can I do? Everyone knows that the Fox Fairy is a staunch supporter of monogamy. You know, I have been abstaining from sex for a long time in order to marry Yuhua. So today, when I saw her wearing such a beautiful wedding dress, it was inevitable that I couldn't help myself. Jiang Qian and Jiang Mubai looked at each other. Damn, this Li Ran is really vulgar. I really want to curse, but the education I received since childhood, the knowledge reserve is not sufficient. Shin Qingxi took a step forward. Yes, Li Ran just misses Miss Yuhua. We have no ill intentions. Li Ran looked at Shin Qingxi with disdain. Wang Ting's dog. What kind of person is he? How dare he talk to him like that? Facing Li Ran's gaze, Shin Qingxi's eyes sank. If Wang Ting had not been weak and oppressed, even the Qin family could be trampled on, and had to rely on the Li family, he would not have fallen into such a situation now. All this is because of the Jiang family, the Secretariat, the Dao sect and Qian. I didn't expect that these families, which have always been unrelated and even had frictions between them, would reunite because of Shinkei. Why did he do that? Why did he do that? Just because he had the blood of a holy angel, he saved Fu Yixue and Zhou Qianfeng. Just because the new head of the Taoist sect was Shinkei's life and death brother. Just because he looked good, he hooked up with Jiang family's eldest daughter Jiang Yuhua. These three families had been in a turmoil for so many years because of a child whose life and death was unknown, but in the end, they reconciled because of Shinkei. Why did Shinkei always occupy the best resources? Why? Hasn't Shinkei always been aloof and unwilling to accept the woman arranged by the royal court? Let him go on a blind date. Every time he kills people or sets fires in the royal court, causing so many troubles and killing so many people. Although Jiang Yuhua looks good, she can't be compared with beauties like Cynthia, Lilia, and Su Mo. Shinkei is probably deliberately selling her looks to please these families, and finally achieve his goal of getting out of the control of the royal court. Bitch! This bitch! Shin Qingxi really gnashed his teeth in hatred. Jiang Mubai held Jiang Qian and whispered softly, Don't worry, they have more people. We will suffer if we take action. Wait for my uncle, and may bow to bring Qian's people. Who knew that Li Ran was actually SSS level? If Jiang Huaiji was here, they would have rushed up and beaten him up. But now there are 3 of them, and there are 5 people on the opposite side, including an SSS level person. No matter how you look at it, they are at a disadvantage. Li Ran was a little impatient. He looked across the 2 rivers at Jiang Yuhua, who was standing at the end. Yuhua, it was you who went directly to me to agree to the marriage, didn't you? I thought you had admired me for a long time, so you were so impatient. Since you have been so proactive, why are you suddenly bringing it up now? Hearing Li Ran's harsh and nasty words, Zhang's face changed instantly. Jiang Qian had always given in to his sister since he was a child. Although he looked silly, he actually loved his sister more than anyone else. Knowing that my sister agreed to marry a beast like Li Ran, was already furious. Now, after hearing Li Ran's disrespect for Jiang Yuhua, he immediately lost his mind and punched him without caring about anything. A landing report was sent to the tower at World City Airport in advance, and Luli 36 was asked to expedite the matter through his connections. The tower sent a landing permit the moment the shuttle arrived. Without thinking, Wu got on the shuttle bus that the Secretariat had prepared for her and headed straight for the central city. Wu Cheng, wow, so exciting. It's like a car race in a gunfight movie. Richard, how do we get into the central city? They don't have access to the central city. Shinkei raised the Princess Pass in his hand. Swipe my card. Jiechen sneered. Finally I show off to you, kid. Wu Cheng, Richard and Fu Yanqi applauded at the same time. Wow, the prince is finally useful. Jian Suiyu didn't say a word all the way. Just when Shinkei was about to swipe his card, he suddenly stopped it. He looked at Wu Yu with a cold look. You don't just want us to watch the fun, you did it on purpose. He used his privileges all the way to prove the special relationship between Qi Yan, Shinkei, and the Secretariat. Even now, as long as Shinkei swipes his card and leaves a record of his passage, Wang Ting and the Li family will immediately know that Qi Yan's people broke into the central city less than 20 minutes after the conflict between the Jiang family and the Li family. Wu Yu, what do you want to do? Have you ever considered how Jiang Yuhua will deal with himself after doing this? Wu Yu took Shinkei's pass without hesitation, stepped on the shuttle bus hard, and made an exaggerated engine sliding sound in the central city. She raised her mouth in a defiant way. Isn't it clear what I want to do? I want to tell everyone that I am the instigator, and come to me if you have any problems. Those who dare to lead the clues to my sister, I will let them know what price they will pay for provoking our Jiang family and our Lu family's chilling people. She didn't need to guess what the other party was holding. Only the weak needed to be suspicious. The strong should just reveal their cards. However, Wu Yu looked back at Jian Suiyu. Remember your stance when you spoke just now. When you see my sister later, Jian Suiyu, don't be a coward. Shinkei saw Wu Yu saying harsh words and almost drove the whole car into the ditch. He quickly straightened the steering wheel. Be careful. Wu Yu turned her head and glanced at Shin Quebec. He looked at her with a smile. Not only was he not panicking about the upcoming coup, he even came over with bright eyes and silently praised her. Wife, you are really awesome. Wu Yu curved her eyebrows and stepped on the accelerator to the bottom. She was just one corner away from reaching Victoria Bridal Shop. Jiang Qian was about to throw a punch when he was suddenly grabbed by Jiang Yuhua with one hand. Jiang Qian and Mu Bai, don't stop me, I will beat him to death today. Jiang Yuhua, Shaoan, stop messing around. Jiang Qian's eyes turned red when he heard his sister calling him like that. Sister, how could you marry such a scumbag? You are the eldest daughter of the Jiang family, who has been spoiled since childhood. Li Ran looked at Shin Qingxi on the side, and Shin Qingxi could only speak. I heard that Miss Jiang grew up in the Sirius team since she was a child. There are so many male members in Sirius. Miss Jiang has been with them day and night, and there is physical contact training every day. I really don't know if there will be any accidental shooting. If you say so, Ari Ren has been clean and self-disciplined since she was a child. As soon as these words came out, even Jiang Mubai, who had been keeping Jiang Qinan calm, changed his face instantly. Who do you think you are? You dare to make such a presumptuous remarks, as the eldest lady of the Jiang family. Li Ran laughed wildly. The Jiang family is powerful, but that was a long time ago. The Jiang family is so powerful, but they still need to sell their daughter to make ends meet for just a piece of mining land? Oh, now that you mention it, how could I have forgotten? Didn't your Jiang family rely on women working hard to win the veto power of the alliance, which has always been a burden on our Li family? Heh, you look down on me, and I'm worried that Miss Jiang will hang around with men all day long. No. Hearing that Li Ran actually pointed the finger at Lu Ling directly, and used such a contemptuous tone, the three members of the Jiang family suddenly changed their faces. Bang! Before Li Ran could finish, there was a loud noise, and the glass of the largest wedding dress shop in the central city, which occupied half of the street, was shattered. The store where they were standing collapsed to the ground. The next second, Li Ran, who was boasting about his SSS strength and whose real strength was on par with Jiang Huaiji, was knocked to the ground by a punch as fast as lightning and as heavy as a jack. The whole person, including his body and head, was smashed through the expensive marble floor and deeply sunk into the 1-meter-deep cement floor. Chapter 328. Hearing such a huge noise, Wu Yu slammed on the brakes. She lowered her voice, took out the communicator, found a good angle and started recording. Jian Suiyu, what's going on? Why don't we go in? Wu Yu indicated that my dad was here. Let him fight first. He is sick. No one dares to take care of him. After my dad finishes fighting, we will go in and pick up the leaks and take advantage of their injuries to fight another wave, which is great. She had already asked the secretariat to block the supporters, and Jiang Mubai had already recorded it, so she could only give him one more camera position at most. Jian Suiyu, gesture okay. Everyone sneaked around the bridal shop and started watching the Li family being beaten up. Shinkei had the best eyesight, and he signaled to Wu Yu that it was Shin Qingxi. Wu Yu looked carefully and immediately aimed the camera and zoomed in. Then he saw that everyone in the camera was briefly confused by Jiang Cheng's sudden appearance, but Jiang Mubai reacted the fastest. He complained directly, Uncle, they just said bad things about Sister Yuhua. Jiang Qian agreed, yes, they even mentioned my aunt. Jiang Mubai looked at Jiang Qian in disbelief. This kid is really a coward. In order to help his sister, he even dared to mention my aunt. Jiang Cheng looked at Jiang Yuhua. Is Yuhua okay? Jiang Yuhua shook his head. It's okay. Mubai and Qian rushed in as soon as they appeared. Jiang Cheng saw that Jiang Yuhua had been covering her wrist. Jiang Cheng, they hurt you. Let me see. Jiang Yuhua loosened her wrist. Her wrist was deformed. It was obvious that Li Ran had directly attacked her and threatened her with the power of an SSS-level strongman. Jiang Cheng turned his head and looked at Li Yiran, who had just been dug out from the cracks in the floor tiles by Shin Qingxi and 3 other SS-level fighters. In the blink of an eye, before everyone could react, Jiang Cheng appeared in front of Li Yiran again. Jiang Cheng grabbed Li Yiran's hair and punched him directly in the face. Punching, Li Yiran's eyes popped out, and blood flew from his nose. The SS-level fighter next to him was about to attack, but Jiang Cheng didn't even bother to look at him and kicked him away. Seeing the man being kicked and thrown to the street outside the bridal shop, the Qian people looked at each other and immediately airdropped him back. "Go in, brother, I haven't finished beating him yet." As soon as the man was thrown in, Jiang Cheng raised his leg and smashed him into the marble floor with 1 foot, and he couldn't be dug out. During this interval, Jiang Cheng was not idle, and his fists fell on Li Yiran's head like raindrops. Everyone watched in amazement as the world's top SSS-level strongman was about to be beaten to death by Jiang Cheng with his bare hands. Jiechen looked at Richard in disbelief, and Richard looked at Shinkei in shock, signaling with his eyes. "Can you do it?" Shinkei shook his head. If the opponent was not an SSS, he might be able to do it. But if the opponent was an SSS of the same level as him, he couldn't kill him with his bare hands. Seeing that Li Yiran was really going to die if he continued like this, and all his plans would be in vain, Shin Qingxi went forward with gritted teeth. "Senior Jiang, Yiran is Miss Jiang's marriage partner after all. If you kill him in public like this, then..." Jiang Cheng pinched Li Yiran's neck and lifted him up. His hands kept shrinking, and Li Yiran couldn't even struggle. He turned his head to look at Shin Qingxi, and when he saw Jiang Cheng's cold and dark pupils, Shin Qingxi's whole body was trembling and sending out a huge alarm. "Jiang Cheng, Yu Hua is the eldest daughter of the Jiang family. She is marrying down no matter who she marries. It was the Li family who offered the mine and half of the Li family's shares to marry Yu Hua. Yu Hua is the next captain of Sirius and the heir to the Jiang family's future military power. No matter who she marries, this will never change. The Jiang family will always be her biggest backer for her unscrupulous behavior. If the Li family can't even figure this out, then don't even think about marrying up and give up the idea of marrying my Jiang family's daughter as soon as possible." However, the Jiang family has never said that the Jiang family's son-in-law can leave alive. Even if there is no engagement, in order to avoid misunderstandings from the world, like you just did, you will be criticized and criticized. You have to trouble masterly to leave your life. Please understand the painstaking efforts of us elders to plan for the younger generation. Jiang Cheng slammed Li Yiran to the ground, and the entire marble tile instantly cracked into spider web-like patterns. He raised his fist expressionlessly, aiming it firmly at Li Yiran's neck. He raised his fist suddenly. With Li Yiran in his current state, even the Golden Immortal could not save him with 1 punch. Wu Yu was recording the video in disbelief. "Wow, her dad is really cool." Richard, Wu Cheng, Fu Yanqi and Jiechen all looked at Shinkei at the same time. "Did you hear that? There is no divorce in the Jiang family, only widowhood." Shinkei was so happy. He was not afraid that his wife would take advantage of him and not take responsibility. Everyone, forget it, he is beyond help. Seeing Jiang Cheng's last punch fall, Jiang Yuhua hurriedly said, "Uncle, don't kill anyone. Killing someone will make the Jiang family's fault." Jiang Cheng turned his head to look at Jiang Yuhua, and then looked in the direction of Wu Yu. He punched Li Yiran in the face without hesitation, then turned around and kicked Shin Qingxi away, and the other 2 SS-level ability users were kicked into the wall by him, exploding with blood. Before leaving, Jiang Cheng dragged Li Yiran and stomped one of his hands into the ground, turning it into mud. Looking down at the dying Li Yiran, he said, "Go back and tell Li Zifeng that I am crazy, but I am not dead yet. But if he dares to do this again, everyone in your Li family will die." Shin Qingxi vomited blood crazily. Jiang Cheng broke 5 of his ribs with 1 kick. Now his ribs are stuck in his heart. If he is not treated immediately, he will. Moreover, Shin Qingxi's eyes were spitting fire. With Jiang Cheng's way of speaking and acting, how could he be crazy? He is actually quite normal. He is a serious madman in the alliance, and he is more reasonable than Shinkei when he is crazy. When Jiang Cheng passed by Shin Qingxi, he tilted his head to look at him. "Your psychological activities are too rich." In the astonished eyes of Shin Qingxi, Jiang Cheng punched him in the face 3 times, knocking out all his teeth. Before he fainted, he heard Jiang Cheng's faint comment, "A tall and handsome man, but his mind is not right, which is annoying." 1 against 5, a hearty beating, an inhumane crushing. In the admiring gaze of everyone, Jiang Cheng walked away. Chapter 329. Lu Li rushed into Zhou Qianfeng's office. Central City can't stop it. Zhou Qianfeng had received the news from Wu Yuefeng, and he smiled shrewdly. "Withdraw all our guards and let the military under the leader of the alliance handle it. After all, we are an administrative unit, and we can't handle such a serious criminal case. It just so happens that I see Jiang Chung has also started to move, so let him train the new recruits in the military. Lu Li was worried. Will Senior Jiang be in trouble? Zhou Qianfeng sneered. He's in trouble? No one can be in trouble with him. He is a god created by Lu Ling to stay in the world. He didn't ask about worldly affairs before, because he was afraid that his powerful ability would interfere too much with the cause and effect of the world, which would lead to irreparable mistakes. But now these people are plotting against Jiang Yuhua. They are really bold. Lu Li, it's a good thing that Miss Wu Yu warned us in advance today, otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable. Zhou Qianfeng's expression suddenly paused. But how did you find out about this information? As he said that, he suddenly raised his head and looked at Lu Li, who looked evasive. Oh, I really don't want to be the one who knows everything in seconds, which makes him look impure. Zhou Qianfeng gritted his teeth. Shen Ke, that stinky boy. Ye is only 19 years old. I'm going to kill him. Wu Yu had a good plan, letting her father fight first, and then they would go in to pick up the leaks. But she was dumbfounded when she saw the result. His father knocked out all 5 people by himself, and the ambulance took them all away with a beep. Let alone picking up the leaks, if these people were sent 1 minute later, they would probably have to go here directly. Wu Yu sighed. What a pity, I brought so many people here, but they are useless. Daddy, didn't you even give her a chance to show up with everyone and announce her identity in public? Wu Cheng, wow, Ye's dad is really amazing. It seems I have to work hard too. Richard, incredibly powerful, in front of absolute power, mental strength is meaningless. It seems I have to explore more ways to fight to enrich myself. Jie Chen, it makes my blood boil. I really want to go up and fight him directly. Even if I get beaten into the ground, it's worth it. Fu Yanqi, I was shocked when we met last time. This time, I saw such a one-sided slaughter with my own eyes, which really gave me a different feeling. Everyone turned to look at Shen Ke. Don't you have any feelings? Shen Ke, he glanced at me when he left, and I think he wanted to beat me up as well. Under such a strong stare, he was so excited that he couldn't calm down, and even his hands were shaking. Richard, don't worry. The mother-in-law and the father-in-law beat the son-in-law. This day will come sooner or later. Everyone looked at Jian Suiyu, who had been too quiet today. Wu Yu rolled her eyes and said, Let's go in and see how my sister is doing. In the bridal shop, all the people from the Li family had been taken away. Jiang Yuhua and the other 2 were inside to confirm Jiang Cheng's condition. Jiang Mubai, don't be nervous. I took pictures of everything. The Li family suddenly showed up and provoked first, so my uncle took action. With the current relationship between my sister and Li Ran, this is a mess. Unless the Li family is determined to cancel the engagement, or my uncle teaches his nephew-in-law a lesson in advance, no one can say anything. Jiang Qian was so sick. Don't talk about nephew-in-law. I want to vomit when I hear it. Wu Yu ran to Jiang Yuhua. Sister, let me see how your hand is. Jian Suiyu's eyes fell on Jiang Yuhua's hand. The bones were seriously dislocated. Li Ran's hand was very heavy. There must have been a direct conflict between Jiang Yuhua and him, otherwise he would not have taken such a desperate posture to take people away by force. Wu Yu was angry. You are so badly injured. I should let my dad kill Li Ran directly. Jiang Yuhua wanted to take out the healing props from the space, but suddenly remembered that this was the central city, where all the people living here were people of high status. Under the powerful information shielding, many functions of the communicator could not be used. Wu Yu was about to say that she would send Jiang Yuhua for treatment, and Jian Suiyu came forward with the iodine and bandages for treatment. Jiang Qian was about to take it, but was pushed back by Wu Yu and Jiang Mubai at the same time. Jiang Qian, hey I. They looked at him at the same time. Shut up. Jiang Qian. Wu. I am the healer. All the tables and chairs in the bridal shop were broken in the beating just now. Wu Yu looked at Jiang Mubai, and Jiang Mubai immediately said, There are stools in the dressing room. As he said that, Wu Yu and he each lifted the door curtain of the dressing room, and motioned to Jiang Yuhua and Jian Suiyu like 2 doormen. You 2, please come in. Jian Suiyu held the healing medicine, and under the meaningful gazes of everyone, he felt that his hands were a little hot. Before he could speak, Jiang Yuhua walked into the dressing room first. Shen Ke pushed him away directly. Go ahead, don't you see how badly her hand is injured? What are you hesitating about? Jian Suiyu glared at Shen Ke, turned around and walked into the dressing room 2 steps slower. When Jian Suiyu walked in, Jiang Yuhua was sitting by the fitting table, with her bloody wedding dress scattered on the floor. He walked a step slower, walked to Jiang Yuhua's feet, knelt on one knee, and put her hand on his knee to treat the wound. Jian Yuhua looked at her hand, and said softly, "When Li Ran showed up with his men, the alarm bells in my head went off. This is the central city. Qian and Mu Bai are outside. They must have made full preparations for going out. The communicator is banned, and I don't have any weapons. There are many of them. I know very well that I can't beat them. It's not that I haven't encountered danger. I have even faced life and death alone many times. I have never thought of giving up, because I know someone is waiting for me to go home. However, I don't want my brother to see me being hurt. They will be sad. I can't bear that my family suffered because of me." Jian Suiyu looked at Jiang Yuhua's hand. "So you wanted to commit suicide, but Li Ran broke your hand for fear of causing trouble." Jiang Yuhua nodded, "Yes." Jian Suiyu helped Jiang Yuhua treat the wound and wrapped it with a bandage. "Jiang Yuhua, Mei Bao told me that you saved her when she entered Qian." Jian Suiyu, "Yes, she suffered almost the same thing as you now. You are sisters, and even the way you deal with it is similar. However, Wu Yu did it for her own dignity. And Jiang Yuhua was actually worried that her family would worry. Jiang Yuhua, thank you for saving my sister, you are a good person." The resentment that Jian Suiyu had been accumulating in his heart reached its peak with this word "good person." He suddenly raised his head and looked at Jiang Yuhua. Because of the wound treatment, the two were very close. Jian Suiyu approached her. "So you stayed in the Fox Fairy dungeon for a few more days to find out the information about Wu Yu. So you generously said that I was getting a bargain when I did that to you in the corpse dungeon, right? All this is because of Wu Yu, right?" Jiang Yuhua looked at Jian Suiyu with a calm expression. "Yes. Lie, what she said was a lie." Chapter 330. Jian Suiyu suppressed the corners of his mouth with anger. "Miss Jiang, today's matter has come to this point. Haven't you changed your mind yet?" Jiang Yuhua, "It is precisely because today's matter has become so serious that in order to prevent my uncle from being embarrassed, I have to continue the marriage. Truth, she is still only thinking about others." Jian Suiyu, "Then have you ever thought that if your family knows that you want to commit suicide, they will only be more heartbroken?" Jiang Yuhua has calmed down. She looked at Jian Suiyu. "I promised the Li family privately that if they can't produce any evidence, I will never let the Jiang family fall into a weak position. But they suddenly attacked today. I even prepared surveillance in the fitting room in advance just in case. As long as I submit the surveillance to the Alliance, they will know what the Li family wants to do to me." Jian Suiyu avoided the injured part of Jiang Yuhua, grabbed Jiang Yuhua's wrist, and pulled her closer. "You are avoiding my question, Jiang Yuhua. Then tell me what Li Ran wants to do to you when he suddenly showed up here with so many people. Have you ever thought about what you will do when this video is made public in front of so many people in the Alliance Council?" Jiang Yuhua's eyes did not change. "I'm going to get married anyway. As long as my uncle is fine, I don't care." Truth, 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 truth again. She didn't consider her own situation at all. She really didn't care what kind of difficulties she would encounter if she married into the Li family alone when there was such a big conflict between the two sides. Jian Suiyu sneered. "So you don't consider what will happen to your own marriage, right?" Jiang Yuhua nodded. "Yes, this is how a rich marriage is. Everyone has their own things after marriage. I only care about my own interests. Since we are going to marry, I will naturally choose the best option so that I can enjoy the wealth forever." Li Jane Suiyu's heart suddenly slowed down. She didn't think so. So she wanted to have a normal relationship. If she coveted the wealth, she wouldn't have given all her shares to Wu Yu the first time she saw her. Jiang Yuhua was also aroused by Jian Suiyu's step-by-step questioning. Taking advantage of the moment when Jian Suiyu was stunned, she looked at him provocatively. "What's more, with my conditions, even if I'm married, I can ask any man I want, and they will be willing to become my lover or mistress with just a word from me. So Jian Suiyu, see clearly, she is such a casual person. Let's stop here, just like this. Let this unknown heartbeat end here. Otherwise, if this person keeps asking like this, she will really think that she has misunderstood. Li, obviously, he is not that kind of person. Why would she say such things to him?" Jian Suiyu suddenly remembered that Wu Yu had said the same harsh words to Shinkei before. Each word was more harsh than the last, and each word was meant to pierce people's hearts. So Jiang Yuhua is now, most likely, trying to end her relationship with herself. But what can he say? With the relationship between him and Jiang Yuhua, there is no sign of it. What else can he say? Jian Suiyu finally knew how upset Shinkei was when he spread rumors that Shinkei had a destined lover, but Wu Yu didn't react. He was really upset to the extreme. The most frustrating thing was that even though he was extremely upset, he didn't even have the identity and position to ask. Jiang Yuhua pulled her hand out of Jian Suiyu's hand. She looked forward and said in a cold voice, Deputy Captain Jian, if you are here to persuade me on behalf of Yaya, I am very grateful to you. But I'm sorry, we are not familiar with each other. Please don't ask me such private topics in the future. As for your overstepping the boundaries with me again, forget it. We probably won't meet again anyway. Truth, she really thought they would never meet again. She had already made up her mind to say goodbye to him and erase his existence from the paper of her life. It turns out that people will laugh when they are extremely angry. Jian Suiyu suddenly curled his lips and smiled, stretched out his hand, grabbed the back of Jiang Yuhua's head, and kissed him directly. Anyway, Jiang Yuhua would be marrying down no matter who she married, so why should he be afraid? Without an identity, he created one for himself. Jiang Yuhua's eyes widened in disbelief, and she immediately reached out to push him. Jian Suiyu ignored her and deepened the kiss. He finally let go of Jiang Yuhua until he heard her moan because of the injury on her hand. Jiang Yuhua's face was flushed, and even the skin exposed by the wedding dress was pink. Jian Suiyu looked at Jiang Yuhua with a darker look. He couldn't point out Wu Yu's plan yet. Jiang Yuhua was getting stuck in a dead end. Even if he pointed it out this time, as long as she didn't figure it out, there would be a second and third self-sacrifice. This was not a redemption he could accomplish. Only by letting her complete the entire process, and then seeing the efforts and the price the Jiang family paid to protect her freedom, she would know that marriage could never satisfy those jackals and tigers. She could truly understand that her family's love for her never required her to sacrifice herself in return, and such sacrifice was meaningless. The efforts of the ancestors were always to support the future generations, to plant a seedling and then grow it into a towering tree. Only in this way can Jiang Yuhua complete her self-salvation. Jian Suiyu pulled the corner of his mouth and said in a contemptuous tone, "In this case, if Miss Jiang wants to find a lover after marriage, maybe she can give priority to me. After all, I don't have any moral integrity, and don't you think I look good? It's my honor to be able to marry a top tycoon like Miss Jiang." Jian Suiyu spoke slower and slower. He saw that Jiang Yuhua's eyes were slowly red, and tears kept rolling in her eyes. He suddenly wanted to slap himself. What he said was really a jerk. But, watching Jiang Yuhua's embarrassed back, Jian Suiyu was finally very sure. Jiang Yuhua didn't really want him to think that she was a very emotional person who was casual about marriage. As for why she didn't want to, it was very simple. She did have a good impression of him. Jian Suiyu let out a long sigh, hoping that what he just said would not completely extinguish this good impression. After a while he said damn it, and he felt that he was really a loser. However, if Jiang Yuhua could figure it out, he could keep this feeling in his heart forever and pretend that nothing happened. Jian Suiyu let out a sigh of relief and walked out of the fitting room a few steps slower. As soon as he walked out of the fitting room, he felt that the atmosphere of the entire bridal shop was not right. That's right, for what he had just done to Jiang Yuhua, it was not too much to be beaten up. However, when he saw Jiang Cheng, Zhou Qianfeng, and even a person he had never seen before but who looked 50% similar to Jiang Cheng, and the overwhelming white-clad guards who surrounded him with guns and live ammunition, he suddenly became nervous. It seems that this is not just a simple beating, this is, people are going to die. Chapter 331. Wu Yu and Jiang Mubai looked at each other and peeked in secretly. Jiang Qian came over and asked, "What are you looking at?" They both lowered their voices at the same time. "Keep your voice down." Jiang Qian still didn't understand. "Why did you let that Deputy Captain Jian treat my sister?" They looked at each other and said, "Forget it, there's nothing to say to a fool." Jiang Qian. "Wu. Sister, someone is bullying him." Before he could see what was going on inside, the atmosphere outside the store suddenly changed. Everyone present changed their expressions. Jietchen, a lot of people came. Richard, yes, and they are all masters. Fu Yanqi, could it be that the support from the Li family has arrived? Shinkei shook his head. He had just met Jiang Cheng. He was very sure that the people who had returned were Jiang Cheng and the 5 great masters from the Secretariat. Sure enough, the next second, the Secretariat, Jiang Cheng, and Jiang Li appeared in front of them. Jiang Qian stepped forward in surprise. "Dad, why are you here too?" Qi Yin and the others were surprised. "Dad?" "Richard, so this is Jiang Li, the former Minister of Justice of Ancient China, who participated in the formulation of the first and second editions of the Alliance's rules? Because his combined punch with Chairman Jiang left the entire Alliance Parliament powerless to fight back, so they had to issue new regulations that finances cannot be combined with true mages. If he personally came forward to argue with the Alliance, not to mention taking Wu Yu's father out safely, even the watchdog of the Alliance Parliament building would send him to jail for 3 years." Jiang Li couldn't help but laugh, thank you for your compliment. I didn't expect that after I retired for so long someone still knew me. Being so cordially communicated with by such a peak hermit boss, Richard glanced at Jiangli and felt a little embarrassed. Fu Yanqi, you look like a woman. Richard was very serious. If it weren't for Mr. Zhang's constant argument for the formulation of the alliance rules, perhaps Shinkei and I would have been persecuted by the royal court church long ago. It was he who had been constantly fighting for the rights of the orphans after the peak battle. Otherwise, he would not have been targeted by the Alliance Council. The post-war world is so big that everyone wants to take a bite, and these orphans are the most vulnerable group. If there were no one to carry the burden for them, they might all die in the refugee camp without anyone knowing. So after the Alliance gradually got on the right track, the Jiang family would continue to stay away from the Alliance, because they have done too many things that attract envy and hatred over the years. This was the first time Wu Yu saw her second uncle, and she immediately smiled and called him obediently, second uncle. Jiangli, thank you, Yaya. If it weren't for you, I can't imagine what would happen to Yuhua. Yuhua is most afraid that we worry about her. She has always been very sensible. Wu Yu shook her head. No, it was my second and third brothers who saved my sister, my father who beat him, and you, my second uncle, who saved my father. None of these links can be missing. This is the result of our family's teamwork. Jiangli nodded. Yes, you are right. Since you finally figured it out and are willing to accept us, why don't you go home with us this time? Wu Yu looked at Shinkei quietly. Shinkei looked pitiful. He just moved into his and Yu's home this morning. He didn't even have a sip of water before he rushed to save the situation. Wu Yu glanced at the fully armed secretariat, her father, and second uncle. Although her second uncle smiled as if he was asking for her opinion, all the exits of Qi Yin were blocked. Fu Yanqi was watching the excitement again. I saw the excitement, but in the end I became a part of the excitement. Richard, speaking of which, it's probably time for everyone to react. How did Wu Yu find out that the Fox Fairy would go offline? Wu Chong simply blinked. How did you find out? Wu Yu lowered her head in embarrassment. It was really embarrassing to say this in public. Shinkei gritted his teeth. If you don't speak, no one will think you are dumb. Zhou Qianfeng suppressed the throbbing veins on his forehead. Shinkei, come here. I have something to tell you. Shinkei turned to look at Wu Yu, and felt that he and Wu Yu were like Romeo and Juliet, who were about to be separated. As for Wu Yu, how could she dare to look up? She wished she could dig a hole and crawl into it. Zhou Qianfeng was furious. Look at you, you are such a loser, come here. Shinkei walked up to Zhou Qianfeng, who took 2 deep breaths in succession. You, kid, I won't ask you how she found out that the Fox Fairy was offline. She is a girl with a thin skin and is embarrassed. I just want to ask you, do you have? Shinchin shook his head immediately. No. As soon as we found Yaya, we immediately notified her sister and family, and we rushed to the central city without stopping. Zhou Qianfeng nodded. Okay, you didn't lie. Shinkei stared at Zhou Qianfeng as he handed the polygraph to Lu Li on the side. Shinkei. Secretary Zhou, what are you going to do if I lied? Zhou Qianfeng smiled. Need I say that? Do you think all these people here are here to join in the fun? Shinkei. No, none of you are. Only he is an out-and-out clown. Zhou Qianfeng, 2 things. First of all, you also know that Yu Hua was just frightened, and Wu Yu confirmed that she would reveal her identity, so Wu Yu would live in Zhang's house before the engagement. She is the daughter of Zhang's family, and the descendant of a hero, so to reveal her identity, she naturally has to go through a grand process of preparation. The second thing is that Lu Li and Daomin will go to Yu Yu's dormitory in person in a while, because the online secretariat of Fox Fairy Dungeon has relaxed many of the policies that have been tightened before. But now we know that Fox spirits are not omnipotent. In order to protect vulnerable groups and prevent people from making profits or even committing violence, we must immediately find out the truth about the Fox spirits going offline and take corresponding measures. Throughout the process, I hope Captain Qian can cooperate with our work. Shinkei, Qian fully cooperates with the work of the Secretariat and the Taoist sect. Zhou Qianfeng laughed when he saw that Shinkei did not mention the first thing. No wonder Wang Ting has been unable to deal with you. You are stubborn and you are not going to pick up my words and make trouble with me, right? Shinkei looked at Zhou Qianfeng, not hiding his intentions. We will stay in Qian. Qian is Wu Yu's home. Zhou Qianfeng took a deep breath. He looked at Jiangli. You go and talk to him. Jiangli was also having a headache. How should he say this at his age? Before he could move, Jiang Cheng had already walked up to Shinkei. Everyone in Qian saw Jiang Cheng move. They were nervous and excited. They really wanted to see Shinkei being beaten, but they were also afraid that he would really be beaten to death. Richard, Just heard that the mother-in-law and father-in-law beat the son-in-law. I didn't expect to see it now. Wu Yu raised her head quickly, fearing that her father was really going to beat Shinkei violently. Just as she was about to move, Jiang Yuhua suddenly walked out from behind her. Wu Yu hesitated for a second, then turned around to care about her sister first. Forget it. Shinkei is pretty tough anyway, so he might not die for a while. Seeing Jiang Yuhua's red eyes, Wu Yu's eyes flashed with surprise, and she immediately got angry. Did Jian Suiyu say something to make you angry? Jiang Yuhua shook his head. No, he helped you persuade me. I was a little emotional. Wu Yu immediately distanced herself from him. I didn't ask him to persuade you. He didn't help me persuade you, and I wouldn't let a stranger persuade my sister. From the last dungeon till now, all of Jian Suiyu's actions are purely his own. Jiang Yuhua blinked. His heartbeat was unstable for a few times, and Jian Suiyu walked out slowly. Seeing the situation in front of him, he was puzzled. Are you here to fight me? Qi Yan's people gloated. No, you're here to fight Shinkei. Jian Suiyu was about to ask why, but suddenly, the light bulb in his head lit up. Oh, because the Fox Fairy was offline, he said that this kid would have to suffer the pain of love. Chapter 332. Jiang Cheng, hello, I am Wu Yu's father, Jiang Cheng. Shinkei was a little nervous. Hello, Uncle Jiang, I am Shinkei. Jiang Cheng nodded. I know, I also know your other identity, Prince Squire of the Royal Court, Noah Squire. Before the peak battle, I even met your parents. They are both very gentle and strong people. They are as firm as Wu Yu's mother, which is admirable. Shinkei was not sure about Jiang Cheng's attitude, but it seemed that Jiang Cheng did not want to separate him and Wu Yu. Jiang Cheng, let me make it short. I know you are in love. Young people are indeed more passionate. Originally, when the Fox Fairy was here, I could pretend that I knew nothing. Little fights are also ways for lovers to deepen their feelings. But Shinkei, you are also very clear about Wu Yu's current state. Her seal is shaky, and her body may have problems at any time. I know that you have just confirmed your feelings for each other, and it is the best time for your relationship. I don't mean to break you up, but the progress between you is too fast. If you continue to spend time together like this, Yu Yu's ability will become stronger and stronger. She may suddenly break the seal when she is emotional. Do you understand what I mean? Shinkei was so embarrassed that he didn't know what to do. Jiang Cheng was also helpless. If her mother was still alive, I wouldn't have told you this. But if you really like Yaya, you should understand what I mean. Shinkei nodded stiffly like a fried shrimp, yes. Jiang Cheng, there is one more thing I must tell you. Whether it is the birth of Yaya, or the birth of my wife Lu Ling, their mothers who gave birth to them all had a narrow escape from death. Moreover, giving birth once is already a huge burden on their bodies, and they can't give birth to another child. Considering the Qiling people's bloodline that defies heaven, I have always advocated ending the Qiling people's inheritance. I have even been prepared to be soul mates with my wife for life. But in the end, because of my wife's insistence, we had Yaya. You also saw the situation later. Yaya's life is destined to be much harder than that of a normal child. In addition to your current complicated physical condition, dragon bones, and holy angel blood, it is hard to say that the situation of the children you will give birth to in the future will be more complicated. So Shinkei, I hope you are mentally prepared for not being able to continue your offspring. If you can't accept it, you'd better back out as soon as possible while it's still possible. Otherwise, if you hurt my daughter's heart, I can only dig out your heart. Shinkei confirmed with him with a dreamy look on his face. Really? Then if I don't want a child, can I be with Yaya forever? Jiang Cheng suddenly felt that Shinkei's reaction seemed a little wrong, but he still nodded, as long as Yaya is willing. Shinkei was completely happy and felt at ease. Zhou Qianfeng, who was eavesdropping on him, hit him hard. Jiang Cheng, you are a lunatic, not a fool. The 800 tricks you had when you caught Lu Ling back then were all fed to the dogs, right? Why did you tell this kid so early? Jiang Cheng was puzzled. I think most people would mind. Zhou Qianfeng was so angry when he saw Shinkei's beautiful face. He doesn't mind. He doesn't mind at all. He is so happy. When you are pretending to be crazy at home, you don't read books, newspapers, study, or make progress. You are out of touch with society. Young people don't want children now. Don't touch anything. 3 things. Mortgage and car loan to continue the family line. Do you know how difficult it is for our secretariat to carry out life extension work? You don't know that Wang Ting had been forcing him to have children with many women in order to extend his abilities. He probably has PTSD about having children. And look at his attitude towards Wu Yu. He probably thinks that having a child would be a nuisance and disturb his and Wu Yu's world. Zhou Qianfeng was almost fainted by this pig teammate. Shinkei stopped when he saw the good and would never give them a chance to regret. He immediately said, "Secretary Zhou, I agree to let Wu Yu live in Jiang's house for the time being. When it's over, I take her back to Qian." As he said that, he was very good at handling things and shouted to Jiang Cheng, "Dad, thank you for making Yaya and I happy." Zhou Qianfeng was furious. Shen Ke is a love-brain kid. He only grows his brain when he's in love. Jiang Cheng glanced at Zhou Qianfeng and then at Shen Ke's happy look. Thinking about it, in the end, bang! He punched Shen Ke in the head. Sure enough, he was still unhappy with this kid who had deceived his daughter away. Jiang Cheng walked up to Wu Yu. "Let's go home with Dad." Wu Yu looked at Shen Ke, who stood up stupidly and smiled at her. Shen Ke sent her a personal communication. "Shen Ke, wife, I will pick you up at Jiang's house after the engagement party." Wu Yu asked Jiang Cheng, "Dad, why did you hit Shen Ke?" Jiang Cheng, "I was testing him." Wu Yu nodded. "Oh." She turned around and asked Shen Ke, "Wu Yu, what did my dad say to you?" Shen Ke, "He said he agreed that we should be together." Wu Yu put away the communication with a smile and said goodbye to Qi Yin and the others. As soon as she boarded the Jiang family shuttle, Wu Yu saw that Jiang Yuhua looked worried. Wu Yu rolled her eyes. "Sister, do you usually have any entertainment activities?" Jiang Wubai immediately understood what Wu Yu meant, and shook his head. "No, my sister is either busy with the consortium's affairs or the team's affairs." Jiang Yuhua was a little absent-minded, and nodded, "Yeah." Wu Yu immediately said, "In this case, Sister Yuhua is getting married, so you must relax." Jiang Qian came up curiously. "How to relax?" Wu Yu smiled. "Wait for me to call someone." Half an hour later, Qi Yan's return shuttle just arrived at the airport. The Jiang family shuttle also landed at the same time. In Shen Ke's broken eyes, the Jiang family took away Shanbai, Chuanya, and Mr. White Bear. Shen Ke was so eager. "Why can they go, but I can't?" "Richard, I think you'd better not go. It's annoying to be far away, and you'd be beaten to death every day if you stand in front of him." Shen Ke returned to Wu Yu's room and saw that all the props, summoned beasts, ghost dolls, and even the 5 locusts were entered into Wu Yu's system and taken away. Before he could feel sad, Fu Yixue and Lu Li had already used Wu Yu's room card to swipe the door and cleared away all the wind chimes and Xiamen props. When leaving, Fu Yixue saw the clothes that Shen Ke had put in the closet and sneered instantly. "That kid Fu Yanqi actually dared to cover for you, saying that you two had nothing to do with each other and were polite. I beat him to death when I get out." People came and left in a hurry, and in the end, only he was ignored. Oh, what a miserable man. On the other side, Wu Yu not only called Chanya and the other two, but also called the entire Desert Rose to the Jiang family. Not for anything else, just so that Jiang Yuhua could be happy before getting married. Chapter 333. Wu Xioli received an invitation from Wu Yu to bring Desert Rose to visit her, but the strange thing was that the place they were going to was Jiang's house. Wu Xioli looked at the word Jiang written on the shuttle behind Wu Yu and raised her eyebrows. "Invite me to your house." Wu Yu smiled and nodded yes. The Jiang family's astrological array was on the world boss map at that time, and Wu Yu's Emperor Star and Purple Star lit up at the same time. She checked. The Emperor Star was Jiang Cheng, and the Purple Star was Lu Ling. Therefore, the person who can make the Emperor Star and the Purple Star light up at the same time is their daughter. The information in her hand is that the child that the Jiang family has been looking for is in the friendly orphanage. Wu Cheng mentioned that Wu Yu came from the friendly orphanage. In addition, when Wu Yu offended the nobles in the world city, it was the Secretariat and the immortals around the Secretary General who took care of the aftermath. The Secretary General Zhou Qianfeng, and even the entire Secretariat, have a close relationship with Lu Ling. The last time the Jiang family held a party, Jiang Yuhua seemed to like Wu Yu very much. Now, Wu Yu directly drove the Jiang family shuttle to invite her to the Jiang family to play, which was a clear statement to her. Wu Xioli's eyes changed, and Wu Yu immediately praised her. "As expected of Sister Xioli, you really get it right at once, so amazing." Wu Xioli crossed her arms and looked at Wu Yu with scrutiny. "You represent the Jiang family, and you want to recruit Desert Rose?" Wu Yu shook her head. "I don't represent the Jiang family, I only represent myself, and the Jiang family has no intention of recruiting Desert Rose. Wu Xioli, your identity is very important to the entire alliance. You just let me know so easily. Aren't you afraid that I will sell you out?" Wu Yu shrugged. "No, I'm even afraid that you won't spread the word." Wu Xioli realized, "It seems that you are ready to reveal your identity." Wu Yu nodded. "So, Sister Xioli, I'm actually here to talk to you about cooperation with the entire Desert Rose." Wu Xioli's eyes were sharp. "It seems that the rumors are true." All parties in the alliance are going to make big moves recently. Wu Yu blinked rumor? Wu Xiuli, at this time of year in previous years, the alliance should be preparing for the alliance team friendly match and the alliance individual match. But now there is not only no news at all. There are also rumors that the alliance leader is withdrawing the military forces originally distributed in various places. Wu Yu raised an eyebrow. You told me this just like that? Wu Xiuli smiled. Wu Yu, I should have told you a long time ago that from now on, Desert Rose will share all information with you. Wu Yu also smiled. So? Wu Xiuli, it's a pleasure to work with you. However, since you intend to reveal your identity and find me at this time, it seems that the Jiang family will also make a big move. Wu Yu, not only the Jiang family, but also the Secretariat, Daomen, Qian, and some old friends of my parents who have been in seclusion for many years. Now, there is also you, Desert Rose. Wu Xiuli's heart skipped a beat. This lineup is enough to provoke the new season of S4. Is it too late for me to regret now? Wu Yu nodded. Of course, if you refuse, the Jiang family will play a show with you and let you stay out of it. Wu Xiuli laughed. We have already thought of a way out for Desert Rose, so if we really retreat, wouldn't that be a coward? Wu Yu is not in a hurry. You can discuss it with Desert Rose's sisters. Wu Xiuli turned to look at Ani, Xixia and Xiao Huai, who were still a little confused. What are they talking about? I don't know either. They are so mysterious. Wu Yu went over to tell them, I plan to seize the alliance power and subvert the entire alliance. Do you sisters want to join? Annie, Zixia and Xiaohui were horrified. Zixia, yeah baby, if you told me that you were dating 8 people without Captain Shin's knowledge, I would definitely praise you for being awesome. But you said you wanted to seize the power of the alliance. Isn't that a bit too awesome? Wu Xiuli held her forehead speechlessly. Wu Yu, don't tell others about such an important matter. What if the news leaks out? Wu Yu smiled and repeated, so you want to join? Annie, Zixia and Xiaohui looked at each other and nodded at the same time. Yes, it's so cool just thinking about it. The three of them looked at Wu Xiuli hesitantly, and Wu Xiuli gave the order directly, call our people, get on the shuttle. Desert Rose, oh. The shuttle landed with Desert Rose, and Jiang Yuhua had already brought it to the scene to greet her. Wow, the Jiang family is too big. That swimming pool is bigger than our Desert Rose's entire physical training ground. Are you dissatisfied with our Desert Rose because she is small now? Wow, is that Sister Yuhua? I always thought Sister Yuhua was a queen, but it turns out she's a cute little girl. Jiang Qian was a little nervous following Jiang Yuhua. Jiang Mubai looked at him sideways. Can you relax a little? It's not like you haven't met Desert Rose before. Jiang Qian was very stiff. Actually, I'm an eye person, and these people from Desert Rose look too E. Aren't the niche mystics such as sorcerers, witches, puppeteers, and sorcerers supposed to be very quiet and gloomy? Jiang Mubai said earnestly, the more nervous you are, the more you will become their toy. Jiang Yuhua glanced sideways. Doesn't this just show that these girls are very happy under Wu Xiuli's leadership? In her Jiang's surprised eyes, Jiang Yuhua quickly walked towards Wu Yu Meibao. Thank you for your hard work. I have prepared rooms for everyone in Desert Rose. Everyone follow me. Wu Xiuli apologized. We will be a little noisy. They are used to freedom. Wu Yu blinked. Don't worry, I will arrange you in a separate courtyard. The elders are in the main building. Just do whatever you want as before. Oh, Yaya is so considerate. Let's go! The shuttle sent to pick up Shangbai, Chuanya and Mr. White Bear landed just in time. Wu Yue went to meet Jiang Yuhua and Desert Rose after they left. Chuanya waved happily. Yaya. Wu Yue, let's go. You and Desert Rose can live together in the courtyard. We are all girls of the same age. Don't be restrained. Shangbai raised his hand. Sorry, Mr. White Bear and I are both boys. Wu Yue, it's okay. My 2 brothers are here. Shangbai was just about to say that he would be embarrassed with so many girls, when his personal communication suddenly rang. Shinkei, Bai, remember that no matter where you go, you are Qian's person, and you must always remember to contribute to Qian. Shangbai. This crazy guy almost said it clearly, asking him to follow closely at all times and report anytime. Shangbai resigned himself to following Chuanya to the single-family villa. Jiang Huaiji was waiting at the gate of the courtyard. When he saw Wu Xiuli, he stepped forward and greeted. Captain Wu, thank you very much for coming this time. Wu Xiuli, I'm giving Wu Yu face. Jiang Huaiji nodded. Yes, my sister is really giving me face. If it weren't for her, there would be no way to get so many people together. Jiang Huaiji, you are all girls. After guiding you to check in, I will let Qian and Mubai leave. You can do whatever you want. If you need anything, Tell the housekeeper at any time, and she will help you arrange it. As he said this, he saw Xiang Bai and Mr. Bai Xiong who arrived one step later, and Jiang Huaiji took the people away. It's better to live separately, so you can have more fun. Xiang Bai's scalp was about to explode when he saw so many people, and he followed Jiang Huaiji and left. And with a very excited mood, he said sadly, Xiang Bai, Captain Jiang separated me from Wu Yu and the others. Chapter 334. After dinner at the Jiang family, we returned to our rooms and took a hot bath. Then, we gathered in the small garden of the other courtyard in groups of 3 or 2. Chuanya exclaimed, Wow, yeah, this place is really beautiful. Shixia pointed to the sky, Look, it's the astrological array of Sirius that is lighting up. Jiang Yuhua, usually this time is the special training time for my uncle on Sirius. Thanks to Yaya, I can take a break today. Wu Yue, no, my sister is getting married soon, so of course she should have a good rest. Everyone shouted, Marry? What do you mean by marry? Who are you going to marry, you what baby? Wu Xioli frowned instantly. Are you really going to marry Li Yuan? He's a pure bad guy. Jiang Yuhua nodded. Well, the Li family has won several top-level mineral resources in recent years, and they have emerged as a new force after the war. All resources are digested internally, and they have developed very quickly. In the past 2 years, they have been trying to challenge the Jiang family. Wu Xioli Yuhua, you don't think that if you get married, the Li family will give up their ambition to surpass the Jiang family, right? Jiang Yuhua, the Li family has offered half of the shares of the entire chaebol, the largest piece of meteorite or this year. They are very sincere. And after the marriage between the Jiang family and the Li family, Maybao can officially restore her status in the alliance. Under the coercion of multiple forces, even the alliance dare not do anything to her. Wu Xioli suddenly turned back to look at Wu Yu. Jiang Yuhua doesn't know your plan yet, you are hiding it from her. Suddenly, the communicator of everyone present rang, except Jiang Yuhua. Wu Yu, my sister doesn't know yet, she is digging into a dead end, don't reveal the truth, just pretend you don't know to make her happy. Wu Xioli was shocked. So the truth is, Wu Yu was furious because Jiang Yuhua was digging into a dead end and sacrificed himself, and wanted to overthrow the alliance regime. From now on, all the big guys in the alliance will listen to Wu Yu. Who dares to plot against her sister, and make her sister marry? Awesome, sisters. Shixia, no problem. Ani and Xiao Huai, got it. Chanya, okay, they are super good at making people happy. Girls always understand girls best. Wu Xioli gave a look, and everyone started to empty their space. The housekeeper pushed the cart over. Miss Wu Yu, this is the wine you ordered. Halfway through, everyone saw a dazzling array of wines on the cart, and 2 carts of snacks, and even a self-service barbecue. Wow, Yaya really understands us. I'm embarrassed to say it, Yaya baby, you're ready. Wu Yu smiled, Sister's bureau, everything must be arranged. Yeah. Jiang Yuhua was stunned as she watched Wu Yu mix a glass of wine, and put it in front of her. Sister, you can drink, you can even mix drinks. Wu Yu nodded and clinked glasses with her. Yes, although life outside is bitter, it is the bitterness that allows us to taste the rich sweetness. Drink it. It's not too strong, and it's sweet. Jiang Yuhua looked down at the wine glass. She had never drunk alcohol before. The alcohol paralysis would make her less alert. Besides, there were many things in the Jiang family, and she needed to stay rational at all times. Wu Yu coaxed her, you don't need to stay rational today, because we are all here. Jiang Yuhua drank the wine in a daze, her cheeks were a little red, she and Wu Yu smiled at each other, Chunya took pictures of them on the side. Then, posted on WeChat moments. The Qian physical training room had a dull atmosphere, and dark clouds were pressing down. Wu Chong was kicked away, it hurt so much, I'm going back to sleep. Shinkei glared at him. How long have you not been here for training? Jian Suiyu was beaten and gasped. Didn't you say that you don't care about training? Shinkei, I now realize that I was too lenient with you before. Richard, he is just venting his anger. Don't look at him smiling when you left, he is actually mad. Jiechen sneered, you are a rookie, you have to admit it. Fu Yanqi, the one who took her away was her biological father. Even if he can beat him, what can he do? Besides, he just couldn't beat her. Wu Chong opened the communication. Chuanya posted a circle of friends. Yaya is there. Shinkei grabbed it. Let me see it. Wu Chong jumped up and down. Don't you have a communicator yourself? Shinkei, I don't have Chuanya as a friend. Seeing the ultra-clear 2160p picture, it seemed as if Wu Yu was right in front of him. His wife was drinking with others again, and she was smiling at others with a gentle face. He had never been treated like this. Wu Jian Suiyu took a look at the side, and when he saw Jiang Yuhua's smile, his heart slowed down a beat. Shinkei slapped the communicator in Wu Chang's hand with a gloomy face. Today, no one is allowed to leave until they are trained to go to the treatment cabin. Everyone collapsed. Damn. Are you sick? Xixia used her puppet doll to perform novel magic for Jiang Yuhua. Chuanya used the healing power of wood to make flowers bloom at night. And Ani and Xiuhui told Jiang Yuhua a lot about their dangerous and exciting life in the desert. Chuanya was so excited that she let go completely and started to talk about how she cleverly countered Yaina's moves when she faced Yaina at the Hua family. Then, Chuanya, who was drunk, put makeup on them and made beautiful clothes. The barbecue fire had gone out, and after 3 rounds of drinking, in the slightly cool night, everyone's heart was extremely hot, and their smiles were so pure, free, and wanton. Jiang Yuhua looked at them with a blushing face. Everyone was so free, with their own firm beliefs, not following the crowd, and living the life they wanted. If you say you don't yearn for it, you are really deceiving yourself. As the night got deeper and deeper, all parties became one, and the topic gradually went towards the late night. Wu Shili asked Wu Yu, "Are you and Shinkei together?" All those who were just chatting looked over, slowly stretched their ears, and gave Wu Shili a thumbs up. The captain is still the best. In today's game, they finally asked what they wanted to know most. Wu Yu also drank a few more cups today, but her eyes were clear, and she seemed to have a good alcohol tolerance. She nodded, yeah. Wu Shili was unhappy. You just agreed to this kid? Wu Yu nodded, yeah. Wu Shili raised her eyebrows, and began to feel something was wrong. She moved closer to Wu Yu, and found that Wu Yu looked very sober, but her expression was a little dull. So Wu Yu is actually a good drinker now. She looks very well behaved, and has drunk too much. Oh, what a surprise! Chapter 335. There were 2s and 3s in the garden, and almost everyone had drunk. All the people from Desert Rose were here, so Wu Xioli naturally had to stay sober and finish. This was in the Jiang family. Jiang Cheng and Sirius were nearby. Wu Yu felt safe and wanted to make her sister happy, so she simply let herself go and drank too much. Wu Xioli's eyes flashed, and she glanced at Chuanya, who was secretly approaching. Wu Xioli, are you trying to help Shinkei to get some information? Chuanya shook her head quickly. I didn't. She just wanted to send Yaya back to her room, because she saw Yaya was drunk. Wu Xioli smiled. Then I'd do it. Chuanya looked at Wu Xioli as if she was looking at a warrior. The captain is very scary. Wu Xioli, I know, but can he be as scary as Jiang Cheng? When Shinkei and Jian Suiyu first started out, they did a lot of things to trip her up, and even killed her clients. One of them came up with sinister ideas, the other killed people and robbed goods. One was heartless, the other was ruthless. None of them were good, otherwise how could Qian rise so quickly? Wu Xioli told Wu Yu, yeah. Did you know that when you first joined Qian, the senior executives of Qian were testing you? Chanya's pupils trembled. No way, it was so explosive right at the beginning. Wu Yu nodded obediently. Yeah, I know. Later I participated in Qian's recruitment. They would use lie detection, temptation, physical training, mental strength test, metaphysics for all new members, and then secretly check them. The whole process is very meticulous, without showing off, allowing people to find out the truth about people while admiring Qian's gentle care. However, Qi Yin was very cautious with her, because she was related to Shadow, and Zhang Peng was in front of her. They didn't let the two of them contact each other. The Qi Yin executives were in contact with her throughout the whole process. The dormitory was arranged directly next to Shinkei, which was all a test. Her background check was even done by Shinkei himself. So after confirming that she was fine, these people felt guilty about eating the vegetable she planted, and they were very friendly to her, and gave her an S+ weapon. Wu Xioli raised her eyebrows. Aren't you angry? Wu Yu shook her head. Wu Yu already knew about Shinkei's situation at that time, and thought it was normal for them to be cautious. If they were not cautious, Shinkei would have died 800 times. Later, Jian Suiyu asked her to be responsible for recruiting new members, which was like putting all this in front of her. Wu Xioli looked at Chuanya, and Chuanya immediately spoke for the team. Really, Qian was very obscure, and considered the feelings of the members. The Hua family was very direct, simple and crude. The lie detector directly retrieved the mental memory, which was inhumane. Wu Xioli dropped another heavy hammer. Then do you know how Qian started? How many people did Shinkei kill? Wu Yu nodded obediently. He killed people and robbed them, and robbed them. The bandits took 800 billion points, and killed the young master of the Hua family, and he took the bandits away right after. He took the money from both ends, the kidnapping money, and the bounty of the Hua family, all went into his pocket. He did this several times, and the bandits became obedient, so he started to kill those black-hearted businessmen who specialized in bounty hunters. These people were not protected by the Alliance because they made huge profits, and Charles had run into a snag with Shinkei several times because of this. These were all ideas given to him by Jian Suiyu. He was responsible for the implementation, and used this first pot of gold to establish Qian. So when Wu entered the World City, she saw that Shinkei's bounty was as high as the price of dragon breath. Chanya was amazed at the sight. Wow, the captain and the deputy captain are so cruel. Wu corrected her. Shinkei was manipulated by Wang Ting at the time, and Jian Suiyu had to take care of Aunt Chen and escape from pursuit. It was not easy for them. Wu Xioli, damn, I didn't expect Wu to know everything. It makes her unhappy at all. In that case, she just go for it. Wu Xioli, then do you know when Shinkei fell in love with you? Wu didn't hesitate. He said it was when the World War just started. Wu Xioli sneered. He was just making a fuss. You were so badly injured in the desert map at that time, and his attitude didn't seem like he just fell in love with you. It was obvious that he already loved you to death. Wu looked at Wu Xioli blankly, huh? Wu Xioli, when did you add Shinkei to your contact list? Wu, just after the first big dungeon, Shinkei sent me my summoned beast, saying that a team member had added it so that we could get in touch. Wu Xioli looked at Chuanya, and Chuanya immediately understood. I haven't added the captain yet, and the captain has no intention of adding me. Wu Xioli, when you first added him, did you block him? Wu nodded. Well, I'm not familiar with him. Wu Xioli smiled. I guess he was interested in you when he added you. Wu blinked, huh? Wu Xioli instantly became excited. Wu, do you know that your performance in the big dungeon was used by the Alliance as a typical example of a plot dungeon clearance, and it has been promoted on the forum for a long time? From fishing, rowing boats to speedboats to spaceships, salt to kill insects, bombs, and lightning, plus your accurate speculation on the entire dungeon storyline. Your performance was very eye-catching. You led the entire Qian, and you were shining, but that post was deleted. There is a saying in the underworld that the one who can pass the plot dungeon painlessly is the true king of the end of the world. Many people want to dig you away from Qian, and some of them offer very generous conditions, but they are all rejected and blocked by Shin Quebec. He has been plotting against you since a long time ago. Wu Chong told me that after the plot dungeon is over, you want to go to the rainforest by yourself, and Jian Suiyu asked you to take Shinkei and him? Wu nodded, yes. Wu Xioli sneered. I have dealt with him so many times. I know Jian Suiyu very well. Jian Suiyu must have seen that Shinkei was willing to use his own blood to treat you in the live plot dungeon. He must have also seen that something was wrong with Shinkei, and was helping Shinkei as a wingman. If it was someone else, Shinkei would not care about Jian Suiyu, and would be willing to go with him. Wu was confused. But didn't the captain treat me because he cared about his teammates? I went to the rainforest to find new crops, and the captain went there because he cared about the team. I was wondering if the captain wanted to repay me, because I helped identify the weapons. Wu Xioli repay a favor? Think about how Jian Suiyu repays his life-saving grace. Simple and clear. Just buy out the resources. Shinkei never stays away from women. Will he take you back to the treatment cabin if you run out of energy? Wu Chong is right beside you. Logically, you and Wu Chong had a better relationship at that time. Wu lowered her head and tried to think, but Wu Xioli poured her another glass of wine. Wu took it and drank it without thinking. Very good, let's continue now. Wu thought, Shinkei is a good person. If he sees other team members, no matter men or women, in such a dangerous state of running out of energy, he will save them immediately. Wu Xioli looked at Chuanya. Do you believe this? Chuanya hesitated for a second, then shook her head decisively. Wu Xioli smiled, and he not only took you back to the treatment cabin, but also stayed with you outside the treatment cabin until you woke up. Wu Xioli persuaded, so now, do you understand what I mean? This question is beyond the scope, and is not in the answer library of the sober Wu Yue. Drunk version of Wu Yue began to play freely. Well, you mean he thinks I'm doing well in the plot dungeon, and wants to use me to play dungeons, so he pretends to care about me, because he's afraid that I die, right? Ahem. Wu Xioli and Chuanya coughed violently at the same time. Chuanya was out of breath and explained, No, Captain Wu didn't mean that. She just wanted to tell you that the captain had been interested in you for a long time. Wu Xioli covered Chuanya's mouth with her hand. She looked at Wu Yu's silly and cute look. This is really a pleasant surprise. It turns out that Yaya, who doesn't think, has such a straightforward mind. No wonder Shinkei has been at Waterloo all the time. Wu Yu ignored him even though she was blinded by his seductive eyes. Fortunately, I have the video, so I sent it to Shinkei directly. Chuanya shivered. Captain Wu is really killing people. If Yu really thinks that the captain is using her, the captain will definitely go crazy. Wu Xioli smiled. Would I be afraid? Shinkei had better come now. The Jiang family will take care of it. She can watch the mother-in-law and father-in-law beat the son-in-law and vent her anger. Chanya fainted in fear, but she was afraid. Shinkei, who had just finished a round, received a personal private message from Wu Xioli. He clicked to open it with a cold face, and when he heard Wu Yu's voice, Shinkei's face changed instantly. Chapter 336. Wu Xioli had just finished sending the message when she turned around and found that Wu Yu was gone. Seeing Wu Yu walking into the house on her own, Wu Xioli was afraid that she might get drunk and get into trouble, so she hurriedly followed her. She found that Wu Yu was really well behaved when she was drunk, and she whispered softly, "I want to go back to sleep," and walked towards her own room. Wu Xioli watched Wu Yu open the door and walk into the house. Suddenly, she looked into the house with a vigilant look. Wu Xioli raised the corner of her mouth. "Shinkei, you are really brave." Wu Yu looked at the person who suddenly appeared in her room in confusion, raised her eyes, and asked him, "Who are you?" Shinkei's aura suddenly became dark, and he took Wu Yu into his arms. He looked at Wu Xioli dangerously. "What did you do to Wu Yu?" Wu Xioli stopped when she saw that she was ahead. Anyway, as long as Shinkei dared to come, she would not be able to escape the beating of the Jiang family. She smiled. "I didn't do anything. Wu Yu drank too much. The housekeeper arranged by the Jiang family is a master of SS. I can help you delay for 10 minutes at most." Shinkei closed the door with a cold face. Wu Yu still raised her neck and asked him, "Who are you? Get out of my room. I'm going to sleep." Shinkei looked down at her. "Did you drink? What did you drink?" Wu Yu started counting with her fingers: beer, champagne, vodka, whiskey. Seeing that Wu Yu was struggling to count, Shinkei lowered his head and kissed her. Wu Yu blinked blankly. Shinkei stepped back and smiled at her. "Do you remember who I am?" Wu Yu nodded. "Yes, you are Shinkei." It was the first time Shinkei saw Wu Yu so well behaved. How could she suddenly be so well behaved? She made people like her and wanted to hide her. Shinkei picked Wu Yu up and let her face him. Facing Wu Yu's eyes, Shinkei told her seriously, "Wu Yu, I have never thought of using you. Never thought of using you to play a dungeon, never. Wu Xioli is right. I will never risk exposing my identity to save people. I will never take the initiative to add women's communications, and I will not pay attention to Jian Sui's request for me to lead people to play dungeons. With Wu Chong here, I can't possibly carry the female team member back to the treatment cabin, let alone stay outside the treatment cabin for such a long time. I have been tempted for a long time. You are shining all over. I can't control my gaze at all. I am too curious about you. I rejected others' requests to poach you because I think that even if I am the captain of Chien, I am not superior to you. We are equal, and I have no right to make decisions about your stay in life. If they want you to join their team, they should come to you in person with sincerity." Wu Yu nodded obediently. "Oh, then you didn't stop them from coming to me, right?" Shinkei suddenly got stuck. "I did." Wu Yu blinked. Shinkei buried his head in her neck bitterly. "I am really a despicable person." Wu Yu stretched out her hand to rub his hair. "You are a very good person, and you are very beautiful." Shinkei hugged Wu Yu tightly. He regretted it. He shouldn't have let Wu Yu go back to Zhang's house. He wanted to take Wu Yu back to Chien now. Wu Yu was completely empty. Shinkei didn't say anything. The two of them just stayed there quietly. In the dim room, the atmosphere was quiet and beautiful. Shinkei suddenly understood what Jiang Chung said. He was ready to be soul mates with his wife for life. Wu Yu was a little tired after a busy day. She hugged Shinkei's neck and leaned her head on his shoulder. Her voice was a little vague. "I'm sleepy." Shinkei felt that the high-level fighters from all directions of the Jiang family were coming here. He carried Wu Yu to the bed and kissed her forehead and cheeks. "Go to sleep, baby." After taking a deep look at Wu Yu and covering her with a quilt, Shinkei pulled away and prepared to leave. Wu Yu suddenly reached out and grabbed him. "Where are you going?" "Shinkei, your father and brother are here. I have to give them an explanation." Wu Yu was unwilling. "You are not allowed to go anywhere. It's time to go to bed." Shinkei had no way to break free of Wu Yu's hand with his will. He was reluctant to do so, and turned around and came to Wu Yu. Shinkei told Wu Yu very seriously, "Wait for me. Next time I will definitely come in through the main gate of the Jiang family and pick you up." Wu Yu was angry. "I said, it's time to go to bed." Shinkei let out a long sigh. If he really dared to lie down on this bed today, the Jiang family would never let him see Wu Yu again in this life. He had to say something to divert Wu Yu's attention. Shinkei just thought of a question that always puzzled him. Yu, when did you recognize that I was Noah's squire?" The people of the Jiang family were getting closer and closer. Wu Xiaoli in the corridor raised her voice to warn him. The surrounding environment began to be noisy, but he still clearly heard Wu Yu saying, "In the sea mining town, you were very close to me and wanted to kill me, and I recognized you at once." It turned out to be Sea Mine Town. No wonder Wu Yu's reaction in Sea Mine Town was so strange. She even counted down for the masked man when the system was about to end. It turned out that she had known it for a long time and deliberately gave him a way out. At that time, he must have looked like a clown in her eyes. Shinkei couldn't help asking her, "Why didn't you tell me after I asked you several times?" Wu Yu's alcohol was slowly dissipating, and she gradually sobered up. The headlights of the entire headquarters outside the building were all on. She looked at Shinkei, and he was no longer drunk. Wu Yu sat up and pulled Shinkei closer. Feeling Wu Yu's awakening, Shinkei moved closer obediently. "Shinkei, are you awake so soon? I have to go." "Shinkei." Wu Yu interrupted him, "because that was your most difficult and painful moment. Whenever I think back, I will remember the look you gave me when I was about to leave, with deep despair in your attachment. I can never forgive myself for pretending to know nothing about everything under such circumstances, and letting you return to the royal court alone. If I were given another chance, if everything could start over again, I would definitely expose your identity without hesitation the moment I recognized you in the sea mining town, stand by your side, and fight side by side with you. I am really glad that in the end, I finally found you, and didn't lose you." Even though the footsteps outside were getting closer and closer, Shinkei just stared at Wu Yu quietly. Looking at each other is a kiss without lust in the human spirit. Chapter 337. Captain Shin, the young master invites you to the serious training room. The housekeeper's voice sounded outside the door. Wu Yu nervously grabbed Shinkei. "Don't go, they will definitely beat you up." Shinkei kissed Wu Yu. "I have to go. If I don't go today, I will really become a coward." Wu Yu grabbed Shinkei. Shinkei reached out and hugged her. "Is it because of drinking? You worry about me like this. It really makes me unable to resist." Wu Yu buried her head in Shinkei's chest. "You have to be careful." "Shinkei, I think your father and your brother will be careful about how hard they hit you." Wu Yu nodded. "You can go." Before leaving, Shinkei asked Wu Yu, "Can you drink with me next time instead of others?" Wu Yu looked at Shinkei. "Okay." Shinkei smiled immediately. Just as Shinkei was about to open the door, he heard the housekeeper say at the door, "Captain Shin, it's not convenient for the women in the same building." Without thinking, Shinkei returned to the room and opened the window. Jiang Huaiji, Jiang Qian and Jiang Mubai were all fully armed and waiting downstairs, and behind them stood the entire Sirius. Shinkei gritted his teeth, and suddenly he was uncertain about the severity of the Jiang family's attack. However, he jumped out of the window without hesitation. As soon as he landed, countless guns were pointed at his forehead. Shinkei was speechless. "No need to mobilize so many troops. I don't want to run away." The Jiang family is really deeply obsessed with this kind of rich and powerful president literature. Jiang Huaiji's face was not good. "Shinkei, how did you bypass the layers of security protection of the Jiang family and enter Yaya's room?" Shinkei was as quiet as a chicken. He used a teleportation ring, but if the Jiang family knew about it, he might not be able to use it in the future. Jiang Huaiji took a deep breath. "Even if you don't say it, I guessed it. You'd better hide it well. My uncle is out of touch with society, and doesn't know about that thing." Shinkei looked at Jiang Huaiji in surprise. "You actually helped me?" "Jiang Huaiji, I didn't help you. I just didn't want Yaya to be sad. What you did today was too much. What do you think of our Jiang family?" Shinkei followed Jiang Huaiji into the serious training room. Jiang Cheng was the only one in the large and empty training room. He raised his cold eyes to look at Shinkei, and in a blink of an eye, he came to Shinkei. Shinkei had seen Jiang Cheng's instantaneous strength, and his speed was amazing, which was beyond the scope of human beings. Even though Shinkei had prepared in advance, he was still kicked away. He felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. If it weren't for the protection of the dragon bone, he would have broken 4 ribs by now. He coughed up a mouthful of blood and stood up quickly. Jiang Qian was very surprised. What kind of physique is Shinkei? He vomited blood after being kicked in the face. Jiang Mubai, do you think Vlad has been planning for so many years just for the 8 dragon bones in his body? Jiang Cheng looked at Shinkei, who was staring at him. You don't have to be afraid to attack me just because I am Wu Yu's father. With your ability, you should be best at explosive power. If you look ahead and behind, you will lose even the last chance of winning. Shinkei, show me your real skills. Shinkei was waiting for Jiang Cheng to say this. He used all his strength without hesitation, and appeared in front of Jiang Cheng in an instant. Without reservation, he flashed the dragon scales, and used the first big move. The illusion of the giant dragon roared fiercely at Jiang Cheng under Shinkei's high fighting spirit, and the roar echoed in the entire physical training room, which surprised everyone in Sirius. Shinkei's fist style actually has the fighting spirit of a dragon. What's the matter with the dragon scales in the corners of his eyes? It feels like his strength is much stronger than before. You see, since the dragon scales exploded, Shinkei's real-time mental power index has increased by SSS, and there are signs of continuous rise. Jiang Huaiji, it seems that the dragon bone is the most important source of Shinkei's power. The reason why Vlad had SSS spiritual power before was because he got Shinkei's dragon bone. Jiang Qian was shocked. Vlad, this old guy is really shameless. Jiang Mubai suddenly realized, I was wondering why the royal court didn't just kill Shinkei before. I guess they must have an adult dragon bone. Jiang Huaiji, the blood of the holy angel is very rare. Vlad insisted on the dragon bone. He was greedy, and put himself in it. Both Shinkei and Jiang Cheng's movements were frighteningly fast, and they had already fought back and forth for several rounds while they were talking. This was extremely shocking to everyone in Sirius. You have to know that before, only the great demon king beat them unilaterally. Except for Jiang Huaiji, few people could fight him back and forth. Even Jiang Huaiji couldn't fight Jiang Cheng for 5 moves. But now, Shinkei had fought Jiang Cheng for at least 10 moves. Jiang Qian was incredulous. Did my uncle let me win? Jiang Mubai sneered. Let me win? My uncle let me win except for Sister Yuhua. When have you ever seen him let me win? Now he is beating the scoundrel who sneaked into his only daughter's room in the middle of the night, when she was drunk. He will not let her go even if he is beaten to death. Seeing Jiang Cheng kicking Shinkei hard in the chest, Shinkei smashed into the wall. The serious people who had been beaten for so many years finally got balanced. Look! They are not their weaklings. No matter who they are, including Shinkei who is always defiant, they can only be beaten by Jiang Cheng. Shinkei spit out blood again, and the silver-white blood kept splashing. He breathed heavily. It was so cool. Every cell in my body was giving me a warning of imminent death, and I felt the absolute oppression and suffocation that I was about to be taken away by the god of death at any time. It was so cool. It had been a long time since he had met such a strong opponent. Shinkei clenched his fist without hesitation and rushed towards Jiang Cheng again. But this time, Jiang Cheng did not dodge at all. He just looked at Shinkei quietly, and finally even stood there with his hands behind his back and closed his eyes. Shinkei's face changed, and he stopped moving. What do you mean? Jiang Cheng, it's enough to beat you like this. Shinkei raised his mouth in a surly way. Who are you looking down on? Jiang Cheng looked at him calmly. You are too weak, not worthy to be my opponent. As you are now, you can't protect Yaya at all. I advise you to know yourself, and let go as soon as possible. Shinkei was about to explode. Being provoked by Jiang Cheng, he completely threw away all his concerns. Shinkei suddenly tilted his head, and the serious people heard the sound of flesh and bones being torn in the air. Jiang Mubai was surprised. What is Shinkei doing? Jiang Huaiji was surprised to find that 2 giant star dragons appeared in the void. They were entrenched behind Shinquebec. With a crushing tearing sound, Shinkei's bones seemed to be strengthened. His whole body was emitting strange golden light, and the blood of the noble holy angel continued to flow out, and while dripping, it was also constantly repairing his body. Jiang Huaiji whispered. Shinkei originally had only 8 dragon bones, all 8 of which were ribs to protect the most important internal organs of the human body. But in fact, the human body has 206 bones. Jiang Qian was incredulous. No way. Is he going to turn all the bones in his body into dragon bones now? Jiang Mubai, how is it possible? If he can really do this, why didn't he use it when he fought with Wang Ting? Jiang Huaiji, I heard that Prince Squire has always been accompanied by a black dragon, but now the 2 summoned by Shinkei are all star dragons. Maybe one of the dragons was maliciously eroded back then, so it was impossible to achieve a complete dragon bone transformation. It is also possible that if Vlad knew that Shinkei actually had 206 dragon bones, wouldn't he be even more unscrupulous? Just like the blood of the holy angel, if he could take whatever he wanted, Shinkei would completely lose his bargaining cards and initiative. But Jiang Huaiji hesitated. I heard that these 2 dragons were left to him by Noah Squire's parents. He cherishes them very much and rarely lets them participate in battles. Once the purification of the 206 dragon bones is completed, these 2 dragons may completely lose their entities and become phantoms. San Jiang suddenly looked at each other. He has fulfilled his responsibility, and farewell to his parents. What he needs to do now is to make himself stronger and protect Wu Yu. Chapter 338. Xian Physical Training Room. Wu Cheng looked around in surprise. The captain suddenly disappeared. Jian Suiyu looked at Wu Cheng. I heard Wu Xiuli's voice in the video before he disappeared. Ask Wu Xiuli what happened. Sure enough, after every sister game, there must be a broken relationship and a scumbag ex-husband who is still alive. At the same time, Wu Cheng received a letter from Wu Xiuli. When he opened the video, Wu Cheng jumped up and down in surprise. Wow, Ye knew that we were testing her. She even knows how Qian got started. Ye thought the captain was using her. Richard came over. No wonder Shinkei ran away in a hurry without saying a word. Jiechen turned his face away. So many of us were eyeing a little girl at the beginning. It's embarrassing and guilty to think about it. Jian Suiyu held his forehead. In that situation, with Zhang Peng in front, Shinkei was chased so closely by the king's court. Not to mention returning to the base, he almost couldn't even go to the plot dungeon. Better safe than sorry. I also considered doing things as quietly as possible. Fu Yinchi added insult to injury. You ate a lot of the vegetables they planted. Jian Suiyu. Yes, I'm sorry, I'm a beast. Richard thought. So Shinkei, with his vigilant personality, fell for Wu Yu so quickly. He must have checked Wu Yu, and found that Wu Yu's life was as tragic as his. Wu Yu was arranged opposite him, but never showed any curiosity about him. In the plot dungeon, Wu Yu was not familiar with him, and even avoided him. Fu Yinchi, Wu Yu's mind works very quickly. Shinkei is very curious about her ideas. When Wu Yu was making bombs, Shinkei was watching from the side. And her outrageous talismans at that time. Jian Suiyu, Shinkei first gave me suggestions because of Wu Yu raising chickens in front of his door. Shinkei used to go to the polar regions. He didn't touch women. When he was under pressure, he liked to play those extreme sports. Wu Yu came up and directly gave him a bottom river surfing and spiral ascension. He has been disgusted by Shinqingxi. Wu Yu can not only disgust Shinqingxi, but also subdue the traitor sent by the shadow. The most important thing is that when Wu Yu was poisoned, Shinkei treated her directly. At that time, I felt that Shinkei was not right. Later, Wu Yu risked her life to help Shinkei identify his weapon and get the Night Pearl, and Shinkei really followed him. Have you seen him like this before? Hasn't he always been a rookie to his teammates? Why don't you just die if you have to protect them? Everyone suddenly realized he really had been moved a long time ago, so why didn't he tell Wu Yu? Jian Suiyu, in his words. He also has dignity, but Wu Yu only got it late. Jian Suiyu's communicator rang, and he quickly looked at everyone. Let's go, Wu Yu sent me a message. Let's go to Zhang's house to pick up Quebec Richard. He really went? He must be beaten to death? Jian Suiyu walked towards the airport. Hurry up, brothers, while our captain is still breathing. Shinkei's every bone joint was emitting severe pain, his body was burning like a furnace, and the true dragon energy was rushing through his body, forcing him to grit his teeth to suppress the low cry of pain. Shinkei kept telling himself that he must not let the Jiang family look down on him. Never. He must let the Jiang family see that he is worthy of Wu Yu. But the wanton aura made blood spots ooze out of Shinkei's skin, and he was constantly in various bursts of golden light, and even blood kept flowing out of his eyes. His situation looked very bad. Jiang Qian began to feel something was wrong. Shinkei's power in his body, he seems unable to digest it by himself. If this continues, he may explode and die. Jiang Mubai was nervous. It's really too reckless to inject the true dragon energy into the whole body at once. What should we do now? Jiang Huaiji frowned and looked for a long time, and suddenly a faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Shinkei, this kid, still has some brains. Jiang Qian was anxious. He is about to explode but still has brains. Jiang Huaiji looked at Jiang Cheng. He can't explode. Have you forgotten that there is a god here? Jiang Qian and Jiang Mubai slowed down their breathing at the same time, and looked at the field. Jiang Cheng looked at Shinkei, who was kneeling on one knee, and did not make any sound even though his body was in extreme pain. Jiang Cheng, boy, your bones are really hard enough. Shinkei sneered at Jiang Cheng. So now, am I qualified to be your opponent? Jiang Cheng shook his head, not yet. As he said this, Jiang Cheng instantly appeared in front of Shinkei. Shinkei gritted his teeth in pain and just stood up, but was kicked hard in the back by Jiang Cheng. It happened that a golden ball of light that was constantly surging and tended to intensify was kicked away by Jiang Cheng. The true dragon energy that was pent up here finally began to flow and penetrated into the bone joints in various parts of the body. The body is strengthening. The current number of keels in the body has increased from 8 to 20, feeling the power that instantly filled his body. Shinkei suddenly kicked Jiang Cheng in the abdomen with a side kick. Jiang Cheng easily dodged it, and kicked Shinkei in the shoulder. Another golden light ball suddenly spread out and merged into the body. The body is strengthening. The current number of keels in the body has increased from 20 to 32. Everyone watched Jiang Cheng hit Shinkei with 10 times the force he used to hit them before, but Shinkei did not fall down. His strength was still rising rapidly in a domineering and powerful posture that could not be questioned. Until the body is strengthening. The current number of dragon bones in the body increases from 180 to 198. Shinkei's entire body seemed to have been pulled out of a pool of blood. The combat uniform he wore was soaked in silver-white blood, and the sticky blood kept dripping on the floor of the combat room. Jiang Huaiji looked at Jiang Qian on the side. I remember Qian had 3 healers? Go and call them all, and Yu Hua. Wait a minute until Shinkei's dragon bones are transformed, and the 5 of you will get him into the treatment cabin to treat him as soon as possible. With such a strong blow, coupled with the transformation of the dragon bone under the impact of the heaven-defying power, Shinkei would have died long ago if he had not been covered in the blood of the holy angels. Jiang Qian nodded immediately. Okay. Jiang Cheng looked at Shinkei, who did not say a word from beginning to end, and did not cry out even in pain, and suddenly smiled. Boy, you have to bear it. This last blow will be very painful. This time, I will break all the dragon bones you just formed, and redistribute the power of the true dragon energy in your body evenly. Only in this way will your body not collapse due to uneven power distribution later. Whether you can make it or not depends on your own luck. Shinkei stood up slowly, raised his head and looked at Jiang Cheng. What are you talking about? I will definitely make it. Otherwise Wu Yu will be very sad. He must not let Wu Yu be sad again. Let her regret and blame herself again. Jiang Cheng rushed towards Shinkei quickly. In the previous confrontation, except for simply hitting Shinkei, he never saw any substantial changes in the breath around Jiang Cheng's body. But this time, Shinkei's amazing 5 senses saw Jiang Cheng take out a thick ball with black gas surging from his heart, like a high-concentration resentment bomb, and now Jiang Cheng is going to directly inject such a resentment ball with a lethality comparable to several equivalent bombs into his body. The serious people who have never seen Jiang Cheng take real action were all shocked and suddenly changed color when they saw such a scene. Chapter 339. Jiang Mubai's scalp was numb. That's the high concentration of evil spirit in my uncle's body. Shinkei can't bear it. In the peak battle that year, my uncle's high concentration of evil spirit could directly kill more than 10 SSS-level ghosts. Shinkei couldn't bear it. Brother, go and stop my uncle. If Shinkei really died, my sister would be heartbroken. Jiang Huaiji, Mubai, calm down. My uncle just said that the true dragon energy in Shinkei's body is not evenly distributed now. Later, when he wants to use his power, uneven power distribution is likely to cause unimaginable physical backlash. Only by evenly distributing all the true dragon energy on the 206 bones around him can he truly complete the transformation and strengthening. Jiang Qian has already found Jiang Yuhua, Shang Bai Chuanya, and Mr. White Bear. Seeing Shinkei's current state, Chuanya is scared to faint again. Shang Bai quickly pinched her philtrum and put on black sunglasses for her. Don't faint. If you lose control now, someone will die. Jiang Huaiji saw the evil spirit appear and looked directly at the 5 healers present. You should start treating Shinkei now, otherwise Shinkei may not be able to withstand this evil spirit. Shang Bai quickly explained to Jiang Qianan and Jiang Yuhua their latest 5-person treatment formation, 2 SS healers, 3 S+ healers, which can maximize the treatment of everyone and increase the treatment by 80% and the healing power of the holy angel by 60%. As the healing holy light of white and green lit up, all 5 beams of healing light were aimed at Shinkei's body. Chuanyao looked at Shinkei's state and tremblingly sent a message to Wu Yu. Chuanyao, yeah, do you want to come and persuade him? Your father seems to want to kill the captain. Wu Yu, my brother told me that my father is helping Shinkei's dragon bone metamorphosis. I won't go. If I go, it will only distract him. He won't want me to see him in such a miserable state now, and I believe that he will be able to survive. As soon as Wu Yu's message arrived, Jiang Cheng moved instantly. Everyone watched him rush to Shinkei with absolute suppression and deliver the final fatal blow. The evil spirit completely penetrated Shinkei's body, and then roamed around various parts of his body, before suddenly exploding and dissipating into the air. Shinkei spat out a large pool of blood, and finally ran out of strength, slowly fell to the ground. At the same time, before losing consciousness, the body is strengthening. The current number of dragon bones in the body has increased from 198 to 206. The current distribution of dragon bone power is being tested. The dragon bone power is evenly distributed, and the dragon bone is entering the self-repair and reorganization state. Congratulations, you have completed the strengthening of the dragon bones of the whole body. The intensive and precise treatment of the 5 top therapists in the world all fell on Shinkei, and Jiang Huaiji immediately put Shinkei into the highest level treatment cabin of the Jiang family. Under the combined efforts of the treatment cabin and the therapist, everyone was nervously waiting for the treatment cabin to give Shinkei's body recovery time. The healer's physical condition is being checked. The healer's bones are broken, his organs are ruptured, and his body is bleeding heavily. The estimated time required for treatment. Warning, warning, the current healer is too seriously injured. It is estimated that the healer will die before the treatment is completed. Everyone looked at each other nervously, and the healer threw the treatment in his hand, as if it was free, and did not dare to stop at all. Jiang Mubai gasped instantly. Jiang Huaiji looked at everyone. Call all the healers. We have to fight the god of death for people. As soon as the voice fell, everyone saw Wu Yu suddenly appear. The whole physical training room was as quiet as a chicken, and no one dared to breathe. Even Jiang Cheng, who was just so arrogant, glanced at his daughter with a guilty conscience and shrank into the corner. Wu Yu summoned the little angel and began to treat Shinkei. However, warning, warning, the current healer is too seriously injured, and it is expected that the healer will die before the treatment is completed. While treating Shinkei, Wu Yu began to take out various treatment props in the space. Night Pearl Ginseng, Snow Lotus, SS level healing medicine, but Shinkei was already ineffective, and the healing props had little effect. Wu Yu stuck her head out and kept repeating, Shinkei, Shinkei, you said you would walk into the Jiang family to pick me up. Noah, you said you would come to marry me. I promised you you must live. Wu Xioli came a step slower, and seeing Shinkei being beaten like this, her scalp was numb. She looked at Jiang Cheng in disbelief. No way. Boss, this is your own son-in-law. After such a fight, she, the instigator, was sweating profusely. Wu Xioli hurriedly used witch doctor's method to treat Shinquebec. The entire desert rose. Even those who were drunk were pulled over for treatment. Everyone fought with the god of death for the person. Warning, warning, the current healer is too seriously injured. It is expected that the healer will die before the treatment is completed. Every alarm in the treatment cabin made everyone present look more and more ugly. At this time, Master, Qian shuttle requested to land. Qian Vice Captain and Qian Senior Management are here to visit. They said, we came here to apologize for the Captain Shinkei's behavior and to pick him up. Everyone in the Jiang family felt a little uneasy. They beat up Qian's captain like this, and they came to pick him up. Jiang Huaiji, Wu Yu, why don't you explain first? Wu Yu glanced at him, and Jiang Huaiji felt a little uneasy. Wu Yu took a deep breath, let them in. If Shinkei really died, this lineup would be perfect for the funeral, so there's no need to call in extra people. Everyone. Sister, you are really awesome. Qi Yin and his group came to the Jiang family's physical training room under the guidance of the housekeeper. As soon as they entered, they saw that the entire physical training room was full of Shinkei's blood. He was the only one whose blood was silver white, which was particularly easy to identify. At the same time, the treatment cabin seemed to be afraid that Qi Yin didn't know about the atrocities of the Jiang family, and frantically called the police. Warning, warning, the current healer is too seriously injured, and it is expected that the healer will die before the treatment is completed. The faces of Qi Yan's group changed instantly, and Jian Suiyu said, the person in the treatment cabin is Shinkei. Richard, even if Shinkei is indeed wrong, he shouldn't be beaten to death. Jietshin frowned. The Jiang family is too overbearing. Wu Chong cried, the captain is so pitiful. He likes Yaya so much, but he doesn't want Yaya to misunderstand him. Fu Yanqi sighed, let Xiao Dao read a passage for the donor. Wu Yu looked at Jiang Huaiji, brother, I can't spare any hands, you go and explain. Jiang Huaiji stepped forward quickly, things are not what you think. Shinkei guided the power of his 2-star dragons into his body, trying to transform and upgrade all his 8 dragon bones into 206. However, the dragon's power is very overbearing. The true dragon's energy is constantly stagnating in the acupuncture points of Shinkei's body. If the power is not forcibly dispersed by external force, Shinkei will explode and die. The air mass needs to be dispersed. Before the transformation is completed, all the true dragon's energy needs to be evenly distributed, so the last blow must break all the bones in Shinkei's body. We have prepared healers and treatment cabins in advance, but Shinkei's condition is indeed more serious than we expected. Now that I think about it, Shinkei's previous fight with Wang Ting was not because he didn't want to transform more dragon bones, but because he himself couldn't complete this transformation. Jian Suiyu quickly walked to the treatment cabin to check Shinkei's condition. After confirming that Jiang Huaiji was right, Jian Suiyu whispered, Shinkei never said anything about this. Jiechen said seriously, because he knows that we can't help him with our strength. Richard, if Shinkei could get 206 dragon bones earlier, the royal court would have no way to deal with him. Wu Cheng cried, are we too weak? Fu Yanqi remained silent. The atmosphere became more and more depressing, and the alarm in the treatment cabin seemed to be a death knell for Shinkei, echoing in everyone's heart. Until, the patient's physical condition is being checked. The patient's bones are broken, organs are ruptured, and the patient is bleeding. Estimated treatment time, 24 hours. The patient's physical condition is different from that of ordinary people. The patient is being matched with the latest treatment mode. Estimated treatment time after update, 20 hours. The patient's physical condition is different from that of ordinary people. The patient is being matched with the latest treatment mode. Estimated treatment time after update, 15 hours. The patient's physical condition is different from that of ordinary people. The patient is being matched with the latest treatment mode. Confirmation of final treatment time, 6 hours. Chapter 340. Shinkei is out of danger, and everyone is relieved. Wu Yu's eyes were filled with tears, and she reached out to touch Shinkei's hair, hugged him, and leaned over to kiss the corner of his mouth. The treatment cabin door was closed, and Shinkei continued to treat. Jian Suiyu suddenly smiled, since Shinkei had passed the most dangerous stage. He looked at Jiang Cheng, Senior Jiang, we are here, can you please teach me? Jiechen stretched his muscles, don't say, I really didn't have enough fun in Qian just now. Richard, I also want to see the strength of the legendary top boss. Wu Cheng and Fu Yanqi looked at each other, why don't we just forget it? Being caught by Jiechen and Richard one by one, they are all fragile. Richard and Jian Suiyu smiled, aren't we? Jiang Cheng glanced at Wu Yu secretly. Wu Yu nodded, and then smiled, Dad, be careful when you do it. Jiang Cheng. Hey. His daughter must be angry. She felt sorry for Shinkei. Jiang Cheng looked at Qi Yin, and the others, you all come together. Jiechen was the first to rush up, with his golden bell and iron claw shirt, and he kicked directly at Jiang Cheng's neck artery. Jiang Cheng easily jumped away, turned around and kicked Jiechen in the heart, kicking him away. Jiang Cheng, your strength and speed are quite good, but your body movements are too dogmatic, and it is easy to be seen through and find your weaknesses. Jiechen looked at Jiang Cheng in surprise, and saw his weaknesses in just one round. Before he could turn around, Richard's mental power had already caught up. He wanted to control his movements. But Jiang Cheng's movements were even faster than Richard's mental power. Everyone was shocked to see him grab something invisibly, and then Richard's expression was very painful. Jiang Cheng, even invisible forces like mental power can be captured. As long as it is fast enough, it can catch the fluctuations of the spirit. Releasing Richard's mental power, Jiang Cheng kicked him away. In the blink of an eye, Qi Yin was reduced by 2 people, leaving only 3 people. 3 fragile people stared at each other stiffly. Jiang Cheng was about to kill them all with one punch, but suddenly found that the people and scenes around him became blurry. It seemed that Fu Yanqi had cast an illusion on him while he was fighting Jiechen and Richard, trying to trap him. But this trick didn't work on him. Jiang Cheng stretched out his hands and tore the entire illusion apart, returning to the real world in the astonished eyes of everyone. The ban backfired, and Fu Yanqi suddenly spit out a mouthful of blood. At the same time, a dark abyss appeared under his feet, and there was a green tumbling liquid in the abyss. These liquids were highly poisonous, and the poison spread rapidly when Jiang Cheng was infected. Just as he was about to leave the poisonous area, a ferocious beast Qiongqi suddenly emerged from the abyss and swallowed him whole. The physical training room suddenly became quiet, and everyone was holding their breath, expecting Jiang Cheng to be trapped by Qiongqi. Even the people of the Jiang family secretly hoped that Jiang Cheng, who had beaten them up since childhood, would be able to take the blame. But it was disappointing. Qiongqi was torn apart from the inside, and Wu Cheng summoned back, causing severe abdominal pain and spitting blood. Just as Jiang Cheng was about to move, Jian Suiyu appeared behind him and kicked Jiang Cheng in the back. Jiang Cheng turned his head grimly, and Jian Suiyu smiled, "It's my honor to hurt. Senior Jiang, it's my honor." Before he could finish, Jian Suiyu was kicked away by Jiang Cheng. From the beginning to the end of the battle, it took less than 2 minutes, and all 5 members of Qian were KO. The Jiang family quietly cleaned up the mess, putting all the bodies that should be put into the treatment cabin. They were so skilled that no one would believe that they had not collected corpses in the mass grave for 10 years. Seeing that everyone's condition in the treatment cabin was stable, Wu Yu walked up to Jiang Chung. Dad. Jiang Chung, I know my limits. Wu Yu nodded. I heard from my brother and sister that you are very idle at home, and you beat people when you are idle. How about this? You give everyone a detailed analysis and summary of the battle with Qi Yan tonight. Based on each person's personal situation, you should give a separate and detailed training plan, as well as practical thoughts and suggestions on expanding the number of battle paths and forms, and do it according to the 1-year plan. Jiang Chung, 1 year? Wu Yu smiled. Yes, if you think it's too short, then 5 years. Start writing now. I want to see the entire report tomorrow morning. Jiang Chung, I give your mom some stars later. Once I gave her a star late, she got angry and ignored me for a long time. Wu Yu shrugged. Then you can finish the star and work overtime to write the report. Jiang Chung, okay. Everyone was amazed and worshipped the top boss, who beat the entire Qi Yan into the treatment cabin. He was so scared in front of Wu Yu that he dared not resist. Finally, Shang Bai asked quietly, what about the captain and vice captain? Just lie in the coffins, like a funeral procession, and wait in the Jiang family's training room? Wu Yu, take Mr. Bai Xiong and call Zhang Zhe to transport them all back to Qian. My dad's training plan will be ready tomorrow morning, so let them start training. Shang Bai, yes. Watching the Jiang family's people help carry the treatment cabin away, Wu Yu finally felt relieved when she saw Shen Kei's complexion gradually recover. Zhabongli family. Li Zifeng, you said Shen Kei broke into the room of the eldest daughter of the Jiang family at night and was beaten to death by Jiang Chung. Later, Qi Yan went to rescue him and all the senior executives of Qi Yan were beaten into the treatment cabin. Shin Qingxi nodded. That's right. And the day we went to the bridal shop, Qi Yan's people appeared there as soon as we left. Speaking, Shin Qingxi looked at the top of Li Yiran's head obscurely, as if he saw a green grassland. Li Yiran gritted his teeth. Qi Yan, Jiang family, you really don't take my Li family seriously. Shin Qingxi and Vlad looked at each other. Mr. Li, I advised you before that to avoid complications, you should get rid of Qi Yan first. If it weren't for Shen Kei, the Secretariat, Dao's sect and Jiang family wouldn't be united. I heard that Jiang Li and Secretary Zhou Qiafeng personally went to protect Jiang Chung, and later the 2 blocks around the wedding dress shop were controlled by the Secretariat so that not even a fly could fly in. Li Yiran sneered. What a good Secretariat. When I was beaten by that old man Jiang Chung, they stopped the Li family from entering. Qian's people broke into the central city, and they let them go so easily. Vlad nodded. Yes, the Secretariat's blatant use of privileges like this really makes us, who have devoted countless efforts to the alliance, feel heartbroken and kicked out of the game. Li Zifeng held Li Yiran down. The Jiang family is completely uncooperative because of the wedding shop. They have made up their mind that the Li family will cancel the engagement if they want to get married, but they will not return the shares. I really underestimated Jiang Yuhua, agreed privately, but now she says Yiran forced her. Now the entire wedding banquet is arranged by my Li family, and the Jiang family is still constantly picking faults and stepping on the bottom line of the Li family. At this time, the Li family has no more energy to fight Qi Yan. If you want to take action, you can only think of a way yourself, Grand Duke Vlad, and you must remember the alliance agreement and don't cause any trouble for my Li family. Vlad's eyes are dark. Li Zifeng, this old fox, is really cunning. Now that all the top leaders of Qi Yan are injured, it is the best time to take action. We can't wait any longer. Vlad smiled. Of course, I have already contacted the bandits and black market merchants who were previously robbed by Shen Kei, and let them strike with all their strength. Li Zifeng nodded with satisfaction. The Grand Duke is still meticulous in his work. Chapter 341. Are you sure you can get into Qian base from this road? Yes, this is their back mountain planting area. The soil is soft, and the water is diverted into the canal, which is the weakest place in Qian's security protection. We started digging half a month ago. After digging through, I secretly observed for 2 days. There were only a few old men and women dancing and fishing, and no one else. There are no strong guards here. Qian really doesn't take on porcelain work if you don't have the diamond drill. The team is not doing well, but they dare to stretch their hands so far. I think Shen Kei is just looking for death. Stop talking nonsense, get started, follow me. Led by the black-clad man in the front, about 50 or 60 people sneaked into Qian through the tunnel they dug. They were divided into 3 groups, and were very well trained. They were not like some bandits and black market merchants as Vlad said. They all dressed up like bandits, but the formal training posture in their bones could not be changed at all. These people were all specially trained by the royal court and had rich combat experience, the most sophisticated troops in the entire royal court, each with S-level mental power. Divide into 3 groups, everyone is resting at this time. One group goes straight to Chian's dormitory, bombing with strong firepower, and catching the turtle in the urn. Destroy their communication tower and shuttle airport along the way, intercept Shinkei's shuttle on the way back, and annihilate Chian's top management in one fell swoop. Finally, a small group of sophisticated troops sneaked into Chian's top management office to find the DX001 antidote, and brought it back intact. Yes, Prince Frank. Not only are all the best warriors of the royal court here, but the leader is even one of Vlad's most capable generals. The only 2 princes of the royal court are completely different from the image of Noah's squire in front of people. Prince Frank is a tough and practical man with high attack and defense at the SSS level. Frank has been fighting for the interests of the royal court outside the royal court before, and is an absolute supporter of the rights of the royal court. He is aware of Vlad's persecution of Noah's squire, but as long as everything is based on protecting the royal court and making it more prosperous, Frank will let it go. In the previous plot, the dungeon that captured Shinkei was sent by Frank. The royal court was attacked repeatedly, and its power was constantly weakened. Qian continued to attack the royal court's external forces in the world city, and the conservative Frank naturally leaned towards Vlad. In addition to Frank, the person next to him with skin as pale as a vampire was Leo, the former pope of the church. In the previous game with Dongfang Xianshu, although Leo did not die, he was seriously injured. In order to save his life, he took away the abilities of other church leaders. Although his strength has improved to a higher level, his ruthless and overbearing behavior was reported to the Alliance by the church, so Leo had to fake his death to escape and join Vlad. SSS level top warriors, SSS level Western mysticism pope, and nearly 60 S level battle groups. This is such an extreme king bomb team. Vlad made up his mind. Take advantage of his weakness to kill him. With such a lineup, unless the top leaders of Qian are in full strength, otherwise with the status of Qian members, there is at least a 2-stage gap in combat power, and it is impossible to deal with it. Warning, warning, intruder detected in base. Analyzing the combat power information of intruder. SSS level Royal Court Prince Frank Mountbatten. SSS level Church Pope Leo Borgia. SS level Royal Court Duke Alan Casper. After the upgrade of the Secretariat, Qian's defense system can directly share the Secretariat's top-secret database, and can know the identity information of the intruder at the first time, and predict the danger level of this invasion to the greatest extent. After Qian and his men went to the Jiang family, Qian's affairs were managed by Zhou Zhangwo. Looking at the rapidly jumping intrusion information, his right eyelid twitched violently. All the intrusion information was archived and backed up as soon as possible, and Zhou Zhangwo directly connected to Weiyue's communication. The other end was connected immediately, and Weiyue was about to tell Zhou Zhangwo that Shinkei and the others were on their way back, and asked Zhou Zhangwo to be ready for support. Weiyue, how long will it take for the captain and the deputy captain to get out of the treatment cabin? Something happened, and the news leaked out. The royal court sent the most sophisticated troops to attack Qian at night. 2 SSS level and 5 SS level came, and the remaining 50 people were all S level. Weiyue's heart sank instantly. There was indeed a problem inside the Jiang family. Otherwise, Vlad would never have gotten the news so quickly. Who was it? Who was it? And which step was the problem? Weiyue's dangerous eyes swept across the whole scene. This person should not know her plan yet, otherwise Vlad would not have attacked Qian at this time, and put himself in a passive position. This means that this person cannot get in touch with the inside of the Jiang family, but knows that Qian's senior management is using the treatment cabin. It is very likely that he is the housekeeper or servant of the Jiang family. Weiyue immediately told Jiang Mubai, third brother, Qian was attacked at night. I have to go back to support. It was someone from the Jiang family who leaked the news. Don't make it public. Let the eldest brother go and investigate immediately, and make sure to find out the spy Wang Ting placed in the Jiang family before the engagement party. Jiang Mubai, okay, do you want us to go to Qian with you? Weiyue shook her head. No, Shinkei has been waiting for so many years for this tough battle between Qian and Wang Ting. Qian must win it fair and square, and let Wang Ting know that Shinkei is no longer a pawn they can control. Anyone who dares to look down on him will have to pay the price with his life. According to the time, the shuttle carrying the top leaders of Qian is ready to land at Qian Airport. Weiyue used the teleportation ring without hesitation and began to deploy strategies to Zhou Zhangwo remotely. Weiyue. 1. Secretly wake up everyone and move to the underground fortress, clear the entire Qian, and give them the venue to play. When the people from the royal court arrive, immediately adjust the team to the highest defense state during wartime. No one who comes will leave alive. The team has 25 S-stage fighters and 100 A-stage fighters. Let Enshin use DX001 antidote to upgrade their mental power, giving priority to high-level mental power. 2. After the combat power is upgraded, high-level combat power will be replenished with weapons in the underground fortress. The 3 exits lead to the planting area, the airport, and the Chien main building respectively. Although our overall mental power rating is higher than theirs, these wanting warriors have been well trained since childhood and have higher combat literacy than us, so we can't fight head-on. Avoid the 2 SSS-level fighters of the Royal Court. Use roundabout tactics, street fighting, and guerrilla warfare to kill their low-level fighters first. 3. Arrange the shuttle operation team to drive the shuttle, gain air superiority, and carry out high-altitude bombing on the high-level fighters to lock them in the main gate area of Chien. Zhou Jiangwo, why do you want to go to the main gate area of Chien? Wu, after they die, I will peel off their human skin and make carp flags to hang on the main gate of Chien to welcome guests. Zhou Jiangwo, okay. Wu suddenly appeared in the main driving seat of the shuttle, which frightened Zhang Zhe. He turned his head and looked at Wu, who kept patting his chest. No, Wu, you want to scare me to death. Wu, the base was attacked by the enemy. The troops coming are the most elite troops in the entire Royal Court, 2 SSS, 5 SS, and 50 well-trained S-level troops comparable to the SS of the team. Zhang Zhe was trembling all over. What should we do now? Zhang Zhe looked at Wu, who was emitting a dangerous aura. She was not afraid at all. Her eyes were full of excitement and anticipation when the beast began to hunt. What should we do? Wu grinned, of course. Welcome, the destination of this train is hell. Chapter 342. Wu arranged for Zhang Zhe to hide the treatment cabins of all the high-level employees of Chien in a safe place, and the two quickly entered the underground fortress of Chien from the secret entrance of the airport. During the whole process, Zhang Zhe's heart was beating in his throat. He watched on Wu's communicator that Frank and Leo appeared in the direction of the airport just as they closed the door of the fortress. Wu sneered, these two people have a clear goal, they came up to kill Shinkei and the high-level employees of Chien. Zhang Zhe, what will they do next if they don't find anyone? Wu thought, if it were me, I would arrest all the people in Chien and let them send you a communication. Wait 1 minute, I will kill one of them alive, until you land. Zhang Zhe's pupil shook. I always thought that the captain was the only lunatic in Chien, but now it seems that the captain is just a little lamb in front of a real devil like you. Wu, Isn't Shinkei just a little lamb in front of her? However, Wu, the people in the royal court can't do this, so they are losers. Once people want to act with dignity, they will be restrained. They will most likely wait, thinking that something unexpected has happened, and it is this waiting that gives us the opportunity to create a time difference. While talking, Wu and Zhang Zhe have already arrived at the center of the underground fortress. The first round of DX001 detoxification upgrades prioritizes S level. When Wu arrived, Shisha, Rex, Hui Jiming and 5 uncles and aunts from the music team had completed their mental power upgrades. The effect is good, and now all 7 of them are SS level combatants. Zhou Jiangwo had previously completed the first round of combat power upgrades with the top management, and is now also SS level. Everyone looked at Wu, waiting for Wu to give orders. Wu observed the distribution of forces of the 3 teams of the royal court and roughly guessed Frank's battle plan. Wu, turn on the automatic defense mechanism of the school building. All the royal court personnel who enter the school building will be released with poison gas bombs, so that they will all die silently in the building. Uncle Zhou, you take Rex and Huijia to find the best attack point with Mr. Baixiong and Qiyin, and 1/3 of the force to clean up the combatants outside the school building. Shisha, the music team, take the remaining healers and 1/3 of the combat force, guard the team building, and use music and force to interfere with the combatants who want to invade the team office. Once they are completely wiped out, immediately support the dormitory area. Zhou Jiangwo frowned. The other side only sent 15 people to rush the office building. If you want to send so many troops, what are you going to do with the 2 SSS class at the airport? Wu, if it's just to kill people, there's no need to enter the office building. No matter what their purpose is, we must not let them succeed. As for the 2 SSS class at the airport, as the commander-in-chief of the blazing shuttle operation, it is natural for our shuttle team to annihilate them. Zhou Jiangwo wanted to say, but, Wu Uncle Zhou, there is no but. If we delay any longer, it will be too late. Aunt Chen, keep upgrading the antidote and don't stop. The vanguard will be very tired at the beginning because of the lack of combat power. Everyone, hold on. Everyone, follow the order I just issued and start to act. Before leaving, Wu Yu looked at everyone solemnly. Stay alive. You must all stay alive. Everyone, stay alive. Watching everyone leave, Wu Yu took Zhang Zhe and 6 other S-level shuttle operators to the airport. Before opening the defense gate of the underground fortress, Wu Yu told the 7 people, I will hold back the 2 people outside. You will enter the shuttle as soon as possible, and the moment the shuttle takes off, directly open all 12 missiles for ground bombing. Everyone, whether I can survive or not, my life is in your hands. Zhang Zhe couldn't believe it. Wu Yu's SS-level mental power could actually hold back 2 top-level SSS-level fighters by herself. What can she hold them back with? What the hell? Zhang Zhe grabbed Wu Yu. No, Wu Yu, you are taking a risk. If the captain knew. Wu Yu was very serious. Zhang Zhe, I am not asking for your approval or reporting my actions to you. I am informing you and giving you instructions. What I want to do, let alone Shinkei, even the King of Heaven can't stop me. The only thing you have to do now is to obey orders, understand? Say whether you can do it or not. If not, go back to the bunker and squat, don't get in the way here. Zhang Zhe finally realized that Wu Yu's current job is the commander-in-chief of the entire Qian. The entire Qian is now a chess piece on her chessboard. Even if Shinkei is here, all the senior executives of Qian are here, they must follow her orders to make moves. At the same time, when Wu Yu had very few chess pieces available, she chose to join the game herself. Zhang Zhe felt that his blood was boiling. He was so excited to have such an awesome boss. Before the bunker door opened, Wu Yu said in a very light tone, I have taught you for so long, don't embarrass me later. Yes, Commander. The bunker door opened instantly, and 2 SSS-level fighters, Wu Yu and others were locked in the moment they showed up. Leo smiled proudly, I was wondering why you didn't come yet. It turns out that they found you. Frank, so what if he was found out? Shinkei was never my opponent, and he is not a threat even if he is injured. Leo, if you had stood on Vlad's side earlier, Shinkei would not have gotten to this point, and the Royal Court Church would have been severely damaged. Frank remained silent. Leo glanced at him, and sneered in his heart, pretending to be upright, but he is just a hypocritical hypocrite. Shinkei's parents and Frank were such good old friends, but Frank still stood here in the end. There are no eternal friends in this world, only eternal interests. Seeing Wu Yu shooting and killing 3 S-level Royal Court warriors in succession, Leo frowned. This woman's skills are not simple, and the gun she uses is also unprecedented on the market, and it contains the power fluctuations of the mysterious art. Prince Frank, are you not going to do it? Frank, it's just an SS level. I haven't heard of any SS level female team member in Qian who is so strong. But if the Pope is worried, just do it yourself. Seeing that Frank really didn't move, Leo couldn't help cursing inwardly. Frank has never fallen down in these years, and doesn't know the pain. Leo rushed towards Wu Yu without hesitation, and Wu Yu shot at him. Bang bang, it was 2 shots, but with his current mental strength, the gun could not hurt him at all. The restriction was opened instantly, and the bullet seemed to hit an invisible wall and fell instantly. Leo appeared in front of Wu Yu with a sneer, this lady, you are too presumptuous in front of the Pope. He used Western mystic arts on Wu Yu without hesitation, but what surprised him was that when he used the manipulation that usually made people's eyes split open and their heads ache, she not only did not react at all, but even pulled the corner of her mouth arrogantly at him. Old man, I didn't teach you a lesson last time. This time, I let you, a Western dregs, see what is the strongest Eastern mystic art in the world. Chapter 343. Wu Yu attacked instantly, and the first blow hit Leo's head directly. He felt a chill on his head, as if the fire that had been burning on his head was extinguished by Wu Yu. At the same time, Wu Yu slapped Leo's left shoulder with one hand. His left shoulder seemed to have lost all its strength instantly, and it collapsed completely. This time, Leo was almost certain that Wu Yu extinguished the fire on his shoulder. There is a saying in Eastern Xianshu that a person has 3 fires on his head and shoulders. When 3 fires burn at the same time, people are full of yang qi and are immune to ghosts and gods. Once one fire is extinguished, one will become weak and have low energy. Once 2 fires are extinguished, one will be like standing at the intersection of yin and yang, and will become a vessel for evil spirits to find a substitute at any time. Once all 3 fires are extinguished, one will be completely dead, and even the Daluo Jinxian will be helpless. Leo looked at Wu Yu in disbelief. Could it be that she just extinguished the 2 fires on his body with those 2 moves? How is it possible, after so many years, in the last days of the Dharma, how could such a powerful Eastern Xianshu master appear out of thin air? Over the years, the only person who could have such ability in his knowledge was Lu's clan spirit master, Lu Ling. Leo suddenly widened his eyes, and looked at Wu Yu. You are? You are Lu Ling's daughter. Wu Yu pretended to be surprised. You got it right, but unfortunately there is no prize. Without giving Leo any chance to react, Wu Yu directly fanned the last fire on his right shoulder. All 3 fires were extinguished, and Leo felt that his vitality was rapidly fading. In less than 3 seconds, the rapid battle and the infighting between the top Xianmin Xianshu masters made everyone present, even Frank, unable to react to what was happening. Seeing Leo limp on the ground, Frank rushed forward and kicked Wu Yu. Wu Yu did not fight Frank head-on, but retreated swiftly. It was her great luck to kill Leo first. Wu Yu used her peripheral vision to observe that the 6 people had already boarded the shuttle, but it would take another 10 minutes for the medium-sized combat shuttle to warm up and start the shells to self-check. These 10 minutes were the real tough battle for her. At Aunt Chen's current level, it only takes 3 minutes to complete the antidote upgrade for one person, and it will take at least half an hour to ensure that the supplies for the other 2 battlefields are in place. The least injured among the top leaders of Qian were Jian Suiyu, Fu Yanqi, and Wu Chong, and the countdown to their treatment completion time was exactly 40 minutes. By holding on for 40 minutes, Qian was able to resist the pressure and turn the situation from unfavorable to favorable. Wu Yu's brain was thinking rapidly, and in a blink of an eye, she had completed the estimation of the entire battle situation. However, all this was just talk on paper. No matter how much she thought, if she couldn't hold Frank back, everything would be empty talk. While Frank was confused about Leo's situation, Wu Yu took out the necromancy talisman and began to summon ghosts in large quantities. Prince, what are these things that this woman summoned? There are more and more of these ghost things. This is Eastern mysticism. Frank suddenly looked up at Brumaire and sneered, This beautiful lady, I underestimated you. Brumaire sneered, You don't underestimate me, you are just born arrogant. Brumaire never fights an unprepared battle. She has quickly passed the life of Frank Mountbatten and Leo Bourgeois. If Leo Bourgeois and Vlad are both real villains, then Frank Mountbatten is a hypocrite. No one should think that anyone is inferior. They are all trash. Vlad is openly insidious, and Frank is enjoying the fruits of Vlad's expansion of the royal court, and he pretends to be noble, and does not go along with him. To be honest, he did not add insult to injury to Shinkei, but as an old friend of his parents, he saved Frank's life, but he was unwilling to even lend a hand. These people are all bullying Shinkei. Wu Yu summoned hundreds of ghosts. Although the highest ghost was only S level, it was enough to give the S level royal court warriors around Frank a hard time. With Wu Yu's strong anger constantly replenishing, the ghosts can continue to output damage as long as they are not killed. However, Frank soon saw the weakness of these ghosts. Without a physical body, he only needs to use mental power to easily get rid of them. Frank ordered without hesitation, Swing the knife, get rid of all these ghosts. It was a war of attrition. Frank didn't intend to waste time with Wu Yu anymore. He saw that Wu Yu was just stalling for time. Frank ordered, Send someone to kill all the guys in the shuttle. Don't let them get air superiority. Yes. Facing the scattered royal court soldiers, Wu Yu immediately raised her gun, and Frank instantly appeared in front of Wu Yu and kicked her pistol away. Miss, your opponent is here. Being distracted in front of such a strong opponent like me can be fatal to you. A strange smile suddenly appeared on Wu Yu's face. Do you understand why Leo got into trouble just now? How dare you fight me in close combat like this? Frank frowned suddenly, and Wu Yu instantly swung his hand towards his left shoulder. The shot hit the target, and Frank suddenly felt that his left shoulder seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds, and he couldn't lift it at all. He looked at Wu Yu in doubt, and distanced himself instantly. Frank took out his gun and pointed it at Wu Yu, who pulled out the agile barrier of Shuang Yu Bingling. Wu Yu was as slippery as a loach, and Frank didn't figure out her tricks, and didn't rush to get close to her, giving Wu Yu the opportunity to kill those pursuers. Seeing 6 shuttles take off at the same time, Wu Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Phased victory, only 5 minutes left. These 5 minutes will also be the most difficult 5 minutes. For her, for Quan Chi and all. The most difficult 5 minutes. Wu Yu, report the current situation. By E, we have 5 SS 2S+, the other side has 2 SS level, 10S level. Zhang Yamo, we have 7 SS, the other side has 3 SS level, 5S level. Zhang Zhe, brothers, hold on, all 6 shuttles have completed self-check and are entering the loading process. Don't waste time. Can fight. This wave can fight. Aunt Chen, that's not right. From what I saw, Ye is going to fight 2 SSS levels with 1 SS level, 10 S levels. Everyone present was silent. Wu Yu took a deep breath. Now the pressure of the final road on the 4 lines is all on her. Wu Yu, believe me, I will definitely win. Wu Yu took out a peachwood sword from her bosom, which was the peachwood sword she had not used for a long time. Quickly waving the peachwood sword in the air, the red light left a residual shadow in the dim night. Wu Yu was drawing a very complex and obscure rune prohibition. What's going on? The intelligence is wrong. Qian actually has so many high-level fighters. Prince, we are surrounded by a whole music team in the office building. They cooperate perfectly. We can't break through it all. Prince, our people suffered heavy losses in the dormitory building. They actually have a whole combat system of high-level fighters. Frank finally felt something was wrong. He rushed towards Wu Yu. Suddenly, a huge long worm jumped out from Wu Yu's side and bit his hand. Frank's eyes flashed with surprise, and he kicked the long worm away. Another huge man-eating plant suddenly opened its mouth towards his head. At the same time, 9 golden crows flew out of the sky. Wherever the golden crows went, there was a scorching sun, making the darkness as bright as day. At the same time, a huge SSS level 20-star holy angel with 8 pairs of wings and a SSS level 20-star 9-tailed fox appeared behind Wu Yu. The holy light illuminated the sky and enveloped Wu Yu. The red lotus fire of the 8 cold hells covered the sky and attacked Frank. Wherever she went, all the S-class warriors of the royal court were burned by the flames and screamed continuously. 1 defense against injury, 1 strong fire output, mental power was rapidly consumed. Wu Yu sacrificed all the props and summoned beasts, gambled everything, and fought to the death. The stinging pain in her forehead indicated that she only had 1 chance. She wanted to complete the restriction of the spirit man and refine Leo, who had just extinguished 3 fires and was dying, into a ghost spirit, so that he and Frank would fight each other. Chapter 344. Frank was astonished as he watched Wu Yu summon these top props and summon beasts. Not to mention how much resources are needed to train them to the peak and full stars. Just the props and summon beasts are incredible to obtain. Even he only has 1 SS level 8-star prop and an S level 8-star prop. Full star props. What kind of heaven-defying luck is this? Frank looked at Wu Yu with a fanatical face, and he smiled with a scheming smile. This lady is so powerful. Why does she stay in a team like Qi Yin? Why not join me? I will definitely make you more successful. Wu Yu curled her lips. Prince Frank, has anyone ever told you something? Frank, what? After the ban was drawn, Wu Yu moved instantly. Under the control of her mind, all the props and summoned beasts made way for her to leave a special passage between her and Leo. Frank's eyes changed, and he stepped forward and kicked Wu Yu fiercely. But he didn't expect to trigger the anti-injury skill of the Holy Angel and felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. Frank, this item actually has the skill of counterattack. This woman was slow to summon the item, and she was showing her ability bit by bit, just to delay time with him. Wu Yu ignored Frank and ran straight to Leo. Frank finally started to get serious. He drew out the holy sword, and with the SSS level mental power, he slashed Wu Yu's back fiercely with every blow. Even with the counterattack of the holy angel, Frank's strong physique was able to withstand it, and he fed himself 2 top-level healing medicines in a row. Frank swung his sword fiercely again, directly chopping off Wu Yu's props. Seeing the holy angel disappear, Wu Yu gritted her teeth in pain. Ah! She spent so many crystals to feed it, and it was destroyed by a chop, and it was back to the pre-liberation era overnight. Wu Yu immediately controlled the 9-tailed demon fox, and Frank was burned by the red lotus karma fire, and his skin was torn and burned everywhere. However, he sneered, "Miss, it seems that you underestimated me too much." He aimed at the 9-tailed demon fox, and slashed it fiercely. The fragile and high-attack 9-tailed demon fox was directly chopped off, and 10 stars were destroyed and laid back in the system. Wu Yu's heart ached with pain. Another one was chopped off. She was really fed up with these high-attack and high-defense tank warriors. They were really hard to fight. Seeing Leo right in front of her, Wu Yu bit her teeth and closed her eyes. She decided to fight and chop him up. All 3 summoned beasts came together. The brain-eating worm directly sprayed venom, the man-eating plant opened its fangs to devour, and the 9 golden crows sprayed scorching sun. While Frank was finally trapped and the summoning props were used head-on, Wu Yu's peachwood sword finally hit Leo's forehead. A huge black shadow suddenly emerged from Leo's body along the contract rune that burst into light. He stood respectfully beside Wu Yu. "Master, what can I do for you?" At the same time, all of Wu Yu's summoned beasts were disabled and disappeared at this moment. At this point, all of Wu Yu's available system interfaces were locked due to the exhaustion of mental power. Wu Yu suddenly turned his head to look at Frank, who was injured in the fight with 3 summoned beasts. Without giving him a chance to heal, Wu Yu directly ordered, "Leo, trap him, confuse him, seduce him, let him fall into the abyss, let him fall into darkness and filth." Whatever method you used to trap Noah's squire before, use it 1,000 times, 10,000 times on Frank. Leo, okay, master. Frank opened his eyes in disbelief and retreated in doubt, but the SSS-level ghost instantly entangled him. Frank tried to block with his sword, but Wu Yu rushed forward with Frost Moon Eye's spine and took the damage head-on. Using all his mental strength, he forced the big move. Lone Moon Thrust. The huge impact caused her organs to rupture instantly, and she spit out blood. Seeing Leo enter Frank's brain with a huge black shadow, Wu Yu's mouth showed a strange smile. After successfully controlling Frank, his face showed a psychedelic and yearning expression. Wu Yu glanced at the communicator, and the 5-minute countdown was exactly 0. Zhang, all shells are in place. Wu Yu, drive everyone to the door, open the door, and start the live broadcast of the entire alliance, so that everyone can watch Qian beat the dog. Everyone is excited, yes. Jian Suiyu woke up in the deafening bombing sound. He pushed open the treatment cabin in a daze, and found that he was thrown into the cemetery reserved for the sacrifices of the team. Jian Suiyu, such an awesome operation, it's hard not to think of Wu Yu. Jian Suiyu pushed away the dirt on his body, and the freshly picked flowers with water on them, and climbed out of the treatment cabin. Wu Cheng, what's going on? Why is the base so noisy? Fu Yanqi, look at the door. Jian Suiyu turned his head, and finally reacted, and immediately looked at the communicator. Seeing the 999 communicator with the enemy attack warning an hour ago, and the extreme order issued by Wu Yu 40 minutes ago, Jian Suiyu's eyebrows flew to the sky. He looked at Wu Cheng and Fu Yanqi with a dreamy look on his face. The royal court sent a full elite team to attack the enemy. Wu Yu led the people in the base to resist the pressure and kill. Except for those who were killed, all the members were captured alive. I heard that Prince Frank is now stripped naked and dancing at the door of Qian. Wu Yu has appealed to the Alliance Council and the Alliance leader in the name of Captain Qian, asking the royal court to give a public explanation, a formal apology and compensation for ceding land and paying compensation for tonight's surprise attack on Qian, which violated Articles 67, 98, and 147 of the Alliance Convention. Fu Yanqi, she has gone completely crazy. The leader of the Alliance will be kicked by her if he comes now. Wu Cheng looked confused. I only stayed in the treatment cabin for 2 hours. Why can't I understand the whole world? Jian Suiyu, don't talk about you. In the past, I was terrified whenever I saw some movement in the royal court. Now it has changed. Whenever I see Wu Yu's name and the royal court appear together, I am terrified for the royal court. It is conceivable that when Vlad saw the live broadcast of the entire alliance released by Wu Yu, the old man might suddenly have a cerebral hemorrhage or myocardial infarction and die directly. Fu Yanqi, she is really determined to expose her identity. Jian Suiyu, no. To be honest, I think with Vlad's intelligence, he may not be able to respond to Wu Yu's trick. It seems that the two of them are not on the same train of thought, and can't work together. Fu Yanqi was puzzled. What do you mean? Alliance News. Grand Duke Vlad denied that the people who attacked Qian tonight belonged to the royal court. Recently, Grand Duke Vlad had a conflict with Prince Frank, and Prince Frank blatantly stated that he would withdraw from the royal court and form his own faction. Grand Duke Vlad said, all of Prince Frank's actions today were personal actions. He was also deeply indignant about his atrocities, and sympathized with Qian's experience. As for the treatment of Prince Frank, he did not interfere at all, and was even willing to cooperate with the Alliance investigation. At the same time, he hoped that the Alliance could clear the king's name as soon as possible. Wu Yu almost fainted when she saw this news. Damn it, then who will pay for her exploded props and summon beasts? Chapter 345. When Jian Suiyu, Fu Yanqi and Wu Cheng arrived at the captain's office, they saw Wu Yu sitting there with a gloomy face, fiddling with something on the communicator. Zhang Zhe and Shang Bai stood by the side, not daring to breathe, with helpless and broken faces. Seeing Jian Suiyu, they were as excited as if they saw a relative. Deputy Captain, you are finally here. Jian Suiyu, what's the situation now? Zhang Zhe, since Vlad denied that this incident had anything to do with the royal court, Wu Yu sent 12 private emails in the name of Captain Qian to ask Vlad if he was sure that this incident had nothing to do with the royal court. If the royal court does not recognize Frank's identity, then the attackers are assumed to be bandits, and Qian can deal with all attackers at will. This includes, but is not limited to skinning alive, scraping alive, dismembering, cooking and feeding to dogs, chopping off heads and hanging them at the gate of the royal court, etc. At the same time, all emails are CC'd to the Alliance Leader, Vice Alliance Leader, Secretariat, and Li Zifeng. Jian Suiyu. She was just about to smear shit on Vlad's face. So what was Vlad's reaction? Zhang Zhe, Vlad was scared, and didn't respond to her moves at all, just shrank his head and let her hit him, so she is very angry now. Fu Yanqi, it's rare to be so angry after playing such a beautiful game against the wind. Shangbai, Wu exploded 2 SSS level 20-star full-star props, 3 SS level peak summon beasts, all the ghosts were cut into a dormant state, and she herself was seriously injured, but she just refused to enter the treatment cabin. Zhang Zhe nodded. Wu said that someone must reimburse her losses today. Jian Suiyu, can't we let Shinkei reimburse? Zhang Zhe and Monk Bai shook their heads at the same time. Wu said Shinkei's money is her money. Jian Suiyu. Frank is also a prince. Why ask Frank for it? Zhang Zhe was desperate. It has been plundered long ago. She asked Leo to search through Frank's memory bank one by one, and all the money that can be sold has been plundered by Wu. Including all the royal court warriors who came to attack today, all their wealth was taken away by her, but she is still not satisfied. Devil, this is simply a devil, Fu Yanqi, so what is she busy with now? Shangbai's eyes were dull. She launched a lightning strike to fight a public opinion war during the prime time of the incident. She asked the secretariat to find the nobles who had previously cut ties with her to lead the rhythm, saying that Wang Ting took advantage of Frank and praised Frank for being a good man. It was Wang Ting and Vlad who stabbed him in the back. Wu Chong was surprised. Huh? Why did Yaya help Frank? Shangbai sneered. Help, what a joke. She first completely penetrated Vlad by praising Frank to death, and put Vlad in the moral basin. When Frank was being praised to the extreme, all his hypocritical behavior over the years was exposed, and he was instantly stepped down from the sky into the shit. We use original words. Don't you like being a hypocrite? Then be a hypocrite to the extreme. Wu Chong was puzzled. Will Vlad's reputation be reversed? Jian Suiyu shook his head. It can't be reversed. Everything Vlad does is set in stone, and then Frank will think that Vlad hired someone to lead the rhythm, and in order to turn the tables and bite Vlad, the two will bite each other. Where is Frank now? Zhang Zhe took a deep breath. He is in the meeting room next to us, but Deputy Captain, you may need to be prepared when you see him. Jian Suiyu was puzzled. What did she do? Zhang Zhe. She did something that violated the Geneva Convention. Shangbai added, not just something, but she did almost everything that the treaty forbids. But don't worry, she is still alive. Jian Suiyu, How can he be assured? When Jian Suiyu saw Frank, his body was covered with blood holes. His eyes were lifeless, and he looked like he was breathing out more than breathing in. Mr. White Bear was standing by and gave him the most basic healing technique when he was about to die, just to keep him alive, and not let him die completely. A huge black shadow in a black robe floated behind Frank. The incorporeal black shadow stretched out a hand that extended infinitely through Frank's innate sense and reached into his brain stem, constantly inflicting extreme pain on his nerves. If he dared to resist the intention of suicide, he would take immediate measures. In short, it is to make him very painful, but to ensure that he will never die. Seeing this scene, Fu Yanqi couldn't help but take a breath and muttered, Amitabha Sin Sin. Even Jian Suiyu, who claimed to be unscrupulous, couldn't help but look away when he saw this scene. Shinkei almost died. She was already angry, and now Wang Ting actually came to her door. Shangbai's eyes were empty. Frank said that he was indebted to the captain. You couldn't treat him like this. If he hadn't let him go, how could Shinkei have escaped again and again? Then Brumaire exploded. She smiled and told Frank to run too. When Frank moved his left foot, she hit his right foot, and when he moved his right foot, she hit his left foot. Frank said she was a mean person, and she said Frank had no conscience and was ungrateful. He couldn't run after being shot. He could crawl out if he couldn't run. A prince didn't have any backbone? The situation changed, and Frank suddenly felt that this method was humiliating and malicious teasing. Zhang Zhe, Frank was injured and Brumaire asked White Bear to heal him. This cycle repeated dozens of times. Later, when Frank didn't run, she asked Leo to chase Frank and force him to run. Richard, who arrived a step slower, thought he had heard something extraordinary. Leo? Pope Leo? Why could you order Leo around? And wasn't Leo dead? Fu Yanqi told Richard the cruel reality. Pope Leo, the Western master of mysticism that you have never been able to defeat, was killed by Wu Yu in 3 seconds and turned into a ghost. Now he is Wu Yu's little ghost, and he can serve you tea and water as long as Wu Yu gives an order. Richard was unable to catch his breath, and the whole person was shaky. But after 3 hours in the treatment cabin, the whole world has changed. Richard asked sincerely, so are we now a notorious villain organization? Of course not, we are victims of a night attack. Wu Yu suddenly came over, and everyone stood at attention, and then quietly saluted her. Fu Yanqi was the first to be curious. Wu Yu, how did you kill Liu in that situation? Wu Yu pointed at Fu Yanqi's shoulders and head, and calmly said, as Fu Yanqi suddenly changed color, I extinguished Liu's 3 fires, and killed him in seconds. Richard suddenly supported Fu Yanqi, who fell straight. What's wrong with you? Fu Yanqi's face was pale, his eyes were dull. My Dao heart is broken. He couldn't see the 3 fires that Wu Yu said. Their strength was not in the same dimension at all. Wu Yu waved his hand indifferently. Don't worry, I can't use this trick all the time. It will be unethical and unlucky. And it doesn't work on ghosts, it only works on people. I won't kill people if I have nothing to do. I love peace and am an anti-war activist. Everyone, what a fucking anti-war activist. Jian Suiyu sighed, let me finish it? Wu Yu, you've been busy all day and night, go back and rest early. Wu Yu nodded, and gave Jian Suiyu 5 bags of Shinkei's blood that she had found in Frank's space. It will take him 3 hours to get out of the treatment cabin. You can give him a blood transfusion. It will help him recover faster. With that, Wu Yu turned around and left. The moment Jian Suiyu saw the blood bags, he immediately understood why Wu Yu was so angry. Chapter 346. Wu Yu didn't stay up all night for just 1 day and 1 night. She had stayed up all night for 2 nights in a row. She had just come back from the dungeon, worked all night to formulate the S4 battle plan, didn't sleep all day, went to the central city to rescue people, discussed cooperation with Desert Rose, drank a lot of wine, witnessed Shinkei almost die, and finally led Qi Yin to fight a disadvantageous game, and abused prisoners of war all night to fight a public opinion war. Wu Yu had no energy to go back to the Jiang family. She sent a message to Jiang Cheng to report that she was safe, and went back to her room and fell asleep as if she was sleepwalking. Shinkei opened his eyes, and he clearly felt that his strength had greatly increased. The true dragon energy in his body was flowing, as if he had endless power. He just pushed open the treatment cabin excitedly, and suddenly found that the whole atmosphere was not right. Shinkei looked at Jian Suiyu beside him. What's going on? Jian Suiyu told Shinkei everything after Shinkei fell into a coma, and Shinkei's face was blank for a few seconds. Jian Suiyu, how to deal with these people? Shinkei looked confused, and did not answer but asked, where is Wu Yu now? Jian Suiyu, she's in your room, she's injured. Shinkei's heart was beating fast. Wu Yu led Qi Yan's people to fight this battle. She didn't ask the Jiang family for help. She knew that he wanted to use Qi Yan, which he built with his own hands, to fight back against Wan Ting. She understood him, and she helped him fulfill his wish. Shinkei didn't know how he got here. He just wanted to see Wu Yu, see her immediately. Pushing open the door, he saw Wu Yu fainted in the room, and didn't even enter the treatment cabin. Shinkei's heart ached. Wu Yu was injured. She was very tired these 2 days. She had reached her limit. Shinkei gently picked up Wu Yu, and hugged her like a princess. He held Wu Yu in his arms, and kissed her forehead and cheeks. Finally, he kissed her devoutly at the corner of her mouth. After carefully changing Wu Yu's clothes, and putting her in the treatment cabin, Shinkei returned to find Frank with murderous intent. Frank was dying when he saw Shinkei. Noah, I am at least your uncle. How dare your subordinates do this to me? I will never let this matter go. I must kill her. Shinkei directly asked Aunt Chen to inject Frank with a large dose of DX001 virus. Frank looked at the needle with a look of astonishment. What do you want to do? Noah, don't forget that you came to me and begged me to cooperate with you to deal with Vlad. I didn't do it at the beginning, otherwise, how could your female team member kill Leo? Shinkei's expressionless and gloomy face suddenly raised a sinister smile. Frank, Wu Yu is not my subordinate, not my female team member. Wu Yu is my wife. You hurt my wife. I will cut you into pieces. Frank gritted his teeth. Noah, don't forget how you begged me at the beginning, so I would let you go. If I hadn't helped you, how could you have killed Hall and offended Vlad so much and left the royal court with just a beating? If it weren't for me, how could you have completely escaped from the subsequent Northern War? Shinkei smiled coldly. Yes, thank you so much. So now I have given you a big gift, right? Feeling that the DX001 virus was taking effect quickly, Frank's eyes were filled with dark energy. Noah, Vlad is a waste, and you are also a waste. The royal court should have been mine. Noah, you should have the attitude of asking for help. Did I make things difficult for you? I am a prince because of my outstanding military achievements, but I have always been suppressed by Vlad. You are young and have achieved nothing. You can become a prince just because your parents died. Why? Noah, I am just teaching you on behalf of your parents. letting you know that you can't be too rebellious, be modest, and break your bones if they are hard, so that you will remember. Am I wrong? I am not wrong at all. That woman named Wu Yu ruined my reputation and distorted my kindness. When I recover, I will kill her first. Feeling the endless power brought by the virus, all the wounds on his body were recovering at an astonishingly fast speed. Frank's face showed an excited and crazy smile. Noah, you are not my opponent at all, you are looking for death. Aunt Chen looked at Jian Suiyu worriedly, and Jian Suiyu took her away directly, and everyone around was cleared instantly. They ran like there was a dog chasing them from behind. Help, run. They listened to something they shouldn't have listened to. The devil will go crazy and kill them all. Shinkei chuckled, and countless bone spurs suddenly grew all over Frank's body, and he attacked Shinkei's face fiercely. After the SSS level peak fighter was upgraded with the high-intensity DX001 virus, his entire strength increased tenfold, and both the intensity and speed of his attacks were jaw-dropping. Frank's eyes burst into a crazy light. Kill you! I'm going to kill you! Facing Frank's attack, Shinkei remained motionless. When he was about to attack him, he suddenly moved like lightning and easily blocked Frank's fatal blow with one hand. Frank's eyes flashed with astonishment and surprise. In the moment of stun, Shinkei turned around and kicked Frank away with the golden dragon's aura, and his chest collapsed violently. Feeling the severe pain in his chest, Frank couldn't believe it. How could it be? How could it be possible? How could your strength suddenly increase so much? Shinkei sneered. You always mention my parents. Why? Didn't they tell you about this? In Frank's doubtful eyes, Shinkei sneered. I can open up to 206 dragon bones in my body. Frank's eyes darkened instantly, and black air gathered quickly. 206 dragon bones. Then your current strength is nearly 25 times your original strength. Shinkei, who taught you to calculate like this? Frank was shocked. What? Shinkei, the strength of the dragon bones is not cumulative, it is doubled. Each time you open a stage of dragon bone, your strength will increase exponentially. There are 10 stages in total. Shinkei's voice was cold, but to Frank, every word was a naked provocation. Frank's eyes became completely dark, and his strong jealousy and resentment made him tremble all over. So your current strength is hundreds or thousands of times stronger than before. He attacked Shinkei like crazy, and his bone spurs grew to the extreme, and he even looked like a human being. He couldn't accept that the little ghost who used to be easily stepped on by him now had such amazing strength. He was madly jealous. He wanted to become stronger. How he could break Shinkei's bones before. Now, he wanted to break them one by one. Confirming that Frank had been completely infected by DX001 and became a puppet of desire, and his strength had completely grown to the peak limit, Shinkei smiled coldly. He suddenly opened his eyes, and golden dragon scales burst out from the corners of his eyes, and his entire pupil turned bright gold. This was his ultimate move after the complete dragon bone. The strength and speed of the dragon bones in his whole body increased tenfold, and the burst of true dragon energy directly pushed the mental power to SSS+. Beat him to death. Beat Frank to death. He heard Wu Yu. He wanted to beat Frank into a pulp with one punch after another. Shinkei didn't need to bleed him at all. He didn't even attack Frank's spiritual core directly. He easily smashed Frank's growing bone spurs with one punch after another. Frank was fast and strong after the infection, but Shinkei was faster and stronger than him. He was ahead of Frank in every step, kicking him back and forth like teasing a mouse. For 3 hours, Frank's bones were broken by Shinkei thousands of times. Until Shinkei was able to fully adapt to his body with all the keels opened, Shinkei was able to fully master the strength of the keel's attack. Shinkei punched Frank's skull with an expressionless face, aimed at his completely blackened mental core, and smashed it completely with punches, and instantly a huge purple gold package exploded. Shinkei had a cold face, and his face was not red or breathless from beginning to end. He didn't even look at Frank's ashes, and turned around without hesitation to return to his and Wu Yu's dormitory. When Wu Yu opened her eyes again, it was pitch black outside, and she looked at the sky outside in confusion. Half asleep and half awake, Wu Yu drifted into the bathroom to brush her teeth and wash her face. Wu Yu said to herself, "It was already 5 o'clock when I went to bed, but it's still dark?" You slept for a whole day and a night. Wu Yu looked behind her through the mirror, and Shinkei was standing there safe and sound. Wu Yu was brushing her teeth there, and Shinkei was leaning against the bathroom door and watching her all the time. "Wu Yu, can't you go outside first?" Shinkei shook his head. "I just keep watching you like this." Thinking of Wu Yu's duel with Leo and Frank, Shinkei was now in a state of high tension. After washing up, Wu Yu didn't move yet. Shinkei picked her up and walked out of the bathroom. Wu Yu looked at his face. Are you okay? Shinkei nodded. I'm fine. Fortunately you got the blood bag from Frank, otherwise I might not have recovered so quickly. Wu Yu, where is Frank now? Shinkei, I killed him. Wu Yu, I was so tired yesterday that I forgot to say that I would send Frank back and let him take my identity back. Shinkei, I asked Anshin to inject him with DX001 and killed him after the mutation, just as a practice after the dragon bone metamorphosis. I haven't picked up the bag he exploded yet. I know you like to pick up bags, so I keep it for you. He heard you. Your hands and shoulders were all shattered and fractured, and your organs were ruptured and bleeding. I will never let him leave Qian alive. Wu Yu buried her head in Shinkei's arms. I was very scared when I saw you being beaten like that. I thought you were going to die again. Shinkei hugged Wu Yu tightly. I won't do that again in the future. I won't let you see me like this again. Wu Yu slowly reached out and hugged Shinquebec. After a long while, she looked at Shinkei and asked him in a muffled voice, Don't you even kiss me? Shinkei curled his lips. I may not be able to kiss you recently. Wu Yu raised her head. What do you mean? Shinkei deliberately teased her. It's just not very convenient. Wu Yu was about to get angry. I only slept with you for a day and a night, and you changed your mind? Wu Yu began to struggle. Shinkei walked to the bed and pressed her directly on the pillow. He lowered his head and leaned closer. Yesterday your father told me that your seal is shaky. Our progress is too fast. You may be too involved and suddenly break the seal. Wu Yu looked at Shinkei's teasing eyes, and her face turned red. She was angry and wanted to push Shinkei, but Shinkei lowered his head and kissed her. After pushing him twice, Wu Yu put her arms around Shinkei's neck, and Shinkei immediately leaned forward to deepen the kiss. They had both completed a game of life without the other party being present. After surviving the disaster, they urgently needed to use warm and real contact to confirm each other's feelings and existence. Shinkei panted, retreated restrainedly, and said in Wu Yu's ear, I was not completely unconscious at the time. I heard you say that you promised to marry me. Wu Yu deliberately denied it. I didn't say that. You must have heard it wrong. Shinkei buried his head in Wu Yu's neck. I heard everything. You can't deny it. Wu Yu suddenly remembered. You just said that Frank's bag hasn't been picked up yet. When did it happen? The bag won't disappear, right? I have to go and see immediately. Frank has consumed a lot of my props. Shinkei didn't have the time to care about the bag at this moment. He pressed Wu Yu to stop her from leaving, and his voice was a little vague. It's gone. It's gone. I will give you whatever he consumed from you. If it's not enough, I give you the person as compensation, and you can do whatever you want to me. How can this be possible? Frank is already SSS, and after absorbing DX001, he is even stronger than the complete dragon breath. Who knows what good things will come out. Now Shinkei has completed the transformation and strengthening of the dragon bones of his whole body, and Wu Yu's strength can't push him at all. Wu Yu Shinkei. Shinkei leaned close to her ear. You know what I like to hear. Wu Yu gritted her teeth. This kid is getting too demanding again. Her communicator kept ringing, and Jian Suiyu knocked on the door outside. The shuttle from the Jiang family has arrived to pick people up. Shinkei gritted his teeth in anger. The Jiang family came too quickly. Wu Yu wanted to laugh when she saw Shinkei's angry look. I've been back for a day and a night. Shinkei stood up dejectedly. Eat something before leaving? It's not time for dinner now. I make it for you. Eat it before you leave. Otherwise I'm afraid you'll be hungry and your stomach will be uncomfortable. Wu Yu suddenly reached out and grabbed Shinkei, and Shinkei looked at her puzzledly. What's wrong? Do you want to tell me what you want to eat? Wu Yu shook her head. No. Shinkei, what is that? Wu Yu stood up and walked to Shinkei, raised her head and stood on tiptoe. Shinkei thought Wu Yu wanted to kiss him, so he immediately lowered his head. Unexpectedly, Wu Yu leaned close to his ear and whispered, Shinkei, I wait for you to pick me up. Shinkei blinked suddenly, his face flushed, and he was stunned for a while, then lowered his head and wanted to kiss Wu Yu. Wu Yu avoided him. It's too late to eat. I have to go pick up my bag first. Shinkei didn't let Wu Yu leave. He looked at Wu Yu with dark eyes and said in a low voice, Wu Yu, I have completed the transformation of 206 dragon bones. Wu Yu, yes. Shinkei, I can protect you now. Wu Yu, yes. Shinkei, now, you really can't get rid of me for the rest of your life. Shinkei went to kiss Wu Yu again. This time Wu Yu didn't hide, and even took the initiative to hook Shinkei's neck. When Wu Yu opened the door, Jian Suiyu's expression outside the door could be said to be speechless. He smiled. Thank you for remembering me, a living person, at the door. Wu Yu rubbed his hands. Where's Frank's bag? Shinkei, it's where you locked him up before. Wu Yu went to pick up the bag. Congratulations on getting the SSS level weapon Long Yuan. Congratulations on getting the weapon Hole Hammer *200. Description: after the hole is opened, the weapon can be attached with a special meteorite for strengthening and increasing damage, and the probability of hole opening failure. The higher the hole opening level, the higher the probability of failure. Everyone curiously poked their heads out. Wuyu, what did you pick up? Wuyu clicked on Long Yuan's weapon attributes. Weapon name: Long Yuan, can open 20 holes. Weapon type: long sword. Weapon level: SSS. Weapon attack power: with the blessing of mental power, an additional 200% attack power is added. Weapon additional attributes: Dragon God's blessing, each attack adds an additional 300% attack power. Dragon God's blessing, each attack is attached with additional burning damage of dragon breath, and the damage causes a weakening effect and continuous blood loss. Dragon God's power, strengthens own power by 100%. Dragon God's critical hit, each normal attack has a 100% chance of 300% critical damage. Dragon God's special skill, use the special skill to form a golden protective circle around the body for a period of time. During the special time period, no damage will be taken and the enemy will be stunned. Dragon God's wrath, call the wind and rain, change the color of the sky and the earth, and cause a fatal blow to a single unit. Ultimate skill, 10,000 dragons come from the abyss, the dragon comes to the world, the dragon holds a pearl in its mouth, attracts 10,000 thunders, and goes against the will of heaven. Faced with everyone's curiosity, Wuyu didn't say a word. She just glanced at Shinkei, and opened the hole in the weapon without hesitation. There is no way. Shinkei is really too unlucky. Chapter 347. A total of 200 hole openers exploded. Each hole of an SSS level weapon requires 3 hole openers, and as the number of holes increases, more hole openers are consumed. 1 to 5 holes consume 3 holes per hole, and a total of 15 hole openers are needed. 6 to 10 holes consume 6 holes per hole, and a total of 30 hole openers are needed. And so on, 60 and 90 hole openers are needed. To successfully open 20 holes in an SSS level weapon, 195 hole openers are needed, which means that you must not fail from the 6th hole, otherwise Wuyu will not have enough hole openers to open Long Yuan to 20 holes. Wuyu took a deep breath, put her hands together and kept repeating, God bless, I will succeed at once. After that, Wuyu bowed respectfully to all directions. Fu Yanqi, what kind of heaven-defying props did she get? Even with such exaggerated mystical power, she still has to pray to the gods. Wuyu even took out an incense burner and burned 3 incense sticks before she used a strange trick to deal with Leo. She was not sure if she was in the bad luck buff state now. As soon as she lit the incense, it suddenly went out, and she couldn't light it no matter how hard she tried. Wuyu's heart was in her throat. It turns out that you can't use strange tricks indiscriminately. She immediately promised, this is the only time, and it won't happen again. In the surprised eyes of everyone, the extinguished incense actually continued to linger and rekindled. Everyone looked at Fu Yanqi in disbelief. Fu Yanqi broke his defense and sneered, don't look at me, I don't know what she did. The heavenly Tao that manages our Taoist sect is not the same department as hers. If we use extraordinary means to kill people, we will be struck to death by 9981 thunderbolts. And she only needs to give a verbal promise, and the matter will pass. Shinkei spoke for Wuyu. She is a victim. She can't do anything. And she has already offered incense. How sincere. It's all his fault. If he wasn't so useless, we wouldn't have to stay in the treatment cabin for so long, and we wouldn't have to fight 2 SSS. Shinkei went to see Wuyu as soon as he woke up, and knew she was injured. He was heartbroken to see Wuyu fainted, and didn't even enter the treatment cabin. He carefully put her in the treatment cabin, then turned around and killed Frank with murderous intent. After the procedure was completed, Wuyu officially started drilling holes. It went smoothly from 1 to 4, but when it came to 5, it suddenly failed, and Wuyu's face froze. No way. It failed at this point. What should I do next? Simply, I started from 6 and drilled all the way to 20. The whole process was very smooth. Wuyu drilled more and more smoothly, so he simply took out all the meteorite ores in his system and smashed them on the weapon. Wuyu calculated that it would take a total of 100,000 meteorite ores to drill 20 holes. Since the DX001 elimination plan, the price of meteorite ore has remained high, and it was even hiked up to a sky-high price. After Wuyu had money, she has been selling and integrating the resource property distribution system in her hands. She sold the props and weapons that she didn't use and occupied the inventory in exchange for points, and then bought the crystal stone summoned beast rations and meteorite ore that she needed most. So far, All the noble inheritance she got in the castle has been digested. Wu Yu now has exactly 100,000 meteorite ores in her hands, which are all the ores she recently purchased in the free market at a relatively lower price than the average. Each time a hole is filled, the properties of the weapon will be slightly improved. There is also a chance that the meteorite will fail in the process of hitting the hole, and the meteorite will be scrapped. However, Wu Yu's luck is so good that she has been able to hit 17 diamonds all the way. Richard, what is Wu Yu busy with now? How did she get so many meteorite ores? Jian Suiyu, I don't know. Someone from the Jiang family came to urge her. Richard, why don't you urge her? Shinkei, no, she should stay here all the time. As he was talking, the entire alliance system popped up an exaggerated and explosive prompt with a golden, enlarged, and bold scrolling entry in front of everyone. A flash of inspiration. Congratulations to Qi and Wu Yu for successfully strengthening the SSS level Golden God level weapon Long Yuan to 18 holes. Unbelievable. Congratulations to Qi and Wu Yu for successfully strengthening the SSS level Golden God level weapon Long Yuan to 19 holes. Shocking the past and present. Congratulations to Qi and Wu Yu for successfully strengthening the SSS level Purple Gold God level weapon Long Yuan to a full 20 holes. Everyone looked at this all-alliance broadcast that jumped 10 times in a row and fell into a strange silence, and then subconsciously, they clicked on Long Yuan to check the properties of this weapon with 20 holes. Weapon name, Long Yuan, fill 20 holes with meteorite ore. Weapon type, long sword. Weapon level, SSS+. Weapon attack power, with the blessing of spiritual power, an additional 200% plus 100% attack power is added. Weapon additional attributes, meteorite power, an additional 200% of the power of meteorite ore is added. Dragon God's blessing, each attack adds an additional 300% plus 100% attack power. Dragon God's blessing, each attack is attached with an additional 100% burning damage of dragon breath, and the damage causes a weakening effect and continuous blood loss. Dragon God power, strengthen your own power by 100% plus 100%. Dragon God critical hit, each normal attack has a 100% chance of 300% plus 100% critical hit damage. Dragon God special skill, use the special skill to form a golden light protection circle around the body within 10 minutes. During the special time period, you will not receive any damage and have a stun effect on the enemy. Dragon God Fury, call the wind and rain, change the color of the sky and the earth, and cause a fatal blow to a single unit. Ultimate skill, 10,000 dragons come from the abyss, the dragon comes to the world, the dragon holds a pearl in its mouth, attracts 10,000 thunders, and goes against the sky. Hiss. Wu Yu heard everyone gasp and looked at them strangely. Why do you look like that? Everyone collapsed. Do you want to see what you did? Wu Yu was puzzled. Can it be more incredible than me killing Leo in 1 second? Richard held his head. How can that old man Richard compare with the god-level weapon added by SSS? He can't compare with a hammer. He doesn't deserve it at all. Wu Yu nodded. Oh, now that you mention it, I don't want Leo. He is so ugly, so wrinkled and old that it completely lowers the overall appearance of my ghost. I made him into a prop for you. As he said that, Wu Yu gave Richard the black doll containing Leo, just in time for you to succeed the Pope. He has a lot of experience as a Pope. You don't have to worry about it being difficult to get started. He knows all the twists and turns. Richard looked at Leo in Wu Yu's hand in disbelief. This is an SSS level summoning prop, Wu Yu. You really can make props. This is too expensive, an SSS level mystical item. I can't accept it. Wu Yu stuffed Leo into Richard's hand. How can there be so many items? Do you think there are SSS level popes coming to my door every day? And it's not for free. Take the items, and you, Jian Suiyu, Bai Yi and others will come back to the Jiang family with me. There is a big job waiting for you. Jian Suiyu pointed at himself. I want to go too? Wu Yu nodded. This time Vlad was able to receive the news so quickly and send people here. It is obvious that someone in the Jiang family leaked the news. Leo is good at extracting memories and exerting psychological suggestion with mental power. He can really detect multiple people's lies. Before the engagement, all the problematic people must be found out. Jane Suiyu and Richard, okay. Shinkei looked envious, and he volunteered. Shall I go too? I am very good at torture. Everyone, Chapter 348. Jian Suiyu was speechless. You should stay in the team. Someone else needs to deal with the night raid. Shinkei's face turned cold. There's nothing to deal with. Just kill them all. Wu Yu turned to look at everyone. You guys go out first? Everyone left. Shinkei came up to hug her. You're leaving me again. Wu Yu pushed Shinkei away, with a serious face. I want to exchange resources with you now. Shinkei blinked. No need to exchange. Everything I have is yours. Wu Yu shook her head. No, because I want to give you Long Yuan. Shinkei was unwilling. I have completed the transformation of dragon bones now. I have the trident you gave me. Close combat has always been your weakness. If you use Long Yuan, your combat effectiveness will be greatly improved. Wu Yu, Long Yuan can only truly play its value in the hands of a strong single-soldier fighter. You also said that close combat has never been my strong point. You can understand the difference between 1/10 and 10/10 without me telling you. Now that Long Yuan is on the Alliance system, the entire Alliance knows about this weapon. I need to prepare for S4 with all my strength. This weapon will cause me a lot of trouble in my hands. Since the system was refreshed, many people have added my communication from various channels. I must solve this matter as soon as possible. Shinkei took out the communicator, but the purple gold god level weapon added by SSS has never appeared in the Alliance before, and its value is simply immeasurable. Shinkei lowered his head. I don't have any resources to exchange with you. I can't always take what you give me. If I do, I will feel useless. Wu Yu held his face with a smile. You have it. Shinkei was confused. What? Wu Yu, where is the ring we got in the Fox Fairy dungeon? Shincheng immediately took it out from his chest pocket. I have kept it here. Wu Yu stretched out her hand to him. Shinkei blinked and didn't react for a moment. Until Wu Yu was about to withdraw her hand, he grabbed it fiercely and finally reacted. He was incoherent, but I haven't had time to prepare yet. I haven't changed into formal clothes. Wu Yu, where's the outfit you wore when my sister and her team came to the team? Shinkei flew up. In the dormitory, I go change. You have to wait for me. Wait until I come back. When Shinkei reappeared in front of her, Wu Yu sighed. As expected, he changed all the keels in his body. The speed is really fast. Shinkei walked to Wu Yu nervously, and knelt on one knee in front of her. His eyes were red. Wu Yu, I didn't prepare anything. No flowers, no fireworks, no grand banquet, no witness and blessing from your relatives and friends. This is too unfair to you. Wu Yu smiled. Then wait until everything is over, and then ask again. Shinkei nodded yes. Shinkei looked at her expectantly. Then can I put the ring on your finger now? Wu Yu, you should at least confess your love. Shinkei immediately said, I love you, Wu Yu. Can you marry me? Wu Yu nodded. Yes, I agree. Shinkei looked like he was dreaming. He looked at Wu Yu in disbelief, standing there motionless, his eyes red as if he was about to cry at any time. Wu Yu was really helpless. How could she be so stupid? Wu Yu, if you don't wear it, I leave. Shinkei finally reacted, put the ring on Wu Yu's middle finger, and kissed Wu Yu's hand devoutly. He stood up and kissed the corner of Wu Yu's mouth carefully. He hugged Wu Yu tightly. I don't want you to leave. Let's go to the Fox Fairy dungeon now, okay? Then, thinking of what Jiang Cheng said to him, he was annoyed. No, your health is important. I was too excited, sorry. Go back to the Jiang family first, baby. I will pick you up soon. Wu Yu told him. You were fooled by my father. Shinkei was puzzled. What? Wu Yu, if this seal is so easy to break, then I can easily become stronger as long as I focus on dating you. Do I need to take such a big risk and run to the dungeon to forcefully break the seal? Shinkei reacted belatedly, and his eyes slowly widened. So? Wu Yu laughed at him. So it doesn't affect you at all, you're so easy to fool. Shinkei was so angry that he almost jumped up. His eyes darkened instantly. He grabbed Wu Yu and kissed her fiercely. Shinkei gritted his teeth. You are not allowed to leave. From now on you are not allowed to go anywhere. I will lock you up. Whoever dares to come to pick you up, I will kill him directly. Wu Yu was so happy that she couldn't straighten her back. Shinkei bit her angrily. You didn't tell me in the room just now, and you told me when you were leaving, just to make me angry. Once you leave, I will miss you all the time, and you will be all over my mind. Wu Yu was surprised. How come you are so smart all of a sudden? Shinkei picked Wu Yu up and sat her on the desk in the conference room, and he hugged her tightly to the edge of the table. I don't want you to leave. Wu Yu sighed. You were not like this before. Now you are getting more and more clingy. Shinkei was nervous. You have already agreed to my proposal. It's too late to regret it. Wu Yu, actually, when I saw you wearing this, I thought you looked really good. Shinkei came up to her. It's obviously you who are attracted by my beauty. I've noticed several times that you keep staring at my face. Wu Yu denied it. I didn't. Shinkei, so have I charmed you now? Can I charm you so that you will never look at others again, only at me? Putting his arm around Wu Yu's waist, he leaned forward and kissed her. There was an impatient knock on the door outside, but Shinkei ignored it and deepened the kiss, making Wu Yu almost breathless. Wu Yu pushed Shinkei away with difficulty. She panted softly, and the whole air was ambiguous and made her feel lightheaded. We can't go on like this, business is more important. Wu Yu, you bind Long Yuan first. Shinkei, I don't want it, I just want. Shinkei leaned close to Wu Yu's ear and said something. Wu Yu's face was red as if blood was dripping. She glared at Shinkei fiercely. Shinkei looked at her with an aggressive look and laughed softly. Wu Yu suddenly felt that his father didn't hit Shinkei lightly. This man is a stinky hooligan, a pervert. Wu Yu suddenly pulled out Long Yuan. The one-handed sword that was originally all black was completely covered with meteorite, or because of the hole. The looming black sword body seemed like silver-white nebulae flowing in the dark night, and the hazy nebulae covered the sword body with silver-white stars. It just so happened that Shinkei's 2 dragons were star dragons. The twin dragons had no entity. If the sword was in Shinkei's hand, there would be 2 dreamlike dragon shadows attached to it. Wu Yu stuffed the weapon into Shinkei's hand. The moment Shinkei received the sword, the phantoms of 2 star dragons rose from his body. It was really as Wu Yu imagined. The sword body was full of flowing nebulae, beautiful and magnificent. With the white clothes Shinkei was wearing now, it was like a god descending to the earth. Wu Yu took out the communicator without hesitation and started tapping. Shinkei was puzzled. What are you taking pictures of? Wu Yu blurted out. Good things should be shared with everyone. Shinkei's face darkened instantly. Wu Yu blinked. I mean, I want to keep it as a souvenir. Shinkei said in a muffled voice. Don't show it to others, only you can see it. Wu Yu nodded. She hooked her hand at Shinkei, and her smile seemed to have a hook, which made Shinkei's heart feel like it was on fire. She said, then come here and show me. Shinkei, baby, I dig out this bone from my heart for you, okay? Wu Yu. Don't say such a terrible thing suddenly. Shinkei regretted, okay? Chapter 349. Congratulations to Qi and Shinkei for successfully binding SSS, and the purple gold artifact Long Yuan add 20. Shinkei's reminder to bind the weapon refreshed 10 times, and Wu Yu asked him to manually smash 10 more times, and now Wu Yu's friend addition list finally stopped. Opening the door of the conference room, Wu Chong immediately envied, wow, Yu actually gave such a powerful weapon as Long Yuan to the captain. Richard, this kid's bad luck and suffering in the past 20 years have all become his blessings since he met Wu Yu. Shinkei. Thank you. Jie-chun, if you bind this weapon, Qi Yin will not be peaceful in the future. I don't know how many killers will take orders to kill you for your equipment. Shinkei tilted his head. It's a good opportunity for me to practice. Wu Yu distributed the Qi Yin personal training plan that Jiang Cheng said to everyone. Except for Wu Chong and Yen Qi, my father can't give more suggestions. I have seen that Shinkei, Jie-chun, Richard and Sui you all gave practical and useful training suggestions. Of course, whether to follow the training is up to you. Jie-chun looked at the top-secret training plan of the ancient Chinese special forces that came with his training plan. His eyes sparkled with excitement, and he left without saying anything. Jian Suiyu smiled. It seems that Jie-chun is very satisfied. Richard, after all, he is a martial arts fanatic, and he will definitely like this kind of good stuff. Shinkei got Jiang Cheng's analysis of his dragon bone, as well as the way and point of force when his dragon bone was just trained. These solid foundations are also the points he needs to pay most attention to at present. A tall building is built on the ground, and a solid foundation must be laid to maximize the use of the dragon bone in the future. Shinkei looked at Wu Yu. It's very useful to me. Next time, I will thank your father in person for his help. Wu Yu nodded. Then let's go. The Jiang family waited for a long time. They were not surprised to see Wu Yu take out his weapons, and finally bind them to Shinquebec. At present, it seems that it is the best arrangement for the Long Yuan sword to be in Shinkei's hands. Jiang Huaiji looked at Shinkei. Qi Yin was attacked this time, because there was a problem within the Jiang family. I'm sorry that we leaked the news, and put the entire Qi Yin in danger. Shinkei shook his head. Qi Yin is not that fragile. This time, it's just right for them to have a real experience. If we really talk about danger, Wu Yu is the most dangerous this time. Jiang Huaiji's face turned cold. The Jiang family will definitely find the person who leaked the news. Shinkei, how do you plan to deal with these people in the royal court? Shinkei, kill them all, leaving no one alive. The Jiang family looked at each other. Sure enough, it was just as they guessed. Wu Xioli stepped forward. I started this matter, sorry. Shinkei looked at Wu Xioli dangerously. Wu Yu pulled his clothes and told him to speak properly. Shinkei. Forget it. Sui Yu and I also crossed the line. Wu Yu nodded. Yeah, now we're even. Wu Chong nodded. Yeah, why don't we sign a friendly team and we all be good partners in the future? Wu Xioli extended her hand to Shinkei. No problem. Shinkei didn't extend his hand. Wu Yu glared at him. Shinkei looked at her hesitantly. Wife, she's a woman, I'm a man. Wu Yu silently extended her hand and shook Wu Xiuli's hand, smiling. From now on, Qi Yan and Desert Rose are the most loyal partners. Wu Xiuli looked at the ring on Wu Yu's middle finger and raised her eyebrows. He proposed to you. Everyone in the Jiang family jumped up. What? Proposal? Mei Bao, you agreed. Wu Yu nodded. I want to exchange Long Yuan's resources with him. But he said he doesn't have any resources to exchange. I thought he does have it. Doesn't he have 206 dragon bones? Jian Suiyu looked at Shinkei's happy look speechlessly, feeling distressed. Didn't you hear what she said? You are now the dragon bone warehouse. Shinkei didn't care at all. What do you know? She just said it casually. She just likes me, and wants to give me the best, and I just wanted to dig it out for her, but she didn't want it. Jiang Huaiji also reacted. Shinkei, you come to the Jiang family, complete the transformation of 206 dragon bones, make friends with Desert Rose, and get SSS and purple gold artifacts when attacked by the enemy, and now Mei Bao has also agreed to your proposal. As a result, our Jiang family has a reputation for brutality and violence, and the news leaked. You cheated away the precious baby we just found. You took all the good things in love. Jiang Mubai was speechless. Vlad might be even more upset if you put it that way. He lost two powerful generals, Frank and Rio, exposed the spy, and was slapped in the face by 12 consecutive emails from the entire League live broadcast. Richard raised his hand. Sorry, I also took advantage of it, and got an SSS level mystical prop. Jiang family and Wu Xiuli. Qian, you guys are almost done. Shinkei's communication suddenly rang. He looked at Jiang Huaiji. You take Wu Yu and go first. Let her eat once she gets on the shuttle. She hasn't eaten properly for 3 days. Wu Yu glanced sideways. What's going on? Shinkei, the military department has news that they are coming to pick up the royal court soldiers who attacked tonight. Wu Yu, you don't want to hand them over. Shinkei nodded, yeah. Shinkei gently pushed Wu Yu towards Jiang Huaiji. He whispered in a voice that only the two of them could hear. Let's go, baby. You want to overthrow the alliance. I will help you kill the military general who came to sacrifice the flag. Wu Yu's face changed instantly. No. Shinkei, the military's attitude is very tough. They don't allow Qi Yan to deal with Wang Ting's people at will. They must wait until they come to pick them up, and the leader of the alliance will not give any compensation. This is the result of their discussion for a day and a night. The leader of the alliance has decided to stand on the side of Wang Ting and the Li family. This is his decision to weigh the pros and cons to check and balance the alliance council. The leader of the alliance did not take Qi Yan seriously at all. In his opinion, Qi Yan was just a chess piece that could be manipulated at will. I must let him know that things are different now. Qi Yan has grown up. Wu Yu, who is the person from the military? Shinkei shook his head. I don't know either. Wu Yu looked at Jiang Huaiji, and Jiang Huaiji thought, the leader of the alliance has 5 SSS-level generals, all of whom are strong and capable of fighting alone. Except for the deputy leader of the alliance, the other 4 people guard the 4 directions of the alliance map all year round, responsible for riots and stability, hunting and killing the boss of the alien world, and natural disaster management. Just like the 5 mysterious immortals around the Secretary General, and the 5 generals around the alliance leader, no one knows their true strength. In the peak battle, almost all the Xianen were thrown into the Secretariat, but the biggest weakness of these people is that their individual combat capabilities are generally low. In short, mages and warriors have their own strengths and weaknesses. This is also the reason why the Secretariat has been committed to scientific research and strengthening the cutting-edge technology of thermal weapons over the years. All those who join the alliance leader are hardcore and powerful generals. They don't believe in ghosts and gods, but only believe in power. Their fighting style is exactly the same as that of my uncle Shinkei Frank, relying on absolute hardcore strength. Yeah, you have fought with Frank, and you should have known the absolute advantage of this kind of fighter in fighting with others. Wu Yu nodded. They have high attack, strong defense, and fast speed. Many mysterious spells don't have time to read the bar. Once they get close to the fragile magician, they will die. After saying this, Wu Yu was speechless. The alliance military, the Secretariat, the Wangqing Church, the Li family, and our Jiang family, the strength of anyone with a little background is top secret. Then what is the meaning of the existence of this alliance comprehensive combat power list? Chapter 350. Wu Yu's brain was working fast, and she began to think. She sent 12 emails in the name of Qi Yan, and neither Vlad, the Li family, nor the alliance responded in 1 day and 1 night. Public opinion fermented, and the best time to respond was long past. Now the leader of the alliance suddenly sent someone to Qi Yin, and the time node just happened to be stuck when Shinkei was bound to Long Yuan. Obviously, the leader of the alliance did not want to intervene in this matter that could not be put on the table. But because of the appearance of Long Yuan, this weapon that could change the entire Doomsday single-soldier combat power pattern, the leader of the alliance had to intervene. No matter which general came, they all came with the intention of the leader of the alliance, and they were determined to show Qi Yan's power and sacrifice him. When two countries are at war, they don't kill envoys. The general's intention is the leader of the alliance's intention. As long as Shinkei takes action, he can immediately give the leader of the alliance a reason to get rid of Qi Yan and take away Long Yuan. This move cannot be accepted. Not only can it not be accepted, but it must be preemptive to make things worse. The more the leader of the alliance wants to use his power to deter and lock the outbreak of the conflict on Qi Yan, the more they want to slap him hard in the face in front of the whole alliance. A weak country has no diplomacy, but I'm sorry, Qi Yan is now terribly strong. Wu Yu looked at Shinkei. Give me your communicator. Shinkei handed it over immediately. What are you going to do? Wu Yu smiled. I tell the old man, the leader of the alliance, not to be shameless. Everyone present, There was complete silence, and no one in the court dared to speak. Wu Yu quickly edited the email. I will send the email sent by the leader of the alliance directly to the alliance forum, and promote it to the entire network. First of all, I will stand on the moral high ground to condemn them for protecting each other. Jian Suiyu, you are crazy. You can't send it out at all. Such remarks against the leader of the alliance will be blocked and deleted immediately. Jiang Huaiji, the alliance forum has always been managed by the secretariat. Jian Suiyu looked at Shinkei. She is using your communicator now, and all the messages were sent in your name. Shinkei was surprised. Yes, so what? I authorized her. Jian Suiyu was almost angry to the point of having a myocardial infarction. Richard patted Jian Suiyu on the shoulder. Don't worry about it. The child is grown up, and can no longer be controlled by the mother. Jiang Huaiji took a deep breath. What's the next step? Wu Yu had already handed over the task of fanning the flames of public opinion to the secretariat, and she began to plan the next step. Take the people who came for the night attack today, and go directly to World City. In an hour, you can hand over the people at the north gate of World City, but no one should try to confuse the nature of this night attack. Either Vlad apologizes and admits the night attack and accepts the trial of the Alliance court, or the Alliance leader personally apologizes and admits that he wanted to use force to open a privileged channel for the nobles. Otherwise, if I were a minute late, I would kill someone outside the north gate, and then hang them all on the wall of World City. They handed the evidence to us. Wouldn't it be a pity if we don't use it? Jiang Huaiji, what if the leader of the Alliance doesn't accept the challenge and directly bombards Qi Yin? Wu Yu smiled. Even if we want to bombard, it depends on who presses the button and where the muzzle is aimed. Sister Xiaoli said that the leader of the Alliance has recently urgently transferred people from the military back to the Alliance, but the military is involved in many local affairs, and these people have not yet fully arrived. But most of the cards in our hands are already in place. With just one word from me, the Jiang family can gather all their forces within half an hour. The Wangting Church is ruined, and the top combat force of the Li family was beaten by my father, and the Alliance leader is not yet assembled. Do you think the Alliance leader will rashly start a war at this time? Everyone took a breath. So? Wu Yu, so the Alliance leader will take this slap in the face whether he wants to or not. I gave him a chance, but this old guy didn't see the situation clearly, so I could only push him again. That's why she was in a hurry to let Shinkei bind Long Yuan. If you don't see the rabbit, you won't release the eagle. Only absolute interests can make people lose their minds. Central City Alliance Leader's Office. Qin Meng looked at the communicator in his hand, and smashed it in anger. His sinister eyes swept over Vlad and Li Zifeng under the seat. Vlad, now you tell me what to do next. Vlad couldn't believe it. He still couldn't figure out what went wrong. Why did Noah suddenly seem to have divine help? The development of Qi Yin was so smooth that it was amazing. In such a critical situation in the north, they were able to turn the tables in the end. Since the north, Vlad seemed to be cursed and retreated step by step. Everything went wrong. Now Noah has obtained the SSS Plus purple gold god level weapon that he has never heard of or seen before. Wait. Countless pieces of information quickly flashed through Vlad's mind. This weapon was obtained by a female member of Qi Yin, named Wu Yu. How come the weapon Wu Yu got was bound to Noah so quickly? Li Zifeng, what's so strange about this? Noah's squire is the captain of Qi Yin, so such a powerful weapon will naturally be provided to him first. Vlad kept shaking his head. No. Noah would never accept anything from a woman casually. Over the years, whether it was Cynthia, Lilia, or other noble women, Noah never accepted their things, and he was even unwilling to add their communication numbers. Noah would never let himself owe a favor to a woman, unless he and we were in love? How is it possible? As soon as this thought flashed through his mind, Vlad quickly wiped it out, but the more he thought about it, the more the blurry picture became clearer. At that time, the Lee family found a way to get the Fox Ferry offline, and told him immediately. Then, the Fox Ferry dungeon opened, and Noah entered the Fox Ferry dungeon. He thought he would find a way to leave immediately, but Noah actually stayed in the dungeon for the whole process. At the same time, even the reputation they had been maliciously smearing before was reversed, and the public was so angry that they had to put aside the plan at that time. At that time, he only suspected that Noah was forced to surrender to the Secretariat and join the show. But now think about it, isn't it Chien Wuyue who is paired with Noah? So, he was serious at that time, he simply wanted to go through the whole journey with this Chien Wuyue? Then what about Noah and Jiang Yuhua? Is it really like Shin Qingxi said, Noah is using Jiang Yuhua? In this case, he only needs to tell the Jiang family about this discovery, and he can completely alienate Chien and the Jiang family. Without the Jiang family as a big backer, the Secretariat, Dao Min and Chien, three families can't do anything. Vlad looked at the leader of the alliance excitedly. I have an idea. Chapter 351. Wu looked at the message replied by the leader of the alliance and agreed to meet at the north gate of World City in an hour. Wu was puzzled. I always feel that the other side seems to have come up with a solution. Jian Suiyu, what would you do if it were you? Wu Yu, if the leader of the alliance made such a stupid move, I would probably sacrifice Vlad. After all, there is still room for maneuver in the military court. It's okay to lose face. Once all the people in my hands have released Vlad, I can get it back. Jiang Huaiji looked at the communicator in his hand, but it's obvious that the other party is not thinking in the same way as you. Jian Suiyu was relieved. Finally someone discovered this. Even we who know all the cards can't keep up with your pace. How do you think the other party can guess your trump card? Take your move of taking one step and looking down 3 steps? Jiang Huaiji speechlessly projected the communicator holographically to everyone. Vlad sent all the live broadcasts of Shinkei and Maybao Fox Ferry Dungeon, and later you will be in the same group in the castle. He told the Jiang family not to be deceived by Shinkei. Everyone saw the way Shinkei looked down on Wu Yu in the video. Shinkei was happy. He edited it really well. Brother-in-law sent it to me, thank you. When he proposes, he can use it as a video collection. Wu Yu was really speechless. This Vlad, if he wasn't born in a harem, it would be a waste of his sexual brain. He can't do anything unless it involves the relationship between men and women. Jian Suiyu held his forehead. I think you should just change your mindset. Now it can be considered as an accident that fits your trend. If Vlad really thinks that Shinkei likes you, it is very likely that the next step will be to kidnap you to threaten Shinkei and divide the Jiang family and the other families. So do you understand? This is the way normal people think? Shinkei's expression suddenly darkened. He is looking for death. Wu Yu is replanning the route just like a GPS navigation. Vlad must be very proud now. When Shinkei goes to the north gate, he will definitely make trouble. He must think that he has exposed Shinkei's beauty trap. If the Jiang family does not support, the generals under the alliance leader can easily kill Shinkei and take away Long Yuan, so that Vlad and the alliance leader will be happy. Yes, we will continue to follow this card to accommodate the opponent's low IQ. The Jiang family immediately dispatched half of the battleships to stand by 100 kilometers outside the north. At the same time, let the second brother immediately take people to control all the bands sent out by the Jiang family at the same time to narrow the scope of the traitor. If he was not discovered when he went to the polar region before, it is highly likely that the news will not be leaked this time, and the identity of the traitor is almost obvious. Shinkei, you take the night raid prisoners and Long Yuan to the north gate by yourself. As long as someone provokes you, kill them all. The Qian people took a breath. Let Shinkei go alone? Wu Yu nodded yes. Wu Cheng was worried. What if there are many people on the other side? Will the captain be beaten to death? Wu Yu was not very sure. Shouldn't it be? The Qian people roared. After all, he is your fiancé. What's wrong with your uncertain tone? Because I have confidence in him. Wu Yu looked at Shinkei and lowered her eyebrows. You should also want to settle this mess with the royal court yourself, right? Stand upright in front of those dignitaries and hit them head on. Jian Suiyu understood. Go, we are all here with Qi Yin. You don't have to worry. Everyone in Qi Yin, go, Captain. Shinkei looked at Wu Yu with a flickering look, and Wu Yu told him, I'm in the Jiang family's pilot shuttle, don't worry. I will operate it myself, and will never let any shells fall on you. Shinkei nodded yes. Zhang Zhe controlled Qi Yan's shuttle, and he was so nervous that his blood was boiling. Shen Ke told him, "If you don't want to get involved with the alliance, I can drive the shuttle myself." Zhang Zhe shook his head repeatedly. "No, no, no, I'm just too excited. I never thought I could do such a great thing in my life. I took my captain to provoke the leader of the alliance, the general of the alliance, and the Grand Duke of Wanting. My God, I think my ancestors' graves are smoking." Shen Ke, "There's no need to be so exaggerated." Zhang Zhe looked admiring. "Wu Yu is really awesome." Shen Ke's tone turned cold. "If you don't want to be beaten, don't mention my wife in this tone." Zhang Zhe, "But you finally have a status. Forget how cowardly you were in the cafeteria." When Shen Ke arrived, Vlad was already waiting outside the north gate, and with him came Xuanwu, the SSS-level general who had been guarding the north. As soon as the shuttle landed, people from the military and the royal court surrounded them instantly. The prisoners of the royal court walked off the shuttle one after another, and Vlad felt something was wrong the more he looked. Until Shen Ke finally appeared, he finally asked in a stern voice, "What's going on? Where are Leo and Frank?" Shen Ke threw Leo's body in front of Vlad. "Leo is dead, and Frank was crushed to ashes by me." Vlad looked at Shen Ke angrily. "You and other high-level people of Qi Yan were all unconscious at the time. How could anyone hurt Leo and Frank?" Shen Ke shrugged. "I don't know, maybe they are just weak." Vlad gritted his teeth. "Noah, now that you don't have the Jiang family as your backer, you dare to be so arrogant. The royal court and the military are here today, and you dare to come alone." Shen Ke nodded. "Yes, I am enough to deal with you." Xuanwu sneered disdainfully. "Boy, although you are also SSS level, you may not know one thing." Xuanwu suddenly pulled out a huge heavy sword and stabbed it into the ground, and the entire ground was shattered. "We are both SSS level, and you are SSS level because this is your strength. And I am SSS level, because the highest level of mental power in the alliance is only SSS level." Shen Ke tilted his head to look at him. "Are you performing a tongue twister for me now?" Zhang Zhe looked at the mental power of the three people in the shuttle, and the air was twisted. He shouted, "Awesome, Captain!" while broadcasting live to Wu Yu crazily. "Jiang Huaiji, so you know that Shen Ke is such a bad person and a traitor?" Wu Yu hesitated for a second and shook her head. "I don't know, he is very obedient." "Jiang Huaiji, do you think Shen Ke can beat Xuanwu?" Wu Yu's expression paused as she watched Xuanwu suddenly swing his sword and attack Shen Ke head-on, with all his strength. Chapter 352. Vlad knew very well that it was the appearance of Long Yuan that made the leader of the alliance give in. After all, such a heaven-defying purple gold artifact is definitely the help that all single-soldier fighters dream of. Vlad watched Xuanwu swinging a heavy sword weighing 200 kilograms, and flashing in front of Shen Ke with agility. He tried his best to raise the sword and chop Shen Ke head-on, determined to give Shen Ke a warning right away, or even kill him instantly. Xuanwu's summoned beast is a spiritual creature in the classic of mountains and seas, which is a combination of a turtle and a snake. It is known as the God of the North. Xuanwu is 2.3 meters tall and weighs 300 kilograms. He is tall but not slow. He combines the absolute defense of a turtle and the agile attack of a snake. Whether it is swinging a knife or backhand defense, it is perfect without any flaws. The generals under the alliance leader have always been stationed outside the alliance. The king's court is in the central city all year round. There are few opportunities to meet, let alone seeing Xuanwu coming up and taking real action. Vlad was so shocked that his whole body was trembling. He instantly realized that compared to the so-called dragon bones, his own absolute strength and power were the most fascinating existence. Vlad looked excitedly, hoping to see Shen Ke being split in half by Xuanwu, so as to relieve his hatred. The four snake heads roared fiercely at Shen Ke, and the giant turtle suddenly opened its mouth to swallow Shen Ke. But Vlad was surprised to find that Shen Ke actually drew out Long Yuan directly, and his whole body was covered by the phantoms of two-star dragons, as if flying in the clouds, and rushed directly towards Xuanwu. At the same time, a golden halo burst out from his body, which was Long Yuan's special skill. Under the cover of the phantom and special skills, Vlad could not see the specific battle situation clearly, but the special effects were still there, which meant that Shen Ke was not dead yet. Facing such a powerful military general, Shen Ke could hold on for so long, worthy of Long Yuan. It is worthy of being a purple gold artifact. Vlad pondered, how could such a powerful weapon suddenly appear? From what channel did the one called Wu Yu get the weapon? Everything has its own way. If there are a few more such weapons, then he can also have them. Vlad couldn't help but raise his voice to the light circle. "General Xuanwu, deal with Shen Ke as soon as possible. Let's go straight to Qi Yan to find the woman named Wu Yu." As soon as the voice fell, the battle situation that was not clear at first suddenly became clear. The mist and golden light all dissipated instantly, and Vlad excitedly stepped forward, as expected of General Xuanwu. Before he finished speaking, he widened his eyes in astonishment, looking at the person standing there alone, and lying at his feet was a large pool of blood clots and mincemeat, as well as a heavy sword that was broken into pieces. Vlad's eyes widened in horror, watching the man in front of him walk towards him step by step. No. Noah. How could it be? Shinkei curled his lips and chuckled. Who did you just say you were going to find? Vlad suddenly realized that Shinkei had killed Xuanwu in 1 second. Shinkei directly took Xuanwu's full-strength attack, and his body and sword were all unharmed. Xuanwu's summoned beast was killed instantly, the weapon shattered, and the body was shattered into pieces. Shinkei killed Xuanwu in 1 second. Something is wrong. Everything is too wrong. Even if Shinkei regained 8 dragon bones and matched Long Yuan, his strength would never be so amazing. Vlad kept retreating, and he showed a flattering smile. Noah, misunderstanding? This is all misunderstanding. Shinkei looked at Vlad with cold eyes, and raised his sword without hesitation. At the same time, all the lights in the entire World City were lit up, and all the reserved ammunition positions on the World City defense wall were loaded, and countless infrared positioning found Shinkei. Vlad knew that the leader of the Alliance wanted to suppress Shinkei by force, and he was instantly excited. Shinkei! You openly killed the general of the Alliance at the gate of the World City. Just wait for death. Wu Yu's color changed instantly, and with one order, all the Jiang family's standby shuttles were in manual mode, the thrusters were pulled, and they accelerated to 100 kilometers in an instant and arrived behind Shinkei in the blink of an eye. Warning! Warning! The battleship entered the airspace of World City without the permission of the Alliance. Vlad looked at Shinkei in disbelief. The 100 battleships of the Jiang family were staring at him like beasts. With the bombing power of these battleships, they could instantly blast through the firewall of the North Gate of the Alliance. As for him standing outside the North Gate, he would be blown to ashes in an instant. Central City Military Airspace Management Office. The Jiang family's military shuttle entered the World City airspace without permission. Report to the superiors, waiting for orders. The superiors replied. Cancel the artillery lock on Shinkei. Central City Alliance Leader's Office. Zhou Qianfeng smiled. Thank you for your magnanimity. Noah is still young and didn't know how to control his strength. I will definitely criticize him when I go back this time. Qinming sneered. I don't know when Secretary Zhou and Taoist Fu became so close. Fu Yixue retracted the blood sword, slowly wiped the blood off the sword, and denied, not familiar, just average relationship. The infrared rays that fell on Shinkei disappeared, and the black bullet holes of the Jiang family battleship were still aimed at everyone outside the North Gate. The leader of the Alliance has issued a retreat order to the military outside the North Gate. Xuanwu was killed instantly, and the military had nothing to say and retreated back to World City. Outside the North Gate, only Vlad and the prisoners of war from the royal court were left. Vlad was already scared out of his wits. He had been living a life of debauchery for years, and his once strong fighting spirit had long been corrupted by the extravagant life in the royal court. On the contrary, Shinkei, who was pursued by him relentlessly and ignored, finally grew into a fierce beast with fangs in the endless pursuit and malice. Noah, for the sake of raising you for so many years, please let me go. Noah, after all, I am an old friend of your parents. Noah, I watched you grow up. Shinkei turned his head to look at Wu Yu, who was standing in the shuttle. He remembered that Wu Yu said that she wanted to capture Vlad and do research. As long as Wu Yu wanted, he would help her complete it, even if it didn't mean revenge. Wu Yu was thinking about what value Vlad could still be mined. In order to verify his guess, Wu Yu silently said to Shinkei, kill him. Shinkei raised his knife without hesitation and expressionless, chopping Vlad into pieces. What surprised everyone was that even though Vlad was chopped into pieces by Shinkei, he was still alive. He kept regenerating and wailing like a monster, and his whole body was filled with strange black air. This was not just the situation of the DX001 infected, but also mixed with the vampire contract that Richard wanted to sign before. Wu Yu frowned in the shuttle and observed his situation. She suddenly pressed the shuttle door button and came to Shinkei. Shinkei looked at the world gate with fear and protected her in front of her. It's very dangerous here. After Wu Yu observed Vlad closely, she asked Shinkei softly, can we kill him next time? He is still useful. I need to let him go back to catch more fish. The connection between the royal court and future creatures, how Vlad got the vampire contract, all require Vlad to be pushed to the extreme to catch the truth behind the scenes. Shinkei nodded. Yes, I do whatever you say. Seeing Vlad's cowardly look, it felt unlucky to kill him with the long yuan given by his wife. Wu Yu carefully looked at Shinkei's expression. Will you be angry? Shinkei blinked and suddenly realized, so in this situation, he can be angry, right? If he is angry, his wife will coax him. Shinkei said yes softly, and deliberately denied, I'm not angry. After the performance, as expected, he saw Wu Yu's expression looking at him full of apology. Chapter 353. Wu Yu took out the Frost Moon Ice, and summoned the Black Coffin to kill Vlad. Shinkei stopped her. I'm not angry. Business is more important. Don't change your original plan because of me. Wu Yu looked at him with a flickering look. Shinkei smiled and said, I just wanted you to coax me on purpose, but when I thought about parting with you soon, I couldn't bear to see you leave with your worries. Shinkei looked at the Jiang family shuttle. Baby, you follow the Jiang family shuttle first. Wu Yu shook her head. Let's go back to Qian first, and make sure we leave safely before the Jiang family shuttle retreats. Shinkei nodded. Okay. After boarding Qian's shuttle, Zhang Zhe immediately took off and returned to the base. Shinkei held Wu Yu's hand and watched her keep her head down and not speak. Every time Wu Yu looked like this, Shinkei knew she was worried. Coming to the dining area of the shuttle, he asked Wu Yu to sit at the bar, and Shinkei took out some eggs, shrimp, celery, and shredded pork from the refrigerator. Wash the rice twice, stir-fry the shredded pork and shrimp in hot oil, add water, and put the washed rice in and simmer over low heat. Just as Shinkei was about to turn his head, Wu Yu suddenly stood up and hugged him from behind. Her voice was muffled. Are you hurt? Shinkei, no, I was afraid you would worry, so I killed him with all my strength. Wu Yu hugged Shinkei tightly and buried her head in his back. I'm sorry, I have used you many times since the dungeon. Shinkei never thought of using her, but she always put him in danger for her own purposes. As things progress, she may continue to use him again and again. Provoking the leader of the alliance and killing the general of the alliance, Shinkei and Qi Yin, who had completely escaped, were now completely dragged into the big trouble of the entire alliance by her. Shinkei turned around and hugged Wu Yu in his arms. I'm really not angry. You did the right thing. Killing Vlad also means guarding against Shinqingxi. Instead of always guessing when they will come, it's better to force them all to take out their trump cards, and then catch them all in one fell swoop. Wu Yu buried her head in Shinkei's chest. Shinkei, why are you so good? You are always like this. If you change your mind, I will definitely kill you with my own hands. Having received such unreserved love, how can she accept the loss she may face in the future? She couldn't accept Shinkei's current attitude towards others. She couldn't accept it. She would rather Shinkei died. Shinkei couldn't help laughing. Are you rewarding me now? Wu Yu looked up confusedly. For the first time, she didn't follow Shinkei's train of thought. What? Shinkei looked down at her. I like you to express your possessiveness to me. I like it very much. Wu Yu, eh? She forgot that Shinkei was a paranoid lunatic. Don't think he is normal just because he is doing pure love now. He is still a lunatic in essence. Wu Yu blinked. What if I change my mind? Shinkei leaned closer to her. I've said it many times, I won't let you go. If you change your mind, I will kill that man and lock you up forever. Wu Yu, I want to take it slow with you, but you are guiding me to speed up, which means you have made up your mind. Since you have made up your mind, you can't regret it. Wu Yu stretched out her hand and hooked it around Shinkei's neck, her eyes bright and smiling. It's really touching when you talk like this. I like it very much. Shinkei's eyes were dark and scary. He pulled Wu Yu closer, pressed Wu Yu against the bar, supported the bar with one hand, grabbed the back of Wu Yu's head with the other hand, and kissed her fiercely. For a moment, the only sound in the restaurant was the gurgling sound of porridge boiling on the stove. There are still 10 minutes. The restaurant was half open, and Zhang Zhe had just walked over, and was halfway through his words when Shinkei's eyes instantly killed him. The strong desire to survive instantly came online, and Zhang Zhe turned around and walked away as if he was chased by a dog. Before leaving, he boldly took out the communicator and took a photo of the two of them. Wu Yu blushed and tried to run away. Shinkei tried to catch her, but she said, the porridge is ready. Shinkei was so angry that he gritted his teeth and said, I'm going to kill the guy. The next second, Zhang Zhe, photo.jpg Shinkei clicked on the photo and looked at the camera. Wu Yu was hugged by him and looked at him with a confused look. Zhang Zhe, the local file has been deleted and there is no backup. Please spare my life. Shinkei clicked on save without hesitation and changed the background of the homepage of the communicator screensaver. He was in a good mood and smiled. Shinkei, get lost. Zhang Zhe, thank you, Your Majesty, for not killing me. Putting away the communicator, Shinkei sprinkled chopped celery into the porridge to enhance the flavor before serving it, and fried 2 soft-boiled eggs for Wu Yu. When serving the porridge, Shinkei picked out the shrimp and shredded pork from the pot, and placed them in front of Wu Yu together with the eggs, and put down the chopsticks. Shinkei, eat it, time is tight, just a bite. Wu Yu picked up the chopsticks and started eating, and Shinkei sat aside and watched her. As the voyage ended, both of them felt that the shuttle was landing, and Wu Yu put down the chopsticks and looked at Shinkei. Where's the other ring? Shinkei took it out of his pocket and gave it to her. Here. Wu Yu took the ring and looked at Shinkei, and Shinsung immediately stretched out his hand to her. Wu Yu put the ring on Shinkei's slender fingers with distinct joints, and Wu Yu looked at him. Now, you can kiss your bride. Shinsung looked at Wu Yu seriously, and he took out the communicator, and Wu Yu heard his communicator ringing. Wu Yu was puzzled. What are you doing? Shinkei, transfer all my assets to you. Wu Yu blinked, and Shinkei told her, don't refuse, I am willing to do all this. Wu Yu clicked on the communicator, and looked at the asset transfer confirmation that kept popping up. Before clicking to confirm, she finally couldn't help asking, will you be unable to eat without money? Shinkei hesitated, will you support me? Wu Yu shook her head, no, I am so bad, I will definitely cheat your money and run away. Shinkei bowed his head pitifully, then I may have to go to the sea to sell my body to make money. Wu Yu stretched out her hand to pinch his face, angrily you dare. Shinkei directly embraced Wu Yu, lowered his head and kissed her, then I will only sell it to you. Looking at Shinkei's current state, Wu Yu's thoughts slipped, and she told Shinkei, actually, I already know how to get Fox Ferry offline. Shinkei's eyes changed instantly, the shuttle has arrived at the destination, please all passengers get off the plane. He gritted his teeth, Wu Yu, why did you say it now? Why did you say it earlier or later? Wu Yu turned around and ran without thinking. Shinkei was really pissed off by her. However, Wu Yu has accepted the transfer of ownership of your Meteorite Fire Seed Element Invasion Disaster Map. Wu Yu has accepted the transfer of ownership of your Noah Squire Central City Real Estate. Wu Yu has accepted the transfer of ownership of your Chien Shinkei Chien Base Real Estate. Wu Yu accepted the transfer of the disaster map and the real estate under his name, which means that Wu Yu finally accepted him completely and became the mistress of his 2 homes. As for the liquid funds and other resources, Wu Yu didn't want them. Wu Yu, pocket money left for you. Shinkei looked at Wu Yu's name and changed her note to baby. Chapter 354. As soon as Shinkei arrived at the Chien base, he was warmly cheered. Awesome Captain. Wei Chien is awesome for killing a military general in seconds. God knows my aunts and uncles in World City were all shocked when they heard the news. Now everyone in the world is asking which god dared to challenge the authority of the Alliance. Old man, I advise you not to be shameless. How dare you talk to the leader of the Alliance like this? Captain, you don't know how awesome you are? Shinkei. He really didn't say that. Wu Yu cheered on the side. Wow, the captain is so awesome. Shinkei smiled and turned to watch her fooling around, but didn't refute her. He admitted everything and wouldn't put Wu Yu in danger. Jian Suiyu gave a thumbs up. Captain, you are awesome. You finally got rid of all the bad feelings you have had for 20 years. Fu Yanqi applauded. Congratulations. Wu Chong jumped up and down excitedly. Captain, I really didn't follow the wrong person. My mother has always said that I am a fool with good fortune. Wu Shioli kicked him. How can you talk like that? Shinkei, you are really good. This time, Qi Yin is directly confronting the leader of the Alliance. Richard sighed. It's really a turn of events. We were chased by Wang Ting before, but now we stand up and confront the leader of the Alliance. Jiang Huaiji, how about Vlad? Did you kill him? Shinkei, killed him, but he did make some strange things, so he won't die so easily. Just put him back, and wait for all the fish behind him to show up. Jietchen was incredulous. You won't die so easily. With your temper, won't you kill 100 times or 1,000 times until you die? Will you look guilty on the side? Shinkei changed the subject. Sway you and Richard should follow Wu Yu. Hurry up and go early and come back early. The team will be in danger next time. Wu Yu also specifically requested, let Aunt Chen and Aunt Shou all go with us. Jian Sui Yu thought about it. Okay, Qi Yin may be attacked from all directions next time. It is indeed safer for them to stay in the Jiang family. Wu Shioli, I transfer Desert Rose to help. Wu Yu shook her head. No, Desert Rose has other things to do. You can come back together when you're done. Wu Shioli was puzzled. What else do we have to do in the Jiang family? Wu Yu blinked. Keep it secret for now. Jiang Huaiji, let's go. Wu Yu turned to look at Shinkei, who was standing there smiling at her. He said silently, let's go, baby. Wu Yu took a few steps forward, and suddenly turned around and walked quickly toward Shinkei in the surprised eyes of everyone. In Shinkei's puzzled eyes, she raised her head and reached out to grab Shinkei's white collar. Shinkei, who had never reacted so quickly, suddenly came to his senses. He immediately lowered his head and reached out to hold Wu Yu's waist. Amid Jiang Huaiji's throbbing veins on his forehead and the cheers of everyone in Qian, Wu Yu stood on tiptoe and kissed Shinkei. Shinkei hugged Wu Yu tightly and deepened the kiss without hesitation. The exclamations of the entire Qian almost lifted the ceiling of the team, and every cheer seemed to be dancing on Jiang Huaiji's head. Jian Suiyu and Richard looked at each other and both clapped their hands. Richard, so this is officially announced? Jian Suiyu, it's not easy. Shinkei finally has a formal status. Fu Yinchi took out the communicator without hesitation to tell Fu Yishu about it. Just kidding, he lied about military intelligence last time and was almost beaten to death. I'd rather die than let my friend die. Anshin jumped up and down excitedly. No. What's going on? Why didn't I know anything about it before? Shinkei held Wu Yu and was unwilling to let her go. Wu Yu struggled and finally had to bite him. He reluctantly watched Wu Yu run away with a red face, until Wu Yu and Jiang Huaiji, whose face was ashen, left and disappeared completely. Shinkei turned to look at Zhang Zhe. Zhang Zhe nodded calmly. Captain, I do it, don't worry. Just kidding, he is now half a step into the god-level operator, and his hand speed after being single for 20 years is definitely not a joke. Then, Zhang Zhe sent you a video. Shang Bai. Photo.jpg. In addition to the video shot by Zhang Zhe, there are also a series of photos taken by Shang Bai. After sending the video, Shang Bai got on the shuttle with an unfathomable look on his face. After the work is done, he left, hiding his merits and fame. Wu Yu didn't dare to look at Jiang Huaiji's face at all. As soon as she got on the shuttle, she turned around and went straight into the personal lounge. Shinkei. Picture.jpg. Wu Yu clicked on the picture, which was the kissing photo of the two sent by Shinkei. Wu Yu buried her head in the pillow directly. Someone actually took a photo. However, Wu Yu looked at the photo, quietly clicked save, and couldn't help laughing. Shinkei, I miss you so much, my mind is full of you. After looking at it for a while, Wu Yu, I miss you too. After sending it, ignoring the video invitation sent by Shinkei, Wu Yu calmed herself down and started the next stage of work. If all the previous S4 talks were just empty talk, then now, starting from Shinkei killing the Alliance Admiral outside the World City, the Secretariat and Daomen threatening the Alliance leader, and the Jiang family warships illegally entering the Alliance airspace, the prelude of S4 has officially begun. With the conflict intensified to this extent, it is meaningless to continue to let Jiang Yuhua and Li Ran marry. With Jiang Yuhua's wisdom, he should have guessed that the Li family was behind this series of events, but Wu Yu still had to seek Jiang Yuhua's opinion as soon as possible. Arriving at Jiang's house, Richard immediately followed Jiang Mubai to start working. At the same time, Wu Yu arranged Aunt Chen and the treatment team to upgrade Desert Rose's mental power. Wu Xioli had discovered Wu Chang's mental power upgrade before. Although she did not ask about it, she observed that Wu Chang's condition was very stable. However, she never expected that Wu Yu and Qi Yin would be willing to share the method of mental power upgrade and even DX001 antidote with Desert Rose. This reminded her of Wu Yu's previous experience. Whether it was the world boss battle or the resources of the Black Witch in the castle, Wu Yu would always choose to share to achieve a win-win situation, and at the same time let the appropriate resources fall on those who need it most. From this point of view, whether it is the Secretariat, Dao Sect, Qian, Jiang family, or even Desert Rose, Falcon, and Aurora, they are all reorganizing and redistributing the resources that were originally only inclined to the top of the pyramid through Wu Yu, in order to achieve the ultimate goal of universal peace and common progress. No wonder this kid was so happy when Wu Yu was willing to give Shinkei a status. Even with 206 dragon bones and Long Yuan, Shinkei was just making himself stand beside Wu Yu more upright. And Wu Yu, just standing there, the whole person is shining. Jian Suiyu, if you look at Wu Yu with this kind of eyes again, Shinkei may assassinate you. Wu Xioli sighed. So regardless of gender, people's nature is to admire the strong. This seems to make sense. Jian Suiyu nodded. The attraction of the academic god, especially Wu Yu as an academic god, does not despise Shinkei for being a poor student. Willing to change various ways to explain the questions to him over and over again, accommodating his IQ to reduce the depth of the explanation, using a simple and easy to understand way until he understands. Wu Xioli, when you say that I am moved. But Jian Suiyu, why are you here? Shouldn't you help with the lie detector? Jian Suiyu smiled. I'm waiting for someone. He doesn't admire the strong, he likes cute girls. Chapter 355. Jiang Yuhua already knew that Shen Ke had killed General Xuanwu. Seeing Wu Yu appear, she asked nervously, "Mei Bao, are you injured?" Wu Yu shook her head, "I'm fine." Jiang Yuhua could vaguely feel that this series of events was Wang Ting's attack on Qi Yin, but in fact, Wang Ting must have defected to the Li family behind the scenes. Shen Qingxi, who appeared in the bridal shop that day, was the best proof. Jiang Yuhua lowered his head. "Mei Bao, did I do something stupid?" Wu Yu smiled and held her face. "How could my lovely sister do such a stupid thing? It was obviously a very brave thing." "Jiang Yuhua, I don't know what the problem is, but I find that marriage can't solve any problems at all. Starting from the wedding dress shop, one thing after another was too much to handle, and there was no room for reaction. Both sides quickly fought back and forth, and it evolved to the current situation." Wu Yu nodded. "So now, do you still want to get married?" Jiang Yuhua shook his head. "I don't know either." "Wu Yu, you don't know, but you don't want to think about it anymore, right? If marriage can't solve the problem, why marry a scumbag like Li Ran? If my sacrifice still doesn't make any difference, then is there any meaning in my sacrifice?" Jiang Yuhua looked at Wu Yu blankly. "Mei Bao, can you read minds?" Wu Yu smiled and shook her head. "Of course I can't, but someone can." Jiang Yuhua was puzzled. "Who?" "Wu Yu, Jian Sui Yu." Jiang Yuhua blinked blankly. Wu Yu pretended to be surprised. "Don't you know? Jian Sui Yu has an SSS level item, the Flower of Truth, which can really read minds." Jiang Yuhua, who had been brainstorming frantically in these 3 seconds to think about what he had in mind in the bridal shop, suddenly breathed a sigh of relief when he heard the word props. Props. Fortunately, they are props, and props cannot be used at will in the central city. However, Wu Yu obviously didn't want to let Jiang Yuhua off so easily. Jiang Yuhua was half relieved, and she directly released a killer move, but Jian Sui Yu's awakening ability is also to read minds, without any restrictions, and can be used in all special maps. In order to ensure that Jiang Yuhua knew that Jian Sui Yu's ability could be used in the central city bridal shop, Wu Yu even added additional explanations. Jiang Yuhua was stunned. She looked at Wu Yu in confusion. Her usually bright little head was completely out of service. Wu Yu looked at Jiang Yuhua's blushing face and cute appearance, and couldn't help but want to rub her a few times. "Ah, sister is so cute, sister is so sweet." The awakening ability is not mind reading, but a simple lie detection to know whether the words are true or false. The way Jian Sui Yu looks at Wu Yu now is exactly the same as the way Shen Ke looked at Jiang Yuhua. Can you have a sense of propriety? Why are you so close to Jiang Yuhua when you are engaged to Shen Ke? Wu Yu smiled. "Why are you here? Aren't you going with Richard to find the traitor? Who let you in?" "Jian Sui Yu, Jiang Mubai gave me the permission." "Wu Yu," said he, "my third brother is not that easy to fool." "What did you say to him?" Jiang Yuhua, who had just come to his senses, was directly killed by Jian Sui Yu's next words. Jian Sui Yu said, "I said I was Jiang Yuhua's lover and mistress. We kissed in the fitting room of the bridal shop last time. I've said it before. I gave myself the identity when I was out." When he said that, Richard and Jiang Mubai were both stunned and their computers crashed. He took the authority from Jiang Mubai himself, so he was not wrong. In the bridal shop, he did think about keeping his feelings in his heart, but now that things are going at a fast pace and Shen Ke has stood up, he can always let himself go, right? There is nothing to be afraid of. If it works, it works. If it doesn't, it doesn't. He waited at the door for a while. When he saw no one, he walked in. As soon as he came in, he saw Wu Yu teasing Jiang Yuhua. Seeing Jiang Yuhua shaky, his face flushed and silent, Jian Sui Yu threw Jinjin to Wu Yu. "Follow up the Jiang family's affairs yourself. I have more important things to do now." Wu Yu took Jinjin and praised Jian Sui Yu with a thumbs up. "Sui Yu, you are really efficient. Much better than Shen Ke's dilly-dallying." Wu Yu ran away. As soon as Wu Yu left, Jiang Yuhua stood up with his head down and was about to run. Jian Sui Yu grabbed her and stopped her from leaving. "Finish your words before you leave." "Jiang Yuhua, what do you want to say?" Jiang Yuhua suddenly covered his mouth. Jian Sui Yu smiled. "You also saw that Wu Yu took away the prop that can read minds." "I can't read minds." Jiang Yuhua didn't look at him, but Jian Sui Yu could still lie. "Jian Sui Yu, if you don't say anything, I can't lie." Jiang Yuhua looked at him in disbelief. Jian Sui Yu approached her. "Your expression is easy to guess, Jiang Yuhua, you are guilty right now." Jian Sui Yu looked at Jiang Yuhua's flickering eyes. "So you like my type, sapiosexual, married, low moral sense?" Jiang Yuhua's face turned red. What is this person talking about? How can someone say such a thing without changing his expression? Jian Suiyu nodded. Fox Fairy is indeed quite capable. I like shy cute girls like you. And you happen to be a very smart and cute girl. Jiang Yuhua looked at Jian Suiyu in disbelief, her voice trembling as she turned away. Let me go, I'm getting married. It's wrong for you to do this. Jian Suiyu laughed. Didn't you say that yourself? It's a bargain for me to get married anyway. Why not give me a little more? And Jiang Yuhua, do you want me to expose you in person? Is what you just said true or false? Jiang Yuhua couldn't stand it anymore. Jian Suiyu's words were too direct. She suddenly covered her red face. Let me go. Jian Suiyu let her go. Okay, I let you go. Jiang Yuhua stared at Jian Suiyu blankly. Jian Suiyu bent down and looked at her. I let you go. So are you going to run now? Jiang Yuhua finally reacted. Yes, yes. She must leave here immediately. But as soon as Jiang Yuhua moved, Jian Suiyu stretched out his hands to hug her and pressed her against the wall to hold her firmly. In front of Jiang Yuhua's wide eyes, he bent down and kissed her without hesitation. Jian Suiyu panted lightly. Yuhua, close your eyes. Jiang Yuhua immediately closed his eyes. Jian Suiyu chuckled, looking at Jiang Yuhua's red face, which was trembling slightly when he held her. His eyes deepened, and he kissed her directly, deepening the kiss. Behind the door, Wu Yu nudged Shang Bai next to him, and Shang Bai immediately took a photo. Jiang Mubai was simply amazed. Wow, Qian is really full of gods and men. This Jian Suiyu completely dominated his eagle-like sister. Wu Yu's eyes turned. Has our Jiang family's new weapon research team been stagnant for a long time without any new research results? Jiang Mubai nodded. Yeah, what's wrong? Wu Yu smiled. Jian Suiyu has been a Nani and Qian for so long, it's a waste of talent. Shinkei can't be the only one to suffer the pain of love. It's time for Jian Suiyu to shine on the front line, and feel the torment of breaking up just after they have made their love. Her sister is indeed a cute and adorable girl. She is not a vegetarian. It's so easy for Jian Suiyu to get away with it, don't dream. How can you be so anxious when there is no one to hinder you in your relationship? Chapter 356. Jiang Yuhua was held in Jian Suiyu's arms, and she whispered, let me go. Jian Suiyu, I didn't use any force, you can struggle. Yes. When she struggled, Jian Suiyu held her tighter. Jiang Yuhua had never seen a person like Jian Suiyu. She said one thing and did another, and she just fell for Jian Suiyu's tricks. Jiang Yuhua lowered her head, her ears were red. Jian Suiyu, what do you mean by suddenly saying this to me now? Jian Suiyu lifted her chin and looked down at her. I like you. I've been interested in you since the Fox Fairy dungeon. But at that time, Qian was surrounded by enemies, and you were the eldest daughter of the Jiang family. I felt that I was not worthy of you, so I didn't say anything. Jiang Yuhua had calmed down. I don't believe it. Even if she was not a very strong person, it didn't mean that she would be deceived by Jian Suiyu's words. She did like Jian Suiyu's type, but liking him didn't mean she had to go down. Jian Suiyu sighed. It was obvious that Jiang Yuhua would never believe him if he didn't reveal the truth today. Qian usually has a lot of things to do. I don't have time to play dungeons. I went into the Fox Fairy dungeon and planned to leave. You were the one who wanted to hold me back. I know that your initial plan was to find out about Wu Yu's affairs and the live broadcast of the entire alliance. I didn't want to deal with you. But Jiang Yuhua's eyes flickered. It was obvious that she also thought of the situation at that time. The first level of the Fox Fairy dungeon is a haunted house exploration. For Wu Yu and Shinkei, they can just chase the ghosts, but Jiang Yuhua is afraid of ghosts. Jian Suiyu looked at Jiang Yuhua, who was obviously scared, but still pretended to be calm and stubborn. Jian Suiyu even advised her, Deputy Captain Jiang, if you are really so scared, you can just quit early. Jiang Yuhua was angry. I said I'm not scared. Jian Suiyu shrugged, okay. But Jiang Yuhua was really scared. The first Fox Fairy props they drew were all insignificant infrared night vision goggles and small trumpets. Being killed by the headless female ghost who suddenly jumped out, Jian Suiyu looked at Jiang Yuhua, who was trembling all over. She subconsciously looked at him with a helpless and broken look. Her eyes were red, and physiological tears were gathering under the tension. Jian Suiyu suddenly realized that Jiang Yuhua must be holding on to something very important to her. He suddenly softened his heart. He took apart the infrared night vision goggles and speakers he had drawn, and made a ghost detection alarm for Jiang Yuhua. The infrared detection range was 5 meters from the holder. As long as there was an abnormal life form fluctuation, the speaker would automatically alarm. At that time, Jiang Yuhua looked at him with a puzzled look on her face, without any impatience. When he finished giving it to her, she looked at him with a look of surprise and disbelief. Jiang Yuhua took the detection alarm, and the look in his eyes became intriguing. Jian Suiyu approached her. I heard from Richard that your father was the former Minister of Justice of ancient China. Your uncle is a businessman, and Wu Yu's father was a special forces soldier. The Jiang family has never produced a person who is good at science, which means that the Jiang family does not have this gene. Then it is likely that you will not be very good at science either. The reason why Wu Yu is good at flying shuttles is that programming is essentially based on strong logical ability. If she really wants to talk about in-depth professional knowledge, she is also at a loss. Jiang Yuhua was suspiciously silent for a moment, then confessed, I thought you were very talented, so I wanted to recruit you to the Jiang Family Research Institute. Jian Suiyu, then why didn't you say anything later? Jiang Yuhua, What can she say? After getting to know him better, she found that Jian Suiyu was very much in line with her wishes in every aspect. Once her mind was no longer pure, she became timid. Jian Suiyu felt itchy when he saw her guilty look, and wanted to kiss her when he hugged her. Jiang Yuhua glared at him. Jian Suiyu, just talk, don't always touch me. Jian Suiyu Yuhua, your bluffing looks like you have no deterrent effect at all, it only makes me want to bully you more. Jiang Yuhua pulled out a gun. Jian Suiyu, what you are doing to me now, and this is in the Jiang family. It's enough for you to die 100 times. Jian Suiyu raised his hands. Okay, then let's talk about it. Jian Suiyu put his hands on the wall on both sides of Jiang Yuhua. But no matter what you say, you can't run away. Jiang Yuhua, I can't give up everything, and you still play dumb. You have to give me a definite answer. Do you have any interest in me? Jiang Yuhua suddenly turned his eyes away. I could tell at that time that you didn't want to tell me about Yeye. Those ghosts kept scaring me, and I wanted to leave. But you made that detector, so I thought I could try to dig you out. But the detector you made was very interesting. I played for a while, and finished the first level. In the second level, you made a water source detector, and you also used Tesla's electric coil to attract lightning and ignite fire. It was really magical. I was a little. Jian Suiyu, I was fascinated by you. Jiang Yuhua lowered her head and said nothing. Jian Suiyu told her, actually, there's no need to be so exaggerated. I did it on purpose. I was seducing you. Obviously, Jiang Yuhua fell for his tricks. She was completely mesmerized by the way she looked at him. Jiang Yuhua couldn't catch her breath. She looked at Jian Suiyu in disbelief. You usually talk to everyone like this. This man is really not decent at all. I can't have him at all. Jian Suiyu approached her. I treat you like this. So when you say that the Fox Fairy Dungeon is nothing, I get angry and deliberately bully you. Jiang Yuhua pursed her lips, looked at Jian Suiyu with red eyes, and made up her mind not to say anything. Jian Suiyu tightened his arms and hugged her waist. You know I can detect lies, and you know it's useless for you to deny it, so you just don't say anything. But Yuhua, the more you do this, the more it shows that you have a good impression of me. Otherwise, if I did this to you in the Jiang family, you would have asked someone to deal with me. It is impossible for you to defend me again and again in front of Wu Yue and find excuses for me. Jiang Yuhua said, I'm getting married. Jian Suiyu kissed her angrily. You know very well that if things develop to this point, no one will let you marry into the Li family again. You are just using this to provoke me. The Jiang family made a mistake, and Qi Yin fell into crisis. Do I have to help your Jiang family catch the traitor? Shen Kai just killed the general of the military department. Qi Yin doesn't know what crisis he will face. I don't care about Qi Yin running here at this time. I just came to find you. I am here, and my intention is very clear to tell you, Jiang Yuhua. Just tell me a word. Is it so difficult? Jiang Yuhua was panting as Jian Suiyu kissed her. She watched as Jian Suiyu suddenly stretched out his hand and pulled him up the stairs. Jian Suiyu grabbed her backhand. Where are you taking me? Jiang Yuhua turned to look at him. To my room. Jian Suiyu was choked and was stunned. What? Jiang Yuhua told him. Didn't you ask me to tell you something? Yes, I like you. I am the eldest daughter of the Jiang family. I want to get what I like. We are all adults. Didn't you say you wanted to be my lover and mistress? I agree. I will take you to my room now. Do you understand? Chapter 357. Jiang Mubai couldn't listen anymore. He lowered his voice and jumped. It's over. It's over. My sister has found the rhythm. They won't really, right? Wu Yu held him down. Be calm. If Sister Yuhua really goes Jin Sui, you will definitely be scared. Shangbai. But I don't think Miss Jiang will necessarily be scared. If the woman insists on this kind of thing, the man has no power to resist. Not to mention that they just revealed their feelings at the most passionate moment. Wu Yu took a deep breath. Isn't there still the Fox Fairy? Even if Sister Yuhua wants to. Jiang Mubai's face was dead silent. Come to think of it, Master Fu contacted my sister during your absence. Wu Yu immediately exchanged glances with Jiang Mubai. Shock? They stood up at the same time, and were about to rush in. Xiang Bai asked them to calm down first. No, they are all adults. Can you stop interfering in everything? Miss Jiang agreed to the marriage directly, and it was obvious that she had big ideas. She can do whatever she wants. It's unethical to disturb others' love. Jiang Mubai suddenly realized, that's right. It's so hard for my sister to stop being so stubborn. What's wrong with eating something good? Wu Yu nodded. Jian Suiyu has been in the team all these years, and he had to take care of Aunt Shin in the refugee camp before, so he probably has no love history. This is something we both agreed to, and it's hard to say who will suffer in the end. The three of them looked at each other and started to stand guard in tacit understanding. Jian Suiyu didn't finally react until Jiang Yuhua pulled him into the room and closed the door. Jiang Yuhua hooked his neck and kissed him directly. Jian Suiyu held her waist and felt dizzy from the kiss. She supported herself on the desk behind her with one hand to stabilize her body. He stretched out his hands with difficulty and distanced himself from Jiang Yuhua. Yuhua, don't be impulsive. Jiang Yuhua hooked his neck and laughed at him. Jian Suiyu, it's not your turn to say this to me. Have you forgotten what happened outside just now? Jian Suiyu kept leaning back and distanced herself from Jiang Yuhua. Jiang Yuhua, outside is outside. If there is anything, the Jiang family will come immediately. But this is? Jiang Yuhua, what's wrong here? This is my room. No one is coming, right? It's just right that no one is coming. You can do whatever you want. Ahem. Jian Suiyu was choked and started coughing violently. His fair skin, which had been indoors without sunlight for many years, turned red. Jiang Yuhua crossed his arms and looked at him with a teasing smile. Jian Suiyu, you are shy, right? So you seem to be very slutty, but you can't say a word when the door is really closed, right? Jian Suiyu lowered his head to look at her, and Jiang Yuhua smiled with the pride of finally turning the tables. Jian Suiyu smiled helplessly. So have you thought it through now? You don't want to go for the marriage anymore, right? Jiang Yuhua shook his head. No, the marriage will continue. Jian Suiyu was so angry that his heart ached. Jiang Yuhua, what do you mean? Jiang Yuhua, now that everything is out in the open, the marriage is the best opportunity to allow the Jiang family, Qian, and Dao Men to move all their forces into the central city for the final decisive battle. Jian Suiyu was angry. What about you? Have you ever thought about yourself? Are you going to use your marriage as a tool? Jiang Yuhua directly pulled Jian Suiyu and pushed him on the sofa. Jiang Yuhua approached him. Jian Suiyu, do you mind that I've been married? Jian Suiyu stretched out his hand and held her waist. What nonsense are you talking about? Even if the marriage really goes on, you can't have a wedding ceremony with Li Ren. I just don't want you to sacrifice your reputation in this way. Jiang Yuhua's hand touched Jian Suiyu's cold cheek. What era is it? You still want to use reputation to coerce women. Finally she touched it. This face is simply her favorite. Jian Suiyu looked at Jiang Yuhua in surprise, and he realized that the Jiang family's education of Jiang Yuhua has never been constrained by gender, so she has been training in serious. Even Jiang Cheng publicly said that no matter who Jiang Yuhua married, she would not become anyone's wife or wife. Jiang Yuhua is Jiang Yuhua. She will become the heir of the Jiang family's military power. This will never change. That's why Jiang Yuhua won't let such a restraint on women in the old times become a shackle that restricts her own morality. Jiang Yuhua may look cute and have a soft personality, but her thoughts are highly independent and mature. While Jian Suiyu was thinking, Jiang Yuhua had already kissed him. Jian Suiyu clearly realized that everything Jiang Yuhua said was serious. In his current situation, he couldn't push Jiang Yuhua away at all. In fact, from the moment Jiang Yuhua pulled him into the house, he was secretly looking forward to everything developing. At this moment, Jian Suiyu could only thank the Fox Fairy for being online and helping him keep the last layer of sanity. However, when Jiang Yuhua unbuttoned his clothes, Jian Suiyu's expression changed instantly. He looked at Jiang Yuhua in surprise. What's going on? Jiang Yuhua took out a talisman. Master Fu told me that this talisman can make the Fox Fairy offline. Jian Suiyu was completely confused. He looked up at Jiang Yuhua and shook his head. No, Yuhua, what if you regret it? Jiang Yuhua lowered his head and moved closer to him. I won't regret it, and there's nothing to regret. You said it yourself. You are also good looking, and I checked you when I checked Shinkei before, and your love history is blank. After all, she is also a domineering CO. Jian Suiyu wanted to reach out and push her, but when he touched Jiang Yuhua, his mind went blank. He looked at Jiang Yuhua. Although Jiang Yuhua was very tough, when he looked at him, his face was red and his eyes flickered. Obviously, he was not as comfortable as he said. Jian Suiyu gritted his teeth until his mouth was full of blood. Just as he was about to push Jiang Yuhua away, he heard Jiang Yuhua ask him with red eyes, "You don't like me at all, right? Then why did you come to me? Are you rejecting me at this time just to deliberately humiliate me?" Fuck. The psychological defense he had built up with great difficulty was completely destroyed by his two sentences. Jian Suiyu's voice was hoarse. "Yuhua, if I didn't like you, you would have been like this, I would have." Jiang Yuhua approached him. "I like you, Jian Suiyu, I like you, I want to be with you." Jian Suiyu's mind suddenly buzzed, and he could not hear anything or think of anything. His eyes finally changed. He hugged Jiang Yuhua without hesitation, leaned closer, and kissed her directly. Knock 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 knock. Jiang Mubai and Wu Yu looked at each other. Both of them had stiff expressions, and were sweating all over. Wu Yu signaled Jiang Mubai to keep knocking on the door. "Third brother." Jiang Mubai's hands were shaking, and his eyes were sad. "Sister, you must protect third brother." Wu Yu lowered her head. "Third brother, when disaster strikes, don't blame your sister for turning against you." Jiang Mubai's face instantly looked as hopeless as if he were dead. Jiang Li observed the two of them calmly and smiled. "What's going on? What is Yuhua doing in the room?" As he spoke, he went forward and knocked on the door. "Yuhua, Secretary Zhou came to see you specially. Don't keep you waiting." Chapter 358. Wu Yu couldn't imagine what the scene would be like when the door opened. She stood at the door with 100 jumping wild beasts in her heart, but her face had to remain calm and unmoved. Wu Yu used her eyes to signal Jiang Mubai. "How strong is the second uncle?" Jiang Mubai, "Average, about the same as Secretary Zhou." The two of them were relieved instantly. Fortunately, Sister Yuhua's room is big enough, so it's not a problem to hide Jian Suiyu. Jiang Yuhua opened the door, and except for a little red on his face, everything seemed normal. Wu Yu looked down and saw that Jiang Yuhua had buttoned 2 buttons on her sweater incorrectly. She lowered her head and helped her button them up. Wu Yu looked up and exchanged glances with Jiang Yuhua. Jiang Yuhua's eyes were full of a flash of pretended calmness. Helping her sister cover up in front of her father, this life is more exciting than a flash of swords and swords. Wu Yu smiled calmly. "Sister, Uncle Zhou is here to see you. Hurry over." Then she looked at Jiang Li. "Second uncle, you and sister can go together?" Jiang Yuhua had just taken 2 steps forward when he suddenly heard his father say, "I won't go. I want to talk to the kid in Yuhua's room." Everyone's pupils trembled. Shang Bai, who was standing at the edge, felt as horrified and excited as if he was facing zombies at the end of the world. His head was throbbing as the zombies were chewing his brains. Jiang Yuhua immediately blocked the door. Jian Suiyu walked out of the room directly. "Hello, Uncle Jiang Li." Jiang Yuhua turned around and glared at him. "Don't talk." Shang Bai looked desperate on the side. He whispered, "Deputy Captain, please put on your clothes first." He really couldn't control his desire to share, so he took a photo and sent it to Shinkei. Shinkei. He was asked to go to Zhang's house to find a traitor. He found Jiang Yuhua's room. Why is he dressed like this? Shinkei. Damn! Why doesn't Jian Suiyu suffer from the pain of love? Very good, he successfully broke the defense of a person who has suffered from the pain of love for hundreds of episodes. Jiang Yuhua looked directly at Jiang Li. "Dad, it's none of his business. I forced him to do it." Jiang Li. "Yuhua, you are the girl." Jiang Yuhua. "What's wrong with being a girl? Didn't you see he's good-looking? Nowadays, good-looking men are also dangerous outside. If you think I did something wrong and want to seek justice, call the police to arrest me." Jiang Li worked in the public security, procuratorial and judicial organs for his entire life, but he lost his integrity in his later years and let his own daughter be confused. Jiang Li took a deep breath. "I ask your mother to come find you." Jiang Yuhua looked like a bachelor. "No need, you know what my mother will say." "Will you?" asked Jiang Mubai curiously. "So what will the second aunt say?" Jiang Mubai was terrified. His voice was as small as a fly. Hesitating, "She will say, 'Well done.'" Wu Yu said meaningfully, "Oh, so the second aunt is a friendly force. No wonder her sister is so brave. It's all because of the second aunt's good teaching." Jiang Li could only look at Jian Suiyu for the last time. "If you were a man." Jian Suiyu immediately responded, "Dad, I will definitely take responsibility and marry Yuhua." Jiang Li dead? Seeing that Jiang Li, who was able to overthrow the Alliance Council, was so angry that he couldn't breathe, Jiang Mubai couldn't help but show sympathy. Jiang Mubai gave him some advice. "Second uncle, why don't you ask your younger uncle to beat him up?" Jiang Yuhua glared at him. "Jiang Mubai, which side are you on?" Jiang Mubai said righteously, I really can't stand the fact that you two teamed up to cheat an old man in his 70s. Jiangli, who is 48 years old, still has a charming appearance, a handsome face, and a righteous spirit. He was shaken when he heard the words old man in his 70s. Will you hid Jiang Mubai for a while, third brother? How can you talk like that? Jiang Yuhua was also angry. My dad is a handsome uncle with good market value. Why did you say he is an old man in his 70s? Jiang Mubai was dumbfounded. Okay, now it's all my fault, right? Jiangli took a deep breath. Yuhua, Secretary Zhou, and your uncle are waiting for you. Go first. Jiang Yuhua saw Jiang Li's serious face and looked at him carefully. Jiang Li nodded. Don't worry, I won't let your uncle come. Not to mention Wu Yu is here, she will watch. Jiang Yuhua looked at Jian Suiyu, and Jian Suiyu smiled at her. Don't worry. Jiang Yuhua was still worried. Dad, you have to watch your uncle. He can't stand being beaten by your uncle. He is a high IQ scientific research talent. And his face, you are absolutely not allowed to hit him. Jiang Li smiled. If you say another word, I will immediately ask your uncle to kill him. Jiang Yuhua finally turned around and left. Jiang Li, Jian Suiyu, I only have Yuhua as my daughter. She likes you very much now, and protects you in everything. I don't want to interfere. I don't care what you do outside, but in the future, when you come to our house, you still can't just bypass the elders like this without even saying hello. Jian Suiyu nodded. Yes, sorry Uncle Jiang, I am presumptuous. After that, Jiang Li turned around and left. Jian Suiyu looked at Wu Yu and Jiang Mubai in surprise. That's it? Wu Yu, maybe you think you are more upright than Li Yiren. Jiang Mubai, yes, it's better than my sister marrying into the Li family, right? Xiang Bai concluded. Miss Jiang just got stubborn. Now no one in the Jiang family dares to mess with her. The more you control her, the more rebellious she becomes. Just let her be. Maybe you two won't talk for long. Without comparison, there is no harm. With comparison, you will naturally lower your expectations, and your thoughts will slip. Jian Suiyu smiled at Xiang Bai. What did you say? Xiang Bai immediately changed his words. Deputy Captain, I wish you and Miss Jiang a long and lasting relationship. Wu Yu was curious, so you two were in there just now. Jiang Mubai and Xiang Bai were also curious. You. Jian Suiyu denied. No. Jinjin, the master, lied, obviously. Jinjin wanted to say that Jian Suiyu had taken her back to the system, but Wu Yu glared. I still need Jinjin to find the traitor. Jian Suiyu sneered. Why are you pretending? You've already discovered it, haven't you? Wu Yu blinked, her expression suddenly meaningful. Sure, Jian Suiyu, you found it too? Jiang Mubai was puzzled. Huh? Jian Suiyu didn't even go to the list of people targeted by the Jiang family. How did he find it? Suddenly, following the gaze of Wu Yu and Jian Suiyu, Jiang Mubai looked at the only person present who was not so close, Xiang Bai. Wu Yu smiled. Bai, or rather, the one who should have been killed by the bandits a few years ago, Huoliani, young master Hua. Everyone is a decent person. We don't need to catch them. Just invite them yourself. Facing the eager gazes of Wu Yu, Jian Suiyu, and Jiang Mubai, Xiang Bai. No, Huoliani's expression froze. Chapter 359. Jiang Family Interrogation Room. Huoliani sat inside, and the 10,000-watt headlight shone directly at him. Huoliani, don't torture me, I confess everything. Wu Yu beckoned. Wu Xioli also brought Chuanya in, and Bai Xiong followed behind obediently, so obedient that no one had to do anything. Chuanya saw Xiang Bai and immediately asked him, Master Liani, are you okay? Huoliani shook his head. I have no bones, no need to beat me. Chuanya, Master Liani, look at how cowardly you are. Wu Yu knocked on the table, and Chuanya sat down on the stool next to Wu Lian very sensibly and locked herself. Wu Yu was surprised. I always knew Chuanya was a hidden talent. Now it seems that he is really amazing. Wu Xioli raised her eyebrows. How can he not be amazing? After all, he is a secret guard trained by a noble family, since childhood to stay by the side of the future heir. He can pass the 2 rounds of entry tests of the Hua family and Qi Yan, so his psychological quality is absolutely impeccable. Wu Yu nodded. So the fainting due to fear is all a character-setting routine. He never fails to act when he should. You two can fight it out, starting with the kidnapping and murder. Huoliani and Chuanya looked at each other. The kidnapping was done by Yana at that time. She wanted to swallow up the Hua family. Liani was the most talented healer in the Hua family over the years, and was her biggest obstacle. She bribed the bandits, but she didn't expect that Captain Shen wanted to rob the bandits. Liani was going to die, but Captain Shen saved his life by switching the money at the last minute. In Captain Shen's words, he took the money for the life, and the rest had nothing to do with him. Later, Lian secretly found me. Master Lian and I realized that this might be an opportunity. If we return to the Hua family like this, Yana will continue to take action. We simply faked our deaths and kept our identities secret for a long time. While Yana was dealing with Fu Mingli of the Taoist sect in the new round of recruitment, we found the wife's confidant and took the opportunity to sneak in. We originally wanted to take it slowly, but we didn't expect to find out that Yana actually wanted to spread DX001. We were afraid that the entire Hua family would be dragged into the water, so we pretended to be stupid and fled to the World City with the last confidant of the Hua family. With the civil unrest in World City DX001, we were afraid of being affected, so we thought of Captain Shen's life-saving grace to Master Lian and decided to join Qi Yin. Hua Lian took a deep breath. Originally, the matter had come to this point. The Hua family had fallen, Yana had died, and the matter had come to an end. But when we came to Qi Yin, we didn't bring my mother with us. My mother was the mistress of the Hua family, and many people knew her. At first, I was afraid that her identity would be exposed, and I was also afraid that Qi Yin would feel troubled. I wanted to stay in Qi Yin for a while, slowly talk things out, and then find a way to bring her over. Wu Yu, but while you were waiting, the mistress of the Hua family, who was alone in the World City, was captured by Vlad's men. Hua Lian nodded silently, yes. Wu Yu, how much does your mother know? Chunya said quickly, Madam knows nothing. Madam is a very kind and gentle person. She has been kept in the dark. Wu Yu shook her head, it's impossible. With the thorough infiltration of the Hua family, when they were eliminated, she couldn't have been unaware. I'm afraid you are the ones who are kept in the dark. Even the so-called capture may be a voluntary surrender. Hua Lian looked at Wu Yu in surprise, and Chunya's eyes became sharp. Wu Shili and Richard stood in front of Wu Yu at the same time. Chunya, I think you better believe Wu Yu's guess. Chunya lowered his head. I don't believe it. Madame Lian will not lie to me and the young master. Wu Yu, Chunya, you were the one who told Vlad that the high-level Qi Yin was injured in the Jiang family. At that time, you sent me a message and sent another message to others. Chunya nodded. Yes, Vlad has been threatening the madam. The young master is hesitant. If he delays any longer, something will happen to the madam. Although the top executives of Qi Yin were injured, the entire Jiang family is there. Even if the news is released, I guess nothing will happen. In the end, it will be out of danger. But I didn't expect. Wu Yu, you didn't find the Jiang family and fought alone. Wu Yu looked at Wu Shili, that's why you found her uneasy. Wu Shili, she looked a little bit abnormal when you drank too much. Wu Yu looked at Chunya, what were you going to do? Want to give my identity directly to Vlad? Chunya shook her head, Vlad didn't guess your identity. Just like Vice Captain Jian and Captain Jiang said, Wu Yu, your thinking is too fast, and you are too smart. The other side has not caught up with your rhythm at all. In fact, Captain Wu has guessed my thoughts. I wanted to trick you and deliberately lure the captain here. As long as Shinkei came, the direction of the next thing would be similar. Wu Yu looked at Chunya. When you rescued Shinkei in the end, you and Huliani did not hide your incompetence. At that time, you and my sister's SS-level treatment amount were exactly the same. Why? Chuanya lowered her head and said nothing. Since she had already betrayed him, it was meaningless to make amends later. Wu Yu, because you think Shinkei is a good person. Shinkei saved Huliani back then. DX001 after all, it was the Hua family that let the wolf into the house, and no one else can be blamed. If it weren't for the incident with Madame Lian, you really wanted to stay in Qi Yin and live a good life. You opened a healing class in Qi Yin, studied healing arrays, upgraded your mental power, and even helped me and Shinkei to connect. This can prove it. Huliani and Chuanyal lowered their heads at the same time. They never wanted to be bad guys. They have been struggling to live a good life, but they have no choice. Wu Yu looked at Jian Suiyu. What do you mean? Jian Suiyu shrugged. I don't care, you can do whatever you want. Qi Yin didn't suffer any loss in the whole thing. To put it bluntly, Wu Yu was the biggest victim because she had so many items exploded. But, Jian Suiyu told Wu Yu, if you want to show mercy to them, don't tell Shinkei about the whole thing. You know Shin Quebec. If you get hurt, he will bite anyone he catches and go crazy. When he killed Frank, there was no Long Yuan yet. He didn't even use the Trident Panda blood. Frank's bones that kept growing were smashed alive by him. Huliani and Chuanyal looked at Jian Suiyu in surprise. Jian Suiyu spread his hands. You are not stupid. You should understand it. Wu Yu made such a big fuss, catching the traitor in the Jiang family, and bringing me and Richard here just to get rid of you two without Shinkei. She wanted to protect you from the beginning. Anyway, you are good at acting, and Shinkei is easy to deceive. And it is obvious. Wu Yu is now using Huoliani and Chuanya to personally pass the message to Vlad. Sure enough, Wu Yu looked at Huoliani and Chuanya with a smile. Give me your communicator, or you can just give me the contact information of the contact person, and I will chat with him directly. Huoliani and Chuanya, Suddenly I want to sing a song to the other side, wishing you peace. Chapter 360. Huoliani didn't know what Wu Yu had said to the other party, but she actually said that she would send him back to Chien. Richard and Desert Rose also went with him, but Shixia, Chuanya and Jian Suiyu were detained by Wu Yu. Everyone was confused about Wu Yu's mysterious personnel deployment. Jian Suiyu, the traitor has been found. What do you want me to do in the Jiang family? Wu Yu, after what happened last night, Secretary Zhou transferred all the scientific and technological backbones of the Research Institute and the Agricultural Science Academy, and the current research results out of the city secretly overnight. Today, under the pretext of discussing the wedding venue, they secretly joined the Jiang family. The unexpected surprise of the years of discord between the Secretariat and the Jiang family is that the Secretariat and the Jiang family have been constantly competing with each other, and both want to suppress each other, which has become their driving force for progress. Both of them are the world's top scientific research teams. Jian Suiyu frowned. What do you mean? Wu Yu, Jian Suiyu, you have also seen Shinkei's current strength. Not only Shinkei, Richard succeeded as the Pope, Yanqi took charge of the Taoist sect, and when the 8,888 golden Buddha statues are in place, the fighting power of the fighting Buddha worshipped by Jie Qin will be fully restored, and even Wu Cheng will surely be much stronger after opening the ancient Wu clan Forbidden Land. What about you? What is your future? Do you want to sit in the office of the vice captain of Chien forever, and be trapped by the trivialities of the team for the rest of your life? My sister grew up surrounded by the most advanced technology of the Jiang family. Even if she doesn't understand the ins and outs of it, she can see through your talent at a glance through the contact with the Fox Fairy Dungeon. The eldest daughter of the Jiang family was fascinated by you just because you showed off your skills. Almost no one went to Chien's library for half a year, but I saw your annotations on many professional books. You have never stopped enriching yourself. But Jian Suiyu, Chien is a team, and the team is born to fight. Your battlefield is not here. You should shine in a place that is more suitable for your talent. Jian Suiyu, Shinkei is not the only one who is sacrificing. You have also made great sacrifices for Chien, so that everyone in Chien can have a safe haven. I am always grateful for your life-saving love. Now that the two research institutes are about to merge, it is the best time for scientific research gods to gather inspiration and fight. I sincerely invite you to join the Research Institute. I hope you can show your talents. Jian Suiyu's heart beats faster, and his eyes flashed. What should I do with Shinkei? If Shinkei knew that you were digging his corner like this, you wouldn't be afraid. Wu Yu raised her communicator, and Shinkei was listening from the other end. Jian Suiyu suddenly laughed. Yes, I forgot that you all officially announced. Wu Yu turned into a video in the window, and the Chi Yin team interface jumped out. The current interface showed that her identity was Captain Chi Yin. Wu Yu, to be honest, when Shinkei gave me the identity of another Captain Chi Yin, you didn't beat him up. You were so polite to him. Chi Yin was originally founded by you and Shin Quebec. There is no such thing as captain or vice captain. Both of you are captains of Chi Yin. The identity of Chi Yin captain should not be used as a way to pursue love. That would be a blasphemy to your efforts. Jian Suiyu, there are some things you should tell Shinkei clearly and directly. If you don't say it, he won't know it. Now, everything should be put back in place. Wu Yu transferred her identity as captain of Chi Yin to Jian Suiyu, and this time, Jian Suiyu directly accepted it. At the same time, Wu Yu's team status changed back to an ordinary member. Shinkei and Jian Suiyu both wanted to give her the status of deputy captain, but Wu Yu refused. Wu Yu, I have already found a deputy captain for Chi Yin. The one who just followed Richard is Shang Bai. Give him the deputy captain. One of the four great families was raised as an heir since childhood. His excellent team leadership abilities successfully led everyone to avoid Chi Yin's team entry review. He has SS-level healing mental power. He is neither humble nor arrogant. He has a brain, clear thinking, can judge the situation, and can bend and stretch. Not letting him manage the team as a deputy captain is burying talents. I have already agreed with him that I will help him rescue Madame Lien. The price was that he sold himself to Chi Yin, feeling guilty and condemned by his own conscience, and served as Chi Yin's vice captain for life to manage the team. Jian Suiyu was still surprised. You just let Shinkei know? Shinkei directly gave the vice captain position to Shang Bai, who looked at the team prompt that popped up in confusion, and Richard directly pressed him to accept it. Shinkei, Do a good job. Remember that you have done bad things that are morally corrupt and betrayed the team, and you should always feel indebted to the team. Xiangbai felt that he was tricked by Wu Yu, and the whole trick was a mess, and the most outrageous thing was, it was Chunya who leaked the news, but it was he who sold his soul and freedom. Jian Suiyu was incredulous. He actually let Xiangbai go just like that? Wu Yu look envious, be happy. Shinkei has you in his heart, and the deputy captain has a suitable candidate, so you can go to the research institute with peace of mind. He is even willing to let go of my hatred for being hurt. I can't help but be jealous of you. You two are true love, and I still lost after so many years of relationship. Jian Suiyu, don't be so harsh. Wu Yu, you used this trick to annoy Zhang Penka at the beginning. You must have promised Shinkei something behind his back, otherwise that kid wouldn't agree. Wu Yu's expression cracked in an instant. Jian Suiyu looked at Shinkei. What did she promise you? Shinkei's white hair was rippling with laughter. Jian Suiyu, I roughly know. Shishiyao was watching from the side in amazement. They seemed to be talking about something amazing. Chunya, Wu Yu, did you start to suspect me and Master Lian Yi a long time ago? Wu Yu smiled. Chunya, when you two gave Shinkei the idea to shoot a video, I told you that I would not let you two go. I've said it before, there are no ordinary people who can get out of a pyramid scheme intact. Chuanya's hairs on the back of her neck all stood up. What a devil. This woman is a devil. She's still holding a grudge after such a long time. Wu Yu looked at Jian Suiyu. Oh, by the way, you may not know that your mother, Miss Chen O, actually accepted the special appointment of the Secretariat a month ago to become a special research specialist for the DX001 virus, with the highest confidentiality level. The kind that even mothers and sons cannot tell. Jian Suiyu, Okay, Miss Chen O is the director of Qian Planting Area, Qian Canteen, Qian Senior Square Dance Troupe, Qian Folk Music Troupe, Qian Logistics Chain, Qian Logistics Department, and now even has a mysterious virus research specialist. He is so popular that he looks like a lady from a wealthy family, who never leaves the house. Wu Yu spread her hands. Even Wu Chong is a Wu clan, Qian, and Desert Rose are running around all day. There is nothing to worry about. The more capable you are, the more work you can do. You can take on more part-time jobs. If you want to do scientific research at Qian Base, that's fine. When things are over, the Secretariat and the Jiang family will jointly donate a scientific research building to Qian. Jian Suiyu laughed. If I don't accept it, I really don't know what's good for me, and it's a waste of your kindness. Before, he said that he would work for nothing on this trip, but in the end, he got the most benefits. Wu Yu blinked. It's not just my kindness, oh. Jian Suiyu was surprised. What do you mean? Wu Yu shrugged. Isn't it obvious? It was my sister who grew up in a scientific research environment, not me, and it was not me who was the most sensitive to your talent. Otherwise, I would not have invited you so late. Even a good horse needs a good horse trainer. Jian Suiyu, your talent is a bit beyond my scope, and is indeed beyond my business scope. Wu Yu felt that he was becoming more and more like a headhunter. Jian Suiyu, Wu Yu, what books do you read in the library? Wu Yu said, as a matter of course, I only need to read one book. If you can't lead a team, you can only work until you die by yourself. Jian Suiyu, What a scolding. Jian Suiyu looked at Jiang Yuhua, who was walking in this direction behind Wu Yu. She looked up at him and smiled shyly. Jian Suiyu passed Wu Yu without hesitation and walked towards Jiang Yuhua. Jian Yuhua looked at him expectantly. Jian Suiyu smiled and hugged her directly. Jiang Yuhua raised her head to kiss his cheek. Jian Suiyu turned his face and went straight to meet him. Shinkei, who saw everything on the other end of the video, was full of resentment. Chapter 361. When Jiang Yuhua arrived at the reception room, Jiang Ling and Zhou Qianfeng were waiting for her. Jiang Yuhua greeted politely, Uncle, Secretary Zhou. What surprised Jiang Yuhua was that the two suddenly stood up and walked in front of her. Jiang Ling was older and Jiang Yu was elder, so he looked at Zhou Qianfeng. Zhou Qianfeng told Jiang Yuhua very seriously, in fact, the reason why we asked you to come this time is mainly because you're uncle, and I feel that we need to apologize to you for involving you in the previous dispute between the Jiang family and the Secretariat. Yuhua, in recent years, the Jiang family has been trying to keep a distance from the Secretariat, and there have been many quarrels between the two sides. In order to make me firmly believe that they stole the results of Lu Ling's battle, your uncle has been publicly stating that you and Huaiji will inherit the Jiang family in the future. Huaiji is steady and tough, but I didn't expect that it would cause you so much trouble and pressure. And I am also a sarcastic person. I always make sarcastic remarks about your uncle because of the estrangement of the Jiang family, which also caused you to bear a lot of unnecessary anxiety and pressure. Now think about it. I am so old and an elder, and I met you more than once when I was young, but I took my anger out on the younger generation because of my incompetence. It's really irresponsible. So Yuhua, Uncle Joe wants to apologize to you for what he did before. Of course, you don't have to force yourself to forgive me, but Uncle Joe still hopes that you don't have any mental burdens, let alone sacrifice your life's happiness. Yuhua, you should also know that in the long history of ancient China, marriage has never solved any political problems. Jiang Yuhua looked at Zhou Qianfeng in surprise. She had never thought that Zhou Qianfeng, with his current status, would be willing to speak to her so sincerely. Jiang Ling apologized. Yuhua, it was Uncle who had been publicly promoting your intention to inherit the Jiang family, putting you on a high pedestal and putting pressure on you. It was Uncle's fault. Uncle should apologize to you for his selfish behavior before. Jiang Yuhua murmured, Did Ye ask you to come? Jiang Ling and Zhou Qianfeng looked at each other and laughed at the same time. No, we ourselves felt that there were many inappropriate things in our previous behavior. Yuhua, you are also a daughter cherished by the Jiang family, aren't you? Moreover, I think Ye must value you as her sister very much. Compared with our verbal apology, she must have done much more than you can imagine. So as elders, we can't let the younger generation easily outperform us. Jiang Yuhua's heart beat fast, and she felt relieved. She smiled at Jiang Ling and Zhou Qianfeng with relief. Uncle Zhou, I won't be so stubborn anymore. Jiang Ling and Zhou Qianfeng just breathed a sigh of relief when they heard Jiang Yuhua say, But the marriage continues. If you are not afraid of losing anything, you can easily play with him in the palm of your hand. I want to use the excuse of breaking off the engagement with Li Ran to push and pull, and then increase the betrothal gift they give. I want to get the entire Li family, and then let them be destroyed. Li Ran wants to humiliate me, so I will use his entire Li family's life to fill it. Jiang Ling and Zhou Qianfeng, They didn't dare to say anything. Jiang Yuhua, also, if you feel sorry for me, donate a research building to Qian. Qian's deputy captain Jian Suiyu is now my boyfriend. Is that okay? Jiang Ling and Zhou Qianfeng. No problem. Don't dare to have a problem. It's really amazing, marriage and love, do both without delay. Jiang Yuhua, I also want to let Jian Suiyu join the research institute jointly established by the Jiang family and the secretariat. He is very smart. He doesn't need to be a relative. He gave up the opportunity to stand out because of his efforts for Qian. Jiang Ling and Zhou Qianfeng. Yes. Whatever you say is what it is. Jiang Yuhua blinked. Uncle Zhou, if there is nothing else, I will leave first. Jiang Ling and Zhou Qianfeng, Miss, please take care. As soon as Jiang Yuhua walked out of the door, he immediately told Wu Yu the good news. Wu Yu, don't you tell him yourself? Jiang Yuhua, he felt that he was not worthy of me before, and I don't want him to feel pressured anymore. Wu Yu, I understand. Shinkei felt that he was really pitiful. How long did it take for Jian Suiyu to express his feelings and be together with Jiang Yuhua in public? If you count with your fingers, you can count the time on 5 fingers. Shinkei hesitated. Wife, Before she finished speaking, beep, 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 Wu Yu had hung up. Shinkei almost couldn't catch his breath. Hearing the personal information said by his wife, Shinkei just opened it with a smile and saw, Wu Yu, remember to apologize to Sui Yu solemnly, and Bai will not be held responsible for the past when he returns to the team. Shinkei, I know even if Wu Yu didn't say it, he would definitely express his apology and gratitude to Jin Suiyu in person. As for Bai, Shinkei smiled, and finally, he had a vice captain who he could exploit without any psychological burden. Put away the communication, and Wu Yu ignored Shinkei no matter what he said next. Jian Suiyu raised his eyebrows. So Shinkei can't know what you are going to say next. Wu Yu didn't want Shinkei to know. So Jian Suiyu took Jiang Yuhua and turned around and left. Jiang Yuhua was about to ask, but Jian Suiyu hugged her. Don't worry about it. Jiang Yuhua didn't want to. How can that be? If Jian Suiyu got involved in the affairs of these two people again, he would be really stupid. So he kissed Jiang Yuhua and took her into the house. Just as Jiang Yuhua was about to struggle, he leaned over to Jiang Yuhua's ear and whispered, Yuhua, have you been craving me for a long time? Jiang Yuhua's face instantly turned red. I haven't. Don't talk nonsense. Jian Suiyu smiled at her, and he suddenly took out a pair of gold-rimmed glasses from his pocket and put them on. Sure enough, when he saw Jiang Yuhua looking at him, his eyes widened. He chuckled. I knew you would like it. Jiang Yuhua slowly stretched out her hand to Jian Suiyu, who put her face directly into her palm, picked her up like a princess, and walked towards the room. When he got to the door, he looked at Jiang Yuhua, who took out the door card and swiped it to open the door. After closing the door, Jian Suiyu approached her and said, "Let's continue." Jiang Yuhua was picked up by Jian Suiyu, and her face blushed as she asked him, "Can you keep wearing glasses?" Jian Suiyu chuckled, "Of course you can, as long as you like." Jiang Yuhua, "Then I want to." Jian Suiyu, "Let's talk about it next time." Jiang Yuhua looked eagerly, "Is it not possible now?" Jian Suiyu's eyes swept over the talisman that Jiang Yuhua had placed on the bed, and he turned to look at her. Jian Suiyu, "Well, because now, I can't wait any longer. Is it okay, Yuhua?" Jiang Yuhua agreed immediately, "Okay." Jian Suiyu curled his lips, and Jiang Yuhua just knocked him down, and he supported himself on the bed with one hand and kissed him directly. Zixia looked at Wu Yue and Chuanya in confusion. "What should we do now?" Wu Yue, "Chuanya, give Zixia the photo of Madame Lien and let her make a puppet substitute for Madame Lien. Then, you and I will sneak into the World City to rescue Madame Lien." Chuanya was surprised. "Wu Yue, you actually want to sneak into the World City at this time? It's too dangerous." After saying that, seeing Wu Yue's interested eyes, Chuanya turned away. "I'm just worried that if something happens to you, Qian will embarrass Master Liani." Wu Yue shrugged, "Of course not. There is no such person as Hu Liani in this world. There is only Qian's deputy captain, Shangbai. Chuanya, without Master Liani, there is naturally no secret guard Chuanya. From now on, you are you, Qian will not implicate Shangbai for what you did, understand?" Chapter 362. Shishio was in charge of making a life-size doll of Madame Lien, while Chuanya made makeup and clothes for the doll. The two of them unexpectedly got along very well, and progressed very quickly. Wu Yue observed carefully from the side, and it was clear why Chuanya was good at makeup and clothes. As a secret guard, disguise and disguise were the most basic skills. "Wu Yue, when you came to me in the north, did you ever think that your identity would be exposed?" Chuanya lowered her eyes. "I did, but young Master Lien he wanted to integrate into Qian, and he took the initiative to sign up for the battle. Since he wanted me to, I would help him. Wu Yue, you and Bai Yi have a good relationship. Chuanya, I am a secret guard, and my only purpose of living is to protect Master Lien Yi. Wu Yue, what about now? Bai Yi has chosen a new life. How are you going to deal with it? Chuanya, after rescuing Madame Lien, I will not make Master Lien Yi embarrassed. I will commit suicide to get Qian an explanation." Shishia raised her head suddenly. "Sister Chuanya, it is better to live than to die. Come to our desert rose. Our captain has provoked Captain Qian." Chuanya lowered her head and said nothing, but her hands did not delay at all. Zixia looked at Wu Yue as if asking for help. Yeah, baby. You have the best solution. Save Sister Chuanya." However, Wu Yue smiled and said, "Okay, then I will wait for you to give me an explanation." Zixia whimpered, "Sister Chuanya, don't do stupid things." Wu Yue suddenly asked Chuanya, "Chuanya, you were obviously very happy at the party that day, right?" Chuanya raised her head suddenly. "I'm not happy, I was just acting. All I could think about at that time was that I would use you to cause trouble for Qian when you all got drunk." Zixia retorted, "You put on a nice makeup for me at that time. You were obviously very happy." Wu Yue nodded obediently. "Oh, if you are not happy, then you are not happy. Why are you angry?" Chuanya, This woman is so annoying. She did it on purpose." Seeing that Madame Lien's puppet was finished, Zixia carefully explained the techniques of using the puppet to the two. "Zixia, this is the soul thread. By pulling the soul thread, the puppet can move like a human. But the key to making the puppet look like a person is to put a wisp of the person's soul into it. Don't worry, as long as the puppet is destroyed later, the wisp of soul will automatically return to the person's body. Yu Yuezizi can do the soul extraction." Wu Yue put Madame Lien's puppet into the system and turned to Chuanya. "Let's go." "Chuanya, do you really want to go with me to rescue Madame Lien? Didn't your props and summoned beasts just explode?" Wu Yue's expression cracked. "Don't mention my explosion again, and you don't need them this time." Chuanya was puzzled. "What do you mean?" Wu Yue directly put his Qian team positioning ID card on the table, and then signaled Chuanya, "Leave your ID card too." Chuanya took out the ID card and realized, "You deliberately restored your identity to an ordinary member of Qian at this time, just to reduce the presence of your ID card, so that everyone will mistakenly think that you are still in the Jiang family." Chuanya frowned. "Will your father let you leave?" Wu Yue smiled. "So, I prepared a puppet." Just after he finished speaking, before Shishia could react, Wu Yue knocked her out with a knife, then tied her up without hesitation, took away the communicator, and stuffed her into her bed. At the same time, He stuffed the puppet that was originally intended for Madame Lien into the bed, and took out a wisp of his soul, and put it into the body of the puppet. The whole set of movements was so smooth that Chunyao wanted to jump up and scream. It will kill people. This will kill people. If Shinkei knew the whole process, he would definitely go crazy. Now she is forced to become an accomplice. She will die. She will definitely be killed by Shinkei. Chunya was about to run, but then she thought, that's right, she's going to die anyway. Why should I be afraid? Wow, it's really exciting to think about it. Without the knowledge of the Secretariat, Jiang Jia and Qi Yan sneaked into the treacherous world city to rescue people on the eve of the final battle. Chunya asked excitedly, should we change clothes? Wu Yu was surprised. You seem to have adapted well. Chunya nodded. I came from a pyramid scheme organization. What have I not seen? Wu Yu frowned and took out the clothes she had prepared in advance. Change clothes. Let's go. Okay. Wu Yu sneaked to Jiangjia Airport with Chunya, and used her godly hand speed to operate a shuttle with her special authority to take off. The whole process was smooth and unnoticed. Chunya asked Wu Yu, what plan do you have? Wu Yu thought for a while. To be honest, I don't have one. I will improvise, and respond to the situation when the time comes. Chunya's pupils trembled, shock. Wu Yu suddenly turned around and smiled at her, just like when we skipped class before. If we just want to skip class, do we still need a plan? Chunya suddenly fell silent. For a long time after returning from the north, Wu Yu played with her because she rejected Shin Quebec. They went to and from school together, provoked Shangbai to whisper and pass notes in class together, and even skipped classes together to go to World City to play. They used to be the closest friends. Even before the news leaked, Wu Yu trusted her and took her to Zhang's house to comfort her sister. It was she who destroyed this trust with her own hands, and failed Wu Yu's friendship with her. And Wu Yu, until now, still wants to save her and help her. Chunyao looks timid, but is actually very brave and ruthless. It can even be said that Shangbai has a very gentle personality. She is Shangbai's knife. From childhood to adulthood, she helped Shangbai to do all the things that he couldn't bear to do. Chunya said softly, Wu Yu, I know that you and Captain Shin can teleport to each other. If something happens, and you can't deal with it, you can teleport away directly. Don't worry about me. Wu Yu spread her hands, but the signal shielding in the central city is very strong, so teleportation is not possible. Chunya looked at Wu Yu with a twinkling gaze. Then I go in by myself. As the shuttle slowly landed, someone came to pick them up at the airport. Wu Yu smiled, but they came to pick me up. Chunya's pupils flickered violently, and before she wanted to send a message to Shangbai through the communicator, Wu Yu held her down. Wu Yu turned around and told her, Chunya, you are my first close same-sex friend in my life. I am more tolerant of you than Shin Quebec. What you did before is nothing in my eyes. Since you have told me everything, I will forgive you unconditionally. What you did is over with me, but anyone who doesn't want to overturn it, and tries to stir up trouble again, and use you, I will make her pay with blood. What a joke. Anyone who tries to shake her status as the eldest daughter, she must kill them all. Chapter 363. The atmosphere in the entire family was frighteningly low. Just now, the Jiang family proposed to cancel the engagement. The reason was very simple. Jiang Yuhua had found true love. Then, they officially announced it on WeChat Moments, posting 9 very intimate photos of the two of them. Jiang Yuhua told Li Ran that true love was very reasonable, and didn't mind being a mistress for love. But she couldn't bear to see her true love sad, so she resolutely wanted to cancel the engagement. Of course, if young Master Li was determined to wear this green hat and live on Qingqing grassland, it was not impossible. After the marriage, they could play their own games, and the bride price would be doubled to ask for the entire Li family's shares, and they must be transferred to her in advance. This is no different from robbery. Although the Li family did something ridiculous when they showed up at the wedding dress shop, the Jiang family should ask themselves, is there any essential difference between what the Jiang family is doing now, and digging up someone's ancestral grave, and asking the entire Jiang family to spit into it? Nowadays, even the villains in the domineering novels are not set up to be so sinister and vicious. There is really no room for whitewashing. Li Ran kept taking deep breaths, and everyone present peeked at his expression in front of Jiang Yuhua's official photo. Bang! Li Ran smashed the communicator. Jiang Yuhua, Jiang family, this is really too much. Jiang Yuhua actually said that I am not even 100,000th of this kid. Who is this kid? Who is he? Who is this kid who suddenly appeared? Shen Qingxi, it is the deputy captain of Qian Suiyu. Damn, I guessed and guessed, but I guessed wrong. It turns out that the one who was in love with Jiang Yuhua was not Shinkei, But Jian Suiyu, and Shinkei founded Qian together, and they have a lifelong friendship. Given Jiang Yuhua's current obsession with Jian Suiyu, it's no wonder that the Jiang family would use so many shuttles to protect Shinkei. But how did these two people get in touch? Shin Qingxi suddenly remembered. Yes. Jian Suiyu was in the same group with Jiang Yuhua in the previous Fox Fairy Dungeon, and the Fox Fairy Dungeon was obviously grouped according to each other's ideal type, or even people they already liked. Shin Qingxi dug out the Fox Fairy live broadcast of Jian Suiyu and Jiang Yuhua at that time, and young Master Li, who had just been cuckolded, had to watch it again with his own eyes, how his current fiancé fell in love with his true love. Judging from the way Jiang Yuhua looked at Jian Suiyu, and Jian Suiyu's peacock-like appearance, if you say that there is nothing wrong between the two, no one standing by would believe it. To be honest, Shin Qingxi felt a little sympathetic to Li Yiran when things developed to this point. Shin Qingxi glanced at Li Yiran's face and advised him earnestly, Master Li, although we are both men, I also know that you are in a very angry and embarrassing situation now. But for the sake of the overall situation, shouldn't you make appropriate sacrifices? Everything should still be based on the interests of the family and the overall situation. For men, face is not important. Jiang Yuhua is very cool, so you don't need to care so much, right? It has always been Li Yiran who plays with women. When has he ever let women play around like this? Jiang Yuhua has found true love and holds half of the Li family shares. Of course he is cool. He is the one who is cuckolded. Li Yiran gritted his teeth. I want to kill this Jian Suiyu. Shin Qingxi looked at the photos in the circle of friends and said with difficulty, but I see that Jian Suiyu seems to be in Jiang Yuhua's room in the Jiang family now. If you really want to kill, you must rush to the Jiang family. If you rush to the Jiang family, you will meet Jiang Cheng. Li Yiran, He couldn't help but replay the scene of him being beaten up by Jiang Cheng in the bridal shop. Li Yiran roared hysterically. The Jiang family is really bullying too much. Li Zifeng walked in with anger suppressed. You have been yelling since the beginning, and you don't have the cunning of the future head of the Li family. Li Yiran, Dad, yes. Li Zifeng sneered. Did I persuade you at that time? Did I tell you not to treat Jiang Yuhua the same way you always treat women? Li Yiran glared. You did persuade me, but when I told you the benefits of success, didn't you smile like a cunning old man? Even the people from the Li family in the central city were specially transferred by you. Shin Qingxi glanced at Li Zifeng's livid face and lowered his head silently. Li Zifeng. Shut up. Vlad followed behind Li Zifeng, and Li Zifeng looked at him sinisterly. I told you not to come to the Li family again. The Secretariat has widely publicized your behavior outside the world city. Now the whole alliance knows that the former Grand Duke Vlad of the royal court has fallen into a monster. How dare you come to the central city now? Vlad took a deep breath. I contacted Qian Wuyue. Everyone present was surprised. What did you say? Vlad, do you remember the Hua family? The Hua family still has a branch. The young Master Hua is still alive. The mistress of the Hua family contacted me and said that she has a way to destroy Qi Yan from the inside. The Taoist sect and the Secretariat have joined forces to overthrow the Hua family. She wants to avenge the Hua family. I got the news that the senior executives of Qi Yan were injured by Jiang Cheng. It was my spy in Qi Yan who told me. Speaking of the news given by the spy, the chain reaction triggered, and the current situation, everyone present fell into a strange silence. Even the cuckolded hero Li Yiran asked directly, Are you sure that the mistress of the Hua family wants to overthrow the Dao sect and the Secretariat, not you and our Li family? The ghost wanted by the whole alliance Vlad, He didn't seem to be particularly sure. Vlad tried to explain, but the mistress of the Hua family is very sincere. She gritted her teeth when she spoke, and it seemed that she really hated the Dao sect and the Secretariat. Really, I have the same experience, and I can empathize with her anger. Li Yiran, Vlad, the more you say this, the more people feel that you are being controlled by the mistress of the Hua family. Vlad, Damn it, even he feels this way. Vlad, but I have contacted Qi and Wuyue through the mistress of the Hua family. She and the Hua family's secret guard Chuanya are about to land in World City. From the chat records, this Wuyue is very sincere. She said she wants to surrender to us. She also said she wants to tell us how to get Long Yuan. She even said that she would give each of us a dragon abyss, so that we could kill Qi Yan with our own hands and win the battle. Li Zifeng took a deep breath. Vlad, listen to this for yourself and see if it's outrageous. She dared to say this, and you dared to believe it. How old are you? And you still believe in such a pie in the sky? Vlad's wrinkled old face actually revealed innocence and simplicity. She came alone with a secret guard who can only heal. She can't lie to me, right? Then she put herself in danger. What is she trying to do? Everyone who suffered a setback was horrified. The more this happened, the more people couldn't guess what she was trying to do, and the more terrifying it was. Chapter 364. Vlad had a grim look on his face. It seems that both the mistress of the Hua family and she and Wu Yue have problems, so I will just kill them. Li Ran sneered and poured cold water on them. Kill them, who can kill you? We sent the best fighters in the entire royal court to kill Qian, and what happened? Leo and Frank are all dead. Shinkei got Long Yuan and his strength increased greatly, and he killed Admiral Xuanwu in seconds outside the gate of the world city, and you, who are neither human nor ghost, have completely become a wanted criminal. Then, the Jiang family broke off the engagement, and they were just about to shit and piss on our Li family's head. Our Li family had to endure humiliation for the plan of the alliance leader and dared not fart. The whole alliance knows that I'm cuckolded. Don't forget what the leader of the alliance said. He just lost a general, the Secretariat, the Dao sect, the Jiang family, and Qi Yin are already rebelling. From now on, if the other 3 generals are not in place, whoever dares to act rashly will be killed first. Vlad frowned. But this Qi Yin Wu Yu must be related to Shinkei, and if we catch her, we can catch Shinkei. Li Zifeng was speechless. Vlad, have you gone crazy because you haven't got Shinkei's dragon bone in these years? Do you understand how powerful Qi Yin is? Can it be compared with the Secretariat, the Dao sect, and the Jiang family? Even if Shinkei is strong now, he is only as strong as himself. It is obvious that these 3 families are pushing Shinkei out to lead the charge. Without the support of the 3 families, would he dare to point at the alliance and curse, and kill the alliance admiral outside the world city? Capture Shinkei. Why do you think you can capture Shinkei? Vlad took out the communicator directly. Look for yourself. Qi Yin, Wu Yu sent me the intimate photos of her and Shinkei. They are a couple. I know Shinkei very well. He can be so close to Wu Yu. He must have set his sights on her. We can definitely catch her. Even Shinqingxi didn't understand. If they are really a couple, why did Wu Yu tell you this? Why did she come to World City alone? Everyone, This is beyond the scope. Qi Yin Wu Yu's behavior is beyond the scope. Li Ren simply said, why don't you just ask her? Maybe she will tell you. Vlad is also a person with a thirst for knowledge. He really asked, Vlad, since you and Shinding are in love, why do you still help me? Wu Yu, don't you know? Shinkei and Jian Suiyu are actually in true love. I was just an accident. I am now hating because of love. I have been pestering Shinkei before. You can see that I took the initiative to force him to take the photos. At that time, he was also forced to be with me. When Shinkei heard that Jian Suiyu and Jiang Yuhua were together, he removed my Qian captain. He went to pursue love, and I was abandoned. I want to take revenge on him for playing with my feelings. I want to destroy the entire Qian. Vlad changed several postures to read these lines of words. He read them several times, and finally couldn't help but take out his glasses to confirm whether the words sent by Wu Yu were human words. Perhaps because she hadn't waited for Vlad's reply, Wu Yu sent another message. Wu Yu, have you ever considered the possibility that he might not like women after all these years of stuffing women into his mouth? Vlad understood this, and couldn't help but nod his head. Now that you put it that way, it seems to make sense. Vlad, I think you're right. Wu Yu, yes, so send someone to pick me up quickly. We meet at the airport. Vlad, no problem. Li Ren watched from the side, and wished he was blind. No, are you crazy? You actually think she's right? No problem. See you later. Vlad had a good reason. Why else would Shinkei not accept beauties, like Cynthia and Lilia? Li Zifeng was speechless. Because he is noble, he has sentiments and ideals, he is a normal person, with normal values. Vlad felt that the Li family was wrong. No man can resist such temptation. You still don't understand men. Li Zifeng and Li Ran, I am a man. Shinqingxi felt, Grand Duke Vlad, you better not take this move. I don't think you can understand it. You might be played to death by Wu Yu. Vlad was very confident. What a joke. I think Wu Yu is in line with my style of doing things. If she can really provide Long Yuan, she will become a new warrior under my command. Everyone, are you crazy? How is that possible? This is obviously baiting someone to kill. Shinqingxi, where is the mistress of the Hua family now? Vlad, she's at my residence. Shinqingxi, with the current rapidly changing situation and Wu Yu's unpredictable cards, I suggest that the mistress of the Hua family be sent to the Jiang family together with her. And by the way, tell the Jiang family to accept their additional conditions. Before the alliance leader's men arrive, don't respond to any moves, just slide down shamelessly, otherwise you will continue to give up your lives one by one. Before the Alliance leader's men arrive, we are all dead. There is no need to fight. The entire Alliance is handed over to the opponent. Vlad still did not give up. Qingxi, I think your ideas are too conservative. Qingxi, Grand Duke Vlad, you are now a wanted criminal. You are definitely not a human being. The Alliance rules are invalid for you. In other words, as long as you show up now, the other side will do everything they can to catch you. Do you understand? If they catch you, they can use you for research at will. Why didn't Shinkei kill you outside the World City yesterday? Is it because he can't kill you? The Secretariat started sending people out last night. If the Secretariat and the Jiang family's scientific research team are combined, it will be the most advanced scientific research force in the entire Alliance. They are just ready to go, and they need new species to study. And you are just right. This Wu Yu appeared at this time, just for you. If this still doesn't make you wary, and you insist on going, then it's really a damn devil that can't be persuaded by good words. Vlad has been shaken, but he still insists. The signal shielding in the central city is very. Qingxi sighed. The Secretariat and the Taoist sect can put a sword on the neck of the Alliance leader, turn off the signal shielding in a small area of the central city, and let Wu Yu teleport Shinkei here. It's easy. Vlad finally shut up. What should I do now? Qingxi looked at Li Zifeng, who sighed. Iren, you have to be sensible. You grew up enjoying the Li family's overwhelming wealth, so you naturally have to make some sacrifices and contributions for the future of the Li family. Li Iren, if all the shares of the Li family are really given to the Jiang family, then our Li family will be hollowed out. Li Zifeng's eyes were sharp. You don't understand. Shares are dead, people are alive. As long as Jiang Yuhua marries in, the Li family will have a way to get the shares back immediately. The shares of the Li family will not be given away for free. Jiang Yuhua must marry into the Li family with these shares for the transfer of shares to take effect. The first legal heirs of the estate are the husband and parents, right? Iran, if you can endure the anger for a while, you can enjoy wealth forever. Li Iran's eyes changed, and he nodded firmly. I know, father. As the future head of the Li family, I am ready to pay for the reputation of the Li family. Li Zifeng was moved. Good son. Li Iran, father. Vlad was moved on the side. Qingxi, damn idiot. Chapter 365. Wu Yu excitedly took Chunya down from the shuttle. Chunya suddenly shouted in surprise. Madam? Wu Yu turned around in surprise. Madam? What's going on? Not to mention Vlad. She didn't even see Qingxi. Only 2 soldiers from the royal court pushed Madame Lian to them. The Grand Duke won't see you. Take this woman away. Not to mention Chunya. Even Wu Yu was dumbfounded. No, didn't you say you came to rescue people? You said you would go deep into the enemy camp to make contact. Vlad, we agreed to see you there. Li Ren happened to be taking a shuttle to Zhang's house. Wu Yu turned around and called him. Li Ren, where is Vlad? Li Ren left without looking back. And when he saw Wu Yu, he treated her like a plague god, and just ignored her. Wu Yu was angry. What did she mean by coming all the way here to see these people? She had to do something drastic to make things happen, right? She raised her voice. I am the daughter of Lu Ling and Jiang Cheng. Chunya suddenly widened her eyes, jumped up and wanted to cover her mouth. Wu Yu, you are crazy. What are you talking about all of a sudden? Wu Yu repeated. Li Ren, I am the daughter of Lu Ling and Jiang Cheng. If you arrest me now, you will immediately have a hostage who can change the situation. Li Ren didn't want to pay attention to Wu Yu, but seeing her lingering around and getting angry, he walked up to Wu Yu. What you mean now is that you are the precious daughter of Lu Ling and Jiang Cheng who have been wandering around for many years, and the entire Secretariat, Taoist sect, and Jiang family all regard you as the apple of their eye. Wu Yu was finally satisfied with Li Ren's reaction this time. She nodded mysteriously, yes. Li Ren sneered exaggeratedly. Ha, ha, so your precious daughter, who is as precious as your eyeball, came alone to the opposing Wang Ting and Li family to discuss cooperation when the entire alliance was so turbulent? Just because Shinkei played with your feelings. Listen to yourself. Is what you said reasonable? Wu Yu glared. No, isn't this the way you like to think? What moves don't involve emotional issues? You won't fight? You blame me now. Li Ran, then what? You said you are the daughter of Lu Ling and Jiang Cheng. If we really do something to you, the Jiang family will immediately have a reason to crush the Li family. You see that Vlad is not fooled by you. So you turn around and want to deceive me, right? Cheat one by one. You are kidding. Do you think I am the fool that Vlad is? I am so smart. Wu Yu has never been so sincere in her life. No, you misunderstood. I really didn't lie to you. I really am. Li Ran waved his hand impatiently. All right. Don't worry about whose daughter you are today. Even if you are Lu Ling herself, please go back to where you came from and do whatever you want. I am not interested in the relationship between Qi Yin and the Jiang family. You have your own problems. Why do you drag innocent people like us into this? Whether you can talk about it or not, just deal with it yourself. I still feel wronged. Why do you want me to be cuckolded? If you have true love, don't agree to the marriage. Li Ran cursed angrily, and turned around to board the Li family shuttle and left. The two Wangding soldiers, who came to escort Madame Lien, heard about Frank's tragic death, and knew that Wu Yu was Qi Yan's. They turned around and ran away without thinking, as if there was a dog chasing them from behind. For a moment, the airport was cold and deserted. A gust of wind blew by, and only Wu Yu, Chanya, and Madame Lien were in the cold wind, miserable and sad. Although it was said that there was no plan for this rescue, and they had to adapt to the situation and deal with it as they saw it, this direction still made Wu Yu and Chanya look confused. Wu Yu took 3 deep breaths and signaled Chanya, "Let's go, take Madame to the shuttle first." Chanya asked Madame nervously, "Are you okay? Didn't those people do anything to you?" As soon as Chanya asked, Madame Lien slapped her hard. Wu Yu's eyes changed instantly. Chanya covered her face and lowered her head quietly without saying a word. Wu Yu looked at Madame Lien with a dangerous tone. "I said, get on the shuttle if you don't want to die now." Madame Lien walked angrily on the shuttle. Wu Yu operated to start the shuttle and heard her scolding Chanya angrily. "Chanya, what's the matter with the information you gave? Why did it cause such a serious reaction, causing Grand Duke Vlad to lose his trust in me? No matter what I said to him, he was unwilling to believe me. Where is Lien Yi? Why didn't Lien Yi come in person?" Chanya lowered her head and reported, "Master Lien Yi has officially changed his name and joined Qi Yin. From now on, Master Lien Yi doesn't need to worry about." Mrs. Lien kicked Chanya directly. "Waste. Why did I give birth to a useless waste like Hua Lien Yi?" The Hua family collapsed, and he never thought about reviving the Hua family. He just wanted to hide with his people under a false name from the beginning to the end. No wonder Yana said that he couldn't support the Hua family. He had no ambition at all. How could he be the head of the 4 major families? Chanya raised her head. "Madam, Master Lien Yi has always worked very hard, and he has protected the only remaining people in our Hua family very well. We are all very happy in Qian." Madame Lien sneered. "Yes, you are all very cool. The Hua family collapsed, and you pretended to be crazy and stupid and lived a happy life. Even when I was held hostage and asked you to give Qian information, you were reluctant and even gave me false information. I think you don't care about my life or death, you just want me to die quickly." Chanya answered with difficulty, "Madam, Master Lien Yi has finally started a new life, and Captain Shen once saved him. You also know that Master Lien Yi has a gentle personality. Didn't you always say that as long as Master Lien Yi can live a happy life, it will be fine?" Madame Lien said with resentment, "That was in the past. At that time, I was still the mistress of the Hua family, one of the 4 great families, instead of being a useless abandoned child who was called upon and dismissed it like now." Chuanyao lowered her head and said nothing. Madame Lien looked at Chuanyao viciously. "Kill this woman. She knows too much. Also, I heard you say that Lien Yi has been accepted by Qian again. You 2 useless things are useless, so I will go to Qian in person. I must make the Secretariat and Daomen pay the price in blood." Chuanyao whispered weakly, "Madam, you know very well that the downfall of the Hua family is not due to the Secretariat or the Dao sect. Over the years, since Yana entered the Hua family has been like a maggot attached to its bones, rotten from the bones." This sentence completely hit Madame Lien's sore spot. She kicked Chuanyao hard one by one, as if only in this way could she vent her inner resentment and anger. From beginning to end, Chuanyao just knelt there quietly, without a word, without the slightest resistance or dodge. Wu Yu finally adjusted the shuttle into automatic navigation mode. She turned her head suddenly, and punched Madame Lien in the face with all her strength. Chapter 366. Chanya stood up quickly. Wu Yu grabbed Madame Lien without hesitation and continued to beat her. Madame Lien shouted at Chanya, "Chanya, are you just going to watch her beat me? Have you forgotten who raised you? Who made you grow up from a dying orphan in a refugee camp to a daughter of aristocratic family with the same treatment?" Wu Yu punched her hard on the head. "Didn't Chanya pay anything? Does she deserve to be controlled by you for the rest of her life?" Madame Lien looked at Wu Yu coldly. "Who do you think you are? How dare you talk to me like that?" Wu Yu smiled. "I am the eldest daughter of the Jiang family. Don't you see whose shuttle you are sitting on? Who are you fighting against?" Madame Lien's pupils kept flickering. She suddenly realized that what Wu Yu said to Li Ran at the airport just now was very likely true. A very complicated formation suddenly appeared in Madame Lien's hand. She grabbed Wu Yu fiercely. Wu Yu felt that she could not move. She looked at Chuanya with a fanatical look. What she said is right, right? Just now she was about to reveal her identity, but you stopped her, so you knew it. Chuanya subconsciously retorted, no, she is lying. Madame Lien's expression was very dangerous. Chuanya, you are deceiving me now. But I have watched you grow up since you were a child, and I can tell from your expression. Chuanya took a step back, and Madame Lien's tone was bewitching. Come here, Chuanya, catch her and send her to the leader of the alliance, and the leader of the alliance can directly turn the tide in the current adverse situation, and then reward them according to their merits, and our whole family will be able to make a comeback. I know you have always liked Lien Yi since you were a child. As long as the whole family can get back on its feet, I will let you and Lien Yi be together. At that time, you and Lien Yi will never be separated. Otherwise, I will have to go find Lien Yi. Chuanya, you have always known Lien Yi's character. You don't want to embarrass Lien Yi, right? Chuanya slowly exhaled, took out a sharp dagger from her waist, and walked slowly towards Wu Yu under Madame Lien's fanatical gaze. Wu Yu tried to struggle, but she found that she could not move. Not only could she not move, but she could not even use the communicator. She had never seen the formation used by Madame Lien. It was very likely the Hua family's trump card. Wu Yu turned to look at Chuanya. Chuanya suddenly raised the knife. Under the gaze of the two, Pucci, Madame Lien's face was full of astonishment. She lowered her head and looked at her heart. Chuanya stabbed the knife into her heart with an expressionless face, twisted the handle 180 degrees, pierced her heart and smashed it, and pulled it out without hesitation. Blood spurted on Chunya's face in an instant. As Madame Lien lost her strength, Wu Yu's restrictions were instantly lifted. Chuanya panted violently and fell to the ground. Wu Yu jumped up and summoned Frost Moon Ice to finish off Madame Lien without hesitation. Just as she was about to stab her, her communication started ringing like crazy. Shinkei, chat screenshot.jpg. Shinkei, Wu Yu, where are you now? Wu Yu looked at the chat screenshots that Shinkei had sent to Vlad, which were all rumors she had made up about Shinkei. Vlad actually asked Shinkei if he didn't like women. If he didn't like them, he could have said so earlier. Damn, old man Vlad, maybe the customs in different places are different, they are not like this. She has never seen two sides quarreling like this, but they can still post chat screenshots and chat about gossip like nothing happened. Wu Yu directly blocked Shin Quebec. She has more important things to deal with now. On second thought, she directly removed the teleportation rings bound to Shinkei. After receiving the information of the ring removal, Shinkei exploded. Shang Bai was almost killed by Shinkei's mental power as soon as he stepped into Qian. Shang Bai was horrified. What happened? Shinkei said in a gloomy tone. Wu Yu took Chuanya to World City to see Vlad alone, and Vlad didn't see them send Madame Lien away. Shang Bai, then what are you angry about now? Shinkei, Wu Yu blocked my communication and removed the rings that could be used to transmit to each other. Shang Bai was puzzled. What happened? Before he finished speaking, his communicator also rang. He didn't care about the murderous Shinkei. He jumped up directly. Chuanya removed the person she was destined to be with me. What's going on? We have passed the Fox Fairy dungeon. How could she remove it without saying a word? Shinkei instantly quieted down. With Shang Bai's previous experience, he didn't dare to get angry now. Shinkei urged Shang Bai, try to contact her. Shang Bai couldn't find Chuanya's contact at all. She blocked and deleted me. I can't even add her. Shinkei became even quieter, as obedient as a chicken. He looked at Richard for help. Think of a way. Richard thought, do you have the contact information of your mother, Madame Lien? They should be together. Shang Bai nodded quickly. I do. Wu Yu had just dealt with Shinkei, and Chuanya had also dealt with Shang Bai. The two of them picked up their knives and stabbed Madame Lien in unison. Temple, neck, left and right sides of the chest. Wu Yu crushed Madame Lien's soul, making her soul fly away. Since she was killed, she must be completely dead, and there is no possibility of resurrection. The two of them squatted beside Madame Lien's body, and Chuanya counted the time with a serious face. The heartbeat has stopped for more than 5 minutes. Wu Yu was still worried. Dissolve the body, or I'm afraid she could come back to life. The two looked at each other and started looking for venom, poison juice, and corpse-dissolving water in the system at the same time. While they were searching, Mrs. Lien's personal communication suddenly rang, and the two of them froze at the same time. It was a dark and windy murder night, and a small shuttle was floating alone in the air. Two murderers, who were dealing with the crime scene and intended to destroy the body, were faced with the sudden ringing of the deceased's communicator, and the caller was the deceased's biological son. Chuanya paused and was about to take the communicator, but Wu Yu snatched it away. Just say I did it. Wu Yue heard everything that Madame Lian just said, that Chuanya had liked Hu Lian since she was a child. Chuanya suddenly laughed. I have already ended my relationship with Master Lian. I killed his mother with my own hands. There is no possibility for him and me. Wu Yue corrected. I have already said that I killed him. It was because she held me hostage, wasn't it? Chuanya shook her head. Wu Yue, we all know that Madame Lian can't catch you with her methods. Such a clumsy scheme cannot fool Master Lian. In fact, Master and I both know that there is something fishy about Madame's arrest this time, and Master is really in a difficult situation. I killed her because I wanted to kill her. I can die with the infamy of betraying my teacher and ancestors, and abandoning the grace of raising me. But I can never let her always want to use the hatred of relatives and family to coerce Master Lian and harm him for the rest of his life. Wu Yu directly asked Wu Xiuli for corpse powder and dissolved Madame Lian's body. Seeing Madame Lian completely turned into ashes, Wu Yu collected the ashes and burned them twice with the red lotus fire. Chuanya was puzzled. Captain Shen hasn't caught up with us yet? Wu Yue spread her hands. I blocked him and removed the teleportation ring. Chuanya opened her eyes in surprise. Wu Yue took 2 cans of beer from the refrigerator in the shuttle lounge, one for herself and one for Chuanya. The sound of beer being opened rang out. Facing the silent night, the two sat on the steps where they had just dealt with Madame Lian's body and clinked the bottles. There was a crisp sound, and some foam overflowed. Chuanya, what should we do next? Wu Yue, I don't know, who cares? Chapter 367. Wu Yu's communicator began to vibrate frantically, and people from all sides began to contact her. Jiang Cheng, stay where you are, I'll be there soon. Seeing the communication from her biological father, Wu Yu's expression was a little irritated. Chuanya, Xixia is very strong. She fainted on purpose to let you complete what you wanted to do. She knew you wanted to save me, and she was helping us. That puppet will probably not fool your father for long. Your shuttle took off from Zhang's airport, and it is impossible that no one in the tower knew about it. By now, almost everyone who should know has known. Wu Yu, please let me go. Wu Yu turned to look at Chuanya. You come back to the Jiang family with me. I am the only victim of this night attack. I say forget it, and no one can hold it accountable. Chuanya, I killed the lady. Wu Yu is annoyed. I have already said that I killed her. If Shangbai is not happy, let him come after me. But Wu Yu, she is not only the mother of Master Lian. She is right. She rescued me from the refugee camp. It was she who wiped my dusty cheeks with a clean handkerchief, and it was she who took me out of hell with her gentle hands. Before the young master got into trouble, the lady was always very gentle and kind to everyone. I don't know why things turned out like this, but I can't find any way to solve the problem except letting her vent her inner resentment and dissatisfaction. Over the years, the young Master Lian and I have been trying to find ways to let the lady let go of the hatred. But she was right, we pretended to be crazy and stupid, just wanted to live happily, and completely put the hatred behind us. Wu Yu handed the knife to Chuanya. I am the initiator of DX001. If it weren't for me, this virus would not have been created. You kill me to avenge the Hua family, and Mrs. Lian's death is all on me. After my death, the S4 plan will naturally end. You take my life to find the leader of the alliance in exchange for the Hua family's comeback, so that everything will be solved. Chuanya lowered her head, tears kept rolling down her cheeks, she choked and said, What are you talking about, Wu Yu? What are you talking about? How could I do such a thing? Wu Yu, Chuanya, is it really impossible to get over this hurdle? Chuanya looked at Wu Yu in despair. I not only killed Master Lian Yi's mother, I also killed my mother. Wu Yu, I killed my mother with my own hands. How can I get over this hurdle? My heart hurts so much, I can't breathe at all, and now living is more painful than death for me. Wu Yu blamed herself. If I hadn't provoked the conflict between the two sides at this time, Madame Lian wouldn't have gone to extremes, and you would have had more time to persuade her, and maybe things wouldn't have happened. Chuanya suddenly hugged Wu Yue. Wu Yue, this has nothing to do with you. Wu Yue, do you want to leave your family at such a young age, and appear in the laboratory without knowing it? Didn't your parents welcome you into this world with their passionate love for you? Did they give birth to you to create the DX001 virus? Yana was not satisfied with the Hua family, and wanted to swallow up the Dao sect, which brought disaster upon herself. It was never us who did the wrong thing, but those with ulterior motives. Wu Yu hugged Chuanya and choked up. Chuanya, I don't want to lose you. Feeling the low pressure in the entire cockpit, Zhang Zhe silently looked back at Shangbai. Speak up, the newly appointed vice captain. Didn't you see that our captain should just open the door to the new world and realize that there are more than just heterosexuals in this world? His eyes now are simply a scene of catching an adulterer. I wish I could torture Chunya to death through the 2 cockpit windows. Xiangbai took a deep breath. Captain, can you calm down a little? Shinkei, will you block me for Chunya and remove my teleportation ring? How can he calm down? Xiangbai, I was blocked too, and I was even directly removed from the destined person. Zhang, so they suddenly found true love and are ready to elope? Shinkei was completely blown away. What did you say? Xiangbai sighed. If I'm not mistaken, the 2 of them teamed up to kill my mother. Zhang and Shinkei looked at Xiangbai in surprise at the same time. Your mother was killed, and you are now the biggest victim. They both said respectfully, please speak. Xiangbai let out a long breath. Shinkei was blocked first. If nothing unexpected happened, they took action at that time. Will you block you because she was afraid that you would suddenly go to her? Then Chuenya cancelled my destined person. She and I grew up together. Although we didn't say it, we both regarded each other as our partners. She suddenly cancelled the destined person without saying a word. She must have done something that she thought would never happen to us again. And you can see in their cockpit, where is the shadow of my mother? I guess after killing her, even the body has been disposed of. Shinkei and Zhang looked at each other. So? Xiangbai. So now it is most likely that Chuenya wants to commit suicide, and Wuyue doesn't want to. Shinkei, Wuyue has been playing with Chuenya since she came back from the north. At that time, she was determined to break up with you. If it weren't for Chuenya's series of tricks, you and Wuyue might have been blind. You just have to bear it now. Shincheng nodded immediately, saying, no problem. He is very flexible, and he will never make trouble for the status he has finally obtained. However, Shinkei asked Xiangbai, aren't you going to persuade her? Xiangbai sighed, I'm afraid that if I go to Chuenya now, she will commit suicide. Zhang looked sideways. What are your plans now? Xiangbai, things have come to this point. What else can I do? Zhang suddenly felt happy. If you and Chuenya have no chance, can I pursue her? Shinkei was watching the excitement from the side in surprise, and Xiangbai's expression instantly cracked. Of course not. Zhang was disappointed. You said it yourself. Things have come to this point. Xiangbai was angry. I have already lost my mother. Of course I can't lose Chuenya. What else can I do? Of course I have to forgive her. Zhang was unwilling to give up. After all, it's such a big grudge. Aren't you angry at all? Xiangbai sighed. Chuenya won't feel any better than me. I can even say that I have been tired of my mother's extremes over the years. But Chuenya has never given up hope that she can recover. Every time my mother scolded Chuenya for my incompetence and hurt her, I was very angry. This has become her way of controlling me. Chuenya admired my mother very much. She has been trying to repair the relationship between us. But I am tired of being controlled as a tool for power struggle. What era is it? How can there be so many national hatreds and family feuds to make a comeback? Do you have to mess around all day and can't live a peaceful life? Zhang said sadly, okay, then I wish you happiness. Shinkei listened attentively on the side, and did not forget to observe Wuyu's shuttle on the opposite side. Suddenly, the door of Wuyu's shuttle opened, and he saw Chuenya jump directly from the door without any protective equipment with his excellent eyesight. Chapter 368. Wuyu was trapped by Chuenya, using the Hua family's special formation. She suddenly opened her eyes wide, and said in a broken voice, Chuenya, don't. The shuttle hatch opened in front of her eyes. At an altitude of 2,000 meters, Chuenya jumped down without any protective measures in front of her. The moment Chuenya fell, the formation disappeared. Wuyu immediately put on protective measures, and was about to jump down. Suddenly, the shuttle sounded an alarm. Alarm, alarm. The shuttle has been locked by a crystal core missile. Wuyu ignored it. She didn't care. If she had the guts, she would fight. Anyway, the Jiang family had plenty of shuttles. After putting on the protective measures, Wuyu jumped down without thinking. Zhang turned back suddenly. Captain, warning is useless. Shincheng jumped down immediately. Before he could open the parachute, he was grabbed by the whole person. Wuyu turned his head fiercely, and the moment he saw Shinkei, his expression was pale for a second. Shinkei suppressed his anger, hugged Wuyu, and locked himself and Wuyu together with a lock. Wuyu, I'm going to save Chuenya. Shinkei, Xiangbai is gone. Wuyu, it's so high, they will both fall to death. Shinkei, you are the most capable person in the world. After all, you are the heir of the Hua family, one of the 4 great families. How can you not have any hidden tricks? Hearing the gunpowder in Shinkei's words, Wuyu turned to look at him. Shinkei sneered, what are you looking at? Don't look at me, I don't like women. Wuyu heard that Shinkei was being sarcastic to her. This is really strange. Wu Yu has never seen Shinkei like this. It can be seen that this time he really made her angry. Wu Yu didn't have time to pay attention to Shinkei at this moment. She was anxious to check Chunya's situation. Shinkei saw that Wu Yu didn't say a word, and he became even angrier. Bai Yi used the Hua family's teleportation array. The Hua family's original strength was various auxiliary control arrays. After Yana joined the Hua family, the treatment became increasingly powerful. Bai Yi created the healing array itself based on the Hua family's own array foundation. He instantly appeared beside Chuanya. He was busy fixing the rope of his parachute to Chuanya, but was pushed away by Chuanya. Bai Yi was so anxious that his veins were jumping. Chuanya. Chuanya looked away. Master Lien Yi, 2,000 meters above the ground. It will only take a few tens of seconds to land. Once you fall to the ground, dust returns to dust, earth returns to earth, life returns to life. Bai Yi hugged Chuanya fiercely, and used the formation to pull open the parachute. The huge air resistance and gravity almost made him lose his grip. He gritted his teeth fiercely, his veins exposed, and he would never let go even if the capillaries in his hands were broken. Chuanya wanted to struggle, but Bai Yi said softly, "I have no strength left. If you struggle again, I will take off the parachute directly. If we die, we will die together." Chuanya dared not move instantly. "Chuanya, I killed a lady. I did it alone. Wu Yu has nothing to do with it. You stay in Qian, and don't think about revenge. You can't beat Shinkei. You can't even take a punch from him. You can't even beat Wu Yu." Bai Yi laughed in a low voice. "Thank you for your clear understanding of my strength. Chuanya, Master Lien Yi, please let me go. I will be in pain if I kill the lady." Bai Yi shook his head. He used up his last strength to hug Chuanya tightly. "Chuanya, I have lost my mother. I can't lose you again." Chuanya paused, and said in a difficult tone, "It's impossible for us. Bai Yi, we haven't let anyone down. Why can't we? What did we do wrong?" "It's because I can't revive the Hua family." The old man invited the wolf into the house, and was drugged by Yana. His own son was almost killed. I tried my best to save him. Am I the Virgin Mary, or a Bodhisattva? My mother had been driven crazy by Yana for a long time, and it was impossible to prevent it. Yana died, and it was all over. I deserved to clean up her mess. Didn't I care? Didn't you care? You were beaten all over your body as long as you went to see her once. Did all your persuasion work? To tell you the truth, Chuanya, I actually knew that she was the one who took the initiative to find Vlad this time. Why didn't you give Qian any information? To be honest, I'm really tired and I want to be free. Chuanya, you did it for me because I was too cowardly. I couldn't kill my mother with my own hands, so I let you bear such guilt." Chuanya shook her head. "No, it's not like that at all. You are not that kind of person. You don't want to kill the lady. You have always been very filial to the lady. You just want to keep me stable now." Chuanya wanted to struggle again. Shangbai really had no strength. He whispered, "Chuanya, you said that you would be with me forever in this life. It was you who said it." Chuanya choked up. "I'm sorry, Master Lien Yi, Chuanya lied to you. You have to start your new life well." Shangbai was furious. "Chuanya, do you know how you agreed to let me be the deputy captain of Qian? She said she would definitely protect you. Do you know what kind of humiliating treaty I signed with Qian? I will sell myself to Qian for the rest of my life. A good start. A new life. If you don't live well and accompany me, why should I sell myself to Qian to be a mother for the rest of my life?" Chuanya looked at Shangbai in surprise, and Shangbai gritted his teeth. "Hurry up and someone come, I can't hold on any longer." Chuanya could feel Shangbai's hand holding her shaking violently, and she hurriedly said, "Let me go." Shangbai lowered his head and kissed her. "I don't want to let you go. You can only be entangled with me for the rest of your life. Why can't we be together? I have been determined to be with you since I was a child, and I just want to be with you." Shinkei finally landed beside Chuanya, and Shangbai with Wu Yu. Wu Yu put her parachute on Chuanya. Shangbai was exhausted and finally able to relieve the force, but he still held Chuanya's hand tightly, and would never let her leave. After putting on the parachute, Wu Yu pulled Shinkei, and Shincheng immediately took Wu Yu to the side and flew. The parachute landed, Shinkei unfastened the buckle on Wu Yu, and Wu Yu's heart suddenly jumped. Shinkei looked down at her, took off the parachute, turned around and left. "Shinkei." Shinkei stopped, and Wu Yu suddenly asked him, "Are you going to break up with me now?" He didn't mention unblocking, rebinding the teleportation ring, or even the rumor. "So, are you going to break up?" Shinkei turned his head suddenly and walked in front of Wu Yu. "Shinkei, Wu Yu, do you think you did everything right from beginning to end? Don't you know what the situation is now? Do you know that this is dangerous? Do you know how many people are risking their lives to face the turmoil that is about to begin? At this time, you ran to World City alone without saying a word. What on earth are you thinking? Do you think that overthrowing the alliance is a joke? Also, why do you have to break up with me when you can explain it? Am I not worthy of your trust? Will I tell everyone about Shanbai and Chuanya? Is our relationship so cheap in your eyes? Chapter 369. Wu Yu was silent for a long time. Just when she was about to speak, the Jiang family shuttle landed and Jiang Chung appeared. He looked at Wu Yu. Wu Yu glanced at Shin Quebec. Shin Kei was looking at her. Wu Yu turned away and walked into the Jiang family shuttle. Shin Kei felt as if he was short of oxygen. He couldn't breathe and felt a suffocating pain in his heart. When Shanbai and Chuanya arrived, Shin Kei was standing there, motionless, with his head down and an unclear expression. Chuanya walked quickly to Shin Kei. Wu Yu just suddenly said to me on the shuttle, asking me to kill her. She said that DX001 was created because of her, and that everything would end if she was killed. Shin Kei's heart was beating violently, and he raised his head suddenly. What do you mean? Chuanya, think carefully. Wu Yu has arranged everything for everyone. You have obtained 206 dragon bones and Long Yuan, and Qi Yan's current status is almost beyond the Dao Gate. All the senior executives of Qi Yan have almost entered the next stage of their lives after S4. In the current situation, as long as S4 starts, we have almost locked the victory in advance. All members of Desert Rose upgraded their spiritual power, obtained the Black Witch spell, and became allies with Qi Yan. Xuanwu, who guarded the north, died. Charles was able to annex the north, and Falcon became allies with Qi Yan. All the conflicts between the Jiang family, the Taoist sect, and the Secretariat were resolved, and even the masters who had been in seclusion would participate in the post-war world restoration after the S4 war. Did you realize it? The progress bar of the main task that had been stagnant suddenly began to move frantically. Shin Kei felt something was wrong the more he listened, and even heard a hint of the meaning of explaining the afterlife. Wu Yu had said to him more than once, "You will meet someone new in the future." Shin Kei, what if I change my mind? She had never mentioned it to him, for a lifetime, forever. Shin Kei looked at the ring on his hand, and Wu Yu suddenly asked him to wear the ring. But she suddenly took off the ring, as if she was deliberately hurting his heart and making him give up. Chuanya, moreover, Wu Yu deliberately revealed her identity in front of Liren. She went to World City this time, obviously deliberately, to expose her identity, and let the other side catch her. She is not that kind of person. She has always been very cautious and thinks 3 steps ahead before making each move. It's so strange. Everything is so abnormal, and so strange. Shin Kei's mind was in a mess. He immediately called Jian Suiyu, and told him everything. Jiang Yuhua was right beside him. She suddenly asked a sharp question. When was the source of Yaya's layout? Jian Suiyu, ashes, it's ashes. Jiang Yuhua, before the ashes, there was an ancient castle. The source of all the layouts is the ancient castle. She may have discovered the truth about the castle door, so she started a huge game. If this is true, I even doubt whether she was intentional to be controlled by the boss in the dungeon in Linya village. Did she deliberately want Sirius and Qi Yan to cooperate? Shin Kei's expression was very unreal. So she has been deceiving me. Chuanya shook her head. She didn't know. Even if she really lied to you, her feelings for you must be all true. Shin Kei, then why did she do this? Jian Suiyu took a deep breath. I'm afraid Wu Yu has discovered that the opportunity to rescue her mother, in DX001, and even in the entire apocalypse is her herself. Chuanya looked up suddenly. Yes, her reaction just now, is exactly the same as what Captain Jian said. Jian Suiyu looked at Shin Kei. So you can tell me now? What was the truth about your recovery in the north at that time? And what did Long Qi say to you? Shin Kei whispered. Wu Yu's blood can unlock the gene lock of humans and goblins, and the DX001 created by combining the two can create new humans. Long Qi said that Wu Yu is the first embracer among vampires, and all new humans are her blood servants. As long as Wu Yu is still there, they will never die. He had always thought that as long as he didn't say it, no one would know. But in fact, with Wu Yu's brain, she actually guessed everything. Jian Suiyu, now it is confirmed that DX001 can indeed upgrade people's mental power, and even the ability left by Wu Yu's mother and her can make the goblins in the dungeon upgrade and become stronger. Jiang Yuhua, I even suspect that those are not doors at all, but simply sources of power. The doors are somewhere else. Shin Kei suddenly remembered. Jiang Huaiji said that Jiang Chung asked them to go to the Order Realm whenever they could kill him. Jiang Yuhua suddenly covered his mouth. So, does that mean that my uncle is the real door? His heart can take out a powerful ball of resentment, and his body is the vehicle. Chunya, if that's the case, everything makes sense. Shinkei's heart was beating violently. What's going on? What are you talking about? Chunya, Shinkei, you must have the strength to fight Wu Yu's father. But Wu Yu couldn't let her father die. How to let both parents survive at the same time has become a paradox. So, she prepared a new door. Wu Yu has always insisted on bringing out all the forces behind and catching them all in one fell swoop. The new door is opened, with the strength of Yu and her father, plus the other forces she has brought up personally. It is enough to break through the Order world, rescue her mother, and end the doomsday of all mankind. And she herself will be full of everyone's love for her, and rush to a grand death. The fireworks lit up by S4's victory, and everyone's presents are your proposal ceremony for her. But she is destined to not see this fireworks. Shinkei can no longer think. He is shrouded in great panic. What should I do now? Everyone told him, go find her. Wu Yu stepped onto the Jiang family shuttle. There were only Jiang Cheng and her in the main cockpit. Jiang Cheng turned to look at Wu Yu. Wu Yu smiled at him. Dad, don't be angry. Jiang Cheng, don't laugh if you don't want to. You look ugly like this. Wu Yu, eh? Okay, everyone is being sarcastic to her today. Jiang Cheng, I thought you would inherit your mother's good points, but I didn't expect you to be so smart. No wonder your mother insisted on sealing your IQ. Now look at what she did, it was very wise. Look at you, you can do hundreds of things every day. Wu Yu, Dad, are you scolding me? Jiang Cheng, if you were a boy, I would have beaten you. Wu Yu lowered her head and admitted defeat at the speed of light. Don't hit me, I can't stand your beating. Jiang Cheng, don't you know how to control Yu Shinkei? Zhou Qianfeng walked out from the side. Can you control that kid? It's as if you could control Lu Ling back then. It's not like she fooled you around, and then she openly killed people in a law-abiding society. What can you do? You can only hold your breath and support her to clean up the mess without any status. You can't say a word. Jiang Cheng's forehead veins were throbbing. Will you die if you don't talk every day? Zhou Qianfeng looked at Wu Yu. You have guessed it, right? Those dungeons are all a cover, and the one who can really open the door to the world of order is you, father. Chapter 370. Wu Yu nodded, yes. Zhou Qianfeng sighed. I said, you should tell her earlier, otherwise she is getting too capable day by day. If she continues to plan, it will be just around the corner to conquer the solar system, break out of the Milky Way, and catch the cosmic savages. Wu Yu raised her eyes in confusion. What? Zhou Qianfeng, your father did open the door to the world of order, but he doesn't have to die. However, if you follow your plan blindly, the violent riots may really kill everyone. Do you understand? Wu Yu was dumbfounded. What? Wasn't it that if you beat my dad to death, a door would pop out from the spot? It was just like killing a monster and switching the bag. Zhou Qianfeng and Jiang Cheng's foreheads were throbbing wildly at the same time. They were probably really intolerable. Jiang Cheng told Zhou Qianfeng, beat her. Then a big bump appeared on Wu Yu's head. Wu Yu covered her head. You actually hit me. Jiang Cheng took a deep breath. I won't die. I will use the high concentration of resentment accumulated in my body to break through the one-way channel between the human world, the dungeon world, and the order world in a short period of time. At the same time, in order to maintain this channel, a continuous power band must be given. Wu Yu, that is to say, once you open the door, you have to make sure it doesn't close, so you can't go deep into the order realm to fight. Jiang Cheng nodded. So, we need more strong people to volunteer to go, instead of killing them and letting the door fall out as you think. Wu Yu blinked. Then if you open the door now, Shinkei should be able to beat you. Jiang Cheng shook his head. One is far from enough. Wu Yu, what do you mean? Jiang Cheng, the passage is open, and the number of people entering is limited, otherwise I won't be able to load the passage. We must bring in as many strong people as possible within the limited number of people, understand? It's not just Shinkei, or just you, Huaiji, or a few people, it must be a battle system formed by a whole very mature strong person. Wu Yu's face fell. Then when can we go? Zhou Qianfeng. So we support the opening of S4, just to enter the rapid development stage without worries. Yeah, the alienated jellyfish you sent to the research institute before has been confirmed, and natural species have begun a new stage of spiritual evolution, which means that the global environment is entering a state of rapid growth, which may also be a very good opportunity for humans. At the same time, the two major research institutes have joined forces, and the spirits of the weapons have come out again. With the cooperation of new energy sources, I believe there will be new progress in the near future. So, don't think about anything stupid, such as sacrificing yourself, okay? Why are you as immature as your mother? Jiang Cheng looked at Zhou Qianfeng. I have been enduring you for a long time since the beginning, so don't talk about her all the time. Wu Yu, but my blood. Zhou Qianfeng was speechless. If you are really energetic and can't stop yourself from wanting to selflessly contribute to mankind, you can donate some blood to the Research Institute. 100cc is not too little, 1000cc is not too much. Anyway, after S4 is defeated, no one will catch you for research, but they can't stop you from having a strong desire to be studied. Wu Yu was happy, then it's settled. Zhou Qianfeng was stuck. No. I was being sarcastic with you on purpose, you girl. Jiang Cheng, okay, she already knows. Zhou Qianfeng wanted to say something, but Jiang Cheng suddenly opened the shuttle cockpit door, and Shinkei was standing outside the door. Jiang Cheng looked at Zhou Qianfeng. Let's go. Zhou Qianfeng rolled his eyes. You are really careless. Jiang Cheng, my father-in-law kept stopping me at that time, and I have so many regrets after losing my memory. Zhou Qianfeng obviously thought of it, and he walked out first. Jiang Cheng looked at Wu Yu. You must go home for dinner tomorrow. Wu Yu nodded immediately yes. As soon as Zhou Qianfeng and Jiang Cheng left, the shuttle door was wide open, and Shinkei stood still at the door. Wu Yu asked him, aren't you coming in? Shinkei, I haven't figured out how to face you. Wu Yu walked up to him and looked up at him. She tentatively reached out to hold Shinkei's hand, and Shinkei immediately tightened his fingers with hers. Wu Yu pulled him for a moment, and Shinkei immediately walked into the shuttle obediently, and the hatch closed. Shinkei suddenly stopped and pulled Wu Yu hard. Wu Yu turned to look at him, and Shinkei asked her seriously, do you love me? Wu Yu nodded, I love you. Shinkei looked really pitiful. He hung his head, his expression gloomy. You love me, but you never thought of staying with me for life. Shangbai even gave up the revenge for killing his mother and wanted to be with Chanya. But in your plan, you arranged everything for me, except you. Wu Yu tried to hold Shinkei's face. He looked at Wu Yu, and put his face into Wu Yu's palm obediently. Wu Yu laughed, aren't their situations different? Shinkei felt really miserable. Why is he still suffering from love? Shinkei, Jiang Yuhua is also going to the Order Realm. She also has big ideas, but she is not as bold as you. Wu Yu felt guilty. My sister probably doesn't know yet, right? Shinkei, everyone knows. Everyone knows that you want to save the Earth like Ultraman. Wu Yu buried her head in Shinkei's chest. Stop talking. I feel really embarrassed. Shinkei was really too angry, distressed and scared. He felt dizzy and weak from the moment he knew about the incident. He reached out and hugged Wu Yu, buried his head in her ear, and said back and forth, how can you be like this? I've never seen anyone like you. Wu Yu was pitiful. Then can you still forgive me? Do you still love me? Shinkei was so angry. You said it yourself. I don't like women. In your setting, I should be in a love triangle with Jiang Yuhua and Jian Suiyu. Wu Yu. Puff. With a smile, Shinkei took out the communicator and showed it to Wu Yu. Shinkei, get lost. I like women. Shinkei, Wu Yu is my wife. Shinkei, old thing, I will beat you every time I see you in the future. Wu Yu smiled and leaned forward to kiss him. Shinkei deliberately avoided him, with a reserved face, and didn't look at Wu Yu. I won't let you do whatever you want to me like this again. I also want you to know that I am a principled person with backbone. Do you know that when I was a prince before, I was very cold? I didn't even. Wu Yu jumped up and hooked her arms around his neck. Shinkei naturally hugged her. Wu Yu didn't let him hide at all. She turned his face and kissed him forcefully. Shinkei was still trying to resist. Let me go. Wu Yu, I let you go. Now you are hugging me. Shinkei looked at her. You blocked me. Wu Yu, I let you go a long time ago. Shinkei felt wronged. You also cancelled our teleportation ring. Wu Yu, then let's recover now, okay? Shinkei, you still want to break up with me. When I just proposed to you and loved you the most, you broke up with me when you helped Qi Yin and me to reach the peak, and then you gave your life for the future of mankind and justice without telling anyone. You gave your life for the future of all mankind and saved me from the abyss, the dead first love by Yue Guang. Wu Yu, you left such a strong mark in my life. Do you think I am still capable of falling in love with someone else? Wu Yu leaned over and kissed him. I was wrong. My father and Uncle Zhou have taught me a lesson. I will never say break up in the future. I want to be with you forever. Can you forgive me? Shinkei bowed his head. I can't always forgive you so easily like this. Wu Yu made a bitter face. How can you forgive me? Chapter 371. S4 New Season Group. Fuishu at Wu Yu. I heard that someone took the initiative to go to Liaran to announce her important identity, but no one paid any attention to her. Zhou Qianfeng at Wu Yu. Who is it? Could it be our Jiang family's daughter, the commander-in-chief with a noble status and a great life experience? Fuishua et Wu, you could it be that our commander-in-chief wants to sacrifice his small self to complete his big self and become the mother of Ultra? Zhou Qianfeng at Wu Yu, I heard that in order to become the mother of Ultra, even the blue chip stocks that he raised with his own hands were abandoned. Just after the official announcement, they broke up suddenly. You scumbag, well done. Fuishua at Wu Yu at Shinkei broke up? It's good to break up. There are many girls in our Dao sect who like Shinkei. When Prince Squire was here, he had a lot of fans. Now he is even more popular. Isn't it because they like girls who are optimistic and cheerful like fairies? At Fu Yanchi, you should also give benefits to your fellow sisters. Make some arrangements. Fu Yanchi, got it. Zhou Qianfeng at Wu Yu at Shinkei, many female colleagues in our secretariat have not yet solved the problem of being single. At Luli, you should also make some arrangements. Prince Squire is the heir to the highest title in the royal court, and the captain of the Alliance's #1 team, Qian. He is young, has a positive outlook, is handsome, and has a combat power comparable to the Alliance's #1 team. There are many people who are greedy for him, and he is now available in the market. Anyway, it's a blind date, and the prince is also a skilled worker. Luli, okay, arrange it. Fuyanchi and Luli at Wu Yu at Shinkei, when is the prince free? Wu Yu, why do you always at me when I ask him when he is free? Fuyanchi and Luli, my hand slipped. Wu Yu turned to look at Shinkei, who lowered his head to look at the communicator without saying a word. Wu Yu's eyes gradually became dangerous. Aren't you going to say something? Shinkei turned his head and looked at her calmly. What do you think I should say? Just after the official announcement, they broke up suddenly. Scumbag, well done. Should I say yes, yes, well praised? Wu Yu lost her momentum instantly. I used a question sentence at that time. Shinkei, if your father hadn't appeared at that time, you would have said an affirmative sentence. Wu Yu's expression was blank for a second. She could never admit it. I didn't. Shinkei, if Chuanya hadn't noticed something was wrong with you right away, we might have been done for. Shinkei took a deep breath and raised the communicator. Wu Yu, do you know that if you want to cancel the relationship, I will give you a prompt? Since you asked me if I wanted to break up, do you know how many times I gave you a prompt? 12 times, and every time it popped up, it was tearing my heart apart. If your father hadn't told you the truth about the relationship, you would have really canceled it, right? Wu Yu lowered her head, unable to refute. Fuishua at Wu Yu, do you know when parents like their children the most? On holidays, winter and summer vacations, and the 2 days before the holidays. From the 3rd day on, I can't help but want to slap my children when I see them jumping around and idling around. Zhou Qianfeng at Wu Yu, I finally know why Shinkei cut your role as the main driver in the world boss battle. You are really good at jumping around. You are really annoying. You can ruin it. Fuishua at Wu Yu, children really can't be spoiled. The more you spoil them, the more they want to go to heaven. Zhou Qianfeng at Wu Yu, your general commander has also been cut. Be conscious and transfer the group owner to your father. Quit the group and prepare to be a bridesmaid at the wedding. Little girl, you are so annoying. I won't play with you anymore. Wu Yu lowered her head. Wu Yu has transferred the group owner to Jiang Cheng. Wu Yu exits the group chat. Fuishua at Zhou Qianfeng, can you be more polite? You are the only one who has a big mouth, right? Zhou Qianfeng at Fuishua, it was you who started it first. You blame me? Jiang Cheng, don't say anything to each other. Fuishua and Zhou Qianfeng at Jiang Cheng, shut up. It's all because of you. You have to hide everything. Your mother-in-law just stopped you from meeting Lu Ling, but you are really mean. They are going to break up. Jiang Cheng, I didn't expect this kid to be so quick-witted. If someone knows about this and opens a two-way channel, humans will. Fuishua and Zhou Qianfeng, shut up. Will you put away the communicator? And she looked at Shinkei with a worried look on her face. Are you angry? Shinkei nodded. Yes, I am very angry. Very, very angry. Wu Yu lowered her head. That was why Shinkei was so guilty and cautious every time he saw her after he came back from the north. He had to look at her expression before he could get close to her. Now she could completely empathize with him. When Wu Yu was at a loss, Shinkei suddenly reached out and grabbed her arm and pulled her in front of him. Wu Yu looked at Shinkei in confusion. Shinkei took out the rings and said, rebind them. Wu Yu, aren't you angry with me? Shinkei nodded. Yes, I am angry with you. But Wu Yu, do you know what you look like now? Wu Yu, what? Shinkei, you want to run? You are like a frightened bird. All the thorns on your body exploded. No matter how many times I tell you that I love you, you think in your heart that I will change my mind. I was forced into a desperate situation and pushed you away once, and you almost sentenced me to death. When you saw what Master Fu and Secretary Zhou said, you avoided them at the first time, instead of swearing your sovereignty. Your first reaction to all emotions is to avoid them. You found that the Secretariat was helping you, but you pretended not to know. If it weren't for your curiosity about your mother, you wouldn't even want to go to the Dao sect because of your seal. Not to mention the Jiang family, your biological father, you have always avoided them. Everything you do is for others, you have arranged everything for others. What about yourself? I thought you had figured it out after the last dungeon, but you just hit it deeper. No, it should be said that after you faced your identity, you also had to sacrifice your small self to complete your big self like Jiang Yuhua. You looked at Shinkei, who taught you these words? Shinkei was very frank. Chunya, Jian Suiyu, Jiang Yuhua, Shan Baiyi, Richard. And your elders, many people, they have all realized that in the 15 years of their absence from you, you have developed avoidant attachment personality disorder. You avoid, and even fear, establishing deep and intimate relationships with everyone, and are afraid to approach and rely on others. You are extremely insecure, and have a tendency to self-destruct every time you deal with things. To be honest, before, whether it was Secretary Zhou or Master Fu, they all thought that I had a problem with my character, and didn't want me to be with you. But now they deliberately said in the group that they would find a partner for you, just because they were afraid that you would really run away, and there might be no one who could stand my mental disorder that was as serious as a mental illness, and they were afraid that I would end up alone. Shinkei looked at Wu Yu, we are even now. I lied to you, pushed you away, and you gave it all back, now we are even. Wu Yu was confused, then what? Shinkei suddenly laughed, and he pulled open his collar. Since you drove the shuttle and fought against an island's intercontinental missiles, you only talked and laughed with Yin, pretending not to know the rumors spread by Jian Suiyu, deliberately angering me in the sea mining town, and deliberately wearing shoes in front of me in the north. You have been luring me for so long and finally got together with me, but you just announced that you want to break up with me. I have tolerated you for so long, I have wanted to deal with you for a long time. Wu Yu knew Shinkei was going to go crazy when she saw his expression, and turned around to run, but Shinkei picked her up and walked towards the lounge. Wu Yu's props and summoned beasts are all exploded. She can't beat Shinkei at all. She immediately admitted defeat. Don't hit me, I'm a smart type, and can't stand being beaten. Shinkei sneered. I won't hit you, I just give you a cure. Cure? What cure? Wu Yu's mind immediately jumped to the last time Shinkei said to cure. Chapter 372. Wu Yu felt that this was no longer a kiss, Shinkei simply wanted to chew her and eat her. She tilted her head back, her calves trembling and her limbs weak, her brain lacking oxygen, and she felt like her soul was floating. She spoke with difficulty. I can't breathe. Shinkei picked Wu Yu up and let her sit on the desk. He hugged her waist and put his head on her shoulder and panted, Wu Yu, you are simply going to piss me off to death. Wu Yu hooked her arms around Shinkei's neck and leaned weakly on him. Shinkei did not hesitate to tighten his arms and hug her tightly. Wu Yu whispered, you're going to strangle me. Shinkei was furious. I told you to avoid me again, try it if you dare. Go to that group now, and tell them that I'm your husband, and see who dares to introduce me to a blind date. I'm young, I have a positive outlook, I'm pretty, I'm strong, but they're all yours. You saved my life, and you raised my weapons and strength. Others are not allowed to even think about it. Wu Yu felt so embarrassed. What are you talking about? Didn't you see that they kicked me out of the group? Shinkei invites Wu Yu to join the group chat. The group that was just arguing and quarreling fell into an eerie silence. Shinkei hugged Wu Yu from behind and sat on the sofa, his chin resting on her shoulder. Take out the communicator. Wu Yu tremblingly took out the communicator and just opened the group chat interface. Zhou Qianfeng at Wu Yu. Are you back to claim your sovereignty? Wu Yu looked at Shinkei pitifully. Are you bullying me? When Shinkei saw Wu Yu like this, his bones were about to soften, but no, he couldn't let Wu Yu get away with it today. Shinkei told her, if you don't tell me, I will. Wu Yu, what did you say? Shinkei at Fu Yanqi at Lu Li, I am free now. Where can I go on a blind date? Jian Suiyu, well done. Richard, nice. Jietchen, I can show you some strength for once. Fu Yanqi at Fu Yishua, my uncle, I have already prepared a list of people for blind dates. Please take a look. Fu Yishua, shut up. I have always taught you this. Why don't you have any sense at all? Fu Yanqi. Blame me? Zhou Qianfeng at Lu Li at Shinkei. Clear meeting room number 3 and arrange it immediately. Lu Li. Push me to death? My life is not my life? Shinkei, okay. Shinkei let go of Wu Yu, and was about to stand up, when Wu Yu grabbed him immediately. Where are you going? Shinkei looked at her. You saw me go on a blind date. You wouldn't care anyway, right? You heard it before but pretended not to hear it, and now you are silent. Wu Yu gritted her teeth. You are engaged to me now. Do you have any morals? You are not single, but you still go on a blind date. Shinkei bent down, put his face in front of her, and sneered. Really? Anyway, no one knows, right? Now everyone only knows that you broke up with me suddenly, and you dumped me, and you still talk to me about morality. Wu Yu was angry. I said I didn't want to break up. If I wanted to break up, why did you kiss me so hard just now? You still hugged me, and you stretched out your hand. Shinkei put his hand on the back of the sofa and approached Wu Yu. Where did I stretch my hand? Here. Wu Yu slapped his hand away. Shinkei, don't touch me. Shinkei fixed both of Wu Yu's hands with one hand, and he directly picked Wu Yu up and turned around to sit on the sofa again. Wu Yu was so angry that she struggled. Shinkei said in a hoarse voice, Don't move. Wu Yu paused, then let me go. Shinkei shook his head. I won't. Wu Yu, aren't you in a hurry to go on a blind date? Let me go ahead. Shinkei gritted his teeth. Wu Yu, you are really heartless. You can't stop until you make me angry to death. Wu Yu lowered her head and said nothing. Shinkei was so angry that he couldn't breathe. He took out the talisman that Jiang Yuhua gave him from his pocket and slapped it in front of Wu Yu's eyes. Wu Yu was shocked. Jian Suiyu gave it to you? Shinkei sneered. Jian Suiyu wouldn't dare to. If he gave it to me, Jiang Yuhua would immediately dump him and never have anything to do with him again. It was Jiang Yuhua who gave it to me. Wu Yu was confused. Am I deserted by everyone now? Shinkei sneered. You are deserted by everyone. Jiang Yuhua gave it to me openly. Do you believe that if I really dare to force you, even if she can't beat me, she can immediately use the military force of the Jiang family to kill me? If Jian Suiyu dares to stop her, she can kill both of them directly. And your father, he kept everything to himself, and in the end, when something happened, he turned invisible and said he would be a good person and say he would go home for dinner tomorrow. I am the unlucky and pathetic person who was played around by you. You Jiang family members are too mean, and each of you is more cunning than the other. The people of Wangting bullied me before, but now you Jiang family members bully me. Speaking at the end, Shinkei lowered his head and loosened his hand holding Wu Yu. Wu Yu's heart suddenly jumped, and she grabbed Shinkei. Shinkei laughed at himself and crushed the talisman directly. Wu Yu, I haven't reached this point yet. If I really do this, I will be a real pathetic person. Your father said that your seal is unstable, and I was ready not to touch you for the rest of my life. In the end, your father lied to me, and you followed suit. Do you think it's fun to keep testing me and controlling me like this? Shinkei leaned lightly on the sofa, and felt like he was about to break apart along with the talisman. Wu Yu's heart was beating fast, and she finally panicked when she saw Shinkei like this. Shinkei, you said you would never let me go for the rest of your life. Shinkei nodded. Yes, but love is a matter between two people. What's the point of me insisting on it alone? You said you would just throw it away. Wu Yu shook her head. I didn't. I really wanted to arrange everything. But now? Wu Yu herself couldn't say anything more. Yes, it seemed that she had never respected Shinkei's wishes. She always made her own decisions about this relationship. So now, Shinkei was finally tired. Now Shinkei wanted to give up. Wu Yu slowly lowered her head. Shinkei looked at her calmly, his heart almost jumping out of his throat. Psychiatric Treatment Center for Emotional Disorders 8. Shinkei, you better make sure it works. If my wife is gone, I will kill you all. Chunya, it works. Don't panic. If you don't push Wu Yu, she will still deal with similar problems the same way next time. You love each other very much now, but no matter how good your relationship is, it can't withstand such a test. You may really give up at that time. Jian Suiyu. Then you may overestimate him. He is a pure dog-licking love brain. Jiang Yuhua, Chunya is right. Whether she can be with Shinkei is another matter, but Maid Bao's emotional disorder must be treated. Shinkei's expression almost collapsed. Shinkei, you really are gambling with me. I'm quitting. If she's determined, she really doesn't want me. Chunya, don't worry. You might succeed if you add more fuel to the fire. Shinkei, I think Wu Yu can't stand it now. Jiang Yuhua invites Zhou Qianfeng to join the group chat. Zhou Qianfeng at Shinkei, calm down and I help you. Believe me. When has your uncle ever lied to you? Wu Yu just let out a sigh of relief and picked up the communicator, and Shinkei's face suddenly turned cold. Finally decided to post it? Wu Yu shook her head. I want to cancel the destined person. Shinkei's expression cracked, and he was about to admit defeat, but Wu Yu suddenly covered his mouth. Just kidding. As for new season group. Wu Yu and Shinkei, you want to go on a blind date? Shinkei, yes, they must arrange it for me. Wu Yu, If they arrange it for you, you have to go. Don't you have a mouth and won't refuse? Shin-Kei is my fiancé, who dares to arrange a blind date for him. Smile.jpg at Jiangcheng. Don't you see what kind of group this is? You don't talk about business all day long and just talk about nonsense. How can you be the group leader? Shin-Kei, I think it's bad for them to do this, it's immoral. Jiangcheng, the lesson is, I'm talking about them right now, I also think it's particularly bad for them to do this. Everyone. Damn, you two dead green tea. Chapter 373. Wu Yu had just sent a message in the S4 group, and immediately, Psychiatric Treatment Center for Emotional Disorders 9. Jian Sui Yu at Jian Yuhua run. Jian Yuhua, Jian Sui Yu exits the group chat. Richard exits the group chat. Shang Baiyi and Chunya exit the group chat. Jian Yuhua, Fu Yanqi and Jiechen exit the group chat. The group of 9 people left in an instant, leaving only Shin-Kei and Zhou Qianfeng. After all, Zhou Qianfeng was old, and his hand speed was not as fast as that of the young people. He just felt something was wrong. Shin-Kei invites Wu Yu to join the group chat. Zhou Qianfeng, damn. This guy is backstabbing me. Wu Yu at Zhou Qianfeng, Uncle Zhou, how are you going to help him? Zhou Qianfeng, yeah, your Uncle Zhou is old and doesn't tell the truth. Although I never lie, I always talk nonsense. Zhou Qianfeng exits the group chat. Wu Yu took Shin-Kei's communicator and looked through their previous chat records in the group, writing down all the people who made suggestions. Shin-Kei was watching quietly from the side. When Wu Yu turned her head, he immediately said, it was all their idea. I just did what they said. It really has nothing to do with me. I am innocent, and I am also a victim. Wu Yu. You are really teasing. Who can tease you more than me? Shin-Kei secretly hugged her. Seeing that Wu Yu did not resist, and even leaned directly into his arms, Shin-Kei was immediately happy, and directly embraced Wu Yu in his arms. Wu Yu deliberately teased him, your acting is really good. Fu Nia leaned on the sofa with his eyes down. If you are not awarded the Oscar for Best Actor, it would be burying a talented person like you. Shin-Kei blushed, don't tell me. Wu Yu turned around and hooked his neck. I said, Shin-Kei, you are really good, you have been very careful. When you cancel the predestined person, a prompt will pop up. When you had a Fox Fairy dungeon, you first asked me if I wanted to cancel it. When I was about to cancel it, you suddenly mentioned the ghost in the dungeon. Did you do it on purpose? Shin-Kei did not admit it. I didn't. I had already thought about saying goodbye to you. I didn't want to drag you down. Jian Suiyu, Yuhua, and I just got together. Don't mess with us. At that time, Shin-Kei spread rumors about me in the Fox Fairy dungeon, and he beat me up. After that, when you came out of the dungeon, he winked at me and told me to keep calm and not to cancel the destined person. As soon as the prompt popped up on his side, he would send me a message. The shuttle asked you to treat him, but he didn't want to cancel it. Wu Yu showed the communicator to Shin-Kei. Really? But Jian Suiyu has already slid to his knees. He sold you out. Shin-Kei gritted his teeth. Jian Suiyu, this kid has no backbone at all. Wu Yu tilted her head to look at him. What else did you do behind my back? Confess it yourself. Shin-Kei blinked. Really nothing. Zhou Qianfeng. Yeah. When you asked me in the secretariat about Shin-Kei's situation when he returned to the royal court, I could see that you liked him. I found Shin-Kei and told him that you are my daughter, and I can cooperate with him. I need forces outside the world city to strengthen my strength, and the Secretariat can help him get rid of the coercion inside the royal court. The scientific research team of the Secretariat found that the trace elements leaked from the meteorite were very magical in the sample test of the natural disaster map before, but Wang Ting was rich and powerful when bidding, so he had to give up in the end. I took advantage of the success of the first wave of DX001 and pressured Wang Ting to cede land and pay compensation to take out the natural disaster map as a reward for capturing Longxi. Shin-Kei finally rejected this way of transaction, but at that time he promised to help me kill Longxi and get the natural disaster map given by Wang Ting. At that time, I took the initiative to propose a vote. Even if the Jiang family did not show up, I had a way to secretly transfer Qi Yan out of the bombing area. But a lot of things happened afterwards, and this natural disaster map was not suitable to fall into the hands of the Secretariat, so this matter was left unresolved and no one knew about it. I think Shin-Kei's character is impeccable, so he is unlikely to tell you a promise that he has not fulfilled to pretend to be affectionate. Yeah, love is not easy, cherish the one in front of you. Shin-Kei saw Wu Yu lowering her head to look at the communicator, and Zhou Qianfeng sent such a long message, his heart suddenly rose to his throat. Shin-Kei's crazy brainstorm, is it over? It should be gone, right? Really gone. His past has been exposed. Wu Yu turned to look at him. Did Uncle Joe look for you before? Shinkei nodded yes. Wu Yu, what did he say to you? Shinkei, he asked me to use my status as a prince to save you, saying that you assassinated Chen Yuanling. He disgusted you at the gate of Shiji City, and I wanted to kill him, but you took action first. Wu Yu, oh no wonder I got away so easily that time, what else? Shinkei blinked no more. Wu Yu narrowed his eyes dangerously, you won't tell me, right? Shinkei lowered his head. He said he wanted to cooperate with me, saying that it was inconvenient for him to show up for things outside. He helped me deal with the royal court, and I helped him get the natural disaster map. Wu Yu, why didn't you agree? Shinkei, I know he came to me because of you, and I don't want our relationship to be involved in interests. Wu Yu, then are you still willing to help Uncle Joe get the natural disaster map? Shinkei hesitated. I thought he was your father at the time, and I wanted to prove that I was still useful, and not so unworthy of you. Wu Yu laughed, oh. Shinkei buried his head in her neck. In the end, you saved me. I'm really useless. Wu Yu reached out and touched Shinkei's hair. You're not useless. You've always been very powerful. So you've actually been trying hard. You want to catch me, right? Shinkei said softly, well, when you were walking towards me in the shuttle, if you had stepped back a second later, I wouldn't have been able to control myself. Wu Yu blinked. Oh, what are you going to do if you can't control yourself? Shinkei raised his head and kissed her, that's it. Shinkei pressed Wu Yu on the sofa with his backhand, lifted her cheek with his slender fingers, lowered his head, and kissed her fiercely. Finally everything was clear. Just now, he was so nervous and frightened. Wu Yu suddenly remembered, how are Chanya and Bai Yi? Shinkei, they are fine. Shang Bai Yi seems to have been prepared for it. Wu Yu smiled. Chanya is very powerful. With Chanya accompanying Shang Bai Yi as the deputy captain of Qi Yin, no one can take advantage of it. Shinkei picked up Wu Yu and walked to the bed. Wu Yu blinked. What do you want to do? Shinkei looked down at her in a contemptuous tone. I won't do anything. The talisman is broken, isn't it? What can I do? I don't know any mysterious arts. The talisman is broken, and I can't draw it. Wu Yu blushed and lowered her head. Oh, she forgot. This question made her seem to be daydreaming. Shinkei put Wu Yu on the bed and covered her with a quilt. Go to sleep. It's late. Before Wu Yu could react, Shinkei suddenly said, there are indeed many people who are greedy for me. I am in great demand. Since I killed Xuanwu, many people have added me to their contacts. Shinkei turned to look at Wu Yu. Do you think I should add you? Chapter 374. Wu Yu saw that Shinkei was determined to get his place back today. Okay, she wanted to see how coveted Shinkei was, and how popular he was. She sat up, and went to get Shinkei's communicator, but Shinkei held her with one hand, and lifted the communicator up, and refused to give it to her. Wu Yu said dangerously, give it to me. Shinkei didn't expect Wu Yu's attitude to change so suddenly. She didn't even want to look at it, when he stuffed it into her hand before. He felt a little uneasy. He had a group in his communicator, and there were only 4 people in the group, Zhou Qianfeng, Fu Yixue, Jiang Cheng and him. While they were trying to grab the information, the group was still jumping. Shinkei, I'm leaving first. After quickly completing the operation, Shinkei handed the communicator to Wu Yu. It would have been fine if he hadn't operated it, but once he did, Wu Yu knew that he had deleted his friend. Wu Yu was furious. What did you do just now? Shinkei lowered his head. Nothing, and I showed you the group your sister and the others were in just now. Wu Yu, I didn't switch out to see it. I need to check it carefully now. Shinkei suddenly smiled at her. Okay, you check it. Wu Yu gritted her teeth. What did you delete? Shinkei just smiled at her without saying anything. Wu Yu clicked on Shinkei's friend list, and a series of friend additions kept sliding down until they expired, and Shinkei rejected all of them. Wu Yu's hand paused, and Shinkei urged her, you haven't checked the friend list yet. Wu Yu's mind was full of Shinkei's guilty look just now. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. She slapped the communicator in Shinkei's hand, and turned around to leave. Shinkei stopped her from leaving. Where are you going? Are you going to run again? Wu Yu lowered her head and said nothing. Shinkei lowered his head to coax her. Before, Secretary Zhou pulled me into a small group, which only included your father, him and Taoist Fu. Wu Yu, I don't believe it. How come they suddenly became so nice to you? Fortunately, Shinkei was smart this time. He took a screenshot before deleting it. He showed it to Wu Yu. See for yourself. Wu Yu saw these 3 people giving Shinkei advice. Wu Yu gritted her teeth. There are also 2 military advisors helping you to make plans and fight a combination punch, right? Shinkei reached out and hugged Wu Yu. I can't think straight when I see you. No one helps me with ideas, and you always fool me. Wu Yu was about to struggle, but Shinkei hugged her tightly. Don't run away, okay? Wu Yu buried her head in his chest, and said in a muffled voice, I tried many times to cancel the predestined person, but in the end I couldn't do it. So what were you thinking when you cut off all the information in the north? Shinkei recalled, at that time, I just felt regretful, very regretful. It was really too regretful. Wu Yu, have you completed all the things you regretted at that time? Shinkei looked at Wu Yu warily. What do you want to do? Wu Yu pinched his face. Uncle Zhou has told me the arrangements for the next stage. I won't do stupid things again. Shinkei counted, become stronger and get rid of the control of the royal court, take back my parents' ashes and bury them, develop and strengthen Qi Yan, and let Qi Yan's partners gain freedom. And Shinkei looked at Wu Yu. I want to be with you forever. I want to have a home. Wu Yu held Shinkei's face. Well, then we will be together forever. Qi Yan is our home. Wu Yu led Shinkei to the main cockpit of the shuttle, and changed the free flight mode to the destination, Qi Yan base. Shinkei finally heard the word forever from Wu Yu's mouth, and he felt like he was floating in the clouds. He stood beside Wu Yu obediently. It's late now. You can go to the base after you wake up. I will stay here with you. Wu Yu nodded. Well, but I think it's better to go home for the first time. Shinkei was stunned for a moment. He looked at Wu Yu in confusion. Ah? What? What about the first time? Wu Yu tilted her head. Are you tired today? Then how about next time? Before Wu Yu could speak, Shinkei suddenly realized, I'm not tired. I'm very energetic. After saying that, his whole face turned red, including his ears and neck, which looked like they were dripping with blood. Wu Yu held his face. You were not so shy when you kissed me before. Shinkei glanced at Wu Yu, wanting to look away, but reluctant to do so. He asked softly, have you thought about it? In a moment. You can't regret it again. Wu Yu asked him, what if I regret it? Shinkei lowered his head. If you regret it, I will wait a little longer. Wu Yu kept laughing. Shinkei hugged her waist, and felt Wu Yu leaning on his chest. I've made up my mind. Wu Yu could hear Shinkei's heartbeat, one by one, clearly, and very fast. The whole cockpit was quiet and beautiful. Shinkei suddenly said, why haven't you flown yet? Wu Yu couldn't help laughing again. Shinkei hugged her. Don't laugh at me. When the shuttle was put into storage, Wu Yu deliberately walked slowly, which made Shinkei feel anxious. As soon as the hatch opened, he led Wu Yu to the dormitory. Chanya had already greeted them in advance, and all the people who saw them along the way turned around and walked away without greeting them, just pretending not to see them. Wu Yu was about to wait for the elevator, and Shinkei picked her up directly. Wu Yu was puzzled. What's wrong? Shinkei, the elevator is too slow. Wu Yu, Shinkei carried Wu Yu from the stairs to the dormitory door in a blink of an eye, and closed the door from the inside. Shinkei picked Wu Yu up and kissed her. Wu Yu couldn't stand up because of the kiss. She pushed Shinkei and said, I want to take a shower. She had just killed someone, handled the body, and even dissected the body. Shinkei didn't want to. Wait a minute. Wu Yu saw that Shinkei was determined not to let her go, so she simply said, how about we go together? Shinkei's movements suddenly stopped. Then. That's fine. While Shinkei was confused, Wu Yu pushed him away and walked to the bathroom. The bathroom in the dormitory is different from the shuttle lounge. The bathroom in Wu Yu's room is large, with complete shower facilities and a new bathtub. Wu Yu opened the bathroom door. Shinkei was still standing there looking at her in confusion. It was obvious that he was very inexperienced, and had no experience in this area. Wu Yu ignored him and pushed the door open. Shinkei listened to the sound of water coming from the bathroom, and felt restless. Thinking of the last time Wu Yu called him, he couldn't help but look forward to it, and his eyes couldn't help looking at the bathroom. After waiting for a while, he suddenly realized that Wu Yu had indeed said, how about going together? Then can he go in by himself? Shinkei stood up suddenly, and walked slowly towards the bathroom. God knows that even when he killed an SSS-level dungeon boss in his life, he had never moved so lightly, and dared not breathe. As soon as Shinkei walked to the door, he found that it was ajar. He was about to reach out his hand when Wu Yu suddenly called him, Shinkei. Shinkei immediately retracted his hand. Huh? Then, he heard Wu Yu say, the water is ready, you can come in. Shinkei was stunned for a second, and immediately reached out, and gently pushed the door open. Chapter 375. Seeing Wu Yu finish washing, Shinkei felt lost for a second, and then when he saw the nightgown she was wearing, his mind was completely muddled. A white suspender waist with a hollowed-out, transparent nightgown, butterfly prints on both sides of the chest, and an irregular short skirt hem that looked like butterfly wings, with a white nightgown draped over it. Shinkei lowered his head. feeling that the air was so scorching that he couldn't breathe at all. Wu Yu came over and put her face close to him. My lord prince, you look so nervous that you're almost cooked. Shinkei said like a mosquito. Wu Yu, why did you cut your hair? Don't you know that your boyfriend's hair is the common property of lovers? Shinkei, it's too long. It's so troublesome. Wu Yu felt it was a pity, it's so long now. Didn't you keep it long before? Shinkei, my hair is too eye-catching. I kept it long before to distinguish myself from Captain Shi Yin. Why are you asking about hair suddenly? Shinkei suddenly realized that Wu Yu had said before that she liked young and good-looking people. Shinkei looked at her. Do you like me with long hair? After saying this, Shinkei immediately remembered that except for the time in the alley at night, Wu Yu was always very warm when she saw him as a prince. Shinkei was a little jealous. Do you like me because you see me like that? When he saved Wu Yu in World City, she even chased him and asked about his identity. Thinking of this, Shinkei became even more jealous. He stretched out his hand to hold Wu Yu and let her lean towards him. I'm going to be angry. Wu Yu stood on tiptoe and hooked Shinkei's neck. Yes, they all say that the prince has many fans, many people are greedy, and he is in great demand. The first time I met the prince, I felt that the prince was a flower of the high mountain, and people couldn't help but want to. Shinkei hugged her angrily. You are not allowed to say it. Shinkei lowered his head and kissed her. It was obviously me who came first. You can't like him first. Wu Yu was really impressed by this man. What are you talking about? Aren't you the only one? Shinkei shook his head. It's different. It's different. He wanted Wu Yu because Shinkei liked him. Wu Yu, when I fell from the sky, you saved me, and I felt that I looked very much like you. So I chased you and asked you a few questions. Shinkei curled his lips. Then why did you keep giving me water to drink? Wu Yu, I think you were making a political show, and I was afraid that you would die of thirst, and it would be another matter, and you would be angry and implicate the team. Later, when I drank the water you gave me, it was also when you suddenly raised your eyes, and we looked very much like each other. Shinkei was happy, hugged Wu Yu, and kissed her repeatedly. So you like me? Wu Yu teased him deliberately. What if I liked the prince first? What would you do? Shinkei lowered his head. I can't help it. Who made me like you so much? Wu Yu saw Shinkei's energetic look and thought he was really good at pretending, so she went to get the communicator on the side. Shinkei was surprised. What are you going to do? Wu Yu, I take a picture of you like this now, and let your fans see that people who can kill admirals in seconds are really good at pretending. At first, Shinkei thought it was nothing, so he just took a photo. But when he thought about the environment here and Wu Yu's current appearance, he quickly leaned over to cover the camera. Wu Yu blinked. What's wrong? Shinkei lowered his voice. There are tiles and mirrors behind. What if you were photographed? Wu Yu's tone became dangerous. What do you mean? Am I not worthy of being seen? Shinkei suddenly laughed. He hugged Wu Yu and turned around to look at the half-length mirror in the bathroom. Okay, take the photo. Just like this, take both of us in. Just use it as an official photo. Wu Yu glanced at the communicator screen, then belatedly glanced at the half-length mirror. Her face flushed, and just as she was about to turn around, she was hugged by Shinkei. Shinkei, aren't you going to take a photo? Wu Yu covered her face. No. Shinkei, don't, or you think I don't want to make it public. Wu Yu turned around and wanted to run, but Shinkei kept contacting Wu Yu, his eyes getting darker and darker. He pushed Wu Yu to the sink and said in a hoarse voice, Don't move around anymore. Wu Yu raised her head. Shinkei looked at her, getting closer and closer. Wu Yu deliberately turned her face away. Shinkei pitifully called her. Wife, you said you have thought it through. Wu Yu said seriously, I just think it's not good for us to do this, right? Shinkei was discouraged. I knew you regretted it again. Wu Yu blinked. After all, the prince is so popular, it's not appropriate to give me such a good deal, right? Shinkei looked up at Wu Yu in confusion, and suddenly felt that Wu Yu's tone seemed to indicate that she didn't really want to reject him. Shinkei immediately said, There's nothing inappropriate. I'm not that popular. Wu Yu pretended to be surprised. Isn't it that you are a flower on the mountain, out of reach? Shinkei couldn't hold back his smile. He carried Wu Yu to the sink and looked up at her. It's obviously me who is out of reach. Wu Yu was still trying to tease him. So many people want to add you. Do you want to add them? Shinkei couldn't help it. He leaned closer and reached out to take off Wu Yu's nightgown. His slender fingers held Wu Yu's smooth back with his hot palms. The voice became more and more vague. I wanted anything. I really didn't add any. My heart, eyes, and mind are all about you. Shinkei picked up Wu Yu and wanted to walk out of the bathroom. Wu Yu held him. The water is ready. Shinkei was puzzled. Didn't you wash it? Wu Yu hooked him. You haven't washed it yet, right? Besides, who said that if you have washed it, you can't wash it again? Shinkei looked at Wu Yu. Then you put it on. Wu Yu just looked at him, not saying anything. He couldn't ask her to say everything, right? She was also very embarrassed. Wu Yu saw that Shinkei didn't move, and the anger she had given him had been vented. Wu Yu lowered her head and said, "You should wash yourself." I went out. Before she finished speaking, Shinkei picked her up like a princess. Wu Yu covered her face and said, "I'm going out." "Shinkei, you clearly said you wanted to wash with me." Wu Yu's face turned red, "But you stayed there all the time. I feel so embarrassed. Let me go, I'm going out." She reacted quickly last time. Why is she so slow this time? The initiative once directly led to her lifelong introversion. Shinkei carried Wu Yu to the bathtub. "I didn't stay there on purpose. I was just so fascinated by you that I couldn't react. I'm letting you go now. You can't run away." Wu Yu nodded. "Well, I won't run away." It would be strange if she didn't run away. As soon as Shinkei let go of Wu Yu and started to take off his clothes, he saw Wu Yu running out without looking back. While running, Wu Yu said, "I'm going to stay at Chunya's place today." Before Wu Yu put on her combat uniform, Shinkei had already come out of the bathroom. He was shirtless and grabbed Wu Yu's waist and pulled her up. Shinkei's tone was dangerous. "You are wearing this now, and you want to cross half of the dormitory building to find Chunya in a combat uniform? You want me to go out and kill half of Chiyan's people, right?" Wu Yu struggled. "Let me go." Shinkei suddenly raised his mouth and smiled dangerously. "Wu Yu, you like to play like this, right?" Wu Yu looked up at him confusedly. "What? What are you playing?" She just feels ashamed now. Shinkei picked up Wu Yu with one hand and walked directly to the bathroom. He closed the door with his backhand, and mist rose from the door instantly. The sound of water gradually sounded. "Rip. Wu Yu, my clothes?" "Shinkei, I buy you new ones." "Wu Yu, this dress is obviously easy to take off." "Shinkei, well, I did it on purpose." Wu Yu was breathless from Shinkei's kiss. She stepped back and was hugged by Shinkei. "Wu Yu, Shinkei, if you didn't know the truth of the matter, would you still come to me and agree to break up with me?" Shinkei's voice trembled, and he suddenly tightened his arms. "You are not allowed to say these two words again, never again, never in this life." "I will not agree, I will never agree. Don't even think about it. Never think about separating from me." Wu Yu panted. "You hugged me too tightly, you are so strong now." Shinkei gritted his teeth. "When Chunya came to me, I was waiting for you to press the button to cancel the reminder of the destined person again. At that time, I thought, I gave you a chance, but you forced me to do it. Let alone the Jiang family. I will catch you and lock you up forever even if I go to hell. Whoever comes to save you, don't worry about my anger." Wu Yu gently stroked his back to comfort him. "I was wrong. I won't say it again." Shinkei buried his head in Wu Yu's neck. "I want you to comfort me." The heat from Shinkei's words made Wu Yu want to hide. Shinkei moved closer to stop her from running away. Wu Yu touched Shinkei's hair and called him, "Baby." Shinkei suddenly stopped, and Wu Yu saw that his face, which was originally red, was completely red. Holding his cheek, he called again, "Baby." Shinkei said softly, "Wife." Shinkei looked up at Wu Yu. As the sound of water became louder, Shinkei's voice came. "I still want you to call me husband." "Wu Yu, husband." "Shinkei, call me again." Wu Yu hooked her arms around his neck and kissed him, "Husband." Shinkei stared at Wu Yu with dark eyes, and kissed her fiercely, with such force that he wanted to crush Wu Yu into pieces. The hot kiss fell on Wu Yu's body, making her conscious and her brain hot. Wu Yu wanted to move away, but Shinkei immediately tightened his grip, not letting her retreat. Shinkei pushed Wu Yu to the edge of the bathtub, lowered his eyes to look at her. His eyes were burning and never wrong. Wu Yu's face flushed, and she couldn't even lift her head up because of being looked at. "Don't look at me." Shinkei's eyes were dark and deep. "Wife, you are so beautiful." Wu Yu looked up at Shinkei, slowly hooked his neck. The two of them got closer and closer. Their noses touched, and they were close yet not close. Shinkei leaned forward to kiss her, and Wu Yu shyly lowered her head. Shinkei's breathing became heavier. He hugged Wu Yu's waist and pulled her into his arms. The two of them fit tightly together without any gap. "Shinkei, wife, you said you were willing." Wu Yu said softly, "Yes." Shinkei's mouth was dry instantly. He leaned over to kiss Wu Yu, and his hand on her waist gradually moved away, wanton and reckless. Wu Yu's face flushed, and a faint moan came out of her throat. Shinkei chuckled, "Wife, you hum so beautifully." Wu Yu was embarrassed by what he said, and turned around to run, but was instantly hugged by Shinkei from behind and pushed to the edge of the bathtub. Shinkei buried his head in the back of her neck and whispered, "Wife, don't move anymore." "Shinkei, hold on yourself, okay?" As soon as Wu Yu held on, she immediately felt Shinkei approaching her. Her face was red and blood was about to drip. Shinkei's suppressed and restrained hum gradually came to her ears, making Wu Yu's tailbone numb. Shinkei hugged her tightly, leaving kisses on her neck, and his hands were wanton, continuously searching for the path and finding the right track. The positioning was successful, and the exploration was on the right track. Ripples appeared on the water surface, and the ripples became larger and larger. The two gradually lost themselves in the rising heat in the bathroom. Chapter 376. Shinkei came out of the bathroom holding Wu Yu, and both of them had red cheeks from the heat in the bathroom. Wu Yu looked up at him. "It's late, let's go to bed first." Shinkei held her, unwilling to let go. "But you're leaving tomorrow." Wu Yu asked Shinkei, "You just..." "Shinkei, your father said you can't get pregnant, and Jian Sui you said that girls can get pregnant easily just by touching. And once you get pregnant, your belly will get bigger very quickly, and you give birth right away. Even if you have thought it through, I can't do anything that is dangerous to your body." Wu Yu felt that her expression must be very humorous now. "What else did Jian Sui you tell you?" Shinkei looked serious. "He said that when a child is born, the child will jump out of the mother's belly. He also showed me a documentary video, which was very scary, and told me not to have a child. He also showed me those children, who all looked weird and more terrifying than strange beasts." "Wu Yu, when did you say this?" Shinkei recalled. "It was not long after I helped him and Aunt Chin in the refugee camp. I was about 15 years old." After saying this, Wu Yu probably understood that Jian Sui might know the environment Shinkei was in at the time, so he was beating around the bush to tell Shinkei not to fall into Wang Ting's trap. But Wu Yu found it incredible. "Have you not verified the authenticity of these words in all these years?" "Shinkei, Jian Sui told me to practice the ruthless way, not to have a desire to explore such things, and to stab myself if I want to know to stay calm." "Wu Yu, Okay, it can indeed solve the possibility of being tempted by the church from the source." This made Wu Yu confused and stuck. "So after cultivating the ruthless way, do you still have to kill your wife to prove your way? Wu Yu beat around the bush. "Didn't Wang Ting tell you about it before?" "Shinkei, I did, but I don't believe anything they say. I will kill anyone who says that." "Wu Yu, Because Shinkei hated Wang Ting since he was a child, he has formed an absolute defense against Wang Ting, and will not listen to anything he says. So the only loophole they could find in the end was to seduce him through his desire to become stronger." Wu Yu was so curious that she couldn't help asking, "Didn't Vlad use a honey trap on you? For example, a sexy beauty suddenly appeared on the bed, or put some drugs in your wine?" Just after she finished speaking, Wu Yu remembered, "Yes. Shinkei has the blood of a holy angel. He is immune to all poisons." "Oh my god, suddenly I felt a little sympathetic to Vlad," Shinkei recalled. "Now that you mention it, it seems that there is." Wu Yu nodded and encouraged him to continue. "Then what?" "Shinkei, but I have good 5 senses and high mental strength. I ran away before those women appeared in front of me." Wu Yu couldn't help but feel disappointed with Vlad. Has he never succeeded once? "Shinkei, he needs my adult dragon bone. He wants stronger strength than blood. Giving birth is just a means for him to control me. But some things can't be used all the time. If you keep using them and force me into a corner, I will make things bigger in the royal court. The alliance is originally a collection of many countries, and the slightest disturbance may cause the situation to change rapidly. And later, I formed Qian, Richard, Yanqi, Wuchong, and Jiechen all knew some mysterious arts. Although they didn't know my identity, they could help me avoid the church's means." Shinkei's tone gradually became dangerous as he spoke. "Wu Yu, you seem to be very disappointed. Who was it that cared so much about whether I had a close partner at that time, and even asked me to lie?" Shinkei buried his head in Wu Yu's neck. Wu Yu felt the stinging pain in her neck, and knew that he was upset. Well, thank Qian, otherwise even if Wu Yu could rescue Shinkei, she would never be with Shinkei. Wu Yu took out the communicator. "Shinkei, it's actually not that easy for women to get pregnant." Shinkei raised his head in confusion. "Huh?" She didn't expect that she would have to give Shinkei a physiological enlightenment class at this time, and in this place. Thanks to the Secretariat for promoting the life extension work, she didn't need to teach in person. Wu Yu showed Shinkei the Secretariat's promotional video. "You can watch it yourself." Shinkei took the communicator in confusion. Wu Yu walked aside to avoid embarrassment between the two of them. She even sat farther away. The promotional video was about 10 minutes long. The accurate, detailed, and appropriate promotion successfully overturned Shinkei's completely distorted concept since he was 15 years old. The more he watched, the wider his eyes became. Until 1 minute after the entire promotional video ended, Shinkei was still in a state of shutdown. At 3 o'clock in the morning, Wu Yu was sleepy. She lay on the bed and lifted the quilt to sleep. As soon as he covered himself with the quilt, he felt something sinking on the side. Woo said sleepily, I'm going to sleep. Shinkei was so angry now that he was about to die. He didn't know who he was angry with, but he was angry anyway. Jian Suiyu told him such outrageous and exaggerated things that he could keep his chastity from being coerced by Wang Ting. Wang Ting wanted to tell him the truth, but it was all to control him and seduce him. Wu gave him the opportunity and even prepared it specially. But he didn't know anything, and was still saying that he would never touch her to move himself. She must think he was stupid to death. Clown! He is an out-and-out clown. Wu was about to fall asleep, and she felt that Shinkei had been lowering his head. His aura was very unstable, as if he would explode at any time. Wu reached out and pulled his sleeve. Go to sleep. Shinkei got into the quilt pitifully, and looked at Wu with his head on the pillow, his eyes red with grievance. Clearly his wife gave him a chance. How could he be so stupid? Wu, Shinkei, do you know that when you look at me like this, your presence is too strong? How can I sleep? Shinkei was not pretending to be pitiful this time. He was really emo, he said softly. Straightened up with his arms. You go to sleep. I go to the side. Wu took a deep breath. Shinkei. Wu reached out to grab Shinkei's collar. Shinkei finally reacted quickly this time. He took the opportunity to move directly over. Wu looked at him. Do you understand now? Shinchu nodded immediately. I understand. Wu just let go of Shinkei. He grabbed Wu's hand and put it behind his neck. Shinkei leaned closer, lowered his head and kissed her. Shinkei, wife. Wu, yes. Shinkei, but I'm not prepared. It was too sudden, he just found out. Wu, no need, my period just ended. Shinkei, Wu, you don't know about your period? Shinkei, I know, it's mentioned in the promotional video. Shinkei suddenly got smart. Then you didn't do it on purpose before. Wu, my dad wanted to test you. I can't just come up and ruin his plan. Haven't I been with you since I came back from the dungeon? If I really wanted to test you, could I still coax you like that in the shuttle? When Shinkei knew that the Fox Fairy was offline, who could have known that he didn't know? Knowing that he wouldn't continue, could she still be nervous and coax him? When Shinkei thought about how many times he missed because of his blind spot in knowledge, he was so angry that he kissed Wu, and Wu kept panting. Wu coaxed him? Don't be angry, I'm leaving tomorrow night. Shinkei was annoyed. It's already 3:30. It's obviously tonight. Wu closed her eyes sleepily. Why don't you wait until you wake up? Wake up? What do you mean wake up? He couldn't sleep at all. Shinkei put his head close to Wu's ear. You go to sleep. Wu raised her eyes dazedly and glanced at him, which made Shinkei's mouth dry. Wu suddenly chuckled. She sat up and looked at Shinkei, who was just looking at her steadily. Wu stretched out her hand to hook Shinkei's neck. Shinkei immediately leaned over and deepened the kiss. Shinkei whispered, I be careful. Wu, yeah? The two looked at each other, their noses touched, their breaths lingered, and the ambiguous atmosphere made the air gradually thicker. Shinkei hooked Wu's waist and kept asking her for kisses. He slowly pulled back and let the distance between the two get closer and closer. When taking a shower just now, Shinkei used his hands. He lingered at the door, but didn't go in, but just by doing that, his brain was empty and comfortable. Shinkei didn't dare to imagine what a wonderful experience it would be to be truly surrounded by love. The kiss was getting better and better. Shinkei pushed Wu down on the bed and lowered his head to kiss her neck. Shinkei stood up. Wife, I want to see. Wu blushed and said softly, yeah. Shinkei, wife, you are so beautiful. As he said that, Shinkei suddenly lowered his head and kissed her. Wu was embarrassed and pushed him away. You are not allowed to do this. Shinkei didn't want to. I want this, you clearly agreed. If he hadn't been confused, Wu would have given it to him in the shower. Shinkei was a little nervous. He had no experience at all, and was afraid of hurting Wu. Wu was weak in physical skills, and he was afraid that he would pinch her and leave bruises and red marks if he got excited. Shinkei, will it hurt? Wu, it might hurt the first time, but I've been hurt many times, and I'm not sure if it will hurt again. Shinkei said again, I be extra careful, my wife. Wu pursed her lips and smiled shyly, yeah? Shinkei leaned closer. Wu hooked his neck, he lowered his head, and kissed her devoutly and timelessly. You promised to give it to me, and I start in a while, you can't regret it. Wu, well, I won't regret it. Shinkei, Wu, don't think I'm dragging my feet, I'm telling you seriously. Your Jiang family doesn't have divorces, only widows, but in my case, you promised to marry me, you gave me, let alone divorces, widows, even if you become a ghost, I won't let you go, I will always cling to you for the rest of my life. You gave me completely. I will never let go. Wu Yu, I'm not just talking. I will never let go once I get it. Wu Yu, did you want to let go before? Shinkei shook his head. He stared at Wu Yu non-stop, trying to memorize all her expressions tonight. He began to search for a path, and gradually got on the right track. Shinkei's voice was low and hoarse. I don't want to let go. I just hate you, Wu Yu. You want to get rid of me again. You want to get rid of me again and again. I hate you. Wu Yu couldn't help frowning because of the discomfort. She wanted to hide, but Shinkei suddenly pressed her waist. Shinkei stared at her with a dark look in his eyes. You promise me, you are willing. Wu Yu looked at Shinkei's current appearance. With a cold face and aggressive eyes looking at her, he was completely going crazy but forcing himself to hold back. She realized that her intention to break up tonight, and her intention to sacrifice herself completely stimulated Shinkei. He was on the verge of going crazy at any minute, and his mood was very unstable. Wu Yu coaxed him softly. Shinkei, I am willing, it just hurts a little. Shinkei's face froze, and he dared not move. Wu Yu put her hand on Shinkei's arm. Let's start, baby. Shinkei looked at Wu Yu cautiously. Does it hurt? Wu Yu saw that Shinkei didn't dare to move at all, and couldn't help but smile. She suddenly raised her body, and with her low cry, Shinkei's mind went blank in an instant. Blood reflected in Shinkei's pupils. He was completely stunned, looking at Wu Yu with a confused face. Just as he was about to step back to treat Wu Yu hugged him tightly to prevent him from running away. Wu Yu whispered, Don't you hate me? Shinkei, well, but you are bleeding. Wu Yu's kiss fell on Shinkei's neck. If you really hate me so much, then bully me. Shinkei's brain was vacuumed by Wu Yu's words. He hugged Wu Yu tightly, buried his head in her neck, and leaned closer. Wu Yu, I love you. Wu Yu, well, I love you too, Shinkei. Chapter 377. Chanya watched Shinkei and Wu Yu enter the house at the same time, and after confirming that they had reconciled, she began to pack up. Xiangbai had been following Chanya closely since returning to the base, and even squeezed into Chanya's dormitory when he was embarrassed to enter. Seeing Chanya's actions, he immediately stopped in front of Chanya. What are you doing? Chanya, Miss Yuhua is getting engaged, and I will go to the Jiang family with Wu Yu to help. Xiangbai didn't believe it at all. You need to pack up to help? Chuanyao lowered her head. I always have to bring some clothes to change with me. Xiangbai gritted his teeth. Chuanyao, don't think I don't know what you are thinking. We clearly agreed on it. Chuanyao looked at him. She was very calm. You wanted to calm me down at that time, and I don't want to die now, but it's impossible for us. Feelings will return to normal, and then you will remember everything I did to Madame Lien, Master Lien Yi, instead of suffering each other at that time. It's better. Xiangbai laughed angrily. You want to forget me in the world? You came to the Hua family when you were 6 years old, and grew up with me. It has been 15 years now, and you told me that you want to forget about me? Chuanyao lowered her head, looking unmoved. You made up your mind to forget about me. I didn't say that. Xiangbai, okay, then what do you want to say? What's better? Chuanyao, why don't we just live in peace and never see each other? Xiangbai was so angry that his forehead was throbbing. May I ask, is there any difference between what you said and what I said? Chuanyao, don't play this trick on me. I don't know you. You look like a well-behaved and timid person. You have been trying to contradict me since you were a child. I can go along with you in other matters, but not in this matter. There is no room for negotiation. You must listen to me. No matter what Xiangbai said, Chuanyao pretended not to hear it. She ignored him. She continued to pack her things, and wanted to drive Xiangbai out. Master Lien Yi, it's so late. It's not appropriate for you to stay in my room alone. Please go out quickly. I want to rest. Xiangbai stared at Chuanyao for a while, and suddenly said, Have you made up your mind? Chuanyao paused. Yes. Xiangbai asked her, You have made up your mind, right? Chuanyao, don't regret it. Chuanyao took a short breath and said affirmatively, I don't regret it. Xiangbai suppressed the corners of his mouth full of anger. Okay, then I wish you a safe journey, and a happy life in the Jiang family. After saying that, Xiangbai turned around and slammed the door, turned around and left. Chuanyao was shocked. Her eyes were red. She covered her face with her hands, and tears kept falling from her eyes. She fell to the ground, choking and shaking all over. After a long while, she finally calmed down, let out a long breath, and lowered her head to continue packing. Shinkei had just coaxed Wu Yu to sleep when he suddenly heard a knock on the door. He helped Wu Yu cover the quilt, put on clothes, and opened the door. Seeing Xiangbai at the door, Shinkei was puzzled. Why are you here so late? Xiangbai, you and Wu Yu are together, right? Shinkei's expression drifted for a second, pretending to be stupid, huh? Xiangbai said directly, come on, I have helped you so many times, you helped me once, you give me the talisman that Wu Yu drew to make the fox fairy offline. Shinkei was shocked and lowered his voice, what a joke, I dare not. He just got along with Wu Yu. If Wu Yu knew, she would be angry. Xiangbai raised his voice, Chunya must leave, she is determined to leave. Wu Yu, have you seen her like that? Shinkei was angry, keep your voice down, she is asleep. Xiangbai was speechless, yes, your wife is asleep, my wife is going to run away now. You have only suffered the pain of love for a few months, how long have I waited for Chunya to grow up? Wu Yu Shinkei. As soon as Wu Yu spoke, Shin Chung immediately turned around and went into the house. After a while, Shinkei came out and stuffed something into Xiangbai's hand. Before closing the door, he patted Xiangbai's shoulder with a gloating look on his face, and said earnestly, brother, I wish you good luck. Xiangbai turned around and left, get out of here. Finally, you have turned over. After closing the door and returning to the house, Shinkei approached Wu Yu to sow discord. Isn't Chunya your good friend? If you just give it to Xiangbai, what if he forces Chunya? Wu Yu, he and Chunya grew up together, how long has the Fox Fairy dungeon been out? If he wants to force her, can he wait for me to come and save her? Xiangbai has admitted the revenge of killing his mother, let them deal with their own affairs. Shinkei doesn't care about other people's emotional problems, he just wants to hug his wife to sleep. He happily embraced Wu Yu in his arms, and kissed Wu Yu's cheek, sleep, baby. After Wu Yu fell asleep, Shinkei still felt that he had not finished yet. Wu Yu had just bled, and he wanted to treat her. Wu Yu blushed and refused to let him do anything. In the end, Shinkei pressed her down and treated her. As for how to treat her, there was still a way to treat her. He could treat her with his mouth. Shinkei kept thinking about Wu Yu's flushed face and intoxicated eyes. Still wanted to. After the treatment, he still wanted to treat her, and wanted to treat her endlessly. He immediately took out the communicator and started searching. He was now very aggressive and enterprising. He would take the initiative to practice scientific progress whenever he wanted. After confirming that bleeding only occurs the first time, there is no need to worry too much afterwards, and with the current physical condition, it is completely possible to do it again. Shinkei's mind gradually becomes active. Thinking that the first time of both of them belongs to each other, Shinkei feels as if he is walking on clouds. He can't help but lie down beside Wu Yu and hold her in his arms. Wu Yu is already asleep. Shinkei lowers his head and kisses her forehead, feeling that all this is like a dream. As they kiss, Shinkei can't help but bury his head in Wu Yu's neck. Wu Yu pushed him dazedly, I fell asleep. Shin Chung immediately said, yeah honey, you go to sleep. I can do it myself. Wu Yu buried her head in his arms, hubby, I'm sleepy. Shinkei pressed the corners of his mouth and pretended to be sad. Wife, you said you want to break up with me, I'm very sad. Wu Yu, She glanced at Shinkei helplessly, and in Shinkei's expectant eyes, she hooked her arms around his neck and leaned towards him. Chunya packed up everything, and she breathed a sigh of relief. The team nameplate was left at Zhang's house, so they didn't have to give it to Xiangbai for another meeting. Both of them were embarrassed. Chunya held the dormitory door card in her hand. Chen was in charge of dormitory allocation. Chen was at Zhang's house. She just had to hand it to Chen at Zhang's house. Taking a last look at the empty dormitory, Chunya pushed open the door. Seeing Xiangbai standing outside the door, she froze. Xiangbai asked her, have you packed everything? Chunya nodded yes. Xiangbai, let's go. We met for a while, and I see you off in the end. Chunya's nose felt sore, and tears almost fell from her eyes. She lowered her head and said nothing. Xiangbai had already walked forward on his own. He looked at her sideways, and Chunya followed behind Xiangbai. The corridor of the dormitory building late at night was quiet, with only the sound of two people's footsteps. As she walked, Chunya began to feel something was wrong. She looked up at Xiangbai in confusion. Are you going to take me there? The elevator reached the 4th floor, and Xiangbai turned to look at her. I am now the deputy captain of Qian, and I live in an independent dormitory. Don't you want to move to the dormitory? Just move to my place and live with me. Chunya's expression changed. Just when she was about to press the button for the 1st floor of the elevator, Xiangbai pressed her in the elevator. No one came out for a long time, and the elevator door slowly closed. In the quiet night, the elevator stopped in place, becoming a separate small and enclosed space. Xiangbai told her, you also know that Qian surveillance is always being watched. If you insist on talking here, it's okay. I'm fine with it. Don't say it here, it's okay to kiss me here. Chuanya's eyes widened a little. She blinked. What did you say? Shang Bai approached her. Chuanya, we have been playing dumb for so many years. It's time to be frank. You gave Shinkei and Wu Yu so many ideas, but they succeeded and we failed. Do you think it's appropriate? Chuanya looked at Shang Bai in surprise, turned her head to look at the surveillance, and before she turned her head, Shang Bai hugged her waist and kissed her directly. Wu Xiuli, who had just sat in the monitoring room, was shocked. Wow! Da Qian is so playful now? Wu Chong walked in slowly, huh? Sister Xiuli you are. Before he could finish, Wu Xiuli immediately covered his eyes. Children can't watch. Wu Chong's tone suddenly became a little wrong. Sister Xiuli, I'm not a child anymore. Chapter 378. Chanya's cheeks were red from Shang Bai's kiss, and she kept pushing him. Let me go, the monitoring room will see it. Shang Bai, then go to my room and talk. Chanya shook her head. I won't go, I'm leaving. Shang Bai lowered his head. Then let's continue. Chanya glared at him. Do you think I can't beat you? Shang Bai said sarcastically, of course you can beat me. You have been secretly tripping me up and beating me since I was a child, haven't you? When have you not said, Master Lian Yi, Chanya really didn't mean it, and then deliberately vented your anger on me? Chanya was brought out of anger. Can you stop talking about your childhood? Shang Bai, what's wrong? You dare to do it, so I can't say it. Chanya gritted his teeth. Then why do I sing against you? Why don't you say that you always want to slack off? If you can train well when you were young, it won't be so easy. Shang Bai laughed at himself. You won't be kidnapped so easily, and your family won't be wiped out so easily. Chuanya turned away. I didn't say that. Shang Bai Chuanya, so what does all this have to do with you? Chuanya lowered her head and didn't look at him. Shang Bai reached out and held her face. Chuanya, when I escaped from the bandits and went to find you, we had already. Chuanya glanced at the surveillance camera, slammed the elevator door button, and pulled Shang Bai out. Shang Bai specifically reminded her, there are surveillance cameras in the corridor. Chuanya glared at him, and Shang Bai immediately walked to his room, swiped the door card to open the door. This is my room. As soon as Chuanya walked in, Shang Bai immediately closed the door. Wu Xiuli then checked 3 surveillance cameras, looking regretful. It's gone. Let me see if there is one facing this room. Wu Chong put his hand on Wu Xiuli, and she turned her head in surprise. What are you doing? Wu Chong smiled at her. Sister Xiuli, Chuanya and Shang Bai also grew up together. Wu Xiuli nodded. Yes, Chuanya is the secret guard of the Hua family, and grew up with Hu Lianyi. Wu Chong approached her. We grew up together. They were kissing just now. Can we kiss? Wu Xiuli's eyes flashed, and she stepped back and stood up. What nonsense are you talking about, little brat? They are the young master and the secret guard. We are siblings. It looks like nothing happened. You just stay here and watch the surveillance. After saying that, he turned around and left. Shang Bai closed the door and approached Chuanya directly. Can you stop pretending that nothing happened? Chuanya's eyes flashed. What am I pretending? Shang Bai sneered. Do you really want me to tell you? Okay, I ran away from the bandits and I went to find you. You hid me in your room for so long. We stayed together every day, slept in the same bed, and even took a shower. Chuanya suddenly covered Shang Bai's mouth. Don't say it. Shang Bai pulled Chuanya's hand away and reached out to hug her. We are together every day, and we get along the same way as lovers and husbands and wives. I just don't understand why you have been playing dumb since we returned to the Hua family and reconnected with my mother. You just pretended that nothing happened. We were so close, and everything that should have happened happened. Why are you pretending to be stupid? Do you think that I am not worthy of you because I don't have the identity of the young master of the Hua family? So you are not willing to even admit our previous relationship? Chanya kept shaking her head. No matter how she struggled, Shang Bai just held her tightly. Chanya, no. No, I think I am not worthy of you. Shang Bai gritted his teeth. My mother must have told you something, right? Chuanya, you have to remember your identity. Chuanya, you are just a secret guard of the Hua family who is kept by Lian Yi. Chuanya, don't dream of what you don't deserve. Has she been saying these things to you? That's why you understand Wu Yu so well. That's why you two are so sympathetic to each other. That's why Wu Yu tried her best to save you at such a critical moment. She is saving you, and she is also saving herself. Because you both have a great lack of security and a sense of unworthiness for happiness. Chuanya, do you know how shocked I was when I saw your psychological analysis of Wu Yu? I was wrong. When I returned to the Hua family and later came to Qian, the environment was constantly changing, and the external environment was also difficult and complicated. Once our relationship was made public, and we were asked about our encounter, my identity might be revealed in a polygraph test. I didn't realize in time that you were always under my mother's mental control. I'm sorry, Chuanya. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. Chuanya choked and shook her head. No, it was you who lost your mother, and you shouldn't be the one to apologize anyway. Shangbai, Chuanya, please, let's not torture each other anymore, okay? You said you were going to the Jiang family. I couldn't stand being separated from you. We have always been together, right? We have been together since we were young. I want to be with you forever, just like when I escaped and went to find you. I will never forget the way you were happy, surprised, and cried with joy when you saw me. You pulled me into the house at that time. Just like now. Shangbai lowered his head and kissed her. He hugged her tightly, holding Chuanya's face with his hands, and touching Chuanya's ears with his fingertips. Chuanya's cheeks flushed instantly. She wanted to look away, but Shangbai picked her up and carried her to the bed. Shangbai just lowered his head. Chuanya turned her face away and said in a difficult tone, the destined person has been released by me. Shangbai, I went to find Shinkei and asked for Wu Yu's talisman. Chuanya was surprised. When? Shangbai lowered his head and kissed her. After I wish you a safe journey. Chuanya felt the chill on her neck and slowly opened her eyes. You went to see Shinkei at that time. Wasn't he angry? Shangbai unbuttoned his collar. Then let him kill me. While Chuanya was stunned, Shangbai leaned closer, hugged her waist tightly, and deepened the kiss. Chuanya panted in the kiss. But the matter of the lady. Shangbai, can you please stop mentioning her at this time? How long has it been since you called me properly? Chuanya, Master Lian Yi. Shangbai was not satisfied. Call me husband. Chuanya blushed and bit her lip without saying anything. Shangbai lowered his head and leaned close to her ear. Chuanya, you were watching naked men in the gym at that time, and you and Zhang Zhe said those things. I have endured it until now, and have not dealt with you. You can take advantage of my good mood now. If you behave yourself, I will let you go, otherwise you will see what I will do later. Chuanya knew the situation very well. Since Shangbai was determined not to let her go, she simply hooked Shangbai's neck and looked up at him and called him husband. Shangbai raised the corner of his mouth and turned his head to kiss Chuanya's ear. Chuanya instantly tightened his arms, and Shangbai leaned on him. Chapter 379. Wu Yu was half asleep when she felt Shinkei coming to kiss her. Wu Yu pushed him away. I haven't brushed my teeth yet. Shinkei immediately suggested, why don't you brush your teeth and take a shower at the same time? Wu Yu opened her eyes and looked at him. Shinkei blinked innocently. Wu Yu refused. It's only been a short while. If you continue to shower, I get bald skin. Shinkei didn't want to, but you fell asleep when I showered yesterday. Wu Yu, How dare this person say such a thing? He didn't even realize how late he had been making a fuss. She was so sleepy. Shinkei saw Wu Yu close her eyes and ignore him again. Shinkei came up unwillingly, pitifully. You said yesterday that you wanted to break up with me. Okay. He mentioned it again and again. He mentioned it again and again yesterday. She felt guilty and kept coaxing him. But this person has no self-control at all. It's only been a few hours, and she hasn't woken up yet, and it's going to start again. Wu Yu glared at him. Yes, I said it. What do you do? We can talk about it. If we can't, forget it. I can't spoil him like this anymore. Let him do whatever he wants. Just throw it away. Shinkei narrowed his eyes. I'm going to get angry. Wu Yu perfunctorily said, be angry. I light a fire for you in a while, and you fly up like a skyrocket. Shinkei was so angry that he buried his head in Wu Yu's neck and gritted his teeth. Wu Yu, if you dare to think about breaking up with me again, you see how I deal with you. Wu Yu, She was so tired of hearing these words. When Shinkei saw that Wu Yu had made up her mind to ignore her, this trick didn't work so quickly, so he directly picked Wu Yu up. Shinkei blinked, but I've already put the water in. Wu Yu, I'm so sleepy. Shinkei felt that he was really considerate. Just continue sleeping like you did last night. Wu Yu was mad. What last night? It was clearly this morning. Before Shangbai came, Shinkei had just come to his senses, and Wu Yu had fallen asleep at that time, but after that, Shinkei tossed and turned and couldn't sleep. He wanted to have sex but was afraid that Wu Yu would bleed again, and he also thought that he was too rough and hurt Wu Yu, so scared that he dared not want to have sex again. It was not until he added a self-study course that Shinkei suddenly realized, bleeding does not happen every time, only the first time. Thinking that it was the first time for both Wu Yu and him, and their body and mind belonged to each other completely, Shinkei felt as happy as if he was walking on clouds. After that, Wu Yu did not need to sleep, and Shinkei kept sticking to her and making trouble in various ways. "Shinkei, you will leave soon." Wu Yu looked up at him, seeing his reluctant look, and finally sighed, "Okay, but it's agreed that it's a proper bath." Shinli nodded immediately. "I'm a very serious person." Entering the bathroom, as soon as the door was closed, Shinli immediately leaned towards Wu Yu. Wu Yu looked at his unscrupulous eyes, and was speechless. Wu Yu pushed him. "You said you were very serious." Shinkei hugged her and laughed contemptuously. "Wife, you know what I did before I formed the team. You don't really think I'm a well-educated prince, a reliable captain, right? I'm a mercenary desperado who lives on the edge of a knife, not much different from a killer mafia. He is just a scoundrel, not serious at all." Wu Yu looked at Shinkei's deep eyes, and suddenly realized, "Shinkei, have you already anticipated what I want to do?" Shinkei didn't say anything, just kept looking at her. Wu Yu was about to look away when the sound of water in the bathtub came. Shinkei hugged Wu Yu tightly, and lowered his head to kiss her. Overthrowing the alliance is such a big thing. Shinkei and Wu Yu have played dungeons so many times, and he knows her quite well. Wu Yu is smart and bold. She is very active. Every time she plays a dungeon, she is risking her life, without exception. S4 has gone through so many rounds of tricks. Wu Yu has dropped so many props, and the war is imminent. Wu Yu is unwilling to use the resources he gave to replenish the props, and Shinkei feels something is wrong. After killing Xuanwu that day, Wu Yu was worried in the shuttle, and the sudden official announcement made Shinkei feel uneasy for no reason. Shinkei was able to survive so many battles of wits and courage with Wang Ting, and he has a keen instinct for danger like a beast. The most important point is that Shinkei saved Huliani with his own hands. How could he not remember him? He knew, and Jian Suiyu knew it too. Qian needed people for development, and since Huliani came with good intentions, there was no reason for him not to accept her. The first thing Wu Yu did after leaving Qian was to take Huliani and Chuanya away, and Shinkei had a hunch that she might do something. However, Shinkei's brain couldn't get past Wu Yu, because Wu Yu still had the information points he was missing. Even if Jian Suiyu had given him the news at the first time, the development of the situation was so fast that he was caught off guard. Wu Yu was kissed by Shinkei so hard that she felt weak all over. Shinkei hugged her and said softly, "Fortunately, nothing happened to you." Wu Yu looked at the fear and relief in Shinkei's eyes, and her heart softened again. Wu Yu said obediently, "Do you want to bully me again?" Shinkei hugged her tightly. "Baby, as long as you talk to me so obediently, my mind will be confused." Wu Yu knew that she really scared Shinkei this time. Shinkei was afraid of losing, and his state was very unstable yesterday. Shinkei was very nervous and anxious, and kept saying that he would never let her break up again. The war was imminent, and she, the commander-in-chief, made a mistake and shook the morale of the army, and she had to comfort herself. Wu Yu gently pushed him. "Go get the wine I put in my refrigerator." Shinkei didn't react. Wu Yu pinched his face. "Did you forget? You said that I would drink with you next time." Shinkei quickly said, "I go right away." Holding the bottle, Shinkei handed the glass to Wu Yu. "Wu Yu, did you drink before?" Shinkei nodded, "Yes, but I'm immune to alcohol." "Wu Yu, so you won't get drunk no matter how much you drink, right?" Shinkei's panda blood is really useful. No wonder Vlad is greedy. She is greedy too. Shinkei looked at Wu Yu's yearning eyes, and smiled as he put his neck close to her mouth. "If you want it, just come and get it yourself." Wu Yu looked at the mark on Shinkei's neck and blushed. Stinking hooligan. Shinkei poured the wine into the two people's glasses. There was a crisp clinking sound. Shinkei's eyes were always on Wu Yu's face. He raised his head and drank all the wine. Wu Yu couldn't even lift her head because of Shinkei's straight eyes. "Can you stop looking at me like this?" Before they were together, Shinkei would stare at her, but it was very subtle. A few times when Wu Yu happened to notice him, he would quickly look away and pretend nothing happened. Shinkei asked her, "When you knew I was going on a blind date and I had my soulmate, did you really not feel anything at all?" Wu Yu finished the wine in the glass and put it aside. She stretched out her hand to wrap around Shinkei's neck, and Shinkei immediately took advantage of the situation and put his arm around her waist. Wu Yu didn't let him get into it. "Shinkei, it's obviously you who didn't explain. Why are you asking me?" Shinkei was upset and didn't dare to ask any further, because if he did, his dark history would be exposed again. But he had been anxious for so long, and he really wanted to know. Wu Yu came over to kiss him, and Shinkei immediately went up to her. In the midst of confusion and passion, Wu Yu and Shinkei put their foreheads together, their noses lightly touched, and their eyes met. She told him, "I'm angry, and you don't say anything when you're angry." I had already told myself that I had misunderstood, and that I was being sentimental, and that this matter was over. As a result, you actually had so many difficulties, and silently did so much behind the scenes. You were so difficult that you didn't even dare to tell me your identity even though you liked me. I deliberately drove you out in Haikuang Town. I deliberately asked you about your destined person, just to know who you were with during this period. I deliberately took you to blow up the building, just to see if you were willing to accompany me to go crazy, and whether you liked me. I didn't expose you at the first time, because I was angry with you and quarreled with you. Later, I asked Uncle Zhou, knowing that you would be difficult when you returned to Wang Ting. He said that you had many injuries on your body, and Wang Ting was bleeding you. Shinkei, if it wasn't for such a big incident in the north, I would have exposed you directly when I came back. If I didn't know so many things, I would have given you a way out when you came to me to admit your identity in person. As for what this way out is, Shinkei is already very clear. Shinkei's mind was confused for a while. Wu Yu said this at this time. It was more refreshing than anything else. He suddenly hugged Wu Yu tightly. Shinkei kissed her. So you feel sorry for me, right? So you actually made an exception for me a long time ago, giving me chances again and again. Wu Yu said softly. Shinkei whispered deeply in Wu Yu's ear. Wu Yu, when the Sea Mining Town reopens, I must live in your cottage. Wu Yu's fingertips scratched Shinkei's back, leaving fingerprints on his tense muscles. Wu Yu, why? Shinkei gritted his teeth. If the situation was not so serious at the time, I would not have let it go if you drove me out like that. Wu Yu laughed softly. Forget it. What do you want to do? Shinkei tried hard. Just do it this way. Wu Yu deliberately angered him. But you hadn't taken a physiological enlightenment class at that time. You didn't even. Wu Yu suddenly let out a coquettish low cry that she had never heard before. Shinkei leaned closer and kissed her directly, stopping her from saying anything more. Chapter 380. After changing the water twice, Shinkei carried Wu Yu out. Wu Yu drank a little too much. She was blushing as Shinkei held her. She hooked her arms around his neck and said nothing. Shinkei lowered his head and kissed her all the way from the bathroom to the bed. Wu Yu kept pushing him away, her voice vague. I'm hungry, I'm so sleepy. Hungry and sleepy, Wu Yu looked pitiful with her head down. Shinkei knew that he had been making a fuss for so long, and Wu Yu was really tired. Put Wu Yu on the bed and kissed her forehead. You sleep for a while, I cook for you. Recently, the ants of the team have all gone to Zhang's house, and no one is cooking in the team cafeteria. Shinkei just eats whatever he wants. Anyway, he is used to not having the next meal outside. But Wu Yu is here. He opens the refrigerator and prepares to cook a few more dishes for Wu Yu. First, simmer rice, stew chicken soup, sweet and sour pork tenderloin, boiled shrimp, garlic baby cabbage, stir-fried spinach, and finally steamed sea bass. It's simple, fast, and good with rice. Shinkei used to be very particular about his meals. As long as he didn't starve to death, he was very strong anyway. But since he found out that Wu Yu couldn't cook, and was a killer in the kitchen, he went back and forth to Aunt Chen to learn a lot of dishes, all kinds of dishes. Aunt Chen asked him why he suddenly learned this. He just said that when he was away from home, it was better to have more skills. Aunt Chen nodded seriously. Indeed, if you can't make money in the future, you can open a restaurant and be a chef. Shinkei, you are right. When Wu Yu took a nap, the alcohol had mostly gone away, and the smell of food in the room aroused his appetite, and he slowly sat up from the bed. Shincheng turned his head immediately. Are you awake? We have dinner soon. Wu Yu looked at Shinkei standing there in a black short-sleeved shirt and sweatpants, cooking for her, and suddenly felt something incredible. In her previous life, she was alone until she died, and she never had a hot meal made by anyone. Now, the handsome and graceful number one in the alliance helped her take a bath, and even cooked for her. Wu Yu suddenly began to doubt the authenticity of her so-called previous life. Did it really exist? Is it possible that her memory was tampered with during the time when she was a future creature, or that her own ability was giving a warning, or that it was similar to the ability of foreknowledge? Why did she think that by leading everyone out, her death could open the door to the world of order? This idea was most likely influenced by the subconscious thinking inertia of being killed after the disappearance of her Peachwood sword in her previous life. When she recalled that time, she felt that she was sacrificed by the people who were about to usher in a new world because her identity was exposed by the Peachwood sword. But judging from all the items she has obtained so far, she is very lucky and can be called the daughter of God. Putting aside the elements of the seal, the most practical point is that she did not have such a good explosion rate in her previous life. Even if she is reborn, a person is limited by his own abilities and experience, and it is highly unlikely that he will suddenly turn from a loser into an Ultraman. There is only one possibility to complete such an abrupt transformation: mutation. Mutation. Wu Yu suddenly realized that Shinkei said that many people realized that she had an avoidant personality disorder. Such a personality disorder cannot be formed in just a few years or more than 10 years. It takes a full 25 years to add up the experience in the previous life. After 25 years of all-round suppression, she developed this personality disorder of lack of security, lack of confidence, and sense of unworthiness. So when she deals with and faces things, she will have a subconscious, sacrificial, and self-destructive tendency. Pay attention to a thunder that has never exploded. How did she get lost from the Jiang family? Who did it, and how did she do it? If someone is fighting bravely on the front battlefield, will someone else be taking the initiative for post-war benefits? If her identity cannot be concealed, and her personality is to be destroyed, she can only be destroyed by external forces. What external forces? The orphanage's oppressive, insulting and degrading education, inhumane mental control and suppression. During her time in the orphanage, it was almost all mental control. No one beat her by force or tried to coerce her. Is it really as simple as painting her face black? No. It is very likely that no one dared to touch her. It is obvious that DX001 has been created after a round of laboratory research. The result of the research is that she returned to the orphanage. It is obvious that the laboratory could not find any way to deal with her, and the people behind the scenes had to change the plan. They only dared to control her from the mental level, and someone was afraid of her mutation. And they could not let her die, because she was still very useful. What was the use? Her father said that once people knew how to open the channel between humans and the order world, humans would usher in a new disaster. However, if a new human being that combines humans and ghosts can really be created, then who will win in the end, who will have the last laugh, is hard to say. In a sense, she mentally polluted Frank, and Shinkei asked Aunt Chen to give him DX001, and they have achieved the creation of a new human being. Wu Yu's expression changed instantly. If before, she had always been very confident that she could fight against the opponent's forces, with the current combat power, they would definitely win the battle between people. But what if there is an unknown, fully formed new human combat force on the opposite side? With their current fighting power, what are their chances of winning? Why did the alliance leader just take this slap in the face? Why was the Li family willing to cede land, and pay compensation and endure humiliation to this extent? There is no conspiracy big enough to support their efforts. Also, if the person who controls the future creatures is the current alliance leader, everything seems to make sense. Shinkei suddenly felt that the breath from Wu Yu was very dangerous, and it was like she was going to force her mental power. He didn't know that the atmosphere was warm and cozy the previous second, and the next second it was so scary that it was like ghosts crying and wolves howling. He turned his head in confusion, and saw Wu Yu lowering her head. He didn't know what she was thinking, but that look made Shinkei's heart rise to his throat. Shinkei quickly turned off the fire and hurried to Wu Yu's side. "What's wrong, baby?" Wu Yu looked up at Shinkei, and the red light flashing in her eyes made Shinkei realize that Wu Yu was really breaking the seal. She must have thought of something very extraordinary. Shinkei's heart rose to his throat. He was afraid that Wu Yu would hide everything again, and then do something by herself. But this time, Wu Yu raised her head and looked at Shinkei very seriously. "I want to tell you something." Chapter 381. While serving Wu Yu rice, Shinkei asked in surprise, "You were reborn? Reborn in the dungeon where Sui Yu saved you?" Wu Yu nodded, yes. Shinkei placed the bowl in front of Wu Yu, handed her a spoon and chopsticks, turned around and began to scoop chicken soup, put both chicken legs into the bowl, and set them aside for her to cool down. Wu Yu watched Shinkei's series of actions, and couldn't help but sigh. Shinkei's service awareness is really in place. Shinkei sat down with the bowl himself and recalled, "Now that you mention it, Sui, you did tell me that the opportunity for you to join the team, and some of your subsequent actions were a bit abnormal. For example, she suddenly gave him the secret of passing the dungeon that he hadn't killed yet, and she was calm beyond her age, and she also proposed to go find Richard. Wu Yu ate the sweet and sour pork ribs that Shinkei picked for her. Then didn't you think of kicking me out at that time?" Shinkei shook his head. "Sui Yu thinks I can continue to observe, I think. You are quite interesting." Wu Yu blinked, and Shinkei told her, "That time when you found that the chicken had changed its position, and was making a lot of noise in the corridor, I was in the room." Wu Yu instantly became as quiet as a chicken. With Shinkei's hearing, he could hear her words clearly even through a wall. "No." Wu Yu asked him, "Wouldn't you have just told me to move the chicken away? Why did you have to ask Jian Suiyu to pass the message?" "Shinkei, you are not a girl, and I probably wanted Jian Suiyu to tell you, and then you came to me to talk about this in person. But even he himself didn't realize that Jian Suiyu didn't say anything at all. Wu Yu's expression suddenly became very subtle. Oh, you asked Jian Suiyu to be your wingman, right? You are quite good at it, aren't you? It's a pity that the military advisor didn't react at that time. Wu Yu was unhappy. It seems that anyone who raises chickens at your door can seduce you away, right? Xunlei smiled immediately. He looked at Wu Yu. Even if others raise chickens, I can only change my position at most. But it is really interesting to see you get angry in the corridor. At that time, I came back from outside, upset and exhausted, and you kept nagging the 2 chickens to eat more. I sat on the sofa and fell asleep while listening. It was you who seduced me away. I can't take my eyes off you. Wu Yu suppressed the smile on her lips. I don't believe you didn't mention that I should move away. Shinkei suddenly became quiet, lowered his head and ate obediently. Wu Yu understood. Oh, you mentioned it, right? Why didn't Suiyu agree? Shinkei was brainstorming crazily. He said, I want to test you. Wu Yu was puzzled. Being a neighbor is a test? Why don't you just arrange for you to strip naked and knock on the door to seduce me? Shinkei looked at Wu Yu in surprise, blinking wildly. Now? It's not impossible, but there are surveillance cameras in the corridor. Wu Yu, don't play dumb with me. Shinkei lowered his head. You are not a girl. Suiyu thinks it is safer for you to live on the same floor as me. You also know that the team is full of men, and it is always hard to guard against them. Wu Yu was surprised. What can't be said? Shinkei turned his face away. I was not familiar with you at that time. I didn't think so much. I was afraid that you would be unhappy if you knew it. And when you first came to the team, you had such a good relationship with Jian Suiyu. You kept avoiding me when you went to the dungeon, and your eyes lit up when you saw Jian Suiyu. Wu Yu, it's not that Jian Suiyu's eyes lit up, but it was awkward when I was alone with you. Seeing him was like seeing a savior, and finally ending this weird atmosphere. Shinkei was unhappy. I have never been alone with a girl before, and he rescued you from the dungeon. At that time, you didn't even want to take me to the rainforest with you. Wu Yu vaguely realized that Shinkei was going to bring up the past with her. Wu Yu glanced at the time. It was past 3 o'clock, and she was about to leave. Shinkei was going to start acting with her. Wu Yu didn't give him a chance to continue to diverge. She directly brought the topic back to rebirth. She nodded yes, because I thought you were too young at that time, and I felt at a loss when I was with you. Do you know that because you were so young, I struggled for a long time before I finally convinced myself? Shinkei opened his eyes wide. You said you like young and good-looking people, and Wu Chong is also very young. You obviously had a lot of fun playing with him. Wu Yu rolled her eyes suddenly. Since you know I'm reborn, and there's such a big gap between us, why don't you call me sister? Who wouldn't like a younger brother to call her sister? Shinkei was instantly amused. He stretched out his hand to pinch Wu Yu's face. You said that your rebirth might be fake. No matter how old you are, even if you were 800 years old before your rebirth, you are younger than me now. Sister, why don't you call me brother first? Looking at Shinkei's arrogant look, Wu Yu suddenly lowered her head and blushed. Shinkei saw that Wu Yu liked him like this. The more careful and polite he was, the more polite Wu Yu would be. Shinkei looked at Wu Yu again, blushing as she buried her head in her food. He put down the bowl and asked her, Have you finished eating? Wu Yu nodded yes. Shinkei stood up and began to take off his clothes. Wu Yu was surprised. What's wrong? Shinkei was surprised. Didn't you say it yourself? Let me take off my clothes to seduce you. Don't say it. He really wants Wu Yu to call him brother. Wu Yu was angry. Come on. I'm telling you something very important now. After being punched by Wu Yu, Shinkei finally calmed down for a while. After Shinkei washed the dishes, they sat face to face at the dining table. Wu Yu looked serious. In fact, people cannot clearly perceive the passage of time unless someone tells you clearly how long it has passed. Especially when the passage of time is presented in the form of fragments of memory, the concept of time itself will be even more vague. It's like the weekends go by so fast, and the hardest part of summer and winter vacations is always the last night of writing a pen and a legend. Time itself brings people more maturity of mind and rich experience, which is what Suiyu thinks. I look very mature. But, Shinkei commented, the series of things you did don't seem like something a mature person can do. Wu Yu. Thank you. As we grow older, our memories continue to accumulate, and in the end, what people can recall are actually only the most unforgettable moments in life. Those monotonous and repetitive days are like still images in surveillance video, which will not even be recorded by the brain in the end. However, I just did a quick review of my memories before rebirth, and found that there are very few memory points that can be extracted from the 10 years from 18 to 28 years old, which is not enough to support a person's 10 years of experience. So I think I may have been affected by memory at the beginning, and then I gradually got rid of the shackles of memory and completely. Shinkei, let yourself go. Wu Yu glared at him. Can you just listen and stop saying something like the barrage? Shinkei nodded and zipped up his mouth. Wu Yu, you probably know what happened after I came to Chien. At the beginning, all the endings of the team members' deaths were changed according to my memories before rebirth. But I was thinking, if my memory was tampered with, it means that the so-called inevitable endings were all set up by someone. Shinkei raised his hand. Wu Yu's forehead veins popped up. If you have something to say, just say it. Shinkei, Vlad knows the weaknesses of everyone in the team's top management, and that's how he got me the dragon bone. Wu Yu. And Shinxingxi was there when Jian Suiyu and Richard's dungeon accidents happened. Shinkei's face darkened. Suiyu and Richard are the only two who know my exact identity. One of them is a lie detector, and the other is a mental power. They are the most important think tanks of Chien. Do you think someone deliberately wants you to save them, and then integrate into Chien? Wu Yu nodded. I don't rule out this possibility. Shinkei frowned. What is the purpose of the person behind the scenes? Wu Yu, if a person suddenly gets a true partner in a long period of loneliness, they fight side by side, trust each other but lose them in various desperate ways. What will she do? Or, when there is a chance to save them in front of her, what will she do? Shinju immediately realized, you mean, someone is using Chien as your whetstone. What about the door and the secretariat? Did someone deliberately guide them to recognize you? Wu Yu shook her head slowly, and she looked at Shinkei. No, according to my deduction just now, perhaps since the doll dungeon whose memory I restored, everything has been speeding in the direction that the people behind the scenes least want to see, and the script has shifted. Shinkei was puzzled. What do you mean? Wu Yu suddenly laughed. Because they don't know yet, I have a huge cheat. And that cheat is my mother, who is far away in the Order Realm. It was her mother who had been protecting her. She had been loved from the beginning to the end. Her mother had been constantly giving her god-level props to help her develop quickly from the beginning. These props were variables that the people behind the scenes could never predict in advance. And Shinkei happened to be the biggest variable among these variables, created by her own hands. Chapter 382. Shinkei blinked. You mean, all these good luck and props are from your mother? Wu Yu nodded. Yes, the appearance of Lin Chiku is the correction of the plot deviation by the people behind the scenes. His original purpose may be to make me draw the summoning talisman in the dungeon, but my mother was afraid that I would have an accident, so she directly released the fox fairy to let Lin Chiku enter the secretariat's field of vision. Wu Yu looked at Shinkei. What do you think? Shinkei felt that Wu Yu was a little blindly confident now, but I think you are right, you continue. Wu Yu later, when the fox fairy dungeon was paired, it was the same. Didn't you notice that as soon as I was about to give up, those dead trees and water sources suddenly appeared? Shinkei blinked. So, is it his mother-in-law who is helping him? Shinkei nodded immediately. Yes, I think it makes sense. Wu Yu was puzzled, but then again, did Dylan suddenly appear to test you on purpose? Shinkei, why did you suddenly fall into such deep malice in that desert palace? What did you see? Shinkei never thought that this topic would come back to him again. Shinkei hesitated. I saw myself being bullied when I was a child. Wu Yu nodded. Anything else? Shinkei turned his face away. And you? Wu Yu was confused. Ah? Shinkei, I saw you, and you let me pass at that time. Speaking, Shinkei looked at Wu Yu with a dark and deep look in his eyes. Wu Yu immediately changed the subject. Later, I needed crystal stones, so my mother opened a sea mining town for me. Although Shinkei was also very happy that Wu Yu became confident, but wasn't this conclusion too confident? How confident must one be in oneself to make such a shocking statement in such a firm tone? Although Shinkei hoped that Wu Yu could get over the emotional barrier as soon as possible, wasn't this too fast? She was already rushing towards another extreme. Wu Yu looked at Shinkei. You don't seem to believe it. Shinkei, no. He didn't dare not believe it. Wu Yu thought, how about I try it? Shinkei was puzzled. What do you want to try? Wu Yu, it just so happens that all my props have exploded and I need crystals, so I try to see if what I think is right. Shinkei, how do you want to try it? Wu Yu suddenly raised her head and said in a coquettish tone, Mom. Mom. I want crystals. Lots and lots of crystals. Mom, someone is bullying me. They smashed my props. Mom, Yaya is so pitiful, she's about to cry. Can you give me 2 more SSS added 20 whole weapons? Alliance notice. SSS level large-scale exploration resource dungeon Sea Mine Town has been repaired and will be reopened in 2 hours. Adventurers are welcome to go to the charming Sea Mine Town to explore the treasures left by the sea god deep in the sea. For a minute, Shinkei was in a state of confusion and downtime. Wu Yu blinked at Shinkei. Look, I really guessed it right. Wu Yu stood up immediately, and Shinkei grabbed her immediately. Where are you going? Wu Yu was surprised. Didn't you see that my mother sent me resources? She raised the dungeon to SSS level, and she will probably send me weapons and props. I have to go there in person. Sea Mine Town, this is the Sea Mine Town that Shinkei wanted to get back. Shinju immediately said, I will go with you. Wu Yu shook her head. No, you have something very important to do. You want to tamper with the memory, join Qi Yan, complete the rescue, and the part of my memory about the meteorite fire map. All aspects are indispensable. You need to control all the relevant people without making a sound. Shinkei's mind has never worked so fast before. It's too dangerous for you to go to the dungeon alone at this time. If you think of it, maybe the people who set up the game behind you will think of it too. If such an SSS level resource dungeon is suddenly opened on the eve of the war, the opposing military may be able to send the entire army in to crush it. It is too dangerous for you to go alone. I must accompany you. Shinkei's words gave Wu Yu more inspiration, and she thought quickly, you are right. If my mother could cover the sky with one hand in the Order Realm, she would have come back by herself a long time ago. When we went to the Order Realm before, there was obviously a force that opposed Dylan Luotian, which means that my mother was also restrained. Why did Richard get the props that can turn him into a vampire in the dungeon? It is very likely that he got in touch with another force in the Order Realm during the exploration of DX001. Now both sides are setting up a game, and it depends on whose cards run faster. Since her rebirth, this series of operations involved DX001 technology support, tampering with mental power, traders within Qi Yan, the inside and outside cooperation of the Order Realm, the ability to predict the appearance of meteorite fire, and even the clue given to the Jiang family by Wu Xiuli. No matter how she traced it, she could not find the clue of the upstream-friendly orphanage. Interesting. Isn't this more interesting than making moves around love affairs all day? Wu Yu was more certain. I must go to the Sea Mine Town immediately. Last time I had mental problems. My mother risked releasing Luotian to comfort me. This time in the Sea Mine Town, maybe I can meet Dylan. As long as I meet Dylan, I will definitely know more about the truth about my mother and the Order Realm. Shinkei glanced at the time approaching 5 o'clock, and calmly reminded Wu Yu, your father told you to go home for dinner tonight. Wu Yu waved her hand. I tell him I'm not going. Wu Yu, Dad, I'm going to Haikuang Town. Jiang Cheng, you can't go anywhere at this time. Wu Yu puffed up her cheeks. Shinkei leaned over to take a look. With a look of regret, how about I take you home first? Wu Yu's fingers were clacking, typing quickly. Wu Yu, Shinkei will go with me. Jiang Cheng, sure, but the decision-making power is up to Shinkei. Wu Yu, I don't want it. Jiang Cheng, you are still in the observation period, which is called probation in law. Wu Yu, Well, it really is a matter of time. Wu Yu, I agree. After a while, Shinkei received a message from Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng, keep an eye on Wu Yu, don't spoil her. Shinkei, okay Dad, don't worry. Jiang Cheng, don't call me Dad. Jiang Cheng put away the communicator in annoyance. 1 or 2 are not easy to worry about. About half an hour later, Jiang Cheng suddenly received another communication from Wu Yu. He clicked to open it, looked at it, and suddenly his expression became unusually mysterious. Chapter 383. Shinkei wanted to leave Qi Yan at this time, and he called Jian Suiyu back to Qi Yan as soon as possible. Jiang Huaiji and Jiang Mubai also came with him. Jiang Huaiji brought the Sirius of the Jiang family, and wanted to go to the sea mining town with Wu Yue. Shinkei's expression cracked instantly. What else could he do with the whole Sirius? Shinkei winked at Jian Suiyu, who shrugged. He couldn't do anything about it. Shinkei didn't forget that he gave the position of captain of Qi Yan to Wu Yue before. He apologized to Jian Suiyu. Brother, you are my real brother. I was wrong before. You have to help me. Jian Suiyu really didn't expect that there would be a time when Shinkei would apologize to him. Jian Suiyu laughed. Come on, kid, how did you think of setting up a dungeon at this time? Shinkei, What could he say? Could it be that Wu Yu's emotional disorder has been cured now, and her self-confidence is overflowing, so she can fly directly into the sky and stand shoulder to shoulder with the sun? Jiang Huaiji, according to accurate information, once the sea mine town is opened, the Western White Tiger Admiral is quickly gathering troops, and it is expected to join forces with the northern troops left by Xuanwu to drive the entire Northwest Army into the sea mine town and violently push it across, obtaining a large amount of resources in a short period of time. Jian Suiyu, if Sirius goes with us now, wouldn't we have to face the 2 Northwest armies in the dungeon, and have to fight them head-on? Jiang Huaiji, Shinkei and Mu Bai are here, and with Sirius's astrology formation, we can fight. Shinkei winked at Jian Suiyu frantically. Jian Suiyu was about to speak, but Wu Yu suddenly said, "No, Sirius can't go in." Qilong Zhuke and the Secretariat Daomen were holding each other back, and Sirius was all in the dungeon to fight the Northwest Army. The Jiang family had no strong firepower output except her father. She was thinking that the leader of the alliance would really swallow his anger, but he made a move now? What chess pieces does the leader of the alliance have now? Azure Dragon, Vermilion Bird, White Tiger General, Li family's combat power, Vlad, Shinqingxi, Qin family, and possibly a hidden surprise force. SSS level resource dungeon, kill Sirius in the dungeon, and raid Jiang family and Qian outside the dungeon. The leader of the alliance made the first move, and then it depends on whether they dare to accept it. If they don't dare to accept it this time, the SSS level resources are like a dragon given away for free, and a wave of economy can allow the opponent to turn the tide directly in the current unfavorable situation. This move was so brilliant that Wu Yu felt that either the leader or the deputy leader of the alliance was a master. Her father told her that her mother's teacher was a master. Chu Cixia, the last descendant of the heavenly master in the world, gathered the abilities of all the heavenly masters of all generations. Chu Cixia could be regarded as the #1 villain of her mother's era, and he always advocated the arrival of a new world. After her mother came out of seclusion, he also disappeared from the heavily guarded forbidden area. Why did the book Heavenly Master Secrets, which symbolized the Heavenly Master's lifelong learning, appear in Qi Yan's library? Why did Jian Suiyu remind her to read this book of Tianshi Ju? Why did Jian Suiyu, who had never played Qian, suddenly leave to kill the next dungeon? Why did Qian, who had never accepted female team members, take the initiative to extend an olive branch to her at the instruction of Jian Suiyu? If Jian Suiyu was the wolf, then he was with her sister not long ago. Not long ago, he happened to come into contact with the latest technology developed by the entire Secretariat and the Jiang family. In fact, not long ago, he knew everything about her bloodline power. Wu Yu's mind is very confused now. Jian Suiyu can be regarded as Shinkei's relative, and now he is also her half-brother-in-law. Wu Yu looked at Jian Suiyu. Jian Suiyu, I need to talk to you alone. Shinkei felt something was wrong when he saw Wu Yu's expression. Can I go? Wu Yu shook her head, no. Shinkei watched Wu Yu and Jian Suiyu walk into the vice captain's office, and his heart beat fast when he thought of the rebirth that Wu Yu had told him before. He seemed to have guessed something. Shinkei's face looked very ugly. He kept adjusting his breathing and trying to calm himself down. Vice captain's office. Jian Suiyu looked at Wu Yu's expression and slowly raised his eyebrows. You look like you want to interrogate me? Wu Yu nodded. Hand over Jinjin. Jian Suiyu released Jinjin. He originally thought that Wu Yu was going to ask about him and Jiang Yuhua. Unexpectedly, Wu Yu suddenly asked him, why did you suddenly go to that puppet dungeon to get the first kill? Jian Suiyu recalled, at that time, Shinkei was very close to Wang Ting. He was always running around outside and got hurt a lot. My mother thought it was not fair for me to sit in the office every day, so she suddenly came and beat me up. Then, it happened that the first kill of the dungeon was still there, so I took people there myself. Wu Yu looked at Jinjin, and Jinjin nodded. The master didn't lie. Wu Yu's heart beat faster, and she continued to ask, why did you want to invite me to join Qi Yan at that time? Jian Suiyu, obviously, you were in a miserable situation at that time, and I just wanted to help you. And I think you are quite smart. Qian has too many fools, so we need smart people. Jinjin continued to nod. Master is right. Wu Yu, the last question, why did you remind me to read the Tianshi Ju? Jian Suiyu recalled, at that time, I went to check the library to see why this book suddenly appeared. Later, my mother said that she'd put it in. She asked me what was wrong. I said that the book seemed a little strange. She said, if you don't have mental power, you might try to learn the things in this book. After all, it is an extra skill. Wu Yu didn't even look at Jinjin. She had already guessed the truth. If there was such a huge conspiracy behind future biology, how could a weak researcher escape with his young son? Even Vlad knew that Aunt Chen and Jian Suiyu's identities were problematic, so how come no one came to touch them? And the door suddenly knocked. Wu Yu left Jinjin and signaled Jian Suiyu, you can go out. Jian Suiyu, did I pass? Just as Jian Suiyu was about to leave, his face suddenly changed. He realized that he passed, but his mother did not. Wu Yu lowered her head. I told you that Aunt Chen secretly restarted the research and development of DX001 antidote a month ago. Jian Suiyu took a quick breath. What are you going to do? Wu Yu raised her head. Don't worry, I know Aunt Chin is very important to you and Shin Quebec. No matter what she did, just pretend you know nothing when you leave this door. Jian Suiyu reacted quickly. You are doubting that someone set up a trap for you to enter Qian. If my mother was involved in this, the Jiang family would never let her go. Then he and Jiang Yuhua would never have a future. Wu Yu, even if someone set up a trap, you are just a chess piece that can be abandoned at any time. If I didn't remind you at that time, you would really die. Aunt Chin would never risk your life. She must have been threatened by something that directly threatened your life and forced her to let go. The Jiang family will not criticize the victim. You know very well that my sister is not someone who advocates the theory of victim guilt. The most terrible thing about this game is that no matter whether she resists or obeys, she will be drowned in the end. Jian Suiyu looked at Wu Yu in disbelief. He was very glad that he invited Wu Yu to join Qian. Wu Yu, thank you. You seem to be a god who came to the world to save people from suffering. I heard that your mother almost became a god and left. If you are destined to become like that, what will Shinkei do? Wu Yu blinked and suddenly smiled. Then you can give him a spoiler in advance. I'm looking forward to his reaction after he knows it. Jian Suiyu, how are you going to deal with my mother? Wu Yu looked at the open office door. Standing outside the door was Wu Xioli, and Wu Chong was standing next to Shinkei. Wu Chong, Captain, can't we all go in? Shinkei, yes. Wu Chong sighed. Is it because we are too stupid? Shinkei, shut up, you are stupid. Wu Xioli walked in, Jian Suiyu left, and when the door was closed, Wu Yu saw Wu Chong's face darken. She looked at Wu Xioli. I heard that Wu Chong has come to his senses recently. He has been playing straight with you. She wanted to become Ultraman, but Wu Chong didn't say a word from beginning to end. He really has no humanity when it comes to the opposite sex. Wu Xioli looked at Wu Yu sharply. What do you want to say? Wu Yu smiled. Why not just tell me the clue about the friendly orphanage that you gave to the Jiang family before in the World Boss? After that, Wu Xioli looked at Jinjin on the table. Her face slightly changed. Chapter 384. Shinkei looked at Jian Suiyu nervously, and Jian Suiyu shook his head. It's not me. Just as Shinkei breathed a sigh of relief, Jian Suiyu immediately said, but it's my mother. Shinkei almost couldn't breathe. Aunt Chin? What should we do now? Jian Suiyu, Wu Yu said she won't pursue the matter, and the person has been isolated and protected by her father himself. Shinkei breathed a sigh of relief. His wife is really a beautiful and kind fairy. I love my wife so much. Having received such a great favor from Wu Yu, Jian Suiyu naturally had to help her get the message across. Jian Suiyu, you may not know that the Lu clan's spiritual masters can really become immortals. When the time comes, they will be ruthless and desireless, and be included in the immortal class, leaving the human world without being contaminated by worldly karma. Shinkei widened his eyes. What did you say? But Wu Yu's mother has always been with his father, and gave birth to Wu Yu. Jian Suiyu nodded. Her mother was about to leave. But her father risked his life to save her, and in the end her mother softened her heart. So this family is full of soft-hearted gods. If you find that Wu Yu is not right, do you understand what you should do? Before Shinkei could speak, Wu Chong suddenly asked, will you let Xioli and Ama go? Shinkei and Jian Suiyu turned back at the same time. Did you find something? Wu Chong stood there expressionlessly, and suddenly nodded yes. With Jinjin here, Wu Xioli felt that she didn't need to lie. Shinkei and the entire Sirius were outside. If she dared to do anything, the entire Desert Rose would be destroyed. Wu Yu reminded her, not only the Desert Rose, but the Wu clan is also under the control of the Jiang family. Wu Xioli really admired Wu Yu. You are ahead of the other side again. The other side thought that Sirius was going to the sea mining town, but it turned out that he was going to bring Desert Rose back to the Jiang family for control. Wu Yu counted. You deliberately gave the Jiang family information during the World Boss battle. In fact, there was no client at all. The information was given to you directly by the person behind the scenes and asked you to pass it on. Therefore, the Jiang family could not find the source of your information even if they tried to find it to death. The Wu clan has always had the ability to predict. It was the Wu clan that calculated that the meteorite fire would play a crucial role. When I came out of Lin Chica's house, Yuan told me about Luotian, and even the puppet of Luotian was ready. You suddenly found me, knowing that I was in a hurry to leave, and wanted to have a drink with me. This is a series of traps. The deep meaning behind these two steps is actually to attack the Secretariat, but I didn't expect that I didn't tell the Secretariat about the meteorite fire, and Wang Ting could only bite his teeth and buy the land at a high price. Later, before all parties could attack the Secretariat for letting me go privately, Fox Fairy Dungeon, DX001 caught everyone off guard. And the Jiang family, You deliberately said those words just to trick Shinkei here. You and Chunya have the same purpose. You are all spies and pawns planted inside and outside Chien. Saturation infiltration. Wu Yu added in his heart, of course. There is also Aunt Shin. Seeing Wu Xiuli's increasingly gloomy face, Wu Yu suddenly laughed. Wu Xiuli, what are you laughing at? Wu Yu just felt it was magical. The other side has planted so many pawns. Why didn't I feel the frustration of being defeated by the other side once? Wu Xiuli. Because they can't outsmart you. And they can't kill you directly. Wu Yu wondered, why don't you kill the people around me? You can kill all the people in Chien one by one. Wu Xiuli fell silent, and Wu Yu suddenly laughed, because you are dealing with them, protecting everyone to the greatest extent. So I was willing to be a chess piece to survive in the cracks, and I was desperate to give my trump card at the most appropriate time. At that time, the people in the Secretariat could not have leaked the news that Uncle Zhou was seriously injured. There was only one possibility for Aunt Shin to give the antidote, and Aunt Shin was gambling with her and Jian Suiyu's lives. Wu Xiuli turned away. You don't need to say these to excuse me. I did it. Wu Yu won. The clue you brought can help the Jiang family know the child they are looking for. 2. You found Shinkei, and you probably know that Shinkei is Prince Squire, and you also know that he likes me. Even if the Secretariat does not show up, Lilia is the Duke, and Shinkei is here, it can be averted. 3. Just as Chuinyao thought, as long as Shinkei is not beaten to death, the night attack on Chien will be backed by the Jiang family. Before the incident, you thought about the possible developments, so you did it. Why are the Wu tribe willing to help the other side? Wu Xiuli looked away and didn't say anything. With Jinjin here, her mind can be read as long as she opens her mouth. But it doesn't matter, Wu Yu can guess it herself, because of Wu Chong, right? Wu Xiuli pretended not to hear. Wu Yu continued to guess, because Wu Chong is a new human? This time, Wu Xiuli really couldn't pretend anymore. She was really convinced. Can you stop guessing and leave people a way out? Seeing Wu Xiuli's reaction, Wu Yu understood. Really, in fact, I felt something was wrong when I saw his summoning skills several times before. Since the new human beings who were raised from childhood really exist, Wu Yu thought quickly. Aunt Shin always said that she was afraid that those people would experiment on Jian Suiyu, so she took people to escape. But is it possible that Jian Suiyu had been experimented on a long time ago? According to his age, he may be a first-generation experimental subject, and Wu Chong is the second generation. So Wu Chong is more stable, but Jian Suiyu may be in a bit of a bad condition, and he needs medicine to maintain his vital signs. In short, he is very likely a defective product. All these people were picked up by Shin Quebec. Someone deliberately wanted to raise Gu in Chien. Ah. Wu Yu held her forehead in pain. Why did she have to discover so many things at this point? She had completely overdrawn her mental power before. She couldn't think anymore. Her head hurt. Wu Xiuli saw that Wu Yu was not in good condition. What's wrong with you? Wu Yu raised her eyes weakly. I overdrawn my mental power. Wu Xiuli was nervous. She already knew that Wu Yu's mental power would explode. What do you want me to do? Wu Yu tightly grasped Wu Xiuli's hand. Trust me, no matter what reason the other side threatens you, I will find a way to help you solve it. Especially, Wu Chong is a new human, only I can save him, because I am the key to their creation. Wu Xiuli gritted her teeth. Wu Yu, you are in this state now, tell me this, are you really not afraid that I will kill you? Wu Yu's 7 orifices began to bleed. She smiled and said, you won't, I believe you. After all, you see, from the beginning to the end, Xinjin didn't want to bite you. Aunt Chen and Chunya take Xinjin out to play every day. Xinjin is indeed a flower of truth, but there has always been only one thing that can make Xinjin explode. From the heart, real malice. Wu Xiuli, when my father was in trouble, the Wu clan helped our Jiang family, and the Jiang family is grateful. All the troubles were caused by the Jiang family's failure to protect the children. This matter is over, and all bygones are forgiven. Wu Xiuli stood there in astonishment and looked at Wu Yu. After a while, she suddenly looked away with red eyes and said, Shinkei, this kid is really lucky to meet a soft-hearted god like you. Chapter 385. The deputy captain's door was slammed open, and Shinkei rushed in and took Wu Yu into his arms. Wu Xiuli told Shinkei, she is mentally exhausted and needs to go to the treatment cabin immediately. Shinkei looked up at Wu Xiuli fiercely. What did you do to her? Wu Yu held Shinkei. I thought about it myself. Sister Xiuli, take Desert Rose and follow my brother and the others now. Wu Chong jumped up. I want to go too. Wu Yu shook her head. You can't go. You and Jian Suiyu are both new humans. You need to be isolated and observed. This time it was Wu Xiuli's turn to jump up. Wu Yu, you just said it like that? Wu Yu was speechless. How old are they? Can't they just say it directly if there is anything? Shinkei was so anxious. Don't say it. You need to go to the treatment cabin immediately. Wu Yu pulled Shinkei. It's too late. Let me finish what I want to say, and then we will go to the sea mining town immediately. Don't worry, I have a way to deal with the mental power. Wu Yu asked Shinkei, how do you usually bleed? Take it out, and let me use it. Shinkei's expression suddenly became very dangerous. Impossible. Don't even think about it. Wu Yu told Shinkei, when they fight, they may lose their minds. Just like being possessed by a demon, understand? I'm taking precautions. If the relationship is not good, I won't let them bleed. And Jian Suiyu, did you see him taking medicine all the time? His condition is not very stable. He is my brother-in-law after all. If he suddenly explodes, what will happen to my sister? And Wu Chong, the entire Wu clan and Desert Rose almost lost their lives. If it can be solved with 2 bags of blood, there is no need to let the blood flow like a river, right? Shinkei looked gloomy and started to take out the new blood-drawing equipment from the space. It was very professional and had a complete set of procedures, just like a mobile blood donation station. Shinkei looked at Wu Yu drawing blood and said in a low voice, I see that you look like a saint now. Will you really become a fairy and fly away like Jian Suiyu said? Wu Yu was not sure what Jian Suiyu said, maybe? After all, her mother didn't fly back then. After drawing blood, Shinkei gave the blood bag to Wu Chong and Jian Suiyu. Wu Xioli and Desert Rose left under the leadership of Jiang Huaiji. Shinkei carried Wu Yu back to the house. Just as he was about to put her in the treatment cabin, Wu Yu suddenly put her arms around his neck and pressed her forehead against his. Wu Yu, Shinkei, I have to go to the sea mining town right now. I don't have time for treatment. I need to share your mental power. Shinkei, I don't know how to share mental power as you said. You teach me how to do it. Wu Yu suddenly found it difficult to speak. Have you ever been attacked by Leo's mental power before? Shinkei nodded, yes, it was very uncomfortable. I felt nauseous and wanted to vomit all the time. Wu Yu, I caught Leo before and found that he would become stronger, which is to master the method of sharing mental power. I will put my mental power into your mental power core, build a bridge between the two, and then you will slowly infuse your mental power into my mental power core along the bridge. But once shared, I can fully perceive all your thoughts and emotions. Do you understand? It means that your consciousness is completely open to me, without any privacy and independent thinking space. After hearing Wu Yu's words, Shinkei suddenly fell silent. Wu Yu thought about it and still felt, why don't I go into the treatment cabin for a while? Shinkei immediately said, I am willing to share now. But there is one thing, Shinkei asked Wu Yu, you will also completely let go of your consciousness to me, right? Wu Yu nodded, yes. Shinkei, how to cancel it after sharing? Wu Yu, both parties just need to let go of each other's mental power. Shinkei's eyes flashed, and he nodded immediately, okay. So as long as he doesn't let go, their mental power can always be in a shared state, right? Even if Wu Yu finds out that he wants to keep her by his side, as long as he holds her tightly and doesn't let go, she will never be able to leave him. Wu Yu's mental power is now exhausted and very weak. She can only give a very small amount of mental power to slowly test and approach Shinkei. Wu Yu, you must completely relax. Your mental power is stronger than mine. In addition, my mental power is now exhausted. If you have the intention to resist, my mental power core may be shattered. Shinkei nodded yes. He couldn't resist at all, which meant that he had to accept the moment Wu Yu's mental power entered and discovered all the dark thoughts he had about her. Shinkei took a deep breath, and when Wu Yu approached, he suddenly lowered his head. Let me get ready. Wu Yu could probably guess what Shinkei was hesitating about, and she waited patiently. Shinkei looked up at her. If you knew that I had bad thoughts about you before, when you didn't have any feelings for me. Even in the dark, I have wanted to pull you into the abyss countless times. In the process of you constantly rejecting me, I have had countless thoughts of forcing you. Will you hate me? Wu Yu held his face. A person without negative emotions is unreal. No matter what you think, you didn't do it in the end, right? Shinkei lowered his head. I don't want you to leave me. If you put your mental power in, I won't let go of your mental power. Wu Yu, I have already guessed it. Shinkei looked up at her. Are you still willing? Wu Yu kissed him soothingly. I took the initiative to let Jian Suiyu tell you this, and I took the initiative to propose sharing of mental power. Do you think I am willing? Shinkei's eyes lit up instantly. He stretched out his hand to pinch the back of Wu Yu's neck, and let his forehead close to Wu Yu. Shinkei, share now, I'm ready. Wu Yu once again tried to extend her mental power to Shinquebec. Perhaps seeing that Wu Yu's current state was too bad, Shinkei was impatient to imitate Wu Yu and extend his mental power as well. Wu Yu's spiritual power was a very pure silver-white color, just like Shinkei's blood. Shinkei's spiritual power, after being completely baptized by the dragon bone, had completely turned golden. When the golden and silver spiritual powers touched each other, Wu Yu felt as if she had been electrified, with a tingling tremor running from her coccyx to the back of her neck. Her face instantly turned red, and she gasped as if she couldn't stand it. It was terrible. Now she didn't have to worry about Shinkei's intention to resist, but she couldn't stand it and wanted to escape. Once he discovered Wu Yu's thoughts, Shinkei immediately released several spiritual powers to completely envelop Wu Yu's spiritual power, leaving her with nowhere to escape. Now, Wu Yu's entire soul seemed to be completely sucked away, and she leaned against Shinkei powerlessly. Shinkei took advantage of the situation and hugged her waist tightly. Wu Yu was barely breathing. "Let me go." Shinkei hugged Wu Yu tighter. "I don't want it, you said you wanted to." Wu Yu's voice was intermittent. "Shinkei, you don't think about the real things every day, what are you thinking about?" Feeling that the two people's spiritual power completely intersected and shared, Shinkei laughed triumphantly. "I miss you. Shinkei, you are my only business now." "Shinkei, so do you know now? How much I love you." "Breaking up, giving up, it's impossible, absolutely impossible, don't even think about it, I will never let you go in this life. If it weren't for these things, I just want to lock you up every day, and not let you go anywhere. I don't care who is greedy for me, I just know that I am going to be greedy for you to death. Shinkei, every day, since you touched me at the end of the night, I have been thinking about you." "Wu Yu, I didn't touch you." "Shinkei, at that time, I turned into a kitten, you saw me naked without clothes, you looked at me whether I was a male cat or a female cat, and you still touched me." "Wu Yu, at that time, I didn't know it all, you were just trying to scam me." "Shinkei, yes, but you can't get rid of me." Shinkei leaned close to Wu Yu's ear and whispered, "Wife, I finally know when you started to like me." Wu Yu couldn't speak anymore. Her mind was so hot that she couldn't even think. It was so hot. Shinkei kept sending his mental power to her, full of his fiery love, to completely burn Wu Yu out. Chapter 386. Wu Yu and Shinkei quickly started the shuttle, and set the destination, Haikuang Town. Even if Wu Yu didn't look back, she knew that Shinkei was leaning against the wall behind her and watching her. A shudder like an electric shock suddenly hit her back. Wu Yu gritted her teeth and said, "Take back your mental power." She regretted it. She could accept the dark thoughts in Shinkei's mind, but she really couldn't stand Shinkei thinking about such blushing and heart-pounding things every moment. Shinkei refused. "You said it yourself, you are willing to share with me." Shinkei was watching Wu Yu's memories before her rebirth, and he was very dissatisfied. "Since you made fake memories, why don't I have a role? Why don't we fall in love? Wu Yu, is it possible that you are the villain and I am the cannon fodder, and we don't have the same frequency?" Shinkei wanted to change the script himself. How can there be no chance of the same frequency? "If I meet you in the dungeon, I will definitely save you. When the time comes, I will degenerate into a villain and lock you up, and stay with you forever." Wu Yu found that Shinkei actually started to remember. She went crazy. "You're almost there." Shinkei was still mumbling. "Why did you plan to let Jian Suiyu save you? Can't you just plan to make me?" Wu Yu's forehead veins were throbbing. "Because you don't like women, and you and Shinxingxi have a grudge and have killed many people, they are afraid that you will just kill me." After saying that, Wu Yu suddenly felt the air stagnate. Shinkei instantly approached and hugged Wu Yu from behind. She immediately changed her words. "I mean you don't like women." Shinkei had already started to kiss her. "Wife, I want to try sharing mental power and physical strength together." Wu Yu's mind started to heat up again. She clenched her fists tightly, and punched Shinkei hard while she was still conscious. "No! Business is more important." Shinkei had to distance himself from Wu Yu and calm himself down temporarily. But since he could feel Wu Yu's thoughts, he couldn't calm down at all. He was thinking about it all the time. Once he knew how anxious Wu Yu was when she was looking for him, because she was afraid that he would die, he felt like he was going crazy. After calming down a bit, Shinkei approached Wu Yu awkwardly. "When you came over, you obviously thought about it. Why didn't you kiss me?" "Wu Yu, eh?" She was really impressed by this love-brain man. From the beginning of sharing mental power, until now, he has been frantically looking for all the details of their acquaintance. "Shinkei, as long as you kiss me, I will definitely not refuse." "Wu Yu, I know, your expression at that time was almost like saying come and kiss me." Not only would he not refuse, it was obvious that if she took the initiative again, he would immediately take over. She knew that Shinkei could no longer hold back, so she would not give him any leeway after returning from the north. Even if she ignored him, Shinkei would still look at her, as if he wanted to eat her up. This person also said that he was the captain and she was a team member, and that a rash confession would put her in an awkward position. God knows, with his undisguised gaze, anyone who is not stupid can see what he is thinking. Wu didn't even need to look to know what Sirius was going to do if she didn't clearly refuse when Shinkei approached him. Shinkei, you kept rejecting me at that time. I was afraid that Sirius would take you away. I wore the dress just for you to see, Wu, if you didn't let go at that time. Shinkei suddenly extended his mental power and wrapped up Wu's mental power. Wu's face suddenly turned red. Let me go. Shinkei leaned against the wall, his face also a little red. He stared at Wu and panted, I didn't do anything. Wu was trembling all over. I asked you to let go of my spiritual power. Shinkei laughed. No, I won't let go, not only now, but also in my whole life. The shuttle sounded a reminder. We will arrive at our destination in 10 minutes. Haikuang Town. He slowly approached, with his hands on the control panel beside Wu. Wu, I can give you the command of the next operation, and I will even cooperate with your arrangements throughout the whole process. However, I have one condition. With 10 minutes to go to the sea mining town, Wu switched to manual flight mode and made the shuttle invisible. From a distance, they saw the military shuttle parked outside the sea mining town, heavily guarded, and clearly intended to take over the entire dungeon. Shinkei, I go kill everyone outside later? Wu shook her head. Once the people outside die, the military will immediately receive the news. Shinkei, what should we do then? Wu carefully observed the people guarding outside the military. Seeing them fully armed and carrying guns, it was difficult to tell their true appearance. Once the dungeon opens, there will definitely be a flow of people. We have to find a way to follow the military people in. Once you enter the dungeon, the spawn point will be randomly refreshed, and you will naturally be separated from them. We are now sharing mental power. Although the effect will be worse if the distance is far, it is not a problem to report the rendezvous coordinates. Shinkei nodded. Okay. The sea mine town is officially open. Please go there actively. As soon as the dungeon door opened, the army that had been ready at the door entered in an orderly and fast manner. Wu landed the shuttle at a safe distance, and he and Shinkei moved quickly. Shinkei's movements were amazing. When Wu arrived, he had killed 2 northern soldiers and obtained all their identity information. In order to accommodate Wu's height, he even picked someone with a similar body shape. After changing clothes quickly, the two looked at each other and joined the team. At this time, every second counts. The military entered and quickly refreshed at different birth points. Shinkei unexpectedly discovered that his refresh point was still in the previous beach house. When he asked Wu about the refresh point, he didn't get a reply from Wu for a long time. Shinkei couldn't help but get nervous. Shinkei, where are you? I will go to find you right now. Wu looked at the explosion debris around her, which looked like a post-war site, and the flags flying above the entire site. She swallowed nervously, almost covering her whole face with the military mask. Wu, I'm at the government building we blew up last time. Shinkei, wait for me, I be there soon. Wu, no. Don't come. Shinkei, what's wrong? Wu looked at those flags that looked like they were actually wanted posters for her. Wu, I'm wanted by my real name, for bombing a government building and murdering a government official, the same crime as a terrorist, with a bounty of 500,000 purple coins. 500,000 purple coins can be exchanged for 500,000 SSS-level iridium amethysts. Her mother did give her a huge amount of resources, but they can only be obtained by taking her head. Damn! Where did we say to delete the files? What kind of files did you delete? Why did they fight and rob and blow up the building together, but only wanted her and not Shinkei? Shinkei hurried to the direction of Wu, but before he reached the suburbs, his expression suddenly froze. Every path that could be called a road was densely planted with welcome flags, like tourist attractions, and all the flags were Wu's bounty orders. Shinkei. Shinkei, baby, although I don't want to question you and my mother-in-law. But weren't you a little too confident in your previous thoughts? Chapter 387. Wu, why didn't they issue a wanted order for you? Shinkei, maybe because I had my face covered at the time? Wu was speechless. Once the wanted order was issued, she would have become a sitting duck. If she were by Hu, she would have sent someone out of the dungeon immediately to catch her and put her in a dungeon. Wait, put her in a dungeon and put her in a dungeon, so that she wouldn't be involved in the next S4. Wu was happy. Her mother really loved her. Wu, Mom must have deliberately put me on the wanted list to avoid S4, fearing that I would be depressed. Shinkei. Is there any basis for this idea? Wu, She is willing to pay 500,000 iridium amethysts to buy my life. Mom loves me. Shinkei, is it possible? I am just assuming that the last time you blew up the dungeon, you were directly put on the Order Realm dungeon blacklist? Shinkei's words gave Wuyu a new idea. Even if her mother wanted to give her resources, she couldn't destroy the balance of the entire dungeon. In short, behind the dungeon is the running program and data. Once the data is turned on, her mother is unlikely to be able to intervene. Her mother can increase the explosion rate of a dungeon to give out rare props, but in the end, whoever gets the prop cannot control it. Just like in the first dungeon, the wind chime prop was actually obtained by Jian Suiyu, but Jian Suiyu said that Qian has always had bad luck. Of course, it is also possible that the prop was originally intended for Shinqingxi and Suimo. This confirmed Wuyu's guess. Someone in the Order Realm was indeed colluding with this place, and her mother was also restricted by the power. Maybe those high-level ghosts didn't want to be with her, but once they all came to her, her mother would be isolated and helpless in the Order Realm and in a difficult situation. In essence, the existence of the Order Realm is to put the ghosts that once invaded the human world into a separate world, forming a self-operating order model. Humans use dungeons to consume and weaken the power of ghosts to prevent them from growing stronger again. It is very likely that her mother went to the Order Realm to guide, restrict, and check and balance the order in the Order Realm, and at the same time prevent those ghosts from invading the human world again. Since her mother was able to follow the ghosts to the Order Realm, perhaps other people or ghosts can do it. We began to think quickly, and Shinkei could feel that she was mobilizing her mental power quickly even though she was far away from her. This was the first time that Shinkei intuitively felt Wuyu's thinking mode in his mental power core in a materialized form. Countless lines opened up instantly, just like a flickering nebula that continued to extend and widen. Each twinkling star represents a piece of information. When the logical deduction cannot go on any further, and a paradox exists, this extended logical chain will immediately fade and disappear. All the information points spread out instantly, continuously going up and down, until finally leaving the most reasonable logic. This entire process of logical deduction is like a towering tree growing in the core of the mental power in an instant. Facing the growth of the golden tree, Shinkei was extremely shocked. He finally understood why Wuyu's mental power was always overdrawn. Because every fast-growing branch, the veins of the stems and leaves are all full of mental power. Completing this series of logical deductions requires a huge amount of mental power consumption. Wuyu's brain is now like the most sophisticated computer in the world, but what she is doing can never be replaced by a computer. Artificial intelligence can never complete the logical deduction and thinking mixed with human emotions and complex human hearts. In order to give Wuyu enough mental power, Shinkei quickly moved in the direction of mental power mobilization. When he finally saw Wuyu and confirmed that she was alone, Shinkei breathed a sigh of relief. Let's leave here first. Wuyu looked at Shinkei. Since it is a check and balance, when my mother wants to modify something, corresponding additional conditions must be made to ensure order. Shinkei, have you thought of anything else? Wuyu Doll Dungeon, Road to Death and Angel Props. Golden Crow Dungeon, Black and Golden Crow and Crystal Resources. Plot Dungeons, Bottom River Whitefish and Night Pearls, Golden Trident and Unlocking Crisis, Bottom River Resources and Siphon Disasters. All dungeons must be paid for. Then the question is, what is the price of the Fox Fairy Dungeon that suddenly appeared at that time? The Fox Fairy Dungeon is almost a dungeon with no harm to them, but the more so it is, the more it contains huge unknown and disturbing crises. Why did her mother suddenly test Shinkei in the Fox Fairy Blind Date Dungeon? Why did her mother send Luotian and Dylan to let Shinkei and her get the Fox Fairy props in the Last Order Realm map? Her mother was the savior in the peak battle, but the savior is now trapped in the Order Realm and cannot escape. Her mother responded to her call and handed the important task of saving the world to her, but the Bounty Order wanted to capture her again. The fallen angels encountered in the Order Realm, the source of Vlad's vampire power, and the 3 dungeons mentioned in the rebirth memory all show that the opponent has already made arrangements. It is very likely that her mother has been exposed and is under attack from all sides in the Order Realm. She is desperate, and the Sea Mine Town is her last trump card. Now, whether she can get the resources depends on herself. Order Realm? Xiao Enai and Ambika both stood in front of Lu Ling, facing the approaching Order officer. Dylan, Luotian, take the master away first. Lu Ling was not in a hurry. She only said, why not wait for the result of this dungeon? I also want to know how my daughter and her boyfriend can break this deadlock and get all the resources. She rested her chin on her hand and looked at the newcomer leisurely. Chief of Order, you are not in a hurry to hang yourself and reincarnate, right? The chief of order left. Lu Ling, the dungeon is over. Those who have violated the order and colluded with humans will be punished immediately in the last layer of the 8 cold hells. Wu Yu told Shin Kei, since they want to reward me, just hand me over to them. Shin Kei disagreed. What if they kill you directly? I will go and kill both of the northwest branches. Okay, kill them, and then kill all the people who have offered a bounty on you, and we can still take the crystal away. Wu Yu, how long until the engagement starts? Shin Kei, the last 12 hours. Wu Yu was thinking quickly, no more killing, no more killing. From now on, no one can be killed. If the person standing opposite us is not a human at all, then once someone dies, it will be a non-combat casualty for the other side. Shin Kei felt that his mental power was being consumed at a rapid speed, and the extremely fast logical deduction fragments were passing through his mind at a speed thousands of times faster than normal. Even Shin Kei could feel the stinging pain on his forehead caused by the consumption of mental power. Until Shin Kei felt that his mental power was exhausted to the extreme, a dense towering tree finally grew in Wu Yu's mind, and a new bud grew on the top. The opponent had been setting up a game for 15 years, or even longer, saturated infiltration, hidden in the dark, constantly guiding and countering. Her mother had been sleeping on straw and eating bitter food for 15 years, and her father had tried his best, exhausted his energy and persevered in continuous efforts, but everything was about to be defeated by ignorance. After completely abandoning the shadow of childhood and the invisible manipulation of spiritual thoughts, with only 2 hours of extreme logical deduction, the clouds and fog dissipated, the moon was seen, and the sky was bright. Chapter 388. 12 hours later. Eve of the engagement party, bride's dressing room. Chunya is putting makeup on Wu Yu. Are you still going to wear the champagne color? I think you look better in white. Wu Yu, today is my sister's engagement. Of course my sister should look the best. Shi Xia is playing with Jiang Yuhua's headdress. Is this okay? Jiang Yuhua smiled and nodded. It looks good. Jiang Yuhua took a photo in front of the mirror and sent it to Jian Suiyu. Jiang Yuhua, does it look good? Jian Suiyu, it looks good, but I'm upset to think that you are wearing this to get engaged to Li Ren. Before we officially start the engagement, can you give me a discount first? Jiang Yuhua lowered his head, his face a little red. Jiang Yuhua, sure, I'd be there soon. Shi Xiao looked at Jiang Yuhua's expression. TSK, Sister Yuhua eats well. When she tried on the wedding dress that day, she was covered with. Wu Yu, who was changing clothes, froze for a moment. Chuanya's eyes swept across Wu Yu's neck and chest, and even slid to her lower abdomen. Chuanya sighed. Wow, there is someone who eats better. Shin Kei's service awareness is quite good. With this level of business, he will be the top star in a few minutes. Wu Yu's face flushed. Chunya was considerate and said nothing, and she was busy applying concealer and whitening cream on Wu Yu's body. Jiang Yuhua's face was a little red. She put away the communicator. I'm going out for a while. Shi Xia waved her handkerchief and watched her go and come back quickly. You can play for half an hour. Don't mess up your makeup. Jiang Yuhua's ears instantly turned red. Chunya immediately comforted her. It's okay, I put on your makeup again if it's messed up. Don't let Captain Jin wait anxiously. Jiang Yuhua was already shaky from their teasing, and there was a knock on the dressing room door, and Shi Xia opened the door. Jian Suiyu walked in, finally not wearing the team's combat uniform, a white shirt, a black suit, and gold-rimmed glasses, a serious gentleman. Seeing Jiang Yuhua's red face and lowered head, Jian Suiyu directly reached out to embrace her. Don't bully Yuhua. Shi Xia shrugged. You are the one who bullied the most. You kissed her all over. Jiang Yuhua suddenly covered Shi Xia's mouth. Shi Xia's words were really too direct. Jian Suiyu directly picked her up. Don't pay attention to them. I take you to the next room. Jiang Yuhua looked up at Jian Suiyu, and her eyes widened when she saw how carefully she had dressed up. Jian Suiyu lowered his head and kissed her. Do you like it? Jiang Yuhua nodded. Yeah. Jian Suiyu kicked the door open, turned around and hooked it, leaving a sentence. There are some you like more. The 3 people who heard the whole process in the dressing room. He really didn't treat them as outsiders at all. Shi Xia sighed. Who would have thought that the S4 would be driven soon in this atmosphere? Wu Yue didn't care. There's no need to be bitter and vengeful. It would be really weird if everyone had a sullen face at the engagement banquet. Chuanya, is there anything weirder than the bride being taken away by her lover first? Shi Xia, don't worry about such details. It's normal for women to play with multiple men. How can you know which one is the most suitable for you if you don't play with them or compare them? Wu Yu. Hearing Shin Kei's gnashing teeth, Wu Yu turned around in surprise. Xixia and Chunyao looked at each other, and immediately turned around and left. But it should be said that the two of them looked at Shinkei, and found that Prince Squire was indeed handsome, with a neat silver-white short hair, and wearing the prince's silver-white uniform. The buttons are buttoned up to the top, and the abstinence is fully pulled up. The dragon abyss on the side is full of sharp and murderous aura, and the breath of the flower of jailing blows in the face. Broad shoulders and narrow waist, not strong, full of youthfulness, slender and well-proportioned figure, with a handsome face that is so cruel and shocking. Clear boyish voice, slender and white fingers with distinct joints, good waist, good physical strength, high combat power, and gold coins, 360 degrees all round without dead angles. Zixia and Chunyao both gave Wu Yu a thumbs up. Sisters have to eat the best food for you. It's a delicacy, absolutely a delicacy. Wu Yu blinked. How about we eat together? Good sisters don't eat alone. Zixia and Chunyao both waved their hands and declined the sisters. Not everyone can bear the crazy lifelong madness. Shinkei's face darkened instantly, and Zixia and Chunyao ran away. As soon as they went out, the two looked at each other. Hee, isn't the prince angry? The happiness of the sisters still depends on their help. Shinkei bang. Slammed the door and gnashed his teeth. Did you forget that we are still sharing mental power? Wu Yu blinked. What's wrong with me? Shinkei was so angry. What did you say to Xixia, Chunya, and the others just now? Wu Yu, I swear to God, I didn't say anything. Shinkei, you thought about it. You can't even think about it. Before Wu Yu stood up, Shinkei stretched out his hands and leaned on the dressing table to approach her. Wu Yu was a bridesmaid today. She was wearing a champagne-colored tube-top short dress with a sweet design. She is actually more suitable for a fairy-like and cool dress. But today is Jiang Yuhua's engagement ceremony. No matter what the ultimate purpose is, Jiang Yuhua is the absolute protagonist and must not be overshadowed. Wu Yu raised her head and looked at Quebec. Shinkei's eyes just happened to follow the arc of her raised head across her slender neck, and then down. Shinkei was dissatisfied. Isn't the neckline of this dress too low? Wu Yu blinked. Aren't all tube-top dresses like this? Shinkei looked to the side. Can't you change to one with a collar? It will be unsafe for you to fight in a skirt like this. Wu Yu. Or should I just wear combat uniform? Shinkei tightened his arms and hugged her. No, you look good in this. Wu Yu couldn't help laughing. She held Shinkei's face and looked at him. This was the first time Wu Yu had close contact with Shinkei, who was wearing this. Wu Yu, when I first saw you like this, your expression was so cold. Can you show me another one? Shinkei blinked. Do you want me to do it with a cold face? Now? There is such a good thing? Wu Yu. What are you thinking? I told you to be a little more aloof. Don't you see what kind of occasion this is? Shinkei muttered. Why can Jiansui you do that? Wu Yu smiled. If I were to marry Li Yuran today, I could give you a benefit. Shincheng immediately declined. No, thank you. I don't have the temper of Jiansui Yu, who can tolerate this. Wu Yu, you clearly said at that time that as long as you can be by my side, you don't mind. Shinkei suddenly turned cold, lifted Wu Yu up with one hand, and approached her and said, I lied to you. I can't stand you having other people around you. But I can bear it. As long as I can stay by your side, I will kill them one by one quietly until I am the only one left by your side. Shinkei knew that Wu Yu liked him to talk like this the most. Feeling Wu Yu's trembling consciousness, his eyes darkened instantly, and he lowered his head to kiss Wu Yu. Wu Yu turned away. I'm wearing makeup. You will kiss my lipstick off, and it's not okay here. Shinkei moaned. You obviously thought about it. You like me to wear this, and you like me to say possessive things about you with a cold face. Wu Yu's face was a little red. Since the sharing of mental power, all her thoughts were known to Shinkei. She pulled away a little. Her eyes fell on Shinkei's face, slowly moving down, and fell on the first button below Shinkei's Adam's apple. Under Shinkei's gaze, she stretched out her fingertips and slid across Shinkei's rolling Adam's apple, and fell on the position of the first button, unbuttoning them one by one with one hand. The white shirt she was wearing was buttoned neatly. Wu Yu leaned towards Shinkei and pushed him. Shinkei sat on the stool, and pulled Wu Yu closer to hold her waist to help her stabilize her body. Wu Yu lowered her head, and began to concentrate on unbuttoning his shirt. Feeling Wu Yu's fingertips constantly passing by and touching the skin of his collar, Shinkei grabbed her hand fiercely. Shinkei said in a hoarse voice, You said it yourself, it's not allowed here. Wu Yu laughed softly. Yes, so no matter what I do, you can only endure it. Shinkei was so angry that he wanted to kiss Wu Yu, but the skirt she wore today exposed her entire neck. Shinkei gritted his teeth and looked down. Shinkei just wanted to avoid his gaze, but Wu Yu suddenly grabbed his hand, put it in front of her and leaned over. Wu Yu leaned her head against Shinkei's ear and whispered, "Remember this feeling. If you find something wrong with me later, keep thinking about it. Got it?" Before, Wu Yu wanted to confront the opponent head-on, but the opponent flirted with her and shook her. Now, the opponent wants to fight head-on. Sorry, it's her turn to start the love affair. After 15 years of planning, controlling her thoughts, suppressing her will, and finally wanting to coerce her with the greater good, forget the greater good, her current personality is a love-brain person who wants to fall in love even if the world is destroyed. Is there anything more infuriating than planning for 15 years and then ending up with a useless account? Change the routine. Young people have a faster pace and thinking, I wonder if the old guys on the other side can keep up. Shinkei looked at Wu Yu in surprise. Thoughts kept flashing through Wu Yu's mind. Knowing Wu Yu's intention, Shinkei tightened his hand and watched Wu Yu's face flush. He slowly approached, with a cold face and a cold tone, but what he said was, "But even so, my memory is not deep enough. I'm afraid I will forget it in a while. Can you give me more profound and exciting?" Chapter 389. Chunya just walked out of the room and saw Bai waiting there. After many years, seeing Bai wearing the blue uniform of the Hua family, her eyes instantly lit up. Bai seems to have a gentle aura, but in fact he is very angular and opinionated, restrained but not lacking in sharpness. After years of experience, wearing a uniform of the family, he has the character and spirit of a descendant of the family. Chunya likes Bai this way. He seems unreliable, but in fact, he can handle things very well. Shixia knew what was going on and turned away. Chuanyao walked up to Bai and tried to kiss him. Bai pushed her away. Pay attention to your influence. This is a public place with a lot of people coming and going. Chuanyao wore a gentle white chiffon shirt on her upper body, a sky blue draped skirt and pants on her lower body, and white casual shoes. She didn't miss the wedding and didn't look awkward. Chuanyao stared at Bai. Are you sure, if you don't kiss me, I kiss you with my mouth instead? I heard that Zhang might be interested in me. I see that he looks. Bai was so angry that he hugged Chuanyao and bit her. Don't you see what the occasion is today? You feel uncomfortable if you don't make me angry every day. Chuanyao hooked his neck. I see you are a little nervous. Don't I want you to relax? Chuanyao stretched out her hand and got under the hem of Bai's clothes. Don't hide. I want to touch you. What's wrong with me touching you? Can I touch my own husband? Not only do you want to touch my abdominal muscles, I also want to touch you. Seeing someone coming from a distance, Bai quickly covered Chuanyao's mouth. He lowered his voice and gritted his teeth. I give you the ability. You see how I deal with you when I go back tonight. Chuanyao tiptoed to his ear. I'm waiting for you. You have to work hard so that I can eat something good. After saying that, Chuanyao kissed Bai's ear. Bai was really at his wit's end. He looked down at Chuanyao helplessly, smiled and kissed her. Okay, don't say you can't stand it again when the time comes. Chuanyao hugged Bai shyly, and Bai asked her, what kind of wedding do you want? Chuanyao, I just want to be with you, and stay with you forever. Bai, how can that be? When things are over, we can have the wedding, okay? Chuanyao nodded yes. When things are over, Chuanyao looked up at Bai. If things can't be over, she will die with Master Lian Yi, and she will be happy with it. Jian Suiyu hugged Jiang Yuhua tightly, and Jiang Yuhua gently touched his head. Didn't you say that you should take advantage of me first, but you have been hugging me since you came in? Jian Suiyu raised his head and said with a smile, am I not taking advantage of you? Jiang Yuhua already knew all about the past of Jian Suiyu and his mother, and even knew everything his mother did during the whole process of being controlled. The clearer she knew, the more she felt sorry for what Jian Suiyu had gone through, and the pain and suffering his mother had endured to protect him and Qian. The first thing Aunt Chen did, after being controlled, was to see her. Jiang Yuhua sat opposite her, and Aunt Chen smiled at her gently. Ms. Jiang, you are really an excellent person. Suiyu is marrying up to you, because he can be with you. Jiang Yuhua shook her head. No, Suiyu is also very good. We are called too strong. And I am more greedy for him. He looks like my favorite. If he is not so smart, I will just raise him as a canary. She is a domineering CEO who dares to object to raising a man. At this time, Aunt Chen's smile is much more genuine, as if she is looking forward to her own son going into the sea as a canary. Aunt Chen told her about their experiences so far. Everything started from meeting Shinkei, and the difficult life in the refugee camp finally took a turn for the better. But that's why, Aunt Chen, I was found before Yaya came to the team. In fact, I was panicking before that. I knew such a big secret of the laboratory. Why would they let me go? Sui Yu's health was getting worse and worse. He was coughing up blood every day, and was almost unable to go out alone. Shinkei's situation was getting more and more difficult. When I was found, I even felt a sense of relief. I thought, here it comes finally here. Rather than living in fear and anxiety every day, it is better to put everything on the table to make people feel at ease. In that situation, no matter what the other party asks, I cannot refuse. Jiang Yuhua's face turned cold. They are too despicable. When all mankind is eager for a new generation to grow up, they are trying to manipulate everyone to become chess pieces on their chessboard. Enchen told Jiang Yuhua, I can feel that this chess game has completely changed since these children came back from the north. Maybe it had already changed. Maybe, from the moment the opponent chose to place the move on Yaya, it was destined that the opponent would lose, because everything she did was unpredictable by ordinary people. Jiang Yuhua looked at Enchen firmly. We will definitely win this game. Enchen smiled with relief. After this incident, Jiang Yuhua interrupted her. After this incident, I will call you mom, and you will sell my son to me. Don't worry, I will treat him well. Live in a villa and drive a sports car. As long as he doesn't change his mind, he can spend my money as he wants. Enchen was stunned by this. She couldn't help asking, what if he changes his mind? Jiang Yuhua smiled. I will break his legs, find the most beautiful pure gold cage to lock him up, and squeeze him dry every day. Thinking about him loving someone else and having to be with me in pain, the feeling of being broken is also quite exciting. This can't be blamed on her. She decided to let it go at the beginning, and he was the one who provoked her. Enchen couldn't help but applaud Jiang Yuhua. Well done. Jiang Yuhua said modestly, it's a great honor for my mother to raise such a good son. Enchen knew that Jiang Yuhua said all this at this time to dispel her worries and concerns. She was comforting her. She knew how much Jiang Yuhua valued Wu Yu. The Jiang family's attitude on this matter is very clear. All chess pieces will be forgiven. But the chess players behind the scenes, all the upper participants, all those who want to get a piece of the pie, must all pay the price of blood. Blood for blood, life for life. Kill them all. No one left alive. Jian Suiyu listened to Jiang Yuhua's words of comfort, and told him that his mother was already in a safe place. Jiang Yuhua, relax a little, don't be nervous, your body is not very stable. He picked Jiang Yuhua up. Do you want to raise me as a canary? Jiang Yuhua was embarrassed. I didn't. Your mother looked very nervous at the time, and I was afraid she would do something stupid. Jian Suiyu began to kiss her. Well, it's true that you want to comfort my mother, and it's also true that you want to raise me as a canary. Jiang Yuhua was angry. You can't always use Jinjin to read my mind. Jian Suiyu raised his hand. My hands are busy. I don't have time to use Jinjin. I didn't use the awakening ability. I just guessed casually. Jiang Yuhua was even angrier. Can you not always guess so accurately? This really leaves me with no privacy at all. Jian Suiyu suddenly said, Yuhua, can you not smudge your makeup? This dress is also very troublesome to wear, right? Jiang Yuhua didn't react. Well, what's wrong? Jian Suiyu let Jiang Yuhua sit on him. He looked at her. You may have to do it yourself, or you prefer me to use my mouth. Jiang Yuhua didn't know how Jian Suiyu could say such shameful words. Jiang Yuhua was furious. Jian Suiyu, I warn you. If you continue to talk so indecently, I really can't have you. Jian Suiyu put away Jinjin. Well, you really like me to use. Jiang Yuhua suddenly covered Jian Suiyu's mouth, his face flushed and his whole body trembling. Don't talk. Jian Suiyu hugged Jiang Yuhua fiercely, leaned closer, and looked at Jiang Yuhua with a gradually blurred look in his eyes. Jian Suiyu chuckled. Miss, I am a good service, and I am your favorite. Can you bear to leave me? Jiang Yuhua leaned weakly on Jian Suiyu's body, making an uncontrollable low gasp. You are bullying me again. Jian Suiyu hugged her tightly, and made an emotional confession. Yuhua, I love you. Thank you for continuing to be with me without any scruples after knowing everything. Jiang Yuhua hugged him back. Suiyu, I love you too. I believe that we can get through this level together. Jian Suiyu, yeah. Chapter 390. Chanya knocked on the door of the dressing room. The shuttle of the Li family has arrived, and the bride's reception has arrived. After about 2 minutes, the door opened from the inside, and Chanya raised an eyebrow and looked at Wu Yu. Chanya's expression was teasing. Didn't you say you wouldn't wear this one? Wu Yu. After thinking about it, I still think this one looks better. Chanya's face suddenly understood. Is that one dirty? Or is it torn directly? Wu Yu looked up. No. Chanya, then I go in and take a look. Wu Yu stopped her. Wait a minute, if you go in now, something might happen. Chanya understood again. Oh, Shinkei might kill me, right? Has he not dealt with it yet? You can't fool an old driver like her. Wu Yu gritted her teeth. Chunya. Chunya smiled. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. We go first, Shinkei won't pick up the bride anyway. Wu Yu nodded, and before leaving, she turned her head to look at Shinkei, who had buttoned his shirt, and was buttoning the outer buttons of his uniform. He looked up at her, and Wu Yu suddenly trembled as if she had received an electric shock. Chunya turned around in confusion. What's wrong? You look very red in the face. Wu Yu shook her head. It's nothing. Wu Yu, you are not allowed to think about these things from now on. Shinkei, you dare to do it, why can't I think about it? Wu Yu, then I will end the sharing of mental power. Shinkei, do you believe that from now on I will not only think about it, but I will also do it for real? Wu Yu let out a long breath. Forget it, let him be. Anyway, the clarity will be much worse at a distance. Wu Yu came to Jiang Yuhua's side. When Li Ran arrived with Shin Qingxi and the other 3 SS-level groomsmen, they saw that the room was full of people. In addition to Jiang Yuhua, Wu Yu, Chunya, and Shi Xia, who were normally there were also Jiang Cheng, Jiang Huaiji, Jiang Qian, Jiang Mubai, members of Sirius, and even Jiang Li and Jiang Ling. Li Ran, who was still worried about whether he would be beaten, was calm at this moment. 10,000 on the other side. Not only would he be beaten, he might be beaten to death. But what surprised Li Ran was that Jiang Yuhua stood up and walked to him. Let's go, Master Li, we all know what marriage is anyway. Don't waste time on those meaningless formalities. If it weren't for your Li family's money, I really don't like you. After all, you know, I also have to consider my mood. Li Ran looked at the kiss mark on Jiang Yuhua's neck and almost choked. Li Ran tried to make himself smile. Miss Jiang, you should still have some basic morals. Jiang Yuhua shrugged. From now on, we won't communicate unless necessary. Suiyu is easily jealous. The smile failed completely. Li Ran, okay. Fuck, he really felt that he was so cheap, a cheap guy who was asking for trouble. Cheat. Jiang Qian and Jiang Mubai were giving Jiang Yuhua a thumbs up crazily. Yes, that's it, my eagle-like sister, this is your true strength. These past 2 days, Jiang Yuhua and Jian Suiyu were so shy and cuddly together that they almost got goosebumps all over their bodies when they saw them. Jiang Yuhua turned to look at Wu Yu and winked at her. Wu Yu, Chunya, and Shi Xia immediately gave her a thumbs up. Sisters are awesome. That's how men should play. Li Ran was furious. I'm standing right here. Shi Xia commented, to be honest, Master Li, a jerk like you is not in the scope of men in our broad evaluation. It's a compliment to say you are a man. Chunya nodded. In the narrow sense, men can be classified in the same category as eunuchs. Wu Yu, these days, eunuchs are all into pure love. If you are called a eunuch, the eunuchs will feel ashamed. Li Ran was about to get angry. Just as he was about to raise his fist, Shin Qingxi beside him said earnestly, Master, have you forgotten what the master said when he came? In everything, you can't just think about yourself, you have to think about the whole family. You don't want the whole family to fail in your hands, do you? Li Ran looked at Shin Qingxi in disbelief. He now suspected that Shin Qingxi was a spy sent by the other side. Look at this person from the beginning of the establishment of Shadow. From beginning to end, he has not done anything to bring down Qian, just doing stupid things. Li Ran wanted to use an oxygen tank. The air in the Jiang family was too turbid. He felt he couldn't breathe just standing there. Li Ran swallowed his anger and said, Miss Jiang, please. Jiang Huaiji, Master Li, what you did before was really shameful. Yuhua only took our Jiang family's own shuttle to the engagement scene. Li Ran watched his fiancée, who was about to be engaged, and his newly announced lover, Xiao San, walk out of another room and take his fiancée away in front of him. Jian Suiyu lowered his head and said, Let's go Yuhua, I take you to the shuttle. Jiang Yuhua immediately hooked him, okay. Li Ran felt that he had tinnitus, he seemed to hear. Beep beep. The sound of the rescue vehicle, his heart beat 180 miles per hour, he was about to kick it. Shin Qingxi advised him, Master, you must always remember. Li Ran growled angrily, I know. Shin Qingxi lowered his head, looking like a conscientious villain lackey. Shinkei walked out of the house a step slower, he came to Wu Yu's side, Wu Yu hooked his arm. When Shinkei and Shin Qingxi passed by each other, Shin Qingxi gave him a cold and resentful look. Wu Yu immediately turned to look at Shin Qingxi. Did you just glare at Shinkei? Shin Qingxi retracted his gaze, I didn't. Wu Yu sneered, don't you see where you are? How dare you be so presumptuous? Shin Qingxi, Wu Yu, even if this is the Jiang family, it's not your turn to jump out and say to me. Jiang Yuhua immediately turned his head, Yaya is my biological sister, why is it not her turn to speak? The whole Jiang family listens to her. Shin Qingxi looked at Jiang Yuhua in surprise. He looked at Wu Yu in disbelief. Li Ran was shocked. What did you say? This Wu Yu is actually the daughter of Lu Ling and Jiang Cheng. Wu Yu ordered with a cold face. You dare to be rude to me in the Jiang family, come, arrest Shin Qingxi immediately. Li Ran didn't react. After all, he is the best man I brought, and you Jiang family actually openly attacked him like this. You really don't take his Li family seriously at all. Jiang Li stepped forward. Master Li, logically speaking, you should call me Dad. Dad made the decision on this matter. We all owe yeah. He is indeed a little overbearing and incompetent. You should understand Dad, right? Li Ran was confused by Jiang Li's constant calling of Dad. He heard that Jiang Li's tone was not like his father. He is playing with him as a grandson. Li Ran was about to get angry, but Shin Qingxi suddenly persuaded him with a moving face. Forget it, master. Qingxi knows you are sincere to me. Li Ran instantly wilted after being looked at by Shin Qingxi with such affection. He even took the initiative to cooperate. You can take him away quickly. Don't disgust him here.